There we go. Hey, how's it going? Sitting here talking, and I had the push to talk enabled, and I was wondering why it wasn't lighting up green. Dang. A quiet morning. Very quiet morning. Mm. And now I gotta get up again. Forgot to grab my coffee. I'll be back.
Dude.
Hey, man. How's it going? Been sitting here all by myself in silence because the professor's asleep.
Dude, I was just on another server right now. Oh my god, these guys are just. I was just like, dude, huh?
I was gonna say, what it smell like burnt rubber over there? They're burning up their brain cells.
Dude, these kids are all gamers, dog. One of them's like, I've been playing games for 20 years. Flat Earther, I'm just like, dude. And then like he's going off and off, just constantly talking about the Kobe Bryant signature and like what it's gonna do to people. I'm just like, oh my god. That's so 2008. You're so 2000 and late.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's already too late. What you gonna do? One time, go get in your time machine, go back. Don't do it.
Yeah, bro. It's like, bro, and who was on the grassy knoll? And you know what I mean? Fucking J. Edgar fucking Hoover. Whatever. You know? You got J. Edgar Hoover vacuums adjacent to Kevin Spacey without a solid container barrier. Fucking Kevin.
They don't have the social distancing or that plexiglass layer. None of it.
Right? Yeah. Social distancing. That's such an oxymoron. Social distancing. That's
I called it sociopathic distancing.
Yeah, right. That's like what was the other one? Fair justice or equal justice. That's such a joke, dude. Such an oxy. Yeah.
Certain things are just impossible, and people want to make
what I'm going through in my life. I'm going through felony court cases, right? And shit. They violated. Dude, I've been going through this for 3 years now. They violated me. They violated just, dude, in so many different ways, like my civil rights, my constitutional rights, just my human rights, right?
Yeah.
But like, dude, by the time this thing finally comes to fruition, dude, literally, it'll be like a deck of cards. You could just boom, pull one, and it's all paint. Like it's all queens, jacks, and aces, dog. Like there's so many different things I could pull up just to like, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm just waiting, dog, till I get off probation. I get off probation in March. I've been on probation for 3 years, bro. These are 2 different cases in different counties, but they've been steamrolling me and like double jeoparding me with both of them, bro. It's insane, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like I don't fuck around no more whatsoever. Like I got a job at a gas station now. Like I don't commit any crimes now. Like nothing, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Seriously, bro. I don't. You know what I mean? Even got the old lady's gone, bro.
It's like a waste of time. There's no need.
Yeah, bro. You know what I mean? The old lady's gone, and she was all about that. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, I'm cold. That shit's retarded, dude.
Street life.
Yeah, no, seriously. Even if they're not on the streets, it's still just like, fuck. We only have a certain amount of time, dog. You know what I mean? We got to make.
That's what the OG gangsters say. Is she married to the streets?
Yeah, pretty much. Married to the Fetty, dog. Mm-hmm. That Fetty's no joke, bro. You know, people are all worried about the V thing. Look what the Fetty's doing to people, bro. I'm not talking about killing. It's zombifying, drooling on themselves and shit. You know what I mean? Fuck, you might wake up one day and the zombie's just laying next to you with drool all over the pillow. You know what I mean? I don't think the revolution is going to be like dramatized. I think the revolution is going to be so climactic. We're going to be like, oh, these are the zombies. You know, the chick laying next to you just drooling everywhere. Oh, these are the zombies. I could put away my fucking silver bullets now. You know what I mean? I don't even need to worry about fisticuffs with this shit. You know what I mean? Yo, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. No, I mean, I'm not saying to like think that like these zombies ain't shit and like they couldn't fucking do some shit to us. Dude, I always overestimate my enemy, but I'm just saying like me and you were all prepared, like with all our weapons drawn and shit, and we're like, oh yeah, I guess we're overdressed for this occasion. You know what I mean? We could have just put on our furry one-piece outfit that the weirdo pedophiles use to mock flat earthers. You know what I mean? To deal with these little, you know what I mean? These triple fat goose pillow fights. But Nah, it's good to be prepared though, for sure, no doubt. It's always better to overestimate these people instead of thinking like they're so dumb. Like Biden's son got busted with like crack in a lap. Yeah, fucking right, dude. You know what I mean? Oh fuck. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, some people do. Like I was listening to them, they were like talking about Biden's son and like how dumb he is. I'm like, dude. It's like waiting outside Universal Studios for the actors to get off from the movie they're shooting, following them around, following Arnold Schwarzenegger around, and telling him like, "Hey, keep saying hasta la vista, like that's really you." And he's like, "Dude, I'm off work right now. Come back like when I'm working in the studio." You motherfuckers think like that's really legit, like 24/7. That's what you people do. That's why they even use a phrase like he's acting under the authority of, or acting in the capacity of. You know what I mean? When these superheroes go home, bro, they're no longer legally allowed to act under the capacity of such preconceived concepts and notions and these plaques and PhD. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh god, I need to get out of here. No, not here. I'm getting away from the lobby. It's too stupid. And Nathan's on point. I'm not talking about that. This other dude, this other person is just being a weenie.
Lobby? Dude, I've been silver for like over a year, right? And I've never gone into any lobby. And I always hear people talk about it. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't even understand how to do any of those things, dog.
I just want this edgy person to come join the VC and talk about stuff. They're like kind of arguing with Nathan over things, but that's not productive. Hey, come
Nathan
here, chat about the shape. Oh, he's a silver. Nathan. He's cool. He's
Nathan one of the. Oh, Nathan. Okay, I know about. Not Oakley, yeah, but yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking if this other person comes in here, we could chat and be like, oh,
Hey, let me ask you this, since I haven't really been following up on shit. Like, whatever happened with like Kiwi and Nathan Oakley and all that? Like, they kind of split out. Like, I mean, I understand all the drama. I don't care about that shit. But like, are they still like doing live shit every day, or do you know? Like debates and shit. I'm just wondering.
Maybe. I'm half awake, man. I just got up. I'm still drinking my coffee. Okay. My brain's like working at 5%.
I'm winding down right now. Now I'm at my most thoughtful, and then like within an hour or two, I'll be like dead asleep.
Yeah. You're about to clock out, and I'm about to clock in the next shift.
Yeah. You get the day shift. I'll get the night shift.
Yeah. I need to get my soundboard ready and I get that working out because CB's like West Coast soundboard. I could do East Coast soundboarding, and until he shows up.
Dude, I have soundboards in my head, like all these like 80s sitcoms. Like, I need to get a soundboard. That'd be cool.
I downloaded over 300 songs the other day, like over 2 gigabytes, and like half of them are just theme songs from shows.
Yeah.
But like I can use these later.
Bro, I got notebooks and notebooks filled with rap songs that I haven't even put out. So many rap songs, bro. I could probably go make 15 songs out of all the notebooks I have right now with full choruses and everything.
Did you hear that track I made? Like, it's crap. I need to fix it, but it's based off of the song from Holes. And I made it Holes, like the movie Holes. Like, you've got to go dig those holes. Like, it's a song from that. And it's talking about digging. Well, in the one thing, basically the line makes it sound like you're talking about digging for information or digging for truth. Like basically, you got to dig for something you never found before, and if not, I guess we'll just have to dig some more.
That's right. And send it to me.
Yeah, I did. I sent it to you, but it's crap. Like this is me playing around on using only Audacity, no other edit, just Audacity, and looking at waveforms and visually editing. So it's pretty good for that.
See, you're way ahead of more than me. Like I've been at my friend's studio. He has all the professional equipment, and I sat down there with him like after I did all my vocals, and I'm like, "What's this? And like maybe me and him just didn't collab well because like he just didn't explain shit to me, and I just couldn't grasp it whatsoever. I can totally grasp the microphone, but as far as anything else, dude, no.
Well, there's like 1,000 different things when it comes to like fine tuning the audio.
Yeah.
There's so many different things that are, and I don't even know like
what I'm doing is what I'm doing is easy compared to that shit. It seems like,
Yeah. Like I'm a noob. I come off as being professional with some of the stuff I do, but straight up, I don't know how to do shit. I don't know how to do anything. I just kind of like have general ideas how to do stuff and then keep messing with it until it sounds or looks good. I mean, I've been to college. I have graphic design skills. I have other things that I just honestly I don't know how to do anything. I'm just really good at faking it by doing stuff. Like if you sit there for like 5 hours sketching a little stick man, eventually it's gonna look like a freaking masterpiece because you spent 5 hours doing it.
For sure. I missed the iPad Pro, dude. She took it with her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was making some badass shit. I made like different like thumbnails and like screens for people's YouTube channels and shit.
And I know that sounded like I was being self-deprecating, no, what I mean is everybody can do stuff. You just apply yourself. Everybody can do it. It's cool.
Sure. Yeah, no doubt, dog. We're capable of way more shit we'll probably ever even do.
Yeah.
The human spirit's amazing.
Most definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
When you see somebody has the courage of their convictions to follow through and do stuff, that nothing can stop them. They'll just keep going.
Nothing, bro. Nothing can, bro. They're unstoppable, bro. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're totally right about that, dog. That's why I'm like, damn, dog. Every time I hear people talking about video games and shit, I'm just like, oh, man. So sad, dog. Mm-hmm. That's just how I feel, dog. I don't know. If you feel like I feel, I got the antidote. Women, will your pantyhose sing the chorus? There it goes. So since the X left me.
I'll be right back.
All right, now.
I just need a couple of seconds.
Hey, come here, mama. Come on, honey. Come on. Come on, mama. Come on, mama. Come on. Mama. Come on. Mama. Come on.
Oh, gosh.
Trying to get... Dude, it's hard because the way she has raised these dogs, now I've been on my own with them for the past couple of weeks for the first time in my life. You know, normally I was always the one gone and she was raising them, dude. She did not... I mean, she didn't do a bad job raising them, but they have a lot of things they need to grow up and learn. And I locked one of them outside for a half hour so he learned not to bite the other dog. Like, just shit like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Dang.
Mama, come here. Mama. Come on, Feisty. These dogs are so cute, bro. Mexican hairless. They're. Have you ever heard of a Zolo Quinishi?
I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know. Sorry, I'm coughing my lungs out.
The Zolo Quinishi dog, they have statues of these dogs, and they're the equivalent to what the Sphinx is in Egypt. They have these dogs guarding their pyramids and like the ancient Mayan pyramids and Aztec pyramids or whatever. These Zolo Quinishis.
Word.
Yeah, I love my little dog. They're like little cats. They hate water and they groom themselves constantly. This dog's pedigree, though. When I take her, like, she's like just instant hunter. When she runs through tall grass, she runs like a deer. She just prances like, you know what I mean?
Like frolicking.
Yeah, she jumps, like, that's how she runs. She jumps, and when she jumps and she's in midair, all 4 of her feet are like curled, tucked in and curled, like perfectly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and her
like
tail's
a deer.
Like pointed. Yeah, dude, just like a deer, bro. It's a trip. I'm talking about you, Feisty. She knows I'm talking about her. She's such a smart dog. The other, her kids, average, but dude, this dog's intelligent, dude.
A type of chihuahua or something?
No. Watch, I'll send you a picture. I'll send you a picture off the internet and then the picture of my dog so you could see. These dogs are, watch. Xolo Queen. Okay. Solo Queen. Alright. Yeah, these dogs are amazing, dude.
Yeah.
Where do I I'm trying to see where did I post it at? Oh yeah, the live stream. Okay. Check it out.
Yeah. Sorry.
Dope, huh?
Oh snap! This dog looks like it came from like Egypt or something. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly, bro. See how they spelled XOLOITZCUINTLI? Trip, huh? AKA the Mexican hairless.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Mexican hairless, good day, boys. Happy Friday. Hope all is well. 24/7 community. Let's get it popping.
Happy Friday the 13th, boys and girls.
Oh, indeed it is. Dang.
Bro, you're right. Like a hairless Mexican. Hey, I'm kidding. But yeah, happy Friday.
You see what I posted? That's a Zolo Quinishi dog. They have statues of these dogs guarding the Mayan pyramids, bro.
Check it out.
Now I'll take a picture of my dog. Tell me what you think. Mama.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, good morning, Jesse. How are you, man?
Oh, my Wi-Fi is fucked up, I think.
I mean, we heard you, but then you left. There you go. Hey, welcome back.
See her? What do you think?
What's up, Jesse? What's up, Jesse?
Yeah, I was just talking to someone and this freaking Glober just started gaslighting so hardcore. It's just, what the heck, dude? We were having such a great conversation and then a Glober comes in and just gaslights somebody. It's just like, what?
They're just trying to keep you on your toes, though, and make a little bit of money. And we make a little bit of money at the same time.
They can't even hide it. It's the condescending tone of the voice. It takes 0.2 seconds to catch it. Where like their voice sounds a little disingenuous, like what they're saying. They're gonna put you down. You know you're gonna get put down just by the tone of their voice and how they come in and the timing.
I always call them fools on their bullshit, dog. You know what I mean? Real quick. I'm not the best person to talk to Globers who are like fresh into flat Earth and stuff, because like I don't know, I feel like I'd be like ruffling hell of people's feathers and shit.
What were you guys talking about?
Huh?
What were you guys talking about?
About, you're saying about the Globers that like come in and like you could tell real fast, dog. You know what I mean? They just got this like kind of like weird little like it's like this repertoire or this condescension. It's just like a mixture of like the way people are nowadays too. It's just it's really hard to put a finger on. It's just like this smart, snarky like I don't know. Like if you talk too much about anything, it like annoys them, but you can't. I don't know, bro. You know what I'm talking about? Stupid shit.
Yeah, once you get into a little bit too conspiratorial, like you start throwing out claims, like, you know, you're getting imaginative, but that's what you have to do because it's speculation, because everything's a cover-up story. And then a global comes, that's just ridiculous. They're just like, clearly they're triggered. They're trying to gaslight you. And they're white knighting some kind of honest general public that believes this stuff. They don't even realize that's what they're white knighting for.
Dude, how many times have we heard them say, like, well, maybe the measurements of the circumference of this aren't correct, but like maybe they're way bigger or something. Like, so like your measurements all just got proven wrong. You're admitting it, but now you're doubling down on the bullshit and being like, well, maybe they're just like bigger. Like, dude, it's like these people are raping you and your family, and all you're doing is making excuses of why you shouldn't fucking have them killed in the middle of the street or taken in jail. Like, no, it's fine. Like, I fell down the stairs. They're giving them black eyes and shit. You know what I mean? No, it's cool. I'm just a klutz. These people are like dictionary definition of fucking what do you call it? Fucking Stockholm syndrome victims, bro, to the umpteenth power. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep. In a world.
In a world where no one can measure the curvature. Flat earthers know something. You know the card from the Illuminati card game? Flat earthers know something.
Yeah.
That's what that references. Flat earthers know something. Nobody wants to listen to us because it throws away their societal confines, like the hierarchy of academia. They want big brains on top and dumbasses on the bottom. But if you have somebody anywhere in the middle that starts like saying some stuff that contradicts and can prove it, oh no, the house of cards is falling.
Yeah.
That's why they hate us so much. We don't like playing their games by their fake made up rules. We just want to play it by reality. Oh gosh. It's nice and crisp outside. Not that cold. Chilly, but not cold. Very nice. Leave my door open. Good morning. Good morning. It's a level day outside. Good morning to you.
Yeah, I always think about that. Like, I always think about it too late. Like later in the day, I'll be like, "Oh, why don't I wake up in the morning and like jump into Discord and just be like, oh yeah, I see the sun moving across the flat plain. It's a beautiful flat day." Just start every day like that.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. How many times do we bring that up? Like sunsets and sunrises? You know what I'm talking about. Like, how many times do we bring that up?
Moving above the plane this morning. It was pretty great. The sun came into my view from out of my vanishing point across the plane.
Yeah. My point is, most people don't even watch the sunrise and sunset. They're too busy. They want to go home and they wake up too late or stay inside too long in the afternoon. They never see it either way. Like, enjoy life, man. You only get so many sunrises and sunsets, and then it's gone. That's it. Time's up, man.
Yeah, where I live, if I wanted to like go outside and like catch a sunrise right now, it would take me 45 minutes to get there because I live like in a silly area.
Are you in like a valley or something?
Well, I'm in Newark, and like there's no nature around here.
Oh, okay. It's the concrete jungle.
Like I would have to go to the mountain and then climb it. So literally, like at least 45 minutes.
Yeah. Dang. Yeah, I'm kind of out in the country, so when it rises, and I don't like the term rise and set. The sun never sets; it just moves. So
sun never sets; it just moves.
Yeah, I was gonna say
they're just a bunch of sunset worshipers, though, dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
these churches set heads.
It's tied. Yeah, it's tied into the actual god set. Like it.
Yeah.
People worship Saturn, Mars, Mercury, Venus. People worship all of the celestial bodies, the luminaries. Yeah, and some people chose to worship the sun and say the sun was the middle. You could say Saturn is the middle. You could say Mars is the middle.
Or Jupiter or whatever. Yeah. Oh, now that's the thing is this heliocentric thing evolved into worshiping a black hole sun in the center of this cosmic like vortex of whatever. So like our sun's insignificant compared to the big black hole sun over there in the center of the entire universe.
Right.
And Enoch describes under the heavens, behind the veil of like the heavens, that there is a great fire, and it makes Enoch like, ugh, like what? He says it's a horrible place, and then they said, "What's your problem?" Like, this is where the stars are, and it describes that 7 luminaries behind the heavens, like, and it says that Saturn was one of them. Is the result is what makes the fires. And then that's what makes the luminaries. Yeah, and Enoch is fucking nuts.
Dude, that's so trippy, though. It seems so real, though. It's a really simple explanation, actually. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's really trippy. I should find that passage and just throw it up in the...
Throw that shit up like Cuz Blood we do down here in Flat out of Compton, homie. You know what I mean? We flat smacking people out here with EBT cards, dog.
Cuz Blood? What's that?
Cuz Blood, homie. So yeah, over in Boston, y'all got the Mud Floods.
I'm a little confused.
In Boston, they got the Mud Floods. Over here in Compton, we got Cuz Blood, homie. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
I'm flat out of Compton, flat smacking with the EBT.
You know who Geechee Gotti is?
Who?
Geechee Gotti.
I think I've heard of him.
Yeah, he's a battle rapper.
Okay. He's a flat earther?
I don't know if I believe it though. I was just wondering maybe if you knew if he was really from any block.
I don't know. I don't know that too many rappers and shit. Especially like I'm really picky, dog. I used to like Eminem. He's all fucking all about Lucifer.
He has an industry handler. He's not really from Compton. He just lies about it.
That's the least thing you lie about.
Tattoos look like he got them like 2 years ago. Like, but you're like 35.
Mm-hmm. I'm flat out of Black Swan, dog. No, hey, Black Swan's way closer to my house than Compton, for real. Compton's like an hour and 20-minute drive from here. You know, on a good day, you get there in like an hour, but Black Swan's like a 10-minute drive. On a bad day, like 12 from my house. I'm beginning to feel a lot like a Black Swan. On my flat smackers, get your smack on.
Yeah, remember hearing in school about the Louisiana Purchase and Lewis and Clark just going around like, yo, let me give you 5 cents for like 100 acres. Okay. Yo, let me give you 20 cents for 1,000 acres. Okay. Like, who are these guys?
I'll give you 1,000 Donalds and then you can give me a couple pence back. You know what I mean?
Yo, I'm going to go over there and get you a bag of corn, right? But when I come back, I need all you guys to leave, all right? And don't come within like thousands of miles of where we are right now. All right, cool. All right, peace. How do you trade like nothing for land? They didn't even know what they were trading when they said "quote unquote" land. They didn't even think of land as something to.
Yeah, the idea.
I think these people took it. That's from a 1491er.
He's right what he was saying, though. The idea of owning land was non-existent. So if somebody presents such an idea, how can you fathom what they're even asking of you?
Right.
That was some
and I'm
shady
sure they didn't say, "Can we buy this land?" I'm sure they just took it.
Yeah, no, they just.
No permission.
That's like if you trick like a poor little autistic child into agreeing to something they can't freaking understand because they're so disconnected from reality. But then you justify, oh, well, see, they agreed, though. They agreed, see, they agreed. And then you try and defend yourself. No, that's shady.
And then you make a law that says if you sign your name in print or like on a contract, then that's like a legal agreement.
And I'm not trying to be insulting to people like calling Indians autistic. I'm just saying that they didn't know.
Hey, even if you are, tell them to eat a scrotum. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get more coffee. See you in a few.
Coffee sounds good as fuck.
Okay, you guys want to hear some dope shit real quick?
Yeah.
Wait, can you hear this? Can you hear it?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, check it. I'm so incredible, like an edible leg. I need no sedatives to levitate on my head. Daryl Davis weeds, all I need, I'm never on meds. Went from hoeing in my garden, having several in bed. I'm getting severance pay for the way they severed my legs. Sipping paraplegic coffee, yo, I'm very impressed. Bought food cake for angels when I give the devil some bread. Went looking for curvature, but all I found was level instead. Gas in the Suburban's a burden, so I bought a Segway to head to Mount Everest, bringing pleasure to these lesbian feds. Giving her some brains, so she left me some head. Here's some food for thought. Yo, you'd be better off dead. Getting better off dead than getting with Pfizer till it registers red. Maze Tampax very cleverly said, I'm just trying to take out the trash, but never the lead. We can Netflix and chill, but we better have sex. Hit you up on my celly cell phone, but never collect. But if I do call you collect, bitch, you better accept. I got abandonment issues. I got abandonment issues. As a kid, I was very neglected. All I ever wanted was just to be accepted. All right, second verse goes like, yo, check it. When I'm killing the beat,
you're flattered.
Yeah, wait. Here's the second verse. He goes, when I'm killing a beat, I call it rap murder. I'm still on my feet on ground level. Call it flat earth. At 2 a.m, got ice cubes in my fat burger. I stay putting life's immediate problems on the back burner. When I was selling crack, they called me the stack earner. Now I'm flat smacking dope fiends even back further. As a matter of fact, I'm back at the trap flirting with death and crystal meth heads. I'll give them my best. Try to inspire y'all to help living the best of your life without the pipe and swimming in death. Now I'm giving a heck. What the heck's to be given? No longer perplexed. How the heck? Wait. I'm no longer perplexed. How the heck they hexing the children? One of my exes, she had sex and she got a check for millions. She got a check for millions. Oh shit.
Yo, that song is fucking dope.
You like this shit though? Thank you, bro.
Okay, that was really sick. Yeah, that song was fucking fire, dude. I didn't know that you could like actually do all that. You must have been rapping for years.
I've been rapping for a little while and shit. You never heard none of my shit, seriously?
So I've been rapping for years too.
Have you? You never heard any of my songs? Or no?
Dude, I fucking have like 20 battles on this fucking shit.
Have you ever heard any of my songs, homie? Or no?
That song was
Hello?
crazy. That song was
No,
crazy.
have you ever heard my actual songs like that I have on my channel?
No, I gotta check it out.
Or I'll send you. I'll send you the playlist. It's like an album that I made. Are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, wait. Tell me. Okay. Tell me if you can hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yep.
let me explain to you the definition of illegitimate. Being against or not in accordance with established rules and standards, incorrectly decided against or breaking the law, born out of wedlock, the bastard, persons to unmarried parents. That's me. Haha. When it comes to this rap, nothing appears between us. Chewing gum when I rap, pure lyrical genius. You come when I act, thanks to my miracle penis. Always up to the task of severe innovators. You hear what I'm saying? You adhere to my language. Allow me to entertain where your brain is. No need hitting the main vein, don't need no drainage. Bitch, I'm so insane, I need a lyrical chamber. Insane asylums wilding out with lyrical gangs. The serial killer, going for that spherical strangle. I adhere for no man, I got some serious anger. Making jokes till the day, they placed in blankets over my face, so why? Can face my mate. I can almost taste death, do a taste test later. Mandela effect, man, that ain't Darth Vader. Skeleton collections, collecting our data. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm a discriminant, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA. NIST, it's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you hate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess was great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best today. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. Lit up a cigarette and went on a killing spree. These freaking idiots, I'm gonna start spilling the beans. It's ridiculous how much shit you're willing to eat. And willingly think that NASA is the shit. 60 million a day, how much is actually spent? How much of what they say is actually restricted? Probably 99.9%. My mind is hell-bent on exposing the trick. Triple bubbles and spit, yo, floating again. When they open up the hatch, yo, it blows in the wind. The crowds on every time you spoil the kid. Mightier than the sword I destroyed with a pen. It's one big game, and we're all toys to death. In sync on the block, and Backstreet Boys demand. Paris Agreement, going free, soiling again, and it's illegitimate. Ain't nobody iller than me. I'm just discriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA. And NIST, it's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you hate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest that I take the time to make this song the best today. I'm illegitimate. Ain't nobody iller than me. You're such an idiot. But still, yo, I'm killing the beat. Please stand up, and no one better be still in the seat except Steven. Leave him alone. He's still in his seat. How far am I willing to go? Are you willing to see? Chilling at the goodwill, yo, when will I leave? When I'm good and ready, bitch, so kiss my feet. I'm illiterate, I don't mean that literally. I'm just a figment. You wasn't see? Look at my pigment, this is what I'm meant to be. Branch the video, I'm in too deep. I'm a degenerate, even more than hell in the cheeks. Shooter than ice, and fire ain't chiller than me. Got a lot of advice, well, I'm still on my feet. You got a lot of advice, well, you're still on your feet. So many coming up, but I'm still in the seat.
You like that shit, dog?
That was dope. Can I show you a song?
Yeah.
Well, we got to do a mic test because I don't know if you're going to be able to pick up my mic and this beat at the same time. I can't even share my screen here. Never mind. That was dope. Dude, that song was crazy.
Thanks, dog.
Dude, there should be like a Flat Earth rap group and like, dude,
I started a group in it. I'm the only one in it. It's called FEMA Camp, Flat Earth Maniac Assassins.
FEMA Camp? What is it called? Flat Earth Mania? What is it?
Flat Earth Maniac Assassins Camp, FEMA Camp.
So, I have one issue with that. I have one issue.
What?
If you go and try to search it, the results, you're going to get stuff about FEMA camps before the ban.
Oh, yeah, I know. Most definitely. That's one of the reasons why I made it like that.
Well, I was thinking of that would be interesting. Well, we could definitely try to make a song.
For sure.
I can't share my screen, so I can't even show you shit right now.
You like any shit? Like, I have a couple where I use Eminem's beat, but I think I do his shit justice, dog.
Yeah, your shit is absolutely great, actually. In my opinion, I think man, there's people that have too much potential, and it's not fair because the industry is geared against like real potential.
Yeah, for sure.
You're not born into it. If you're not a robot, then you're probably not going to get billions of dollars doing this crap. Like, you're not a reality. You're not a Jay-Z. Even that's just always the reality. You have to want to make music.
Yeah.
And you can't make music to want to have like a big audience. You have to want to be putting your best expression into it. Like, it's supposed to be what you're trying to express.
Yeah.
Whoever's going to listen to that is whoever's going to listen to that. As long as you do that first. And that's what matters.
Bluetooth mode.
Oh, okay. Hey, check. Tell me if you can hear this better. Watch.
All right.
Great. Hold on, stay on the speaker right now.
Bluetooth connection successful.
It's like it ain't steaming and it can't be hot. It's like letting go free and I can't think like you already know me to survive. I gotta be low key, still let it shine. Just keep the low base. So they don't close me down at night like the ball to a trace between AA meetings just to shatter their face. There's a lot of days since fucking myself while you stay mask in face till eventually every masculinity breaks down like solid face drains into a lake. And if it's just a below taste, the astronauts keep things so much aside. in gas space. Critics say reps, connection space. Jason Q in his gas, first in the way, seen of the jab with medicine. He was brushing the tape, and he stabbed the said, so wherever they get back to politics, with evidence, ready parade. Build a wall if you want to make America great. But just they build tickets to build a game. All these bastards want to make me about to back to a space team. They to lead the season of the line, always went straight
Kind of hard to hear it. Wow.
Does it sound worse?
Shit, but I can't understand it. That was kind of crazy, though.
Okay. It sounds worse on that speaker, huh?
Damn, that's too bad.
I'm gonna just send you the whole playlist.
Literally share your phone.
Yeah, I don't think wait, hold on. Hold on, just saying. Let me see if I can
Yeah, check your message, bro.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, I don't have it. I can't do it. They stripped my abilities. They stripped me. I used to have the ability. Oh, you just sent me a message, right?
Oh, thank God.
I'm having trouble connecting to the last Bluetooth device.
Yeah, you are. I could have told you that a long time ago.
I thought I accidentally left my mic on, and I was just I was being silly, but kind of retarded, and I was like screaming really loud, being funny, and I'm like, oh shit, is my mic on? Or oh shoot, is my mic on? Just so you know, I'm like 10 times as weird as I am on here. Like in the real world, I'm even weirder. But yeah.
Oh, yeah? I never even thought you were weird. But now that you mention it, probably won't even think about it.
Hey, look up the etymological definition for the word weird. It's pretty weird, but cool.
Weird is my name spelled backwards. Just take away the I, because there's no I in Drew. That's my name, Drew.
That's not my name. That's not my name.
Did you hear the new shit that I wrote, Ether, or were you gone the whole time?
I'm not sure. I just got back, and sat down, and then.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Damn it! Dang it! I was gonna do something and I forgot what I was doing because I'm trying to listen to you, and so now I'm staring at my computer like an idiot. Like, oh yeah, let me do nothing.
Right. Hey, okay. What do you think about this chorus? Okay, this chorus will be like this. It'll be like, yo, she was chucking and jiving like she was clucking a hymen. Tucked deep inside, she was clutching a diamond. All right. Listen to this new. Check this shit out, dog. All right. Hold on.
Oh well, I'll show you later. I've been collecting weird sound effects and theme songs to turn them into just the actual, take the lyrics out so it's just kind of a background track that people can rap or rock over. And I'm trying to create tracks like that. You do a thing. I already think you saw the one for the holes. I'm trying to do it for Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
Oh yeah. I was gonna make a chorus for that. Like where it would be like it was one of the four-line chorus. It would be like, yo, where in the world, Carmen Sandiego? I'm still searching for Private Ryan's Winnebago. And then it'll be like, where's Waldo? He's high on the yayo, and I'm searching for Bobby Fischer, trying to make the sale. You know what I mean? Like something where I have all four of those fucking people in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But this the sound effect part, only 90s kids know this. It's hilarious. Just the what is it when they acapella? They do the acapella thing and they're like beatboxing, and it's just kind of like. That was a little staticky. I'm sure I could have done it better if I had the key, whatever, touch to speak. But you get it. You know that where it's like and then that would be funny to rap over.
Yeah, I love that, like the little things in the background and shit.
Yeah,
you know.
That's what I'm saying. People don't even know. There's so many like these obscure random sound effects and quotes that we have from the 90s that are hilarious.
Yeah, there is. There's so many, dog. Fuck. So many.
There's like 20 years or so of, because we're in freaking 2020. There's 20 years of people who know nothing about the 90s.
Right. Okay, check this out. Check this out. Okay, what? Wait. Oh, fuck. Okay, check it out. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so incredible, like an edible leg. I need no sedatives to levitate on my head. Daryl Davis weed, all I need, I'm never on meds. And went from hoeing to my garden, having several in bed. I'm getting severance pay for the way they sever my leg. Sipping paraplegic coffee, yo, I'm very impressed. Bought a food cake for one angel when I gave the devil some bread. We ain't looking for curvature, but all I found was level instead. Gas in the Suburban's a burden, so I'm about to segue to head to Mount Everest. Bringing pleasure to a lesbian les. After giving her some brain, yo, she left me some head. Here's some food for thought. Yo, you'd be better off dead than getting my Pfizer till it registers red, like Jackie May's Tambox very cleverly said. I'm just trying to take out the trash, but never the lead. We can Netflix and chill, but we better have sex. Hit you up on my celly cell phone, but never collect. But if I do call collect, bitch, you better accept. I got abandonment issues. As a kid, I was very neglected. All I ever wanted to be was very accepted. Could you hear it?
Yeah. You gotta build yourself a studio and get a couple pieces of equipment so that you'll be able to fine tune and get your stuff going again.
Fuck
You
yeah.
should all-
Well, here,
there-
right. Check out the second verse real quick. Hold on. Yo, wait. All right. Yo, when I'm killing a beat, I call it rap murder. I'm still on my feet at ground level, call it flat earth. At 2 a.m, got ice cubes in my fat burger. I stay putting life's immediate problems on the back burner. When I was selling crack, they called me the stack earner. Now I'm flat smacking dope fiends even back further. As a matter of fact, I'm back at the trap flirting with death and the crystal methods. I'll give it my best. Try to inspire y'all to help living the rest of your life without the pipe and swimming in death. Now I'm giving a heck. What the heck's to be given? No longer perplexed on how they hexing these children. One of my exes, she had sex and got a check for millions. So true. She did too. Fucking bitch.
Oh man.
This has been the Friday the 13th Rapathon, brought to you in part by the Flat Nasty Federation.
Where's CBE at? He needs to play the Friday the 13th theme.
Right?
Welcome. It's Friday the 13th. Previously on Immeasurable Curvature.
Right? Where's all the globe? Yo, Siri, is gravity a theory or a fact? All my tampons in the house, where my period's at? Where my period's at? All the Tampax in the house, where my period's at? Where my period's at? Siri, is gravity a theory or a fact? Pick it, pick. A theory or a fact? Pick it, pick, pick. Where my period's at?
I should remake this.
Hands in worded souls, answer David from all you know.
I should remake that song. I did an okay job on it, but to me, I was playing around with it. So there's a lot of parts that are heavily noticeable to me that are crap that other people probably wouldn't notice. Like, I gotta just throw the whole thing away and start over. Like, oh no, there's a speck on it, crumple. Throw it away.
We're always our worst critic, huh?
Yeah. Dude, I've thrown away so much awesome art that I never showed anybody just because it was like 1% bad, and I was like, no, and just trashed it.
Mm-hmm.
I do that all the time. Like, I'll waste like 3 or 4 hours of my life making something that I throw away.
Right.
The world can never see this. It's kind of like a cat hiding a turd under some leaves. Like, the world can never see this.
The world can never see this.
The world can never see the mistake I have created. This is an abomination.
It's a desecration of abomination.
Man, this guy, like, in lobby, I was just trying to ask them how many miles, like what measurement, when does horizontal line become sphere, like oblate spheroid or whatever.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ.
They kind of got a little triggered and then didn't want to talk to me. I'm not going to answer that question kind of attitude. And I'm like, okay. Like, it's a simple question, that's all. It's not a trick question. I just want to know.
I know, right? Fuck, dude, I'm not baiting you. You know what I mean? It's not a baited question. as these so-called scientists and science communicators say, is that a baited question? It's like, dude, if you're not saying anything wrong, you're speaking from the heart, unequivocally, why would you even bring up the fucking notion of it being baited?
And I get it. I get it. People get afraid of being, because they do want that gotcha moment. And so people think that that's what everybody's trying to get, that aha, I gotcha.
Yeah. Even though y'all never ask him a question I don't already know the answer, but like, you know what I mean? If what you're saying is legit, then like, make me look stupid then, you know what I mean?
Okay, but to me though, the I gotcha moment for me isn't to make me look smarter than somebody else. It's when I drag somebody down to my level. And it's like, okay, now we're on the same level and I gotcha. Now look. Now what are we looking at, bro? That's my gotcha moment. I don't want to win. I just want people to look at the same thing from the same level as me.
Yeah. And
it's not about dragging people down. If anything, it's like, dude, come on. Come up here. I know it's high. I'm sorry. I'm a giant. I'm sorry. I'm pretty tall. I didn't do it. I'm just big. Can't help it. I'm 6'5", and you midgets are like 2 feet tall. You see up here, no curve. I told you. You can't see it from down there underneath Shaq's shoes. I do. People have called me like the Jolly Green Giant and stuff before.
Oh yeah.
No. I mean, if I show up with a bag of blood to somebody's house and I'm all happy and I'm pretty tall, then yeah, I guess I'm a Jolly Green Giant. What's interesting to note is leadership. Most leaders are over 6 feet tall.
Shit, I'm only 5'6".
Like, okay, you wouldn't think that Biden's tall, right? You'd assume that he's not, but he's actually pretty damn tall.
Is that how tall do they build that robot, Biden?
The animatronic Disney Biden.
Right.
Yeah, most presidents are pretty tall. It's funny though, because on Invader Zim they make a joke about how the Urkin Empire makes the tallest their leaders, and they only go in straight lines. They'll never turn. They just go in a straight direction because driving straight is cool, and trying to turn or doing anything like that is like lame or whatever. So they just keep going straight forward and only hire their tallest people to be the leaders of their entire group. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is exactly how it is here.
Definitely secretaries.
Humans always vote the tallest into power, and they don't like turning. It's going a straight line. Like, let's just keep moving forward.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Oh, and they're super obsessed with snacks. It's junk food, just snacks and entertainment.
No, right? Fuck, dude.
I'm about to get some sound clips from that and send it to CB. There's certain Invader Zim sound clips that are hilarious that I know that he would like. I gotta stop though, because if I keep on sending sound effects, then he'll have too many. Like, I'll just send him 1 million different files.
Yeah.
There's limits on hard drive space. It's impossible for me to give him my entire brain. Like, here you go. Have every nostalgic reference I've ever collected.
Right.
It's great that, like, the one that he plays is hilarious to me when people talk about the weather. And it's like, wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Like, that kid is so cheeky. He's a freaking snarky little kid. It's a proper answer, too. The guys asked him where you get the best fireworks or something. He's like, wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Oh, so I downloaded the theme song for America's Funniest Videos.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, the last line, it's like, America, America, this is you.
Yeah.
So I want to take, and I could use that to shame both sides of the, like, left or right, all these extremists doing weirdo stuff. Just put that song on there and it'll make it all hilarious. It's completely neutral and it's just like poking a jab at everybody doing weird stuff.
I don't think people even understand that though. People are so brainless, dog.
Oh no, I'm cool with them not understanding. I just said that, like, people who think would laugh at it, and I'm fine with having just a small group of people who would actually laugh at my jokes.
Right.
Because I don't need everybody to, it's okay. If it, like, my son will laugh at something, like my 5-year-old son, and that's all I need. I'm like, thanks, noob. I just need one person.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
That boy, I swear, no, I was making a thing, right? And it's got from the Carmen Sandiego thing where it's like, where in the world is, and then I put Neil deGrasse Tyson exasperatingly saying the curvature of the earth, and I merged that together and made it kind of like really smooth by adjusting and when I kept playing it, every time I played it, my son burst out laughing, and then he eventually started trying to quote it. So he'd like make it. He's sitting there trying to talk in a deep voice, like "Where in the world?" And then he'd scream, "The curvature of the earth!" like really loud. Like that is so cute. That's hilarious.
That's cool, dude. That's pretty cool, dog.
It's just fun. He has a great sense of humor. He was gut busting laughing at it, and it's mostly because of the acapella dude singing in such a bassy tone. But then Neil freaking out, like the curvature. You don't see.
When I chop a fella into mozzarella like a helicopter propeller, got you locked in a cellar with your skeleton showing.
You hear that squeaky noise? Hey, look, your brain's growing.
Somebody was trying to tell me, dude, on this other Discord server not long ago that like people only use a certain percentage of their brain. I'm like, dude, how do you know that's true?
That is so stupid.
Dude, I'm like, dude, he's like, dude, that's just basic common knowledge. And I'm like, according to who? They showed you some pictures of like different colored lights on some cartoon brain and you just think this is all the way across the board, like, dude.
You remember that though? It's in the 90s and 80s and crap. They were pushing it like, oh yeah, you only use about 10% of your brain. It's like, no, dude.
Yeah, we still have dominion over all living things. Okay, yeah, all right. You know what I mean?
You use 100% of the matter there, but not like 100% of your processing power. Like,
I mean, I don't need, dude. Who knows? Like, I mean, all that could be subject to how much you've had, how much sleep you've had, how many vegetables you've eaten, how grounded you are, what kind of mood you're in,
or how much brain you have.
Well, I mean, dude, like
actual matter.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is like, how could anybody ever know how much of your brain you're using, dude, unless they put you in a lab and they shut part of your brain down?
I think that has to do with that stupid evolutionary timeline bull crap.
Dog. Like, and then this person told me, well, you're going to tell me you don't believe in cells, that our body made up of cells either? I'm like, no, I don't believe it. I don't disbelieve it either. Like, I don't know. But whether it is or it isn't, dude, like, that's on the micro level, dog. You know what I mean? Like, we could speculate and say we're made out of anything. It's just, like, it's just retarded.
Oh, I believe we're not. Don't get me wrong. I believe we're not using the maximum, like, all of our brains. But it's not what people think. It's more like a willful ignorance thing. Like, I'm too lazy to think, and I don't feel like doing that right now. And that is that's the actual not using. And most people only use about 10% capacity when you know they could do better.
But all that's subject to change. Like, you put a motherfucker through like a slalom course where their like life is on the line, I guarantee you, bro, that they're gonna be using a lot more of their brain real quick. Either that
Sink or swim. Dog.
Motherfuckers think we live in like a simulation. It's like, well, when somebody breaks your heart, or when like you get cut real bad or burned by something, like you feel that physical pain. This ain't a simulation, That's what I think. I just think like it's not really taking accountable for the good or the bad. Whereas like we live in a flesh and blood world. It's spiritual, but like I don't think we're gonna get another chance. Like if we decide to like walk off a cliff or do something where like we just jeopardize our body completely like that, I don't think we're just gonna get another body like that and be like, better luck next time.
Yeah, like that reincarnation mumbo jumbo. Nah.
Yeah, like I told Homeboy, I was like, I don't believe it or disbelieve it. I don't know, but it's just speculation. You're just talking about sci-fi. Like, it's kind of frivolous chatter, really. Like, you could talk all day about like this theory or that. Like, it's completely unprovable, bro. Until we die and we, you know what I mean? Other than that, bro, it's completely unprovable. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's shit for us to know. I don't think it's for us to know. Otherwise, we would know it. You
can't even take the accounts of anybody who's died and come back because it may be something that they saw, or it could be a hallucination as the brain is acting kind of funky. Like, who knows?
I mean, it could be a flat out lie. Who knows? Like, who knows, bro? You know what I mean?
I mean, it's ideal. Like, I mean, people want to believe things like that one thing where the kid supposedly went to heaven or whatever. Yeah. And they made a whole movie about it. And then he admitted to lying about all of it. Like, he made it up. So millions
Yeah.
of people loved that thing. They could increase their faith in it, and now it went and dropped their faith into nothing because it was a lie.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah, it was
messed up stuff.
it was the best laid plan, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That-
fucking.
That's why I don't like narratives like that where people try and talk about
Yeah.
near-death experiences and crap, because a lot of liars try and do that, and it ends up causing problems.
Yeah, and even if they do see these things, they're not. It's near death, so it's like
Yeah.
not actual death. Like no, they didn't die. Like maybe there's parts of their body stop functioning temporarily, but they
And they
didn't
can't prove
completely
it.
leave. Yeah, they can't. Yeah, exactly, bro. It's just dog, it's just like
So it's like and I know that like there's a lot of things that, sound unprovable. Like we believe in God, but prove God. Well, I mean, look out. You see life, you see existence. To me, that's evidence. I don't have to I don't have to give you God in a container. But then other things, like somebody tells me a dream, like, okay, can you record the dream? Can we watch a video of it? Can you show me what happened? Like, no, they can't. They can just kind of spew words out of the little meat in their throat, and hopefully you can hallucinate
you don't know if they're telling you the truth or not. Yeah, like they could be just making it up to try to impress. Like, yeah, dog. It's just
Yeah. I'm with you that we just won't know until we get out of this thing, and that's when we find out.
I don't think we're not supposed to know. Like, there's so much shit that he didn't give us the advantage of knowing, but it's for a reason. So it's like, these other fools are like constantly on nonstop, like flat earthers. If you could just put all your research together and come up with an actual working model, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, stop with that already, dude. Just get off of that. Like, you guys don't know, we don't know. Like, we don't know. You know what I mean? Just let it go with that.
They don't have a scientific model. There's no such thing as a scientific model of the globe. It's non-existent. In order for there to be a scientific model, it has to be it has to have measurements and produce knowledge. If it doesn't produce knowledge utilizing real world measurements, it's not a scientific model. It doesn't exist, never has been. There's never been a globe model.
Yeah, and then they think like, oh, if you flat earthers came up with it, dude, it would just take the science world by storm. Yeah, right. We get platinum or pluma, silver or lead right in the head. They say you could take this payoff and shut the fuck up, or you could take the lead in the head. So, Plato or Pluma, homie, breaking news.
They wouldn't make you the offer at all, dude. They know full well you're not gonna do it. So they would just freaking put some concrete boots on you and toss you to sleep with the fishes. They wouldn't.
Yeah, most likely they wouldn't even give us a choice of
no offers.
Of silver, with just the lead, bro, just the lead.
Yeah,
right?
There's no offers. It's more like you should have kept your mouth shut, and that's it. There's no warning, no telling you to get. You're just gone.
Once you're deemed that high up of a threat, that's it, bro.
And this sounds like a speculatory thing, but I've actually studied like assassination culture, and I'm not going to say much about it except for that assassins are real, and that's all you need to know.
Shit ain't hard to do, dog. Especially how dumb people are nowadays. Just like, dude. Anybody can be touched real quick wherever they're at, pretty much.
It's scary. It's horrifying, but yeah.
Unless somebody's like was raised to know how to like go off grid and just disappear. Other than that, people just leave so many traces. Like if they really needed to touch somebody, they could. No problem.
I don't care who you are. There is a number, and there's a certain number that exists that if you have that number, you can pay that, and that person will die. Somebody will take that offer and they'll make it happen. It doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah, well, I mean, unless though, like somebody's like been trained to be able to just slip off the grid. There are people like that, and they don't have to be like, you know what I mean? Like, like a ghost, you know what I mean? But like most people don't even think that way at all. People just, I mean, they go somewhere and they just like leave their, here's my telephone number of on. They're like, there's like leaving trails of breadcrumbs everywhere, bro.
Oh yeah.
You didn't even realize it. Using public Wi-Fi, like nothing on their like with their making purchases with their credit cards on public Wi-Fi left and right constantly. I mean,
these elites,
that kind of huh?
Let's just say these elites, the top level people, right? The ones that normies call elites and whatever, which I hate that word. They're not safe. Like there's a price that exists where you could pay off their entire security detail to turn against them, on like Caesar, and stab them right in the back. There is a price that exists.
Oh, absolutely, bro. Absolutely, yeah. None of these people are above the threshold of being bought out, or like
if they don't have morals, like if they're not guided by a higher power, then they're going to do whatever. They're going to take that money. They don't care.
Most definitely, dog. Most definitely, yeah.
There's no honor amongst such people.
Oh no, there isn't, bro. But like, their overall mission is like us against them. I think once they've been like given, they're like, how could so many people be in on it? Well, dude, if you put somebody in a certain situation where they think it's all good and like, take them to a lodge or something, and then all of a sudden you just hit them with some chrome or like put them in a situation with an underage such and such. Now you got pictures, like all of a sudden these wholesome people are like, that's my dad. Like I've known him. Never do that. Yeah, right. Like this fool's been compromised. He's been put in a situation now he can't say shit.
That's
like
part of it.
It snowballs. You know what I mean? It just snowballs and snowballs, dog.
But then it's like this, okay? Does the Walmart greeter know how corporate does things?
Yeah, right.
Hell no. Walmart greeter's like, hi, welcome to Walmart. And that's it. Doesn't know nothing else.
And then you got the Walmart Exeter who doesn't know much about the greeting, but he just has to check your receipt. That's all he knows.
But that's what I'm saying. Are they bad for doing their job, even though they're just ignorant? No, they're just kind of following orders to get that paycheck, go home. That doesn't mean they're lying to you. They just don't know.
No, they wouldn't even know how to lie, bro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't even know. The concept of there being a lie to begin with would be non-existent in their mind. Like, it's just like, oh, I'm just doing my job, man. Go home, live life.
Bro. It's like, don't cheat on your wife in front of your toddler if you don't want him to say anything. Like, he doesn't know any better. He's gonna bring it up to mommy, dude. Like,
that's what this not like that though. But how like what's his name said? His dad stole something in the store and like shut. I think it might have been lunatic, but I can't remember. It was one of the bros. But his dad had taken something and put it in his pocket and then kind of like told him like kind of a do as I say, not as I do type thing. It's like, they all do that. They all do that. They'll sin right in front of you and they tell you, don't you do what I did because I'm bad right now, but I have to. Right. So you teach them that sometimes it's okay to be bad.
Yeah. Well, I think
you're a bad guy, but you are not the bad guy.
It all starts with Santa Claus. You give the kid a lie, and then you tell him it's bad to lie, and then you tell him it's not true about it. I mean, I think that paves the whole way for the globe and everything, bro. That whole Santa Claus thing.
Santa, Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny. You tell him there's a freaking leprechaun over there by a rainbow or something, and you might find gold. Like, it's. And then they're always after the Lucky Charms and whatever. So
they all think about it. They all have deep P roots, PE roots, PED roots. You know what I mean? Like the whole like the Easter egg going with kids to hiding spots, the Christmas thing sitting on that dude's lap, him sneaking through. You know what I mean? Like if he has your name on la lista. If you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake, right? You rearrange the letters in Santa Claus. You got St. Lucas, anyways. The Tooth Fairy, somebody's creeping in on when your kids are like losing their quote unquote baby teeth or their wisdom teeth, and then you got some fairy creeping in putting Fetty under money under their pillows. Dude, it just goes up. There's so many different things, dude. Halloween, where this is the worst.
Actually, Halloween's the best out of all of them because at least it is what it is. Today's the day of the devil. Come on, let's go hang out with some demons. It's all right. It's just Halloween, man. Like, don't be weird.
Hey, after March of 2020, bro, every day was Halloween. For all the kids who wanted every day to be Halloween, and then one day they realized, like, I don't want this Halloween anymore. They're like, you have to wear it.
When they wore the Halloween masks. I remember that the macabre masquerade where everybody wore Halloween masks for like over a year. That was weird. That was like Halloween every day.
Yeah. You know what else is weird? Like a year or two before that, was supposedly on the books for like a century-old law of women having to like hide their mask their face over in like Middle East. They made it so women didn't have to legally do that anymore. And then they're like, wait, don't hold your breath though, because we're gonna hit you with that 19er.
You don't have to wear the burqa, but still put a mask on. Wait, what?
Oh, fuck. So funny. Dude, there's a little poker place down the street from my house. It's called the Players Club. They have like 10 or 12 poker tables.
That's funny.
And all the dealers.
There's a billiards place called Players Choice near here. But yeah, go on.
Oh, really? All the dealers, even the porters who like clean up and like the waitress, every single person who works there has to wear a mask. And it's just like, some of them are, dude, I just like, and people are always saying like, why are you still wearing that? I'm like, dude, it just looks so uncomfortable. It's like, oh man. But even weirder is the people who wear it, they don't have to. Like the retired people, they're wearing it in their car. You know what I mean? Some old women are double masking and double gloving it.
Yeah.
They're double gloving it, bro. I don't know, bro. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
man, I have a suggestion for you. You can do whatever you want to with it. Like, all right, I know some of your lyrics, you like kind of go in the what is it? Parental advisory type level,
Yeah.
which is that, that's your style. Okay. But also sometimes you can make songs that are kind of family friendly, I guess, and drop
Yeah.
facts on people. And then you'll have kids
Yeah.
singing your words. You know what I'm saying? You'll have like their children will be sing. Hey, imagine how a parent would feel if your lyrics are coming out of the mouth of their child and they hate the
Yeah.
flat earth. Yeah, exactly. Like, get their children to sing
Yeah,
your lyrics, man.
when Jackie was living here, we were on Discord and some dude was like, "Dude, I love your songs. Like my daughter always like rap to him when we hear him." And Jackie's like, "How old's your daughter?" He's like 9. And Jackie told me privately, she's like, "Dude, you shouldn't be singing like that's cool. Like no 9-year-old should be singing the lyrics." She said, "I'm like, why?" And then I started thinking about like, she's probably right. Like
Yeah.
they're not expecting like. Although things I do say like they're derogatory towards women kind of and stuff, like in a way, like I don't know. But I don't know. Yeah, definitely not appropriation for children to be saying though, for sure. But I don't know. I mean I'm the type of I don't find anything wrong with like if it's consensual sex with somebody of age, and it's the opposite sex. Like if you're feeling each other, I don't think. I don't think you need to be married first to have sex. Like I think like if we could create a baby together, even if it's just one time hooking up with somebody, then like who are we to stand in this way? Like the creator allow that divine intervention to happen. Nothing wrong with getting married or anything. Yeah, it's cool. I just have never had enough like patience or I don't know. I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
well, I actually, like, this will sound weird. I believe in marriage as far as like a man and a woman, making an agreement before the self-existent creator. I don't believe in getting the government involved. No idea is so good that, oh yeah, this is such a great idea. Let me go get the government involved on it. No.
Right? Yeah.
I don't need their permission to go make babies. Thank you. Or love anyone.
Yeah.
So
yeah. And I don't want their tax cuts, dude, for you know what I mean? Or whatever
that's the thing. You get the tax cuts anyway. Oh, dude, you get get more by not being married. Is my point. Like they. All right, another thing is this: it's stacked against males, right? The entire system's designed so that if anything breaks down, the women can take half of the stuff. That's why it was made because right, she's not working, she's not making her own, so he's working. And so originally, that's what's designed is she gets half her stuff. So now it's heavily stacked against dudes. Yeah. What do we get out of it? What benefit is there for dudes to marry at all, like legally? None.
Yeah. None.
I could go further with some other things, but I'm not going to go that far. I won't go extremist on it. But just saying, the government get involved.
I can imagine people who marry same-sex marriages, they get hella kickbacks, like hella
I'll put it this way.
Probably.
I think that it's a bit insane for anybody to actually want to like form a long-term relationship with more than one woman because, dang, just having one is freaking sometimes can drive you crazy. But then some of these dudes, right? They've slept around with multiple women, so they have multiple children from different people. Okay, whatever. I talk about that kind of stuff, but be daddy and take care of your kids, man. Go home, take care of your kids. That's it. For sure. Forget the beef with her. That doesn't matter. Take care of your children.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that, bro.
Yeah, that's my stance. It doesn't matter how many her there are that you've messed with. Take care of all your babies, man. Every one of them.
I found one.
Did you? Oh, it went down. Yeah.
Is that your kid right there, bro?
Oh, that's my youngest. I gave him I have these like ball bearing metal marbles from the slingshot. And he's playing with them like these metal. He's kind of playing with yeah. Well, don't.
I do a lot.
The reason being is
not
because
a lot, but like that's cool, bro.
Well, that's another thing. When you become a dad, it changes everything, right? Like your entire perspective, like, oh no, I am now imprinting all of myself upon this human being that's going to grow up and be a fully grown adult that's going to probably emulate some of the things I do. And so now you got to like check yourself before you.
All I've ever wanted to be is a dad, bro, dude. That's awesome, bro.
It's like this instinct kicks in though, and you like put away childish things. It's like, all right, dad mode, activate, and then you just start focusing on the future, man. Like it's weird, but it naturally happens to. Yeah. Well, good
That's
dads,
so
it happens
cool.
to them.
Yeah.
And I've seen it so many times. Like it happened to my cousin. Like when his daughter was born, he dropped everything and focused completely on getting her situation perfect. And I'm like, yeah, I respect that. Yep. Love is sacrifice.
That's why that's one of the reasons why I don't really respect Jackie no more, is because she has 2 kids, dog. They're almost like 8 and 9 years old, right? And her baby's dad, who was taking care of them, dude, he I don't know, he got some wild notion that he needed to start strapping up. So he had like 15 ghost guns, fully extended mags, silencer, the whole bit, right? He got a DUI pulled over and they found him on him. Dude, he's in Terminal Island right now facing 80 years, right? All he kept saying is, go see the kids. She's like, your mom doesn't want me to see him. He's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. If you're high, go see the kids. He's been locked up all year, dude. She hasn't made any effort. They're like 15 miles from here. She hasn't worked any day she could have gone there. I mean, she blew through a $50,000 EDD check on stupid ass shit. And it's just like, I'm like, go see your kids. Oh, I can't until I stop. It's just like, whatever. I don't have respect for you anymore. Then, you know what I mean?
On the other end of the spectrum of that, how many dads go to jail because they couldn't afford child support that was only established in place because the woman is so angry at him that she wanted to ruin his life, not get money. She just wants him to go to jail. And that's happened.
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah.
I specifically know somebody where basically deactivating the child support, they didn't like that. The CPS type office or whatever, the DSS, they hate that. Because basically it's like, nah, we're good. All right, we're going to settle this outside of court. And now the court can't like arrest people for not paying child support. Like this,
yeah, but they can dock your pay for like forever, no matter what.
If the mother,
you can't go to jail, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
If the mother deactivates and says no, then the government doesn't have the right to do that. And because of that, because the child is under the custody of the mother, not the government, like a ward of the state. But because of that, they can make sure, basically the mother can say, no, I'm not going to put the baby daddy in jail. I don't want to do that. Like she can choose not to. And from there, like he can work and actually give what he can when he's able to, because life happens. Instead of the government saying, oh, well, if you don't meet this mark, you're going to jail. Like have mercy.
I don't think the government should ever be able to take anybody's money for any reason, even if they're claimed that like this person's being deadbeat dad. Let that shit sort out on itself. Like you know what I mean? Who can take money from somebody for, you know what I mean? Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody should be able to take anything from anyone. You know what I mean? Just like everybody should be allotted their personal space. Like, you know, social distancing, 3 feet. Like if you don't know somebody, you violate in their personal space, then and only then, like, do they deserve whatever physical retribution you have? Like if you know what I mean? Other than that though, like, you know, just to clip somebody for some check every month. You know what I mean? It's just like, I feel you though on that shit for sure though.
Yeah. There's a certain level of entitlement too, where basically women want the dude to do absolutely everything and they don't think that they should have to do anything at all. And that, like, not all women, not all, I'm somewhat a handful, but they do have this weird, like, and it's bizarre. And then such a venomous hate for men in general. I'm like, why did you, never mind. Never mind.
No, I see somehow some chicks though, they're like tarnished by and tainted by like the way they see guys their whole life act just to get physical with them. So they realize like this is like some power they got. You know what I mean? It's just like a jewel. And if used properly, they can manipulate all types of different guys all throughout their life. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, there's a movement right now. Okay. So the way EBT works, right? If one man and one woman get together, I know, but so one man, one woman get together, they have 6 children, right? That's the max that the government will pay for. But if a woman sleeps with multiple men and has children from each one, she can go on forever and get like unlimited EBT. Like I'm just saying, there's no limit to it.
Hey, I seen some chicks walking around with stacks of plastic in their little fake fucking juice bags and shit.
So not to be insulting, but they become professional breeders.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. I mean, it's not to be disparaging, but it is what it is. There's professional breeders out there who are just basically having babies so that they can make a living from the government paying them. So, and they know how to work the system to get just right. You just get that exact, that good amount of money.
Hey, whatever it takes to bring a human being into this world, bro, and not abort the baby, bro, I'm all for it, though.
Hey, I'm not complaining. I'm just pointing out, the system's kind of set in a weird way.
I know, dog. Dude, I remember when I used to slang, dude, sometimes like chicks would run out of money, dog, and they'd come to me with their EBT.
Oh,
Like either or,
jeez.
like it would like resort to like they come at me with like, hey, like I'm like, nah. They come at me with their EBT. I'm like, man, like if you hear like something, I'll just give it to you. Like I don't want to take your food. Like you have kids
Or
and
if you
shit.
sell that crap like for half a balance is worth, it's like just get the food. What the hell? Like
I
go.
know, dude, what the fuck? Oh my god, you're gonna be hungry later.
Yeah.
You know you're gonna be hungry. It's
That-
crazy, man.
The drug ain't
It's
gonna
like-
make you stronger. It's like, dang.
No, it's like the same mentality when people go to the casino with very little money. They go there, they're almost on empty when they get there, and they use every penny they have, dude, and they're just stuck there. They can't drive away. They're like, fuck.
They're trying to play around with the gods of fortune and think that they're gonna win. Like the house always wins. Who do you think you
They're
are?
walking around looking for receipts and shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah.
There's no such thing as like luck and like destiny and fate as far as what a lot of these people perceive it as being. Like they think that
And
they just go throw a coin into a wishing well and magic will happen.
it's funny. It's like, dude, if you're gonna want to go throw your money in that thing, at least like prepare, like think ahead to like have enough gas to get home.
Yeah. And set aside
Oh.
an envelope, get yourself some gas money, dang. But they
Yeah.
they want to work with this dang mystical nonsense and pretend like there's, this
Yeah.
weird genie type higher power that they can make wishes to. Like, just if they get the brownie points up high enough, get the luck points high enough, just maybe. That's not how reality actually works. It's
Hey,
realms
there's
of
people who
possibility.
legitimately think there's like a system like to these things too, dog. Like
And I know about the mathematics of random like odds, and so I know, but that's not what I'm talking about. These people believe in something mystical outside of that, and
yeah, I know. Knock on wood, huh?
yeah,
Cross
Like
your fingers.
and you can summon like Gad, like you can summon the pan-Semitic deity of fortune, but
Oh, yeah.
he gonna tax you. He's
No
gonna
doubt,
tax you.
dog. Yeah, for sure.
Like I'm saying, like
Yeah.
I'm not pantheistic because I don't worship the pantheon, but I am polytheistic in the sense that I believe the creator God had a lesser deity god, like a family of gods under him that he created.
Yeah,
Those
Yeah.
entities came here. So yeah, there's like lowercase g gods everywhere. There's like at least
Yeah.
200 main ones. At least
Yeah.
200 main ones. And those are the Titans, I believe. Like
yeah,
it's all tied together. Like the freaking Titans are the 200 from Mount Hermon. Like that's the same characters, same peeps. They came down,
Yeah.
came with one accord. We're about to, this world will be ours. And then they did. They divided it up. Certain pieces of land are actually associated to certain, there's 200 different regions specifically, like ancestrally connected to this. And then the children of these things, the Nephilim spirit, they inherit authority over those regions. And they're still here today. They're not trapped in Tartarus like the Titans are.
that's interesting.
Yeah. And this isn't just the Bible. I'm going by freaking like Phoenician and Babylonian, like all of it, like ancient Sumerian type stuff. It's not just the Bible. These contemporaries are in one accord with one another. They agree.
Yeah,
Like the river Styx is real. The underworld of the Greek. Yep, it's a place. There's actually like these chambers and pathways under the world, on either under the layer, like behind a veil, or literally under the world. Like in these
Well,
chambers.
all the cities that they built, bro. They didn't just build them and then start digging tunnels underneath them and then create the sewage system. These underground pathways and shit were already there naturally, and then they built the cities on top of them.
Yeah.
And then all they did was modify these tunnels so you could take infrastructure through there.
Made it
These
more
tunnels have
comfortable
always
for
been there.
humans.
Yeah. So you could, move. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's how they do the floods too. I think they pressurize certain spots and then they just hit it. Boom.
I actually
And then
believe
they
that
can
the
make the
flood
flood.
was. All right, you know that movie with the Noah thing where it was like 99% garbage? Well, 1%
I don't
was
even think I saw the movie.
good.
but-
Don't watch it. It's
Yeah.
trash. But 1% of the movie was true. Like people did influence stuff, but these are like hybrid people. Like they're the
Yeah.
offspring of the Nephilim and humans, and they did have high intelligence, and they did influence reality,
Yeah.
and they did shatter our existence. Like something broke. They broke something with the balance. That's what
Yeah.
triggered the flood. Like, yeah, God called, but people sinned enough to shatter this reality we're in. Is the point? Kept on screwing around. Like one of the things they were doing is baking bricks, right? They were making tons and tons of brick. How much heat, how much fire was being unleashed into the, up above. They altered things. They modified stuff, and it was due to
Yeah.
wickedness and greed, and like just this desire for control and power. And that's what I believe triggered the flood, not faggots humping. Like that's crap. Like yeah, that's part of the rainbow, but no, that's not why God did not flood the world just because people were gay. That's insane.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, that's great. Just like Sodom and Gomorrah, he did not destroy Sodom and Gomorrah because people were just wanting to hump each other. Those angels, they were trying to bring back the Nephilim experiment. They wanted to get the seed of the angels and create demigods again. That was the point. The entire reason why the flood they were trying to bring it back. They were very close to when that happened. They knew the Lord. Their ancestors were right there. They go talk to Grandpa Noah and like hear the tales. And so Nimrod and his rebellion is like, yo. And then that same mindset, that same mentality carries on. And you end up having Sodom and Gomorrah, people trying to do exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
All they wanted was gods, man. They want the children of the gods to rule them, have powers and strength and intelligence.
All these Gomorrahs want us just to be sodomists. I'm like a phlebotomist. That's all they want, huh? Yeah, buddy.
Embracing sodomy from the mental lobotomy of a deranged society.
Right. Dude, I need to make another rap song so bad, bro.
Treating sin like piety.
Flapping around with my Bapkin. You using way too many napkins. Remember that shit?
They on your TV, now they're trapping.
Trapping.
Go to sleep, now you're napping.
Yeah. Trapped in the Datrix and the Nitrix.
Yeah. And look, and that's the thing is, if you watch that live stream from the ISS, it's so clearly, obviously fake. Like it's a fake loop. Like there's real aspects of it, but it's fake. Like all the fisheye lens. Yeah,
it's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Okay, let's show you one picture where the curve's like one way, and then they'll show you another picture where the curve is even greater, and then it's like moving so fast, like the Earth is spinning like 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Sometimes the curve is convex, bro.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, which one is it, NASA? Come on. Like I know the Earth doesn't warp and wonk like that. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting just for the number. I just want the number of miles so that I know exactly when horizontal line becomes sphere, because then we have a target. Then you can send things up to that number, and you can do scientific experiments based off of that number. It's either flat or round, based off of the number given. It's going to be or it won't be. And then now you have a target for both globers and flat earthers to aim for. Of course, the globies are like, oh, well, you got to go here, and it's way farther than anybody can reach, because, we destroyed that technology. Unfalsifiability. You see, we're correct because we investigated ourselves and we found ourselves to be innocent.
He's fucking Nasha, bro. Did you see that thing I posted the other day about Jesus of Nazareth?
I don't know which one.
So the word Nazareth, I broke it down, is Nasarat. I started looking up Nasarat. You would not believe the amount of patches NASA has on their website that's to do with rodents in space, dog. I'll post a couple. It's really interesting, bro. I couldn't believe how many. There's a lot.
The way of truth in life is like anti-NASA. Like it's funny because they're like, oh yeah, we go up into the heavens and stomp around up here with the angels, and I see no God up here. And whereas Yahushua HaMashiach is like, nobody can go to heaven unless they're from there. You have to come down. Like only people who come from heaven can go there. Like basically, no man is going to be able to go to the presence of God on his own accord. And yet these NASA people act like they can go up above all things. I see no God up here. Okay, man.
Look at how many patches there are for rodent research, dog.
Oh shoot! What?
You know what I mean?
Why are there so many rats in space? Rats.
Nazareth.
The NASA rats.
Nazareth, bro. Jesus
that's
of Nazareth.
I see what you're doing, but it's like they've distorted. It's like blaspheming the Holy Spirit. They twisted the scriptures to make it line up with it. Yeah. Dude, this is wicked,
bro.
This is some Antichrist stuff for real. Like right in the face.
Stage 3 ISS.
Yeah.
That's the NASA Langley research.
I believe that
That's
Jesus Christ is like actually a valid name, but also I'm in agreement with the Romans were barbaric jerks. Like, okay, they
Yeah.
1,000 people died because a Roman, exposed his butt and farted at Pharisees and made them rage out. Romans were barbaric and they're gross. So if somebody were to say something that sounds like something else, like say we say the name Jesus, and then they can twist that because the way we speak, like, oh, this sounds like this. Ha ha ha. You guys think you're that.
Mhm.
They're making fun of. So that's where I think that whole earth pig bullcrap came from. Yeah, it probably does sound like something Roman, and Romans probably did make fun of our Messiah that way. They probably did because they were barbarians.
No,
So
hey, look closer at the second. Well, look at the first rodent research thing. The globe is shaped like an egg. The next one, the globe actually has a rodent-shaped continent on it.
Yeah. I just
The
wanted
next
to
one,
clarify, though, man. Like, I don't believe in insulting that name at all. I just believe that there is,
yeah.
in
No,
all
I'm
likelihood.
just pointing something out, dog.
Yeah. But back to the rats.
Yeah.
I was just trying to clarify to anybody that I'm not trying to be blunt. I'm just pointing out Romans are gross and they will take anything and make fun of our peeps. So they'll make fun of our stuff.
Mhm.
But then back to the rats. Back to the rats. Dude, this is so weird. Why are there so many rat patches?
Right.
So many.
Now look at look at the one that's the very last. Okay, so if you're going from the very bottom and scrolling up,
Yeah. 1, 2,
you scroll
3.
past the first. Now go to the one where it says R3, and it says rodent research, and it just says R3 in white letters with red in the back. See that? You see the R3? You see it?
Dang, I'm sitting here talking. My mic is muted. Dang it.
Oh, yeah. I'm like asking you, like, you see it?
Yeah, I responded to everything you said, but I was
Okay.
wondering why you
Okay,
weren't.
so-
I'm like, oh, I'm mute. Damn.
You see the R3, right?
Yeah, and I was saying this is from SpaceX working with NASA. Like, this is,
Turn the R3 sideways. You have a Mickey Mouse head in black. See it?
dude, that's true. It does look just like the Mickey Mouse logo.
It
Freaking
is.
cards. Dude, what at rodent research Mickey Mouse? They are oh my god, they're clowns. They're clowning
Club
so
33
hard.
Club 33 at Disneyland.
Yeah, with the 33-degree Mason symbol, and then they're clowning so hard with that patch.
So hard, bro.
It's like obvious.
So hard.
Like, oh, dude. And now I'm counting the stars on there. Is this like what is it? Morse code type stuff? Do those mean something? Like that, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to break down the symbology. People don't read, though. They don't know how to read. They don't know how to look at symbols and translate them into words. They don't know what words mean. So when we see this, we're like, I know what that means, and then somebody else sees, oh, it's just a patch. You're thinking too much.
I know, retarded, dude. Like, what the fuck? These are supposed rocket scientists. Everything they do is so fucking deliberate, dude. Come on. Everything, dude. Everything's so deliberate. God damn.
I'm gonna show you something that'll make you laugh. There's actually a Masonic order of the Royal Jesters.
I think
It's the top level. It's the top level, man. They're all clowns, and I can prove it. The Royal Order of Jesters.
Yeah.
It's tied in with Shriners, but just look, if you look at this stuff, I'll post the wiki, but that's just lame. That's going to be like some freaking surface level scratching. I'm going to get you something real, like the actual pictures. I have stuff on this in my encyclopedias on magic, I think. Here we go. Mirth is king. There's so many of these, dude, and they get really debaucherous. Like this is actually one of the more family-friendly ones. And the dude's naked, and it's still more family-friendly than some of the other ones. Like, I'm not joking. These people are professional, like your leaders of the world are a part of this group.
If you take the acronym,
professional jesters.
It's JOOR, Jewer. Film de jour. Royal Order of Jesters is a male fraternal organization allowing only Shriners in good standing to join. Good standing, or should we call it good taking a knee? One kneeing. They're really good at taking a knee. Fuck. On the football field, downtown fucking Minneapolis, wherever.
Here, to show you what the internet thinks about the Royal Order Oh, gotta wait 7 seconds. Hold on. I hate that. I should not be slowed down. Or rather, we should not be slowed down. If you're Silver Revo, you should be able to just talk without slow mode. Right here, they put that like
At the
weird
bottom of the
pedophile
article,
bear
you-
thing with the gesture hat.
At the bottom of the
Oh, go
article, there's a thing about prostitution in Lithuania. I'm Lithuanian. How weird. Right. Oh my God, I see it now. Yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man, dude. Like, yeah, these are the top level creepers. They're clowns and they're pedos, and they lead the world like for real. And nobody wants to believe it, but it's obvious. Like, it's super obvious. All you got to do is just pick up a shovel, and you'll find it. You've got to go dig those holes.
Yeah,
This is not speculation. It's literally an order. Yeah, these are Mongos, dude. Like as the professor would say.
Mm-hmm. Did I ever show you what a conundrum is? Did you see that shit or no? The conundrum?
Maybe not. You got a video?
No, it's just a picture,
This
bro.
is something I studied years ago.
Oh yeah, they're so gay with their skirts and shit. They got a sheet.
Oh, dude, this. Look at this. Sandy Frost wrote a book about it. That's weird. I haven't read this, but just the cover of this book looks so. What? And it's 666 KB for the image. Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Vampires of charity, man. Yeah, they come there acting like they're all there to help you, but no.
So, hey, these things right here, these are called canon drums, right? And they're so good. Conundrum.
Oh, the ship thing.
Yeah, remember I was like where they were laying the undersea cable. They say because of these they were able to conquer Normandy. The whole narrative's bullshit. It was just to lay undersea cable. There's no war. But these are called HMS Conundrum. HMS stands for Her Majesty's Ship, dog. Crazy, huh? Look how big these things are, dog. This is pre-World War II. Fucking things.
And a lot of people, they think because we're in America, right? We're not under the authority of the royals because America. That's not true at all. At all.
Yeah. So
like the Protestant Christians, right?
Yeah.
Like the religion controls a huge part of it. Protestant Christians, they bend the knee to the Tavistock Institute, which is operated by people related to the Vatican and to the Synagogue of Satan, as it were.
Yeah.
And yeah, they manipulate and control all of the doctrines that pass down, like that go downhill, like as far like the hierarchy, though, and that's how it pours out through all the Protestants and the Orthodox people over yonder, like all of it. They control all of it.
You see the picture I posted, Operation Pluto?
Oh, where they showed Pluto's face and his balls, or is this something else?
No. Look at the last picture I posted. Operation Pluto. Pluto stands for pipelines under the ocean, homie.
Oh,
that's
what?
The real Pluto.
And then no, dude. Like, I'm right. So Pluto's like the name of the god of the underworld, right? So they're putting these lines
pipelines under the ocean. That's what Pluto
crypto, right? Think about cryptocurrency and what crypto means, or what crypt is. So you've got you got the crypt, you've got the god of the underworld, and you've got like these flowing rivers that go underneath the depths of the dude. Freaking Hades got his stuff rolling, man. High tech.
You got the crypto with the rivers of blood. Crypto was in the blood.
Yeah. And then if you look at the
that last picture, dog, look how small the people are compared to this thing. I'm fucking insane, dog. Those are HMS Conundrums, dog. They're huge. Like, you never see nothing big like that in the ocean, even nowadays, dog. Not like that.
Yeah.
They spin a giant rule of, I think a yarn or like fishing line.
We just got out of like we're in this new world order of high tech stuff that they conceal all of it, all of the high tech stuff that.
Big time, bro.
And they act like it's like I've been told this and I believe it. Anything that we think that we have, we're so high tech with, like I guess elites, whatever, they're 50 years ahead. 50.
Yeah. But look at this shit. This shit just wash up
to 100 years.
They're done with it. Look how little that kid is compared to this thing, dog.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm looking at this drum and this dude looks like a Lego man next to it.
Yeah, you don't ever see anything like this in the ocean nowadays, bro.
No. Another thing is this, like on the other end of the spectrum, Zeppelins, like the Hindenburg, that disaster is engineered because I have literally tried to set helium on fire. You can't. You cannot set helium on fire.
Yeah.
You take butane and put it in a balloon, and that thing will explode in a fireball.
Yeah.
I was a little bit pyro when I was a kid. I played with fire, and it was fun. And I'm proud of myself for doing science with fire. I didn't burn down anything. Wait, I did. Wait, oh, I did. When I was about my son's age, I set my granddad's desk on fire accidentally. I picked up my mom's lighter, and I lit just a little corner of a piece of paper that was kind of sticking out, and there was a bunch of printer paper. So that little corner spread, and then the whole thing got too big for me to do anything about it. And I'm like little, so I got scared and hid under the bed. So then my granddad has to like pick up a entire desk that's in fire, like on fire, and throw it out the back door, like the whole thing. Just throw the whole thing outside because it was on. Yeah, I was a little shit. I was bad. I wasn't bad, but I was bad. Mischievous. It's like kind of like I'm a scientist. Let me do a science experiment for no reason at all. Like, you know how like noobs are. They run around, hit every button, like use the use command on everything.
Yeah. I used to be that person. Hey, check this out. Me and my mom were driving yesterday on the freeway. Look at these clouds. Here's a regular picture of them.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to show you a picture that I color enhanced, and I changed all the settings on it to bring the shit in the cloud out. Oh, it looks like an MC Escher drawing. Watch. Check this.
You got some lumpy clouds in the distance.
Now look at the picture. Now zoom in on those.
Oh, I see. Wait, what? That's cool. Yeah, it definitely looks more cartoony and enhanced. I gotta wait for it to load.
No, watch this picture by MC Escher. It looks like
the details around the edges of them are more vivid.
Trip, huh?
It's weird fish rocket things.
Yeah, they're just like balloons up there, dog. I think they have this technology where it can just produce clouds all around it as a smoke screen, and it just floats. You know what I mean? They've had this shit for a long time, bro. These freaking high altitude platforms and shit. There's no such thing as satellites. These things just drift in the sky, dog. You know what I mean?
I can see how that's possible.
Yeah, dog. They're either made out of helium, or they have like solar panels. Like, have you seen the high altitude platform?
Well, we know that the what is it, Echo? I think it might have been Echo 2, but we know that one of those lasted 10 years, and it's just a balloon. It's a weather balloon satellite, like a Saddaloon or whatever the boys call it. And we know that that's what it was. And then when they start talking about the Roswell thing, oh, it's just a weather balloon. Yeah, maybe it wasn't aliens. Maybe that's just a show. Maybe actual like Sputnik freaking landed in America, and they decided to, we're going to keep everything on the DL while we take this thing back for investigation and let everybody make assumptions about stuff. Another thing is that Roswell video, the alien autopsy video, it looks like some Hollywood stuff. I'm just saying, it looks like Hollywood crap. If there wasn't so much sus parts about it, I'd be like, yeah, that looks real. But it definitely looks like a Hollywood production, like some Kubrick mess.
Yeah. The way these haps are shaped, bro, is a trip, dog. Watching this shit.
And don't get me wrong, it's not like I don't believe in, other entities. It's just that I believe that if there are other entities, they're smart enough to stay the hell away from dumb humans.
It's definitely all government. But the shape of these things is extraordinary, and they can produce clouds all around them. So they look like long, I just got to post these different pictures, and you'll see.
Yeah.
These are really
I get what you're saying, like kind of cloaking devices.
Yeah, bro. These things are, the way they're shaped, bro. Trip. There's so many different pictures of them, too. These are straight weather modification.
I love living in the future. We live in the future, and we have the ability to have flying airships. I can technically, hypothetically, have a flying bus. Like literally take my bus and make it fly and go anywhere. I use them like a air balloon type thing, like a Zeppelin type stuff. I can have a freaking flying bus. And that's just within the realm of possibility. Not that I have the money to do it. I just know it's possible.
Yeah.
We could have already had flying cars by now, like easily. And there's a way to contain helium where it will not leak out. That's the reason why it leaks out is because balloons are garbage and they have tiny little holes in them and things leak out over time.
Yeah.
But I know for a fact, like they could have perfected the Hindenburg.
For sure, bro. All right, I'll just post a couple of these.
Yeah, and then like my mom was just saying, there's the Tesla level stuff with the magnetism and airway. Like, there's a lot of other aspects to it than just floating up there with the. Like, I believe we could go fast. Like, it's not just kind of a casual Sunday drive. We can also move quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, show.
Like the Vermanas, man, I believe that those were real. Not that we can get a hold of one, but I believe that it's definitely possible that there's some kind of ancient tech. And I ain't talking about ancient astronaut bullcrap. I'm talking about just,
Yeah.
mankind likes to hover above the rest. So obviously,
Yeah.
and like a Nephilim with some bigger brain power than an ordinary human. Yeah, of course they would.
Mm-hmm.
I would. I mean, give me the tech to have a flying city. I'll never come down.
Right.
I'm just saying, I'd say that why would I ever come down if I had a flying city?
Right.
Just,
I think they do have something like that.
I do believe it's possible. Like some Elysium level stuff is definitely possible. I don't have evidence of it, just possible.
I'll paint a better picture for you, dog. I'll paint a better picture. Watch, hold on, just give me a second here. Oh, you motherfucker. Hold on.
You know what I mean, right? Like, have you seen the movie Elysium where they have the healing beds and stuff?
I haven't,
Like,
no.
They can heal all diseases. And that's the thing. Oh, well, then why do the elite die early? They were limited by God to have a lifespan of 120 years. And extending your life is not necessarily a good thing. Look at Palpatine, right? He used the dark side of the Force to extend his life. What happened? He gets more and more corrupt. So if you extend your lifespan beyond what it's actually supposed to be, yeah, you can, but you probably don't want to. Or there comes a point where you don't want to be here. Would you imagine being 1,000 years old with Alzheimer's and dementia and you have no idea what's going on, but you're still here for some reason?
Right.
That would be hell. I'm just saying, all your loved ones, you don't know who any of them are. You're just kind of like happily going along, like confused as heck about being alive. And every second is like you're waking up. That would be hell. I'm cool with dying at 100. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Or less. I mean,
I'll be happy living as long as I'm allowed to live. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do my best to honor my mother and father so my days are long, but I have no guarantee on like when my actual appointment is. So whatever. Anything that happens is canon. And just to add that on a canon to the lore, yeah. Canon to the lore. Well, I consider the Earth to be a story, and each one of us is like a book or a chapter within that big story, that greater story. So anything that happens to you is canon to your story. You can't change it. It happened. That's part of the story. It's truth. It's like solid state. It is part of your story now, and you can't change it. And that's how I look at truth. Yeah. Like what is, and if it is, it cannot not be. Like, laws of contradiction type thing. Like it can't. It has to be what it is.
For sure.
We can be confused by what is, but the ultimate truth of what is doesn't change. Like I'm more like 100% realist, I guess, and that's in response to these 99% uncertainty people.
Yeah, for sure, dog. There's so much information, dude, that if we just knew what to type, oh my god, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's the thing. If you don't know what words mean, then you can't even use the search engine's algorithm to properly find the data that you want. And most people don't know what words mean. So when they get on Google, they don't know how to format a sentence to ask a search engine. So they'll ask a question like they're talking to a person. Search engines don't work that way. You give them what they need to find.
No, not at all. Yeah. Search engines don't work that way.
Yeah. So you give it keywords, right? You build kind of like, it sounds like a caveman sentence, but big words. Use big words, little sentence, and you'll get exactly what you want.
Yeah. Exactly. These kids don't know how to form sentences for shit nowadays, dude.
And again, like I'm going to keep on saying this every day. I don't believe there's anything wrong with the original, like English copies of the Bible. People just forgot what words mean. And so that's why it looks like it's corrupt, is because people are using modern ideals and modern definitions to try and interpret something that was written hundreds of years ago. You just can't. It doesn't work that way. You have to have like the etymological roots and then look from the perspective of the authors, not from, some distorted, oh, this is what this means to me. Okay, yeah, because you're God. You get to define what words mean.
Right.
It's just that out of context stuff is usually what breeds confusion, is all I'm saying. Or inaccurately mixing things. I do believe everything can be mixed. Like everything in existence is part of the same story. But if you don't have your foundation set in the right place, like you don't put the foundation on the roof.
Exactly, bro. Yeah.
Well, you put the foundation where it goes. Everything sets in place where it should, and if it falls away, it was never part of the house to begin with.
Right? Absolutely, bro.
Another thing is we get so, like, believers get so afraid of taking stuff from the enemy's camp, and it's like you realize that these jerks robbed our father's house, though, right? So some of that stuff that's in their tents, that's daddy's stuff. We need to take it back home. They have our stuff. That's ours. That's not theirs. They do not own it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they tried to take the whole week and name every day in a week after some kind of weird god, and then try and like deviate everything, like under the authority of their, because there's no separation of church and state in the Roman Empire, under the authority of their empirical religion. And then now you don't, if you say anything outside of that, you're crazy. And they redefine when the new year is. New Year's supposed to be right at spring when the new life comes. Nope, they put it right dead in the middle of winter when things are dead and they're asleep and they're gone. That's the new. No, it isn't. Yeah. Like that's not the new year. And historically, throughout all of these different ancient cultures, it never has been until now. That's why the April Fool's Day thing exists. They mock and make fun of people. Like the new year is when new life comes. So you don't start the new year in the middle of death. That's insane.
Right.
But they worship death, so of course they would. Whereas we submit to the giver of life. So that's why we would care more about spring than cold and death type thing. They're deathologists, man. They love death. Anything related to deprivation and destruction, they love that stuff.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
And I ain't saying nobody go to hell if they're on the wrong dang calendar. That's not it. It's just that they're mockers in every way. And they do what they can to mock every aspect of the truth.
Yeah, they do. Straight mockery.
Yeah, which it says there'll be a lot of mockers in it. I'm not surprised. Okay, yeah. Heck, we do a bit of mocking right back when they start we mock them for mocking. Like, well, a fool says in their heart there is no creator.
Right.
So the mocking goes both ways, and that's all right. It's better than us knocking each other in the head with our fists, I reckon. Hey, that was literally philosophical debate back in the day before we learned how to actually communicate properly. Oh, I don't like what you said or did. I have a rock and you don't. It's such... And it's not even caveman logic. This is Pharisees. These are supposed to be educated men, like highly intelligent.
All right. All these, it's crazy. All these undersea things that they call them.
I just share an animated GIF. Everybody's ready to throw them rocks, man.
Right.
Dude comes up with a big old boulder. I didn't even see the last part of that. I want to know what movie this comes from. You guys got like a boulder that's so huge. History of the World. Is it Monty Python? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna watch. They took like a big foam block or something to make it look like a boulder, and the dude's got it like way above his head. So he's just really bad, and everybody's like, no, and started throwing rocks at him and stuff. Oh, I was talking about in that. Yeah. So that's why they're throwing rocks at him, is because he's like a reprobate. A reprobate Pharisee.
These high altitude platforms, homie.
Dude, that reminds me of the thing. Okay, you know, like the thing it's got like the these monks running across water, and it's got all these little planks floating on the water. If they run fast enough, they can walk on water. Like these people they're Skywalkers, man. They want to walk on the sky.
Look at this shit. They literally, when they talk about going in the cloud, they're literally talking about things floating in the clouds that they create. See that shit?
Dude, what? These are supposed to be high altitude platforms that are like hidden in the clouds, kind of thing. It's pointing out above them.
Mhm.
What's above right here? That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, those weird thing, and I think it's a UFO or some crap, and it's not a UFO.
Yeah,
it's just people.
Yeah.
Like,
high altitude platforms. I think their main purpose is weather modification. I mean, that's what rocket testing facilities is, just creating clouds, dog.
oh yeah. Oh, and dude,
Mhm.
that's something that my mom just brought up. Some of these things, these people, there's certain people who believe that there's creatures, high altitude creatures.
Oh yeah,
And, like,
I'm sure it's demonic,
not
bro.
just entities is the one that's part of it, but I'm talking about actual high altitude creatures, like
Yeah, I've
life
seen some
forms.
crazy shit in the clouds, dog. Yeah,
It's a debate on a bait, like they're baiting a creature, like.
yeah. Damn, that's pretty interesting. Could be, bro.
And as it goes out, you can see all these light creatures.
This gets into speculation and hypothesis about like dragons and what are they called? Thunderbirds.
Yeah. True, man.
It's speculation, but not because there's actual historical, like, well, that's anecdotal, but there's accounts. There's accounts
Yeah.
of people seeing things. It's worth looking at. It's like you
Mhm.
have a peek into it at least. It ain't good to hand wave away everything, but I believe there's creatures. I think we killed most of them. Like, like the whole knight slaying the dragon type thing. Nimrod was a hunter, right? So
Yeah.
what did he hunt?
Over all of them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but think about it. What did he hunt?
Dragons, right?
Well, there's two things in particular that I would consider to be the greatest things to hunt, and one of them's a human being.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like that. You remember that one movie where it's got the dude? I can't remember what's the dude's name. It's had the dude, and he was like the greatest hunter, and then because he had hunted so many things, there's nothing else left to hunt. They started hunting people. It's a movie. I think I know what it is, but I don't want to say the wrong name, so I'm gonna look it up because I'd rather look it up than sound stupid.
Oh yeah.
I think it's called The Greatest Game.
Oh yeah, I never heard of it.
No, not that. That's big game hunting. What the hell? That's not it.
Get the synopsis in there.
Of Hunter. The Most Dangerous Game.
Oh yeah. Isn't that Benicio del Toro in that?
Yeah. Well, I'm not looking at the movie. I'm looking at the book right now.
Okay.
I'll look at the movie though. The Most Dangerous Game. And I think they're on an island or something. And so, like, they have, like, that's the border. That's the limits. They can't get off the island, so they have to run from the hunter.
Hmm.
And, like, the guy's, like, this old, whatever. An old, I guess, a general or some crap. I don't know. He's whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it says as though he's in the military, so he's got, like, mad experience with hunting people. And then he was hunting animal dangerous things like lions and whatever. And that was boring. That got boring. So now he wants to hunt people because people can actually, like, solve problems in a way. Like, they're more likely to put up a fight, I guess.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm pretty sure the premise of that movie. I believe they do that now, though, dude. Like, really. The whole Epstein Island thing. Based off of all of the information, really. I won't say too much, but it seems to me like that would be a pretty decent place for somebody to play a game, so to speak.
Oh, dude, speaking of that, dude, check this out. There's a company called Flat Earth. Dude, I don't know why I didn't bring this up sooner. Check this out. You're going to trip out on this shit, dude. Give me just a second. Flat Earth Company. Trip out. So, look at this company right here. Look where they're from. Dun dun. You know what I mean? OTC, baby. See that shit? Who are we? Flat World Partners is a next generation investment advisory firm solely focused on impact We take a global, active, and transparent approach to our investment strategy and seek out the best in class. You see this shit, dog? Flat World Partners. Crazy, huh? Flat World Acquisition Corp. British Virgin Islands. Trip, huh?
Oh God, I'm muted. I'm sitting here talking. I'm sorry, man. I had to post in lobby because this kid's clowning. He tried to ask a silly question like, "What color is the sky?"
Oh, yeah? Can you put them in
what?
live stream?
They're trying to
How
get me
do I
coming
go in
in.
lobby? How do I go in lobby?
Just scroll up like a little bit, and it's just lobby. That should have been the first channel you went in when you got here, man. It's right here, entry level. It's under the category entry level. It says lobby, and there's debate text below it. It's under and content creators is above it.
Yeah, I see lobby. Okay, should I go?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go in there. Is it live chat or no? Or is it just texting?
It's just text. This is like people. We try and get them to get into the VC, but they sit in here clowning. The research
It's hard for me to write back and forth. It's hard to write back and forth with people I don't know. It's just like, I'd rather just talk.
He's an idiot. Now this guy's trolling harder. 84.9. Somebody needs to go ahead and just put him in cogdis because what he's saying is really stupid. Like, it's the level of stupid. I lost a freaking brain cell going to lobby. I'm coming back here. I'm out. Back to the live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it has nothing to do with logic. It's just making up stuff, just saying things to try and like push buttons is all. And I'm not gonna. I won't dignify that with a response. I do not consent to that interaction.
Right.
Just straight up. No, I'm good.
Right. Do we have the power to talk to him?
Maybe in VC check it. But no, we can't move him around or anything. He has to actually, or she has to actually consent to joining into the VC.
Oh, no.
I think they're afraid. I've noticed that anybody who will not use their voice to communicate what they believe is more often than not a troll. They're not worth spending time talking to. Like that's my question. When I ask, I'll be like, "You gonna VC?" And if they don't, I don't bother. I just kind of back off. Nah, no, you're here to. You're a time waster. You're here to waste my time then, and everybody else's time here, because the center, the core of all this is this VC, this live stream right here. If you're too much of a coward to enter this live stream, then you may as well just keep your mouth shut because you might as well be a bot who's just regurgitating crap. Like, we don't know the difference. You could be a bot regurgitating crap. Come in here and prove that you're real. Give us some measurements. Where's the curve? That's all we want to know. Give us a number. Show us the real, actual curvature of the Earth. Conversation over. We can go ahead and stop talking about flat Earth. Show us the damn curvature. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, goes the clock. It's really silly because everybody brings up all these other arguments. Well, what about this and that? You're getting philosophical and imaginary. Let's stick with the facts. Where's the curve? Where's the measurements? Show us the ball. Nothing else matters but that. What the heck? Waste some time talking about like theoretical physics type garbage. Who cares?
Right.
Where's the where is a solid state curvature of the Earth? I could take a picture. I could tell my children at exactly this amount of miles, you see a ball, and I can prove it. Where's that at? That's all I want to know. Show me that, and I'll shut up. I'll leave. I'll leave the server. Show me that number, and I'll leave. I'm not even joking. I'll leave. I have no reason to be here if I have that number, and I can prove it to myself. I have no reason to be here. So show me the number when curvature happens, and I'll leave the server today. Like, prove it to me. Show me. I'll wait. I'll be here every day until it shows up, or until I die, whichever comes first. I'm not the only one. I'm
Whatever
just,
comes
I'm
first.
just saying. I'm just saying. That's why we're here. Show us the freaking curve. We measured. We find level. So you show us the curve with your grand delusional claim. The burden of proof is on them. Like Atlas holding the Earth on his back. The burden of proof is on them. Show us the ball.
Right. Atlas. How does it? Atlas shrugged.
Yeah, Atlas shrugged, and now the ball's gone. Atlas was like, "Wait a minute, this is a waste of time." Shrugged, and it went back flat again.
Right. What? Mm-hmm. Atlas shrugged.
I'm gonna download that PDF now. Like the actual Ayn Rand book, Atlas Shrugged. Yep.
Ayn Rand, whatever her name.
Ayn Rand, however it's pronounced. I don't know. I don't know her
Anne
personally,
Rice.
so I wouldn't.
Anne Rice.
Andy Randy.
Anne Rice.
Oh, dude, that's something that's funny that most people don't know. There's so many books that were written by women, but they have men's names on them because publishing companies would not publish books written by women, so they use pen names to write as though they were men in order to publish their books. And you don't know which is which. You have to like dig hard to find some of them. You just don't know though. Like some of the authors of some of these ancient books that are really it's not their real name. It's a pen name. This book's real. The author doesn't exist.
Yeah, I believe it for sure.
It's just, it was normal. It's like people belittled women, like you're not allowed to think. So, let alone read, let alone write. So if a woman writes a book, they had to lie and like kind of modify their name to be a male. And there are dudes who were helping, obviously. But like the general culture was against it. So they had some like Underground Railroad type things where the righteous dudes were getting their ladies' information out there.
Yeah. Could be.
Oh, it's not good. I got historical evidence, dude. I just don't feel like digging it all up and dumping it all in the live stream. But I know how like there was a stage of time where that happened. And pen names they're not only used for that. Like, a dude can make up a fake version of a character in order to write that, but that specifically happened with women, like certain women authors. It's just interesting.
Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, then Stephen King apparently used pen names writing under the name Richard Bachman, and
I heard that.
so it's common. A lot of people will create a fake character and then write under that name and publish things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. It's probably the accepted method.
Yeah, then it makes you wonder about history, like all of it.
Yeah, if they have to lie about that kind of shit.
Yeah. They do it casually with fiction. Why wouldn't they do it casually with nonfiction?
Exactly, bro. It's harder to think otherwise, dude.
Yeah. Especially when you can streamline processes and make stuff easier on yourself. Like, yeah, nobody's going to work hard. People are going to work smart.
Exactly, bro. Exactamundo.
Yeah. It also, I think it makes sense to use a pen name if you've already got a flooded amount of content, so then you can compete with yourself. Because, all right, if you already got all your content under this version of your name, you can create another thing, and you can create a new fan base, and you create controlled opposition, and it's all you.
Yeah, totally, bro. That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
The most.
It's kind of like if you're making music, right? You want to get on the top of the charts, but you don't just want to be on the top of the charts. You want all 3 slots. Start 3 bands, make 3 different kinds of music, drop 3 singles. Now you have all 3 slots at the top.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah. And then some people might not even know that you're connected at all. Like one be a completely different band. They think that's not you at all.
Yeah.
But it is.
Yeah, right. The familiarity.
Yeah.
You can hear it, dude, in a lot of music too. That familiarity. It just sounds so familiar.
Yeah. Like, here's one, which they were obvious about this one because they didn't try and hide who they were, but Stone Sour versus their, what's the name of the other band? Like, they had like this soft music version and then hard, like rock type version, but it's the same band generally. And it was interesting they did that because it's 2 different audiences, yet they catered to both, is my point. And it's just the same singer.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it makes sense to compartmentalize like genres when you have people who don't have a taste for that genre, but they'll listen to that.
Yeah.
Maximizing profits.
Yeah.
Phones just
Okay, I'm back. I had to mute for a minute. Where are my things? When I'm in front of my computer, I hate having to like get up. Like I'll have everything within arm reach, and my arms are pretty long, so I got like 3 feet of reach. And if I can't reach within 3 feet to grab what I want, it's like, why is it over there?
Right. I don't understand.
It sounds lazy, but it's not. I have over 1,000 kidney stones, so and I have gastroparesis, so my back and my stomach constantly hurt. Having to move hurts. Like it hurts to it. Existence is pain for me, Meeseeks. But having to move at all just is. I used to be able to move around a lot easier. I used to enjoy life, and now I just don't really care for it. I'm not going anywhere. That's for sure. I wouldn't take anybody's happiness away, but it's like, why is life? Like we know what is life? The who, what's, when, but why?
Right. Yeah. Dude, I have a good time every day, bro. I don't care what I'm doing.
Oh, that's the thing, man. I refuse to be negative about it. You can suffer every single day, but if you have a positive outlook, then you can still enjoy life.
Yeah.
So that's why I have this kind of Hakuna Matata thing. Like, dude, most of the time I puke my guts out at least once a day, and I can barely keep down like one meal. I can't gain weight, but at least I'm not losing it to the point where I'm a freaking skeleton. It's
you need to go barefoot more, man.
I don't wear shoes.
Oh, you don't? Okay, that's smart.
Dude, I've walked into like freaking Piggly Wiggly without wearing shoes when I was a kid. I used to do that like 12, 13. No cares in the world. I did not care. You gotta wear shoes in here. Like, okay. And then I just keep on walking. Like,
exactly. Yeah, bro. You know the deal.
Now I'm all for wearing shoes when it's muddy and mucky and gross, because that whole stepping on dog poo feeling when the mud goes between your toes. No, I'm good on that. Especially if it's frozen, like it's cold and that's the worst feeling in the world.
We don't experience that kind of shit here.
Yeah. Oh, dude, now I'll walk in like warm mud, like summer. When I'm hot summer showers, and it's a little. I don't care. I'll stomp right in it. But that cold frosty stuff, it's like it hurts. It's like it's weird. It hurts to squish through it. I don't know how to explain it.
No, I know what you mean.
But also, I don't really have much feeling. Like my feeling in my feet is diminished somehow. I don't know. I think there's problems with certain things, and it's not diabetes type. It's something else. So like I can walk on hot.
Real though. I don't think it's real.
I don't believe that it's a disease that can't be cured. I think it's a self-inflicted thing. If you have
you know how many doctors create new diabetes shoes to help people?
And I'm not going to say the possibility of glitches can't happen. Like, somebody could be born with errors in their, in their pancreas. But but then, all right, we live in America and there's so much sugar. And if you were eating so much sugar that your pancreas is like, all right, well, my body already has all this sugar. I don't have to make none. I ain't going to make glucose. Why? Why would I do that? I'm going to sit back and chill. And so you're eating all this candy and then you stop. But now you feel weird. And your pancreas is like, oh, no. I better kick into like full gear, and it starts overclocking, but it's still not making enough. That's diabetes. That's at least one version of it. The people have corrupted their own body, and all you got to do is work your way back to not needing external sugar. Just eat normal food and let your pancreas get strong again, do its thing. I believe that I'm using the right word. I'm going to double check myself. I'm pretty sure it's the damn pancreas that makes your glucose and other stuff. Yeah, insulin. Your pancreas creates naturally your pancreatic enzymes, break down foods, blah, 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 blah. And Yeah, maintain healthy blood sugar levels. See, I like double checking myself, even though I'm like 99% sure I know something, because
Yeah.
to err is human, and these squishy little organic computers in our heads are not reliable. So even though I know that I know that I know, I'm still going to check. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that other people should do that too. Don't assume you know something. There's so many things I know that I'm still going to check, and I'll just so that I can make sure that I'm saying it right, and so I can share the information related to it to other people. Like it's not just my word. Don't take my word for it. There's stuff out here related to it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like bullcrap artists, man. People just make up stuff and say things and take my word for it because I know stuff. All right, great wizard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No doubt.
False prophets like to enhance profits, and they make profits off of the deaths of real prophets.
Mm-hmm.
You sound like you're about to zonk out, my dude. You're like drifting.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Yeah, you got that Rip Van Winkle effect. Like you're about to go to sleep for a minute.
Mm-hmm. I probably am.
The boys are probably about to head in here soon. It's 9 o'clock, so usually some of the guys jump in and start chatting.
Yeah. And you heard Orion yesterday, what he said to me?
I don't know. Sometimes I'll be in here and I'm working on something else involving music, so I'm not actually listening to the conversation, but I'm present so that the room's less, it's not empty. And then I put my headset on and jump back in, like listen a little bit and try and jump back in the combo. But I can't do both. Well, other times I guess I do. I have it on one ear with the mic, and then the other ear's open while I'm working on music. But sometimes I like hearing with both ears what I'm working on.
Yeah, for sure, no doubt.
So I miss a couple things when people are conversating, is all.
Yeah. He said I might as well just be a Glober again.
What? Based off of what? Like, what's the context of the?
Oh, because I was telling him again, everything on the news is fake. And then he got all mad and he's like, "Dude, you just sound like a Glober. You might as well be a Glober again." I'm like, "What? Whatever. I don't take that as an insult." I'm like, "I don't even understand what you mean, bro. How you even correlate?"
I believe everything on the news is real and fake at the same time, simultaneously. Like they take real stories that frame them within their narratives in order to accomplish what they want to do, maintain the highest amount of viewers and generate the maximum amount of profits. It's a business, it's a company. They don't really actually care about spreading the misinformation propaganda. They care about making money.
Yeah, just generating stories and shit.
Yeah. It has to do with kissing the butts of their advertising people and stuff. Make sure that they don't cause any weight. That's it. They don't really give a crap on whether or not you believe what they're saying. They just want their viewers.
No. Yeah.
The idea that they would care is a little silly. Like, look how CNN operate. They don't actually care as long as they are out
behind them for their logo, dog.
Yeah. No, I'm saying so. All right, CNN paid to get in basically every airport in the world.
Okay.
Like they've got contracts with so many different airports, so that's what's playing is CNN. And now they have their advertising, right? That plays on between their content, which who gives a crap about the content? Their advertising is playing on there. So all these people who want their products out there, where do they go? I want to make sure the maximum amount of people see my stuff. I'm going to buy advertising space from CNN. It's all about the money. If it ain't about the money, it's about the funny. Then that gets back to our gesture thing. The royal gestures, right? I'm telling you, if it ain't about the money, it's about the funny. That's all there is to it. That's what runs this world. Coarse jesting and materialism. I joke with my wife sometimes, and it's conversations related to this, and I'll be like, "If it ain't about the money, or if it ain't about the money, it's about the funny, honey." Which it is. These people are clowns. They're either serious about the money, like I want my stuff, like that little meme where the dude's pointing at his hand. He's got his hand. Oh, I gotta get that. I think I have that in my Man Myth and Magic book too, where the guy's point. It's a Renaissance picture. I think he's pointing to his hand, like, "Give me my money." I'm gonna find that because I haven't seen that post in here since I've been here.
Isn't that a that's not Johnny Cash, huh?
What?
That, yeah, never mind. I'm tripping. Never mind.
You drifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, half asleep. Start dreaming Johnny Cash is next to you, just talking to you. Like,
I was thinking like how there's a poster of him with his hand out, and then he's pointing at his.
I hear.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna send the image. It's a megabyte, so it'll take a second. But it's about to send. It's just a thing. It's a meme where it's like when you see somebody who owes you money and he's like pointing into his hand. Like, that's how the government is every time they see you. Like, hi, I'm from the IRS. Dude, that reminds me of another thing. There's VeggieTales thing where it's he said, so they got Larry singing about Santa, like, oh, Santa, I can't wait for you to come. And people knock on the door. There's like a Viking and a bank robber. But then like the IRS guy comes, it's like this peach with hair. And he's like, hi, I'm from the IRS and I've come to tax your. And Larry just kind of slams the door in his face and goes back to singing about Santa. Like, that's a valid response.
That's right.
What's great though is he, like, right before he goes back to singing, he makes like a little slight smirk, like he knows dang well what he just did. He slammed the door in front of the eye. I should clip out that and post it in here, just that little clip. I'll save that for next year. I'm building up my content for this year, though, so that I have stuff ready for whenever these like random holy days and other events occur. I already got some stuff to post. Thinking ahead. Got to build that 100-year plan. Yeah. If you're gonna pass out Flatter Day, you should mute your mic or something, bro. Don't go to sleep while you're on here. You might start snoring or something. Then you'll be a hot mic in the snoring.
Right.
I mean, if you need rest though, bro, take a break. Have some rest.
Is there anybody on here?
Nah, but I mean, you don't have to stay here for me. If you're tired, go to sleep. It's okay.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just lately I've been passing out just going on these things because I got too many things walking around, you know?
I understand that it probably helps to fall asleep with stuff, kind of like there's people who would write letters to Bob Ross, and he like teach you how to paint, and they were saying that they'd fall asleep listening to him, and he wasn't insulted by that because these were insomniacs, that his voice actually helped them go to sleep. It was like something he was kind of it gave him esteem. I won't say pride because that's excessive self-esteem, but it esteemed him. It did give him esteem. It was nice.
That's right, bro.
Yeah. We need more people like that, though. Like dudes who actually just care. They just do what they do their thing, and they actually care about how, like, you know, making other people happy and feel better. And it's not about people pleasing. It's just about like improving quality of life and making it a little bit easier.
It's just you know, everybody should help other people as so much as where like it doesn't drag you down with them. You know what I mean?
The way I see it, this is the way I put it. It says to love your neighbor as yourself. It doesn't say love your neighbor like they want you to love them. You think, what do they need? Okay, what would I want if I were in this? All right, that's it. You don't have to overthink nothing. That's crazy. Like, how are you supposed to think about something you can't fathom? We're not mind readers.
Right.
So if you look at it that way, though, it makes it a lot easier. You're just kind of like living and trying to do what's right.
Yeah. For sure. For sure.
Yeah. There's also a verse where it says that you have not because you ask not. And then kind of there's an old saying that says a closed mouth doesn't get fed. People aren't asking for assistance. They're not voicing that, hey, I need a bit of help right now. How can anyone know? Well, we're going to assume you're all right. You got you then, because you're not voicing any complaints or asking for help.
Yeah.
I think we get into that assumption, like we get kind of in a feedback loop of assumptions, and we just assume everyone's all right. And in reality, nobody is. Everybody needs help with something.
Yeah.
Even the most independent person. No, you don't. Because no one is an island.
Right. Yeah.
The minute something really bad happens and stuff starts shutting down with your body, you're going to definitely need society or somebody to help you. People want to be so independent, and it's just weird. Like we're We're not supposed to be by ourselves. It's not good for any of us to be alone.
Yeah. There's so much extra land too, like right here in the States. Even when you drive on
Dude, there's
highways and shit,
unlimited.
you just pass thousands of miles of land everywhere. Not running out of land,
This is
but
one reason why I cannot stand this as we're in, and I won't. I don't. It's like it's not like I have some kind of raging hatred for it, where it's like unbridled. And no, there's a reason. I watch the banks use predatory loans, and I watched as the housing market collapsed, and I watched as Americans lost their houses, and I watched as banksters acquired so many properties while homeless people went without any place to lay their heads, and the houses stayed empty because nobody could afford to buy them. I watched this happen in America, and it's still happening. And so I'm not going to respect any of this system until they work out how to actually care about people.
right.
And
Yeah,
when
they
you have
just
corporate
build them and
giants.
they just let them sit there for years with nobody living in them, dude. What the fuck?
Yes. And then the house dies. It falls apart.
Yeah.
Nobody's there to take care of it. Because, like, they do. They'll just decay if you're not there to maintain it. And the banks
Yep.
don't care. Because they got a piece of dirt there. They can just knock it down, throw another thing up there, and make somebody pay for it. Whatever. They're money people. They know how to move money around. They can make stuff happen. So they don't care whether or not we have a house. They just care if money. It's right back to the subject of money. If it ain't about the money, they don't care. They're cold machines. People care. I can respect, and I don't respect persons, but I respect individuals. But I'm not going to respect a company. It's a cold machine.
Yeah. For sure.
And it's a reformat, like a rebirth of the whole Nephilim thing, the giants. And you think of corporate giant, it's every person's like a body, a cell in that body, and it's another giant. It's just a giant. It doesn't look like a giant, but it is. Usually they don't move much. They just sit there as in their skyscraper format. We have giants nowadays too, and it's metaphorical but real. They're here. At the top of that tower is a big brain Nephilim type, like archetype. I won't say he's actually genetically Nephilim archetype. Yeah, the character traits of. They also like the Shark Tank type things, right? Like the attitude those people have. They smell blood in the water and they'll go after it.
Yeah, they will.
Vicious. So then you look at how like corporate takeovers function, right? And then you look at the whole stories back in the day of giants going to resorting to cannibalism, consuming one another. You see these corporate giants nowadays, right? What do the companies do? They consume one another. The giant will eat another giant. And now that giant got bigger. It's literally the company format of Musk. Like that's how he does his stuff. He's a giant that eats other giants until he gets even more giant. Becomes the biggest giant that he can be. I shall be the biggest giant of all. I will eat all of the other giants until I am the only giant. We
The
call
New
those
York Giants.
Oh yeah, see that, and that gets into something else too. Come on now, what was New York originally called? And let's go back
The New
further.
York Jets.
No, I'm talking about further. The city. What was it called? You can keep digging and go back further.
Oh, Gotham,
No,
New Babylon.
I'm gonna double check myself. I like fact checking myself.
I know there's a place called New Babylon, New York.
Yep, New Amsterdam. New York is New Amsterdam reformatted. New Amsterdam was the original name in 17th century Dutch settlement established at the northern tip of Manhattan Island for a colonial government.
New Amsterdam.
It goes back further. That doesn't mean much until you get digging deeper. But that's it. The city's named after a 13th century dam in the River Amstel.
Oh,
So what do dams do?
I don't know. What'd you do?
They build up and harness energy based off of water prophetically
thought you
speaking.
bro, I thought you said the word damsel right now.
No, a dam, like a water dam. So harnessing energy from water and controlling the flow of water. Now, what is water spiritually? And what is New York? Like, you look at it, what is it? You compare those two concepts together. Yeah.
Like an island.
I'm talking about the place being basically a dam, as it were, that harnesses the very energy of the soul, like humans, their movements. Like water has to, seas, references to seas and like waters. There's a lot of prophetic stuff that basically means nations, like entire groups of people. Like there's certain, and so it's like you got this place, this is New Amsterdam place, it's this giant dam filled with the flowing of people's lives, and they harnessed energy from it. And you look at how New York, yep, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
And how can you get out of the dam? Most of them are stuck in there. The water's stuck. It's contained, and they get trapped in this loop where they just can't get out unless they're, they work hard enough too. Same reason why people are stuck in Cali.
Yeah.
Like you can move there easy, but getting out of there is the problem.
Mm-hmm. You can check in anytime you like, but you can never leave.
The Hotel California. People don't get it. It's really a cursed place. You get stuck there. It's because of the greed and the grand delusion that's there. And everybody walking around with a head in the cloud. The flat Earth professor here. He's firsthand seeing these people. Like he's interacted with them. He's talked to these, as he would call them, Mongos. Like he knows exactly how they are.
Yeah.
It's not like a conspiracy or some kind of lie or some. We're not even trying to be mean. It is what it is. When people make themselves the center of their own world, they kind of make themselves their own god and serve themselves any way they can. That self-centered servitude it's interesting to me that you go to the etymology of the word autism, and it basically says self-ism. So if somebody's selfish, they're narcissistic. Yeah, I think that autism isn't what people say it is. It has to do with selfishness, not genetics or any other thing. There is a disorder related to things but I'm not talking about that. The truest form of autism is these selfish people who don't pay attention to anything except for what is in their little world.
That makes sense.
And there are diseases that cause that to happen too, but I'm talking about these people, they choose to. They're willfully autistic. That's all. Hey, welcome, ST. I don't know how to say your name. ST Utsab.
Utsab.
All right,
my Wally name. Just call me K. K would be the United States name.
All right. What's up, Kay? I hope all's doing with you. I hope all is well with you and yours. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. It's my off day. Yesterday we had a debate. You was there too, in the night with the Matthew guy.
Oh yeah.
But everybody left. So yeah. So I went to sleep around that too.
Oh, dude. Sometimes I'll get so tired I don't even say goodbye. I just go zonk out. I don't want to interrupt the conversation just to say bye when people are, at a good part. I kind of quietly stepped out the back.
Similar scenario with my school friends yesterday too, just with the Matthew. I went to visit my school friends over here in Irving. It was after 2 years.
Yeah.
And I was explaining them about the flat earth theory and about the model, and I posted videos, why I was posting videos on Instagram and Facebook. And they were kind of first making fun of me.
Yeah.
When I got the point to the moon, right? The moon, that everybody was silent because there nobody could speak. I told them, hey, if I was in a spinning ball, how can I see? And my friend in Australia can see it at the same time, and you guys can do that experiment too. I told that, and they had the silence face. The fluoride stare. I would call it the fluoride stare. Each and everyone in the room was like silent as fucking staring at me.
Like deer in the headlights.
One of my friends, he's married. Okay, he's one of the youngest one to marry in our group. So he has kids, and he still believes in gravity and the planets. That's what I found out yesterday. So what he told me was, I just saw his phone, and he had this pictures of gods and God he says from Nepal. And what he says, so why can't people just say globe earth and flat earth stay together like Christians and Hindus? I'm like, that's not religion, bro. It's not a religion. It's a science. Science doesn't say believe. It has empirical facts, evidences, laws. We can see it in our face. We can make it in a logical perception. And he was kind of arguing with me, no, I'm okay with my own belief system, and you be okay with you. I'm like, okay, I'm getting off. And I came off from that. Because yesterday I knew how globetrot my friends were. How globetrot my friends were. They were sticking with the ball so much. They couldn't. And the tragedy was, see, they have a globe model, right? So the beer thing that you put a beer there and you want to drink it. So they had this globe-sized beer bottle or a big beer pourer, and that was a globe. And I said, does not the water need container and the air need a container because the gas is liquid? They said, yeah. So how can it stick in a ball? And they were like, no, it's gravity, it's gonna stick. Oh my god. They defied themselves.
Yeah, I've got these two like weighted ball bearings, and I'm thinking like, can I do that whole Cavendish experiment myself? How do I make mass attract mass? Hey guys, how do I make my balls stick together? I got these two metal balls. I want them to orbit each other or something. I'm magnetized without using magnetism. Help me, Globies. How do I build a thingy? I got a 3D printer. Just tell me what to do. I can literally do anything. Just give me the right resources. Like, give me a little file. I can do anything. Just give it to me.
There's a other way to look in this way. I have a flag, okay, right now. There's a emoji in my. See this flag
Yeah.
just now? That's a Nepal flag, okay? So
Is it
that's
on
the
your
national flag.
your profile pic?
No,
No.
just now I had an emoji, right? You see that? The two
I
rectangles.
don't know where are you posting in the locker room? I was trying to find out where you're posted. I checked the voice text, but it's just all I see is the meme I posted. And then I don't know. What chat are you talking about, man?
No, in the live stream. In the live stream. Okay, when I use an emoji like this, you see this love. You see a heart sign.
I don't see you posting in the live stream is what I'm saying. Like all I see is when you see somebody who owes you money and then had that meme where the dude's pointing at his hand. That's the most
Okay.
recent post there.
So I posted a picture.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah.
I posted just a picture, okay? So look, that's the national flag of Nepal. You
Yeah.
see the two rectangles? Look again. There's a moon. There's a sun, okay? And let's just forget about science. Let's just forget about everything. Our country is 2080 years old just by the year, counting the years, how much
Yeah.
the country was. Right now it's 2080. It's like 50 years ahead of the calendar that's going on around the world, okay?
Yeah.
So I was telling my friend, hey, we got democracy just 20 years ago. There were kings ruling us, right? But if I tell you, the flag symbolizes much more, much better, because it is said, brother, okay? Nepal was the only place where people from the moon sign and the sun sign stayed together. It was like a bloodline thing, okay? So there was a huge impact with the moon and huge impact with the sun. So if moon was just a piece of rock, why would we and our ancestors have it on the top and the sun at the bottom? And what would we make it equals? Like that means they are equals, right? Two rectangles. Look again. That symbolizes,
Yeah.
that's a symbolism. That means the sun and the moon are equal and eternal. That's what that means, the flag.
That's interesting.
The flag has a meaning, brother. The
Yeah.
moon means the feminine and the sun is the masculine.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what the reality is, plus and minus.
Hmm.
And the flag donates the peaceful of it. And that's the Vedic symbolism. The flag is a Vedic symbolism. The last remaining, out symbol after the Britain
The only
conquered.
thing that I think is weird is that the moon symbol is above the sun symbol, which makes me wonder, like, is the moon actually higher than where the sun is? Like, is that
No,
symbol?
we consider moon to be much more than the sun. Look again.
Yeah,
The sun in Hindu scriptures are told to be the life, okay? But the
and the
moon,
sun's there twice. That's true.
yeah,
I
and
see
the
what you're saying.
moon
Oh,
gives the eternal life. Moon is
it's
where we call it, they gives us, call it, let's just say, Buddha got his enlightenment in full moon night, right? You know that, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So moon is denoted to your intelligence, your
yeah,
emotional intelligence.
yes, and creativity. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Without the feminine, you cannot, let's just say you have two hands. One does the logic, another does intuition. Without
yeah.
accepting there are two hands, you can never ever see reality as it
Looking at
is.
this though, the visuals, it gives me one concept in mind too. Not to get sexual with it, but you got like the egg right here with the sperm inside of it that creates new life with the moon and sun symbol. You get what I'm saying? Like the way the
Yep,
shape
yep.
fit, like, yeah. And then obviously so the sun shows up twice and it does have great importance, but without that container, it cannot produce something different. Like this, like kind of like a seed that's planted in the ground, like in every way, the sun still needs a
Yeah,
counterpart in order to produce life.
everywhere. I mean, look at the Pakistan flag. They have the moon. I mean, that means they symbolize the moon.
Yeah.
Look at the Muslim. They have the moon at the main agenda, right? They don't worship the sun. Why do you think they don't worship the sun? Look in this way. Yesterday I was um explaining this to my friends. If Helios is the sun and heliocentric model is a sun worship, that means
Uh,
your two hands, your two brain hemisphere is connected to the sun and the moon together, right? Anode and
yeah.
cathode.
Like if you don't have them balanced though, like it can create a
Yeah.
real weird air. Like dudes will become effeminate if they get too moonanite
Oh
about
yeah.
it. And stuff. Yeah, you
Exactly.
get what I'm saying. But
And then there's
also,
another one. There's another one, guy. There's another one. If you just start it off in a subconscious set that moon is just a rock, then
yeah.
50% of your brain it will never be activated. Think
Ooh,
again. You'll never
that sounds
activate
like
50% of the brain.
some Lucy stuff though.
Yes.
You know the movie Lucy, where
Yeah.
she turns into a yeah.
The infinite God thing, pen drive.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, I don't personally believe in the percentage of brain activated type thing, but more like use. Like it's all functional. But if I turn on my computer, right, and I only play solitaire on it, am I using my computer for the maximum capacity of what it's capable of doing?
For me, it's like, okay, so if I use my phone as a Bluetooth, that's okay. But do I want to connect to the server? To connect to the server, you must first have an internet on it. You must be able to have all things unlocked, right?
Yes, dude, yes. I believe the internet's a prosthetic for something that I call the Aethernet, and it's where
Yep.
instinct and creativity come from, and it's up there, up in the waters
And
above.
here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. In the ancient times in India, Nepal, they used to do meditation. Looking this way, there's called.
Yeah.
We have a seven body, right? The third body is the etheric body, ether. So whosoever
Yeah.
had some ability had activated their ether body,
But
just like
let's
we put the
let's do
Ethernet
this.
cable on the modem.
I want to do this real quick because I don't like getting into the weird speculation, like mystical mumbo jumbo versions. So I'm going to define what aether is for us right here. I took the etymology of it. I just shared that in the live stream. But we're not talking about magic, and this is not your gravity force, guys. This has nothing to do with speculation. I can look into the upper air and I see things that burn and shine. Aether exists, like by definition. I'm not talking about no alchemy, weird mysticism. So just aether obviously exists. So then now the
Yes,
speculation part comes from the
I'm just
source of
giving you
instinct and other things. Oh no, I'm just you know this though. I know you know this. This is for any listeners. I just what you and I are talking about, like so that they know. But yeah, go on, man. Yeah, this is awesome.
It's because of the ether you had this alchemy and the ancient Europe, because
Yeah,
some of the knowledge were really hidden. etheric knowledge was hidden.
Yeah.
They used to use the etheric field, but it was a hidden knowledge. In temples before many years, there was a rod thingy, a pointy thingy. In church, in old temples,
Hmm.
there was a pointy thingy, and I could
Like
never ever,
steeples.
yeah, I could never ever understand why that was. Everything was arched, then why is it a metal, copper, or gold, or
I
silver?
know what the
pointy thing?
lore is. They say
Sorry?
that lightning. I know what the lore is. The reason they say lightning kept on striking buildings and causing fires, and they discovered that if they put a lightning rod at the top, they can prevent strikes and
Yeah, just
fires and
one,
damage. And
just
but
one.
I
Not that.
I think that it goes beyond like what you're leading
Yeah,
to. I think that it
yeah,
generates energy, harnesses it. Like they have the ability. Like yeah, I
yep.
mean, there's a lot of power in a lightning bolt.
For me, it was like a amplifier. It
But then
used
if
to
you have
amplify what's inside. The inside
yeah.
fire, inside ether. Let's
And
just
so you
say.
got like these structures that are designed to help with that amplitude. But if you take out the
Yeah.
components that would receive it, then now you just have like a church with some weird wonky looking stuff. And okay, that's cool. They were just creative.
And they believe it, guys. I mean, they tell them anything, they will believe it.
Yeah. And I like that's another thing is like people break down stuff. So if you could have something that has gold wiring in it from way back, idiots want to turn the gold wiring into coins. They're going to.
Oh yeah.
It's money. Money makes
I
the
have a
world
friend.
turn
I have a
round.
friend. CERN, the 666, the Hadron Collider.
That's a weird subject too. It's just very
No,
weird.
no, 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 no. I'm just getting here just to get him.
Yeah.
There's a statue of Shiva, okay,
Yeah.
the god of destruction, okay. So my friend has a picture of God of destruction in his phone. He loves it, okay.
Yeah.
And the real scientific connotation with the god of destruction would be energy. Energy can neither be created but can be transformed from one form to another.
Yeah.
Right? Before
So
the ancient time, they didn't have English
mm.
language. They have
Oh.
pictorial language. Remember again, they didn't have the communication skills. Either they used to do telepathically or they had the other ways of expressing it that was much more poetical, much more artistic, much more intuitive, let's just say. Okay? But we lost that civilization in some way now.
Don't get me wrong. I believe that at one point humans could actually, like, it's involved, like, kind of learning things from other entities. But
Yeah.
basically the force,
Yeah.
making things to an extent, not all powerful like it got, but basically as the force is.
Yep.
And that sounds off the wall, but I mean, come on now. Some people don't even believe they exist, and I'm just suggesting that things were a little bit different way back in the First World Order. It's not a huge leap
It
at
was
all.
way better, brother. I think that was way better.
Yeah. We've lost so much. Like even now though, you can
know.
pick up some of the stuff back, right? Like reading body language and countenance. Most people
Yeah.
they don't even know how to do that. They see an emoji on their screen, they can read that, but they won't look at your face and see your countenance and read your emoji that you're actually making.
No, yesterday my friends had the fluoride sphere. The fluoride.
Yeah.
Insomnia. People have this. Oh, what do you know? How do you know? Where's a photo of her? Oh, where's your picture? You're just showing your animation too. And I was explaining them. I was illustrating them, and they don't understand what illustration and explanation means. They
I
want
believe
the they want the
people
red pill or a blue pill.
ahead.
You just swallow it up. One line answer, and that's it. They
Oh, they want you to baby feed them. Or you give a little baby. Here comes the airplane, baby. Meow. And give a little bite at a time. And give them a bottle and pat them on the back and give them burpees so that they can. That's what they're not ready for meat, dude. They're not ready for the meat. That's why they're deer in the headlights right now.
They're gonna suffer a lot.
Oh no! I keep on planting the seeds. Don't stop because some of them they might not suffer a lot. They might just join your side and actually start enjoying it.
I have a few of my friends finally. There's cousins, one of my little brother from one school. They are much more awake, so they help.
Yeah.
They help me. But I lost like 99% of all my friends, to be honest, in the last year. All of them.
Yeah.
And this Discourse helped me a lot, man. Here, finally, I can talk in an intellectual way. I can find people who has nothing to do with me but still accepts my reality.
The most annoying thing is when you try and talk to somebody about something you're passionate about, and all they want to do is talk about fantasy or things that are unrelated to actually tethered to reality. Is that like they'll think that what you're saying is wild speculation, so they'll make up some crazy off the wall crap, and it's like, no, I have evidence for what I'm talking about. You're just kind of farting out your head. Like, just stop. But then, like, I don't know, and then they mock us, and they use these straw men to mock us over and over, as though we're silly for pointing out reality, like talking about facts about things or studying history. Like, you're a nerd. You look at books. It's just weird. Your friends, your fluoride staring deer in the headlights friends, do they look at their phones a lot? Do they constantly stare at screens?
Oh,
Like those
hell
little,
yeah.
the little
PUBG,
blacks? Oh,
YouTube,
jeez.
Facebook, Instagram,
That's your
Snapchat.
problem. That's it.
Oh my God.
They prosthetic brains. When they don't have a prosthetic brain in their hand, they can't think.
Then I realized how the iPhone was setting people up. You know,
Yeah. Android, smartphones made us dumb, dude.
it's making much more dumber people than ever.
Mhm.
I asked my friend, hey, have you ever seen a water curve? And he was like, yeah, we can make a water curve. I'm like, boom, bro. Making things up. Believe too much.
Oh yeah, so many people. I saw the curve. I'm like, well, the most intelligent people on Earth say you didn't. So,
They were quoting me
allegedly.
about Einstein, brother. They were quoting me
Yeah.
about Einstein and Newton. And I gave them the blunt thing, as I always do. So, do you mean if you have a name, so it has two definitions and two different timelines, and both are correct? How can that be? You're saying Newton is correct too, and Einstein is correct too. That cannot be, brother. Okay? You can't say gravity is a pulling force and a curve of space-time together. Hell no.
So double-minded blah. Hold on one second. A double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. So if somebody has these like divided mentalities about reality, they can't. It's like they defy the laws of non-contradiction in their very existence. Like they have to make things like fit into their fantasy paradigm because it doesn't matter as long as they are accepted by their little group of society. They don't care. The details don't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as we obey the narrative, they want to fit in. They don't want to be weird.
I asked them who made the rotation of Earth, and they were like, "Oh, somebody might." I'm like, "Nobody, bro."
You ask them a question where they think that surely somewhere in that pyramid that they're standing under, this hierarchy of academia, one of these wizards up there knows that answer. So you're probably still an idiot. Just hand wave away the question. But I don't have to think about that. Gosh, don't you wish you could just like click a button and make people think for themselves?
Oh, bro.
It's all the time.
One of
like
my cousins, bro, he took like 5 vaccines. I think he was for applying for a job or something. Okay, and I asked him,
oh, jeez.
bro,
Are you careful with that combo?
Taking the vaccine, why are you taking it again?
Yeah. The V word is a forbidden word. It's like Voldemort. You can't say the name Voldemort. You can't say the V word.
I would say.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, let's just talk about the pill. Okay, the Fauci pill. The Fauci pill. That's what I call it.
The Fauci ouchie.
Yeah. And they've gotten all the language, brother, language barrier, and because the education system is so segregated and they made it so different. Look at this way: I know 3 or 4 different languages. Okay, I compile. I can talk French. Totally okay. And every accent I can understand. But
that's awesome.
Yesterday, one of my friends come to my room and he was listening to the Discord. We were talking, and I was explaining. He was like, "So what did he talk? So how did he talk? I didn't understand it." So the most problem is we are segregated because their language. They want us divided on the language side because the same word for a one side human being is different to another one. Same.
Yeah. This is why. All right, like in the live stream, I'm always posting etymology for words because I want to dig up the roots. I could care less about modern meanings because people they can nitpick and cherry pick a modern
Oh
meaning.
yeah.
I'm like, okay, that's fine.
I want
You
to
can believe it
make
means
it
that.
as possible.
Yeah, but like you're just saying, I go with the roots right here as a foundational level. Like, okay, but it means that to you, but it means that because of this. And then we go to the foundation of it. And then that gives us a level of ground to stand on as far as conversation from that point forward. It'll like kind of define, we frame the narratives. We're not going to let these narrative framer propaganda artists frame the narratives. We frame the narratives. The truth should frame the narratives, not liars. And we frame it perfectly.
I say the same thing. The truth is just one, brother. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's just one truth. Even if I don't know it, I'm not saying I'm a God, Jesus, or coming over with enlightenment, okay? But I'm saying, hey, this was what we are taught in school, and this is what we got in reality. It's your
I don't believe that the human brain's capable of containing like the ultimate truth of reality or whatever. There's not enough space in your head to contain all of it. But truth can be known. We can know truth. Like we can know. So it's not like we're in this mystical dream-like state where nothing's real, and I'm 99% sure we can know truths.
That's what humans are, bro. I mean, that's what we got the intelligence for.
Yeah. And these people act like you can't know anything, so everything's just relative and nihilism and whatever. No, it matters.
Look again. Yesterday, I made them realize why they came from monkeys, and one of my friends laughed out loud.
They think they came from an amoeba that evolved into a fish that crawled out of the water and turned into a rat that evolved into a monkey that turned into an ape that turned into this hairless ape thing that it has depression and anxiety medication. Like that's literally their narrative. They think amoeba it's an anxiety.
Petroleum based medicine, but they would not smoke weed or get a mushroom. A mushroom therapy.
So they'd rather eat oil than use an herb.
Yeah. Look again how dumbass they are.
Oh, jeez. The hopelessness of this current generation. Oh, my God. They're godless. That's what it is. It's a godless generation. So because they don't believe in a creator, they think that they can just be sorcerers and mess around with whatever and do whatever and nothing matters.
I'm like, okay, you don't believe in the creator, okay? But tell me, there is a medicine you actually can see the molecular structure that's made up in a lab without poison. You studied that in your biology, in your chemistry, in your physics, in your science, whatever you want to call. And there's a plant, like real plant that's alive a minute ago, okay? A year ago, okay? And you're just smoking it or making it a tea or a medicine, okay? You're taking it like a medication. And you're telling me that's illegal, that's wrong, and you got to go to a doctor and get a Tylenol?
And yet you can go talk to somebody who they basically have a professional government-approved Breaking Bad lab generating some kind of artificial nonsense that they've thrown together using random chemical. Come on. There's natural.
I said this to my mom too because she was okay with the alternate medicine before. But, as the media goes.
Oh, after the past 3 years?
Yeah. And the media, she started listening to the media. She got the vaccines in Nepal. And it took me 1 hour to make her okay that, hey, don't take the vaccine no more. Don't take the vaccine no more. And she was okay. And I explained her, if you take the herbs, that's why they banned marijuana. That's why they banned mushrooms. That's why they banned alternate medicine. You know what?
A lot of people think it's about that. That's just about the V. But it's more.
Ronald Reagan, it was in 1975, okay, brother? It's a real thing. 1975 or 1960. The Veteran War, when was it? There was a thing going on in the United States where you have to go to a military. It was one of the times where people
like a draft.
Yeah. So at that time, Nepal was an open country, okay? Everybody could come, everybody could. And $1 was like 100 or 200 rupees. So you could get a land, a whole shop for yourself, a whole hotel. It was so cheap.
Yeah.
So there we had hemp tea, hemp medicine, alternative ganja, mushrooms, everything natural in the Himalayas, bro, for free, okay? And you just have to pay the people, not the retailers. It was
you could trade too, probably.
Yeah, it was in a farm. You just have to give it to the farmers, and they would just give it to you. And it
Yeah.
was free. Ronald Reagan deliberately made it illegal to sell, buy anything on the marijuana side, mushroom side, alcohol side, because they were all going to Kathmandu. That's why Kathmandu was called Sangrila. You know, there's like Kathmandu, Kathmandu. There was a song in 1980s.
Like a party city because they had all
Yeah,
different things.
Pakistan. It
Oh,
was called a Sangrila. You know, everybody would just skip there, and they made it illegal.
yeah.
It
Which
was a
certainly
force by United
it
Nations.
fear mongering. They scared everybody, and it was in order to get the lobbyists for their dang pharmaceutics to be happy. They want the. To me, sorcery is this: I can go and find plants that you could normally get, and if I just told you what it is, you could take care of yourself. But if I hide where it came from, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm like concealing the source, right? Now I have some kind of hidden knowledge, and I'm some mighty, you know, sorcerer means pharmakia. So pharmakia in Greek is sorcery. So now I'm the pharmacy man, and you don't know how to make my thing, but you have to give me some money or something so that you can get the cure from me. But don't
gotta
you
obey
make it
me.
too legal.
You gotta be my slave, you know.
Yeah, and then they make it illegal. Now you can't grow your own version of the cure, but I'm authorized to have the cure.
But it's free, though. It's its nature.
Yeah.
You know.
And then
And
it's
every
worse than that
medicine,
though,
every
because like,
medicine is
oh, good,
natural,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. I was just gonna say it's worse than that though, because then now they got a toxic synthetic version of the cure, and they won't even let you go to the real one that they got their fake version based off of.
They want to experiment with it.
Yeah, they won't let you. They won't let you do anything because you're not a science man. You're not a scientist. You're not allowed.
Doctor, you can't understand it. It's too sci-fi. It's rocket science.
They want you to trust the science, but only their science.
And it's not science.
They throw away the scientific method because there's no control to their variables. So they just want everybody to just be a guinea pig. And they have no control. Like, thank God we're the control.
I have a sister back home. I chatted other day, and she just completed her MBBS. That means a doctor, first thing, physician, right? And I asked her, "Hey, sister, there was a news on the corona getting spreading up and blah blah blah." And I asked her, "Hey, sister, so is a virus alive or a bacteria?" She was like, "The bacteria is alive. The virus is not." Like, is the virus just a spike protein, not life, residue of Earth or whatever you want to call it?
I mean,
yeah, it's a bacteria can mutate, right? So like, yeah. So a virus cannot mutate because it's not living, right? Yeah. So why are you scared of a non-living object that's in China? That's like saying there is a piece of wood in China and it's gonna kill me.
You boogeyman. I'm afraid of a ghost. No, but I was to deviate away from that a little bit, but still stay on topic. I used to be on a lot of different medicines that I discovered were counterproductive to my health. Like I'd be given a medicine for high blood pressure and then get higher blood pressure. What the heck is even that? I get medicine to make my stomach acid like more balanced so that I don't throw up and puke stomach acid all the time, and it produces more stomach acid. What? Like, the medicine is making my problem. What the heck? So I didn't even take no advice from I'm not telling anybody this is not medical advice, but I didn't take any advice from my doctor. I quit the stuff that wasn't helping. And know yourself. You are a physician, heal thyself. You are in charge of yourself. You got dominion over you. But certain things won't help. They'll try.
And look again, if you just meditate for like 20 minutes a day, 90% of your problems will be just gone, man.
Dude, yeah, because faith works both ways. And if you have negative faith, things will go negative for you every day if you keep on waking up negative. But if you wake up positive and try and focus on positive things and do positive things, it'll start getting better. Day by day, it'll start getting better.
Look, just a year ago, okay, just 1 year ago, I had a car accident in 1st of January 2022. I didn't have 6 months of car, okay? 6 months, nothing. I had nothing. All I did was focus, be calm, and just did what I had to do at the moment. I didn't become anxious. I didn't have any friends. I was already a flat earth. I was already posting pictures. So most of the people have already run up with me. I didn't have this Discord. I didn't know Discord even existed on this flat earth time. So I was
Yeah.
really wanting someone, in a way I was praying. I was not praying, I was meditating on myself. I was just making myself comfortable. And David West just updated his app. And my friend said, hey, just pay the $10 and they have a video chat now. And the moment I did the video chat, boom, I got my friends. After that, we have our own discourse, our own family, kind of like two of the community. And after the David West, I even had the chance to speak to him with him. And now I have my own YouTube channel for my police viewers, Indian viewers, English viewers. And here, I mean, like the Flat Earth Discord, most of the time, trying to debate, trying to learn stuff and make friends. So think about it. 6 months, I had nothing. Boom, negative. If I was a globetrot, I would have gone mental. I would have gone to psychiatrist, got some pills, got some booze, boom, boom, boom. But
Yeah.
if you come to reality, you have faith, you have positivity, you have truth with you,
Yeah. I think that one thing about all that, all right, there's something called alethiophobia, which is the fear of the real truth. Like obviously there's the whole your truth, my truth stuff, which is just a matter of perspective, not actual truth. But then there's pretty much what alethiophobia is talking about. Like it's alethea. It's real truth, actual truth. Like the truth that exists regardless of your existence or mine. And if people are afraid of that, they end up becoming kind of paralyzed, crippled, catatonic. They can't handle reality. And it's because they're alethophobic. That's my diagnosis.
Degree holders, who we call educated, well educated, are even much more dumbasses than what we really expect.
Yeah. Well,
the college graduates are much more dumbed down version of men.
I was going to say they're not dumbasses, but then I'm thinking of the parable in the Bible about Balaam and the ass and how the donkey spoke and warned him that an angel was going to kill him if he kept going forward. And I'm like, well, I guess, donkeys have their place in the story. And some of them are smart asses, as it were, and some are dumb. It's a parable story. It's an account where this prophet was kind of going somewhere, but he was walking in rebellion, I guess. And his donkey saw this angel that was ready. He was basically going to kill him if he kept on walking in disobedience. And the donkey stopped and was like, no. He starts rebuking him. He's hitting him, right? And he's like, why are you hitting me? Like, now I got to find that because that story's actually really funny. It's in the Bible.
Hey, about the particle physics. So
yeah,
it comes with the heliocentric model too, right? The atoms being a spherical model, and it's revolving around the electron revolving around it in the center, neutron, everything. We haven't confirmed it to this point, right? That's the fixed state of the atom.
Yeah. But that's the thing is my perspective of what the micro world is a bit different. Well, a lot different from the mainstream thing. For one, I don't have an electronic microscope, so an electron, whatever, where they give you the little magical beam that shows you on the screen, some little particle, whatever. Forget that. If you zoom in to something as simple as gold, like as far in as you can get, it looks like gold, like the way it is now. Like you could have a nugget of it. The nugget looks like the tiny microscopic version of it. It's the same. And I think that my belief is that applies to all of the base elements of everything. Like what it is here, you zoom, it's that too. Like it is what it is. No matter how far you go into it, that's what it is.
It just makes me wonder. That's where everyone gets me on, because they all go like, hey, everything is down in the nature. Atoms are around, there's the planets revolve around, everything is like rounded stuff. And I want to tell them no. I want to have a clear scientific
Or they try and their whole heliocentric ball type thing where everything's all orbiting. They try and micro that and say, yep, everything on a small level is like the big, as above, so below.
Yeah, exactly. You got my point, right?
Yeah, it's silly though. It's just ridiculous. There's no evidence for either side of that. Like there's no actual proof.
There was one uncle. He was an engineer, so he tell. But the atoms are is in spheroid position, and the electron. Do you believe that? That's where the science is. Everything working around that, and
Yeah.
I can't reply them like like the scientific way. And I want to be specific. I don't want to be like a book type, just believing.
And that's the thing. It's some of the things like people, how can they be right and wrong at the same time? You tell a parable. You tell the truth in certain parts, and then the rest of it doesn't have to be true as long as you get your point across with the key parts of it. All the math will line up, everything will work, but it's all still wrapped around a parable. Story. It's a fantastical story that combines a couple real world facts into a narrative that's heliocentric and godless.
Godless, it's okay, brother. It's like this.
But that's the thing, man. I don't believe in atheists. I don't believe in atheists at all. I believe that agnostics exist.
Just listen.
Like there's oh yeah, no, I'm okay. Just one. I'm almost done, and yeah, I want to finish listening. Yeah, it's just that I know that everybody when they come here, like there's something in you as a child that you know that there is a creator until somebody tells you there isn't, and then you start believing there's not. Like that's what I see. That's observable to me anyway. I consider it more than a belief. Like people lose that
you're okay, brother.
divine connection,
I was not going there.
But yeah, what you were saying though. Let's go back to that.
Okay, in Buddhism, okay, in Buddhist way of living or Buddhist way of living life, they don't really have to accept the existence of God. That means it's an agnostic religion in a way. Okay, if you look at it, so it's much more like the God is within each and every one of us. It's the self-realization that's what we're here for. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense.
Well, what's interesting is there's a lot of stuff in that parallels Christianity as far as that he's written on, like that code's written, and then you have the science thing it's reaching, but it's at that lamellin thing that looks like a cross, and that so God signed this connection between the spiritual world and the real world within our very genetics is the implication of that claim. But it's interesting that lines up with what you're saying, the divinity of the vessel, like we are a temple.
Yeah. In a way, your body is your temple and your soul is the God. It just splits up in a different collective consciousness. Let's just say.
My thought is this though, right? So if he knew us before we were created, every single one of us is kind of like, all right, you have a thought and a neuron fires off in your brain. So there's a piece of that thought is right. Each one of us is a thought of the God, of the creator, of Elohim. Like we are one of his thoughts. So that divinity is by nature within us, like a connection to him, like a piece of who he is. We carry within that vessel. You obviously, because his breath of life is within us.
Yeah, in your language, that would just the way I told
I'm
the different way.
Yeah, I'm trying to yes and like not contradict, but like that I'm agreeing with it's how things work.
It's just the way. See, we have a two-way in Devanagari. Okay, you guys are from Abrahamic way. Okay, but in the Devanagari way, we have two ways of expressing. One is called direct, like scientific approach, first approach, like objective thinking. Another one is subjective way of expressing it. So what Buddha was trying to tell was it's the same light. Light's the same. The candle, wherever you light it up, the light's the same, but the candle's different. The body is different. The temple is different because we live in different. Man. Sorry?
I was just gonna say that's the interesting thing about light. If the darkness is running away from it, it's light.
Yeah, the light, the candle light, any light, light. I mean, light as an expression. That's the word I'm using. I don't have other words.
In line with this, though, there's something that's weird, right? All right, so Christians, they'll think the word aura has to do with some new age mess, and it doesn't. That's something that was stolen from the truth. Because, all right, in the English version of the Bible, it says, "Let there be light," and that's not actually what it says. That's he says something closer to Haya Ora. So, which Ha is the, and Yah would be the name of the creator, and then Aura. So the Yah light. and that sonoluminescence by like in order of
Luminescence, that
what
would be better. Yeah, luminescence,
yeah
that would be better.
sonoluminescence due to the very speaking, the very voice of the creator kind of thing, and it impacts everything. Sonoluminescence, illuminating everything and changing, and that's like the origin point. Like they try and write things away like, oh, Big Bang, blah blah blah. With
Oh, that's bullshit.
no, it's a bit more than just a Big Bang. It was more like he spoke and bang, it was. And but it's just interesting to me. The aura part, right? There's a antithesis to this, which the word is koshek, but it implies void, like darkness. So you have like the aura and the koshek.
You're right.
So
You're
the
right.
aura, but we're supposed to contain the aura, right? Because we're actually supposed to be we're made in His image, and we have His voice, His breath of life in us. We're supposed to be containing that aura and letting that light shine out here in this world that naturally has darkness in it.
That correlates with the Buddhist way too. It just they say when you self-realize, okay, the light or the luminescence in you, you are much more like faithful, prayerful, whatever word you use, or meditative, or enlightened.
Yeah.
Enlightened, in means inside, light means the light, and in mean you have the light
Yeah.
of your own now.
Yep. Oh, and a parallel to that has to do with more than the light, but the spirit as well. Like that's
Yeah,
where
yeah, yeah.
invention,
Inside, that's what I'm saying.
invent.
Inside,
Like
whatever is inside. I
I'm,
can't have
I'm
a
saying
word.
these are connected,
Just give me a
but
minute to get
different.
my thoughts with you.
Yeah. But well, I was just gonna say about the aura, like the light and the spirit are two different things, but they are connected and influence one another. But invention, right, where ideas come from, and instinct. The word vent has to do with, ventilation, as it were. But then if you were to invent something, were to inwardly be vented within you, like this gets back to the Ethernet thing we were talking about, and instinctual stuff and kind of a creativity type thing. I believe that these ideas are spread out. That's not connected. Like, say, Morvis, he just joined in. Say he had an idea, right? And I have the same idea, but we haven't even talked about this idea. Like, that's some Ethernet stuff, like where it's just kind of, we were given the idea. Now, if we decide to run with that idea and do it, that's a different thing. I might not. He might. And then that changes, like, that's certain aspects of it, but that's the entire point of giving the idea to so many different people. One of them will. It rains down.
I believe it's much more metaphorical, so that's why none of them the
Yeah.
brain thought can read it. You have to translate it first into metaphorical.
There's also like there's this kind of theory, whatever, like it's kind of like the 100th monkey effect that has apparently been observed, or allegedly. And it has to do with people learning things and things picking up and gaining traction, kind of like going viral within a community, but then spontaneously happening elsewhere, even though it's unconnected to that pocket community that's doing something. It's like an interesting effect that happens. Like, there's a lot of reasons why I'm saying the things I was saying, because it's mostly backed by science, but then just I have interesting parallels with history and religion that connect with them. Like, that's interesting. That's weird.
Or I don't know, what can I say?
But I mean, it's no surprise if everything's connected. Like, you put a bunch of fish in the same tank, they're going to share an ecosystem and, affect one another.
Say everything is connected in a way,
Yeah.
like just like an operating system. To run different apps, you must have an operating system first, right?
Yeah.
This should be operating. Something should be operating first, right? To run.
Yeah. And so the two
Yeah.
apps could have nothing to do with each other, but they share the operating system.
Yeah. That's what I was referring to. Because
Yeah.
they have to have operating system to have an app, right? But you can't just have an app and not have operating system behind it.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, everything's so far more connected than what people want it to be, though, because they'd rather just have their version of reality and you got yours and whatever.
Where the individual freedom comes in and democracy comes in. They want people to believe there's an individual idea, but there's not. There's just one reality, and
Yeah.
everybody's living the same reality but with a different perspective. That's it.
It's my belief that there's no such thing as anything new. The only thing that becomes quote unquote new is our perspective of what we're looking at. But
There
what
is
is,
nothing new under the sun. That's the
yeah,
point.
yeah, but exactly. But what is has always been. We just perceive it different and learn new ways of looking at it.
What I learned, bro, this is the true thing. Okay, I'm just letting it out.
Yeah.
As a child, I was truly into Buddhism and Hinduism and ancient. Trust me, I was. But I was into science too. In high school, I did physics. So my mom, dad, they were much more into education. So I was into sci-fi, space travel, time travel, kind of those stuff. Right.
Yeah.
The day I realized there is a term called bodhisattva. So it's not an achievement; it's a nature. It's just like a personality test. Okay, in Buddhist way, it's just a personality, nothing more.
Yeah.
The day I realized I was a bodhisattva, and the statue was not a bodhisattva. You know, the statue they worship, that's not it. It
Oh
was just
yeah.
like a nature of a person there able to communicate and enlighten people. That's it. I mean, to teach people up. That's it.
Like they made an idol out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did it so bullshit. It took me 23. I was 23, and that I realized whatever I was doing, whatever I was called, and whatever meditation I have done, and that makes sense. I had become that they had worship, but now I don't want to be worship at all. You know, I know that that's bullshit. The people are making fun out of it. You know,
Yeah.
people are using it like they treat like God, man.
It's like the
That's
real
not how it
Buddha
is.
would be like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Like that is not at all what I said. What are you doing? Go back
And
to
now if you
kindergarten.
go and say Earth is flat, the sun and the moon are together, you know, you have to be
Yeah.
respect your sun and the moon both ways. Like you being the spiritual teacher again. Oh my God, no, bro, that's the reality.
Yeah. Oh man, everybody wants to believe like this fake fictional version of reality while simultaneously throwing away all history and acting like all of the ancestors were just ignorant of everything. Meanwhile, like they remain oblivious of how things actually work and don't even know their own models about much of anything. They just mindlessly believe, like blind leading the blind. You already have the keys to lead yourself out of here, and like a flashlight. You've been given a lamp. You got your stuff. You got your part. You got the map. Got the compass. It's available. Pick it up and roll. You got it. You don't
To
have
be
to hold.
honest, sometimes I feel like you don't even need it. You just have to, smile and accept whatever's coming towards
Oh,
you. Just listen.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. I wasn't talking about even having a book in your hand or anything. I'm talking it's written on your heart. Like you already know what to do.
Yeah.
You just have to go back to being like, how were things when you were actually innocent? Like, how did you know that things should be before somebody hurt you? It's already there. It's still there. It's just locked away.
What I tell people is just listen. Just listen. It's like we have a word in Nepali or in Hindi. It's called Leela.
Yeah.
Leela means play. Character. Just be the character. Just don't have an ego. Just play your role.
Yeah. But that's the interesting lining up with that. The meaning of the word person.
What is it?
It's a actor's mask or a character in a play. I'll take a screenshot of it to prove it with just for anybody's view.
Bro. I'll put the Leela word on one way.
Yeah, you do that, and I'll share a screenshot of the one that. Yeah. I need a mouse pad. I was trying to accurately highlight something, and it was not catching just right. I have to run inside and go grab a mouse pad. Clipboard. All right, I'll post this in the live stream. Actor's mask.
I will just copy the text with the Leela.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, that's actor's mask, character in the play. I tell people all the time, you probably don't know what a person is, or like I'll joke on, like, you don't even know what a person is, and then
This
tell them
is
the definition. Like, what?
so
Leela.
this is the
Wait,
Leela, the word in Sanskrit. In Hindi, we
yeah,
use it in Nepali too. So that means the play. Just like in the school, like in acting, it's just a
yeah.
play.
It's kind of a word that reminds you that play your part in the show,
Yeah.
or don't take it too seriously. It's just a show, kind of thing. So somewhere between that, there's like because it says dualistic. Yeah, this is play your part. Don't take life too seriously. None of us are going to make it out alive. I believe that though. Everybody's here for a reason, and what'll make you happy is to remember whatever it was that you truly wanted to be when you were young. Like you already knew. You know pretty early on. Then probably somebody
I'll
said
share one
you'll
part
never be that.
personal experience.
What?
Till I was 16, I didn't know nothing. I didn't know poetry. I didn't know flattered. I didn't know. Right now, I can dance. I can write poetries. I can talk to people. I don't have inferiority complex no more. I can talk in 3 or 4 different languages, and I want to make
Yeah.
friends all over the world. And it's not coming down, and I'm not coming down. And it's not because I
Dude,
read
that
it on a book and I heard it with some idealistic figure, or it was in a Bible, or it was in Quran, or it was in Hindu scripture. But
it's like a
now,
personal thing.
yeah,
Like you can't explain it as a personal connection. It just happens. It's beyond what you can put in a book.
like you and me, we have never ever met, right? Never
Yeah.
met. But I'm comfortable with you. You're comfortable with me. We have not
Yeah,
have
man.
a single disargument till this, 30 or 40 minutes. Are we not?
No. We
See,
were
we're
able
just
to
getting
coexist and
together.
chill.
Two
There's
humans.
movements of the spirit that happen where people can just be able to be at peace, like, and call it shalom or whatever. But
We call it satsang. Sat means truth, and sang means people around you. In Hindi.
that could also, like, there's other words like agape, like his
Yes.
love for the truth and a true love for one another, like actually having that real, you know. Well, that's something interesting too. That something comes to mind. That's another Bible verse. How can you say you love God if you don't love your brother who you have seen? If you say you love God who you have not seen, but you don't love your brother who you have seen, then you're a liar and the truth is not in you. And I'm like, oh snap! So you literally have to love this image of God before you. That's a temple that contains that divine connection. You have no choice. Because if you don't, then you're a liar. If you say you love God,
We
hey,
call it in this way. When Buddha was said, if there's gonna be another moment or another awakening again, right? How would we know? And in the scriptures, it's written that the next time when I will come here, I will come as Maitreya. So if I literally translate it in English, that would be as a friend, friendship with compassion. So look around. Flat earthers are not gurus, right? They are not experts, right? They came as a
yeah,
friends, fixing with the same opinion, and they're trying to be friendship with compassion too around, right?
yeah,
So I would rather say the awakening is not like a person being Buddha, but a sanghas collectively going together in a spirit form.
yeah.
What
The
Buddha
way,
was trying to tell was to other people was in the further days, the collective conscious will be so higher that there would be no gurus. There would be no need of any people higher or lower. It would be friends sharing knowledge with one another in a friendship and compassion way. Because
yeah,
the language it was not like English. It was not objectified. Language was much more subjectively expressed. The
wait.
scriptures.
Wait, this just came to mind. Okay, it says princess or no, princess of darkness.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's something that's called like error or era, and it literally it's the antithesis of truth, like in every way.
Yep.
Complete and utter darkness and ignorance and obscurity. Like this entity is something like, and it's something that my mother was studying with one of our things with her various videos. Like sometimes she'll like be reading something, or sometimes she'll be watching YouTube videos on things, or somebody did a documentary, and it was interesting. I like when they were talking about it, my ears perked up. Like, wait, what? I haven't heard that one before. Like I knew about the whole Koshik thing and darkness and there being entities related to it, but they have an actual pinpoint name of what this entity is and what it does.
We have a wait. Kali, yeah. So
Yeah.
there is a word called Kali that means age of darkness or darkness demon, or let's just whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
Dark demon who nullifies it, or demon who nullifies the spirit of darkness, whatever you want to say. Kali Yuga, and that means the age of darkness. Yuga means time, and Kali means darkness. So darkness. It was a time of darkness.
So according to my research, there's basically 1,000-year ages, like eras, and they're divided into 500-year segments. So you have the age of aura and an age of darkness within that 1,000-year timeline. And this is something that's transcending beyond just one religion or document. It's like a lot of people around the world talk about these ages of aura and ages of darkness. You could call it like a dark age or an age of like information or whatever. And it flip-flopped between these two. On 500, and we're ending like this one age and we're entering another, and that's why things are like shifting, like downward, like the dumbing down of it. Yeah, we're ahead. Like
I
we've
would
already.
rather say it this way. Wait, I would rather say it in the Hinduic Vedic way. There are 4 yugas. Okay, age of iron, age of copper, age of silver, age of golden. Okay, if I have to translate in English. And right now we are transcending from age of irony to age of copper. That means we're ascending back. There was a time when we were fulfilled, let us say, fresh, the age of golden. There was no darkness at all. But something happened. I don't know what happened, but we fell down, and that's when we came to age of darkness, the age of iron. Now, after it was 2012, that's when the Maya calendar ended. Remember, it was said the calendar ended. It was not that world was gonna end. No, what happens when your clock stop ticking from 1 to 12 and it goes back 1 again, right? That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's starting up again. The world never ends. It will never end.
This
It
right
never
here.
ended.
This right here. I'm gonna share a picture in the live stream. So wait, what? Why is it 7 megabytes? Hold on. Like I would get the one that happens to be like huge as heck. Dang it. Can I have a low resolution quality copy? Oh, duh. I don't know why I didn't just screenshot it. Get rid of it. There we go. All right, there we go. Technical difficulties over. That's a lot smaller. About the same. So this supposedly shows different empires over the time, and the original, the head right there, is the golden age of like humanity, like first world order level.
Yeah.
And as things degrade and go down, right, we get to iron and clay in these 10 kingdoms. It's my belief that that's kind of where we're at, and we're getting to like the mixing of genetics and cybernetic type, But after that, the empire of materialism collapses. So then we enter a new age. We've got ideas of what happens there, but there's actually no specific, like, this is exactly what happened. It's just a bunch of different things related to what happens.
I think we will be much more into ether. I know for sure. Because right now nobody knows what ether is, in the 90% of the low model.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, and they gaslight you on what it is, and they try and act like it's equal to when we mock their gravity. They try and mock the aether thing in the same way, but it's not the same. It's not at all, because I can look up and I see a cloud, and that's upper air, right? Like by definition of the word, it says upper air. So I see clouds and stars, okay, and something burning bright. All right, yeah, aether is obviously real. Now defining what it does and how it functions, that's another story. But what else?
You saw some pictures it was in Tartarian one. There's some instrument and a guy standing next to it with a face, or some has a mirror where there's a ghostly figure next to it. And there was a comment, I don't know if it's real or not, and they said the technology goes beyond that. They had the technology to, talk to spirits, entities. They had to fully manifest, just like in computers, like AIs or a bot.
Yeah.
They could actually use the electricity or the whatever etheric field to make the communicate. I don't know what it is,
Yeah.
but that's what the comic was.
But see, I think that that's part of it too, because right now we're relying on all this tech and materialism and stuff. But after that thing, that statue right there has to do with all the materialism and all the empires of all the world, and that's supposed to be destroyed. So when that happens, there's got to be an age that has nothing to do with this material plane or any like worldly carnal desires or any of that crap.
Oh yeah.
Like it's next level. It's something else that this reality gets shattered though. That idol, that's a false idol for government worship and materialism. It's going to die. And when it does, that's when like everything changes. Like an eternal day begins, so to speak. There's no more darkness to obscure and destroy and cause pain anymore. Things get different.
And it says that people will be different too, because
Yeah.
they will live in a different environment, because today we live in so much pollution, so much EMF radiation, and the suppression, because we're trained from the very young age, we have been indoctrinated in some way or another.
Yep.
I have my indoctrination from the East, you guys have the West, some have the indoctrination of Muslim and Christian, everyone have their certain indoctrination. So we have
Yeah.
certain personality types. But looking this way, when the age will be lifted, okay, the veil will be lifted, the apocalypse, right? The lifting of the veil, that
Yeah.
happens, everything will be normal in the environment way, surrounding way, right? So
Yeah.
everyone will have the equal chance of going up.
Another way,
Potential.
I'd like to add, that's not a bad word. The word apocalypse, everybody hears it and they think, oh no, it's the end. It's not a bad word.
Yeah.
It has to do with like light being shone on something and to be revealed. Like it's not an evil word.
Like the lifting of the veil, is it not?
Yeah, it's a good thing. We want it to happen. We want the apocalypse. We don't want to hide from it. We want it to happen.
But they use it as a materialistic term. They want to use that as destruction. They
Yeah.
want to use it as, hey, the world's gonna go away. To 2012 movie's gonna happen again. Bullshit, bro.
Everyone's gonna die. Oh no. It's the end of the world as we know it. They want fear because fear sells. The fear and sex are the two things that sell above all things in this world. And if you can't sell sex, you're selling fear.
There's only two things
Yeah.
in life. Those are the two fearful things.
Yeah.
That's why they want to addict you in some way or another.
Yeah.
Fear, false evidence appearing real.
Oh, dude,
what my
that's
friends call it.
nice.
I always use that term to myself whenever I have that fear,
False evidence.
false evidence appearing real.
I'm gonna make a meme. I'm gonna make a meme out of that later. I'm gonna write that down.
Oh yeah, man! False evidence appearing real, and that's so like you could also do people who do there's two ways to do it in recovery, alcohol and addiction recovery. It's either FEAR means fuck everything and run, or it means face everything and recover.
All right, I'll make that family
That's
friendly by changing the F word to forget everything and run. Which that's because yeah.
Yeah.
And the other one was face everything and recover.
Face everything and recover. Yep.
Yeah. All right, and now we got 3 new memes that I can work on later. Taking notes.
See, that's the thing. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be false evidence appearing real. You don't have to be fearful. You can make the word fear a good thing by doing the face everything and recover. I don't fear anything. I face everything and I recover from it. Simple.
Yeah. Turn that fear into
I
energy.
call it the way of perception work. Everyone can make out of everything. It just works out.
If you don't have the spirit of fear about you, then why would you? Like, why would you run? Why would you want to forget? Like, face it head on. What's the worst thing that happen? You die? Okay, cool. Let's move on to the next chapter. Death is the ultimate adventure. That's a quote from, I believe, Hook, the Hook movie. Or he's talking to Peter Pan. He says something. I'm going to get that audio clip. Death is the ultimate adventure. It really is, though. I mean, we can kind of generally predict what happens here, but nobody actually has ever come back to, well, one. But nobody right now, that any of us know, has come back from the other side with any form of evidence of what is there. I don't think you'd want to.
It should be life should be a mystery to live. We're all living together, sharing our knowledge, our experience moment. That's a precise thing. But
Yeah.
making faith out of it, nah, not
I
gonna be
be-
my thing.
Here's my thought, though, when it comes to faith. All right, I believe in the eternal soul, right? And acceptance is the final stage of grief. So the most traumatic thing that can happen to an eternal soul is to physically exist. And once you can achieve acceptance and that balance between eternity and physical existence, that is at the point where you can move on. Until then, you get trapped in kind of like a feedback loop of reactionary behavior, like an NPC. Like, you can't even choose to behave. You can't choose an action. You just react to everything. That a lot everywhere. They got to accept it, man. They got to accept the final stage of grief. Otherwise, they're going to grieve over their own lives until they die. If you die before you die, you can't die. Die to self, ego death. There's more to it than that, but I'm not going to keep on. I ain't about to start preaching it up like that. Let's get back to the curvature of the Earth. Has anybody brought forth any measurements related to when horizontal line becomes an oblate spheroid?
No. And right now I'm looking at the moon and the sun in the same sky to my left. Same sky, and they're really close to each other. But only half the moon's lit up, where the whole face should be lit up right now. The whole thing, I should be able to see so much of the moon right now because the sun and the moon are to my left in the same sky. Oh, shit. How's that possible, Glover?
Yeah, isn't it weird when you look at the moon and like the way that the light is reflecting on it, like as though it were reflecting, looks quite interesting in comparison to the fact that the sun is positioned at a place that would not produce that particular field of light. Like, how is it illuminating that way then? If that's there,
Yeah,
wait,
yeah.
what?
So the moon has or is its own light source, but in my opinion, the sun has literally nothing to do with the moon's light at all, or how we can see the moon or anything.
Yeah, as we were discussing, like SD and I before, that the sun and the moon are equals. Like, they have their purpose, like equal but separate and distinct.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they certainly are the same size, which to me says something. I don't know what that means, but it does say something to me.
Yeah. And I think we're discussing
the thing about it disappears in 14 days and comes back in 14 days again. In the new moon, there is no moon.
Well, that's one thing that, like, one time it was, I don't know, maybe it was like a lunar eclipse that I'm remembering. I remember one time I looked up, right, and it was supposed to be the time, I guess, that there wasn't a moon out, but yet it looked like a full moon, but not. I don't know how to explain it. Like, there's a black thing. It was black, though, but it was in the sky, and it was where the moon should have been. I'm like, but it was a black thing. It wasn't, I'm just saying.
You mean like a black hole sun?
I don't know what it was. I just saw there was a thing. I was a kid. I don't know how to explain this to you. I got a vague memory of a thing. It is in the sky. It could have been the mothership. I don't know. But I do know that I felt like it was positioned where the moon should be, and that it was at a time where it should have been a new moon. But it was like this. It was really weird, though. Like it looked surreal.
In Hinduism, we call it Rahu Ketu, the black sun.
Hmm.
We have a Santosh
But like,
Meenakshi.
I do. Oh yeah, go
You heard
ahead.
of it?
I'll hold my thought. No, I
Okay.
don't. Maybe, but you share your what you
Okay.
understand and know about.
Santosh Meenakshi is a geocentric too. Okay, and he's an activist too, and he has a synchronous society. So there, in one of his lectures and one of his discourse like this, the YouTube videos, he explains about the concept of Rahu and Ketu. There is a there's just like an entity like thing, just like sun and the moon, anode and cathode. Like it's a plus and minus, right? There's a suppose. So there's a third thing entity there. Whenever there's a lunar eclipse, there's something happening. It's not just sun and the moon, colliding in heliocentric mode. There's something just getting off it. There is no moon. There is no sun at that moment. Something happening over there. He explains it way better. I have a link. I'll send you.
Interesting. I was like, yeah, if you have a link, I'll check it out later.
Check the live stream voice text in a second. I'm going to post an image of one version of how people think this place is. Hang on.
They're one of those things you're making fun of their straw men that they try to make. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to drink and use the bathroom and check on the fam. And yeah, there's enough people here now. Y'all can keep the show going. I don't have to keep talking. I can take a break. BRB.
No problem, brother. Hey, so yeah, check the live stream voice text. Apparently, that's what the Freemasons believe the world is. Got your black sun down there. That's the swastika, right? Hitler wasn't stupid; he was just a dickhead. Then you got the North Star above. You got your cathode and anode, which could be North Star, black hole sun, cathode, anode, and then the sun and the moon on each side of it, kind of keeping the engine going. So
Exactly. You're right, boy. You're right. This is it.
Well, listen, I don't know if that's how it is or not. To me, that's the most compelling. And in all the years of research I've done, that one seems to be the one that our leaders think is real. You know, the elite around the world, the people who run the world, they think this is how the world is.
Oh yeah. And it's in different ways. It is scripted in different ways. Different countries, same symbol in different ways, bro. Same. You can actually go there in the government and you can see them having the symbol.
Swastika, listen, the swastika has been around representing before Hitler got to it.
Well, swastikas are different forms. I have different pictures on. The swastikas have good, evil, fragility, bad, every aspect. There are like many ways of representing it. Wait, let me see. Let me show you. See it?
Do you see it? Hello? You guys there?
Oh gosh. Okay. It's a little bit chilly outside. The wind picked up. Northern Star Polaris with the sun and the moon and the black hole sun. Interesting. Where did this come from? It's very Masonic.
So you see the Freemason sign there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what our world leaders.
I see the four winds.
This is this is what the elite, the ruling class, the Vatican, all these fuckers, they think the world is set up that way.
Huh. That's interesting because that's one of the realms of possibility, like models that I got logged away in the back of my head, and you have a visual image of like something that's just mental projection in my head. It's just interesting.
Yeah.
Because I've read a lot of stuff that, I see where this comes from. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. This is one of the most popular, if not the most popular worldview, other than, of course, the heliocentric garbage.
Here's the interesting thing, though. So Eretz and Adama are two different things. Eretz is where we get the word earth from. And there's one verse that's kind of like there were giants in the earth in those days, and obviously they weren't like mugging around under the ground. They were upon the earth doing stuff. So if you were to consider this egg to be the earth, right, and you're in the earth, and that area right there in the middle, that's Adama, that's the land, that's where Adam gets his name from, that's Mother Earth, that's the space, the terrain we live on, then that's where these Masonic people get this philosophy from. Yes, the earth is round, but they're not telling you that you are inside of this contained universal system.
Yeah,
so you're not. It's round and flat.
Yeah, it's flat where we are, and it's round in other places. So here's what I think. Here's what I think is going to happen. Concave, flat, and globe earthers. It's not going to be a globe anymore, but it is going to be somewhat concave, somewhat
the cosmic egg.
Mostly, listen, it's going to be somewhat concave, mostly flat, where we live, and then overall, the thing they're going to say is going to have some kind of egg shape where we're in a basin. The basin is under us with the black hole sun, engine of creation, and then above us is the celestial quote unquote sphere, or what it would be, maybe like a hemisphere at this point. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, that seems like it would be the next model that's going to be like heavily, and it kind of unifies like three different things in a weird way.
Yep.
And it's another cartoon. I mean, it's partially true, I'm certain, but it's again going to be another cartoon.
It's another cartoon, buddy.
Yeah. Okay, almighty cartoon, please show us where we live. But that is interesting, though, because there's a lot of parallels related to some occult stuff and really ancient beliefs that have been carried on even until now.
Hey, listen, it could be real. That could be the deal right there, but I'll never know.
Are you going to go outside the egg? I don't think I will.
No.
I don't think I can.
Yeah, no.
But it's a fascinating concept that definitely has heavy roots throughout history. Like it's not just something that people making up. And I'm going to post this right here, even though I know they got the invite if they're watching the YouTube. But Discord invite, image thingy. Come join us in chat. We'll talk about everything. The Earth's still flat, but you know the thing. Except for the one thing. We can't talk about that thing, but, other than that, the burden of proof is on the people who think that the Earth's not flat. Post that here, too. What would happen if Atlas shrugged? All right, I was looking for a picture related to what you were just talking about, but I wanted my art one. And I don't know where I put it because I am really retarded when it comes to organizing my own files.
I
Dude,
posted
my
on the
desktop looks...
Swastikas one. Have you seen it? The swastikas mean something, and every civilization have a meaning. You look at it: Jewish, Bali, Hindu, Jain, Greek, Hopis, Christian, Tibet, Islam, even Japan has it.
Like how there's a great deluge story everywhere. It don't matter who you are or where you're from. You've got a great deluge story somewhere in the history of your peeps. There's certain things where it's like it obviously happened to all of us, all of our history.
Yeah. And they erased it. That's why the symbolism they were erased. That's where the fashion came in. That's where they had to introduce Hollywood, to change the symbolism.
Our symbolism is going to be their downfall, but that's how they control everyone because everybody's so infatuated with symbols and words. They don't even know what words mean, but behold, oh, the mighty word. Like they'll invoke science as though it's a magic word that automatically makes them right. Meanwhile, they don't even know the scientific method.
They don't even know that. They don't even know what they're talking about, to be honest with you.
Yeah. They don't know what they don't know. And if you try and tell them they don't know, how dare you? I trust science. Like, you don't even know what science means. It means to know. That's what that word means, is to know. It just means knowledge. Like, trust knowing things. Yeah, we do. We trust knowing things. Exactly. We would like you to trust knowing things as well, Do you know? I think like you and me are crazy if we question something and try and run an actual real-world experiment instead of just trusting some science wizard with, like, a weird mathematical equation floating next to him. I don't blame anybody, though. I understand. You grew up as a child trusting your parents. They tell you stuff. You're still alive. Okay, well, they knew enough to keep me alive, so I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. And then you apply the same thing to whatever hierarchy's above you. You're told to go behave yourself in school and ask for permission if you get a little hall pass so you can go take a crap or something. Everybody's taught to obey and like submit to that system early on. And not to question it. Like there's certain questions. Like, this is just real. Everybody knows that. Yeah, yes, that question. You're obviously retarded. You can pay attention and go back to school.
They don't want to. They don't want to accept it though.
They don't want to think for themselves. They want to be told what to think and then just live their life having faith that what they've been told is true. Thinking hurts too much for some people, I guess. Like when the gears aren't moving and you ain't got no oil to get them lubricated so they'll start turning. I try and think and it just smells like burnt rubber grinding. Like diesel fuel. I'm joking. And I did a self-deprecating humor joke on that identical thing about myself earlier, so I do unto others as I would to myself. But for real, sometimes we get a little retarded. We get a little slow, which is what the word retard means, is to slow down. It doesn't mean whatever people want it to mean. It's slow down, kind of like a flame retardant material. It slows things down. We all get slow sometimes. Drink water. Brain need water to move. I think that they've got it to the point though where they overload everybody, right? All these children and even adults are drinking such oversaturated sugary beverages and junk food things that are food-like products that aren't even really food. They lack in nutrition, yet they have high concentrations of preservatives, and then they wonder why their brains aren't functioning at any higher capacity, just like bare minimum, enough to keep you alive and let you perform your task at your job and go home and relax, and wind down until you go back to do the same thing, like a rat on a treadmill. That's what they want. Though,
Guinea
right?
pigs. They want to make us the guinea pigs. That's all.
Yeah, like obedient little zombies. Just obey, go back home. Don't forget to pay your taxes and praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. America. Like for this weird, it's just so weird. How can they? Okay, you got a nation that supposedly claims to be a Christian nation, at least at one point, and it talks about loving your enemies and doing good to those who wish you harm. And then you'll have certain people who claim to have like this fear of God type thing, and yet they just want to drop straight bombs on anybody. Like, I don't care. Innocent people can apply whatever, as long as we like blast the devil out of them. What? That is not at all what those red letters say. I'm just saying. I mean, his disciples were like, "Hey, you want us to call down fire and brimstone from heaven or whatever and destroy the city?" And he's like, "Nah, no. It ain't time for that kind of stuff. Nah." But why would we want to go blow stuff up and explode things? Like when he would literally say no if he was right there. That's ridiculous. That's silly. These are not Christians. These people who they believe in straight violence and blowing up any nation. It's not America. They're silly. They're not an accurate representation.
Not easy generating content on here, is it?
No, it's not.
But let's kind of refocus back into the flat Earth content, which is the information about the shape of the Earth, which people have been getting all along wrong. Yes. Good morning, everybody. This is Miggy, and it is
not to interrupt, but I am thankful that you are here, Miggy.
Yeah, no worries. What we do here is we're gonna get this party started for as much as we can with the people that are here. So we do have on a panel that's here, Effie Batman, who's chilling out there in Australia, and we got Flat Lloyd, who just joined us at the moment, which is Chris. Got Morvis out there making his popcorn, making his rounds. We got Flatty that just joined us, SD, who's hanging out. We got the Truth Acknowledgement, Ashley and Ethergrass, the couple who are on here. Welcome everybody on the panel, and we are diving into exactly what everybody's been waiting for. As a conversation of the shape of the Earth. Is the Earth a globe or not? Do we have any evidence for the case? And do we have any proponents who will come in here and click the link that's on the description on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord YouTube live stream? Come in here and talk about the shape of the Earth conversation. We welcome everybody here who thinks the Earth is a globe. Maybe they're on the fence, we don't know, or they know the Earth is flat. But either way, we want to have a conversation with new people so that we can have that understanding if they know that the Earth is what they think that it is. But I am always on here challenging everybody, and I guarantee you there's not a single living soul that can come in here and demonstrate that the Earth is a globe. It has never been done or ever will be. Yes, I made a very 100% sure statement, very certain that no one's ever going to do that. But you're welcome to try. Either way, I think it's great. It's an exercise for you to actually see if there's things that you know of the shape of the Earth. But if you can come in here, and like I said before, there's a link in the description, or Nightbot is putting it up on the YouTube live stream text chat. Just click that thing. Come on in here. I'll unmute you. I'll give you the floor. And if you have so much evidence for the shape of the Earth, then please present that evidence. But with the idea of presenting that evidence, I will ask you for three things. The primary source, which is, where did you get that information from? Who is the originator of that information? Primary source, right? First thing. Citation. Where does it say what you think it says? Show me. Okay. Then, okay, we'll see where it says where you think it says about the shape of the Earth. You know, what book, who said it, all that kind of stuff. All right. And then the third is a demonstration. We're going to take this into the field and test what you're saying to see if it does match up with reality. And we're going to do it to where it's easy for everybody to know, because, you know, everybody knows it's a globe. So if that's the case, without assumptions, we're going to reach the end conclusion that it's definitely a globe. It's self-evident. There's no need to be in here talking about flat Earth, globe Earth, donut Earth, toilet Earth, or whatever. It will definitely be a globe for sure. But if you guys are in here just joining the panel, say hi. We got Glatflobe that's just in here. If anybody else is in here, say what's up.
I am driving. I will be at work soon. Love you guys. Hello.
Anybody else?
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
Good morning, Chris.
Oh, I love you too,
Morning,
man.
Mickey.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
SD, what's going on, bro? Andy, hold my beer.
Hey, dude.
Hey, Ed.
What's going on, Andy?
How's it going?
Really well.
Oh.
We're starting this party, man. We're getting the table set up. DJ's getting set up. But
Hey,
we are having the floor kind of swept because the carpet is being rolled out for these guys. Anybody who thinks that the earth is a globe. Oh, we got some people watching the YouTube live stream text chat right now, and people watching the live stream. They come in here listening to us like a podcast. That's great. But we do want you guys to be involved. We want you to be involved. We want you to come in here and talk to us. There's been a lot of misconceptions as to what they think the shape of the earth is. And for that matter, this conversation has led a lot of people into different ways of thinking about what the earth could be, right? So there's a lot of speculation involved with also the flat earth conversation. But we want to have a talk about like all of the things that are pertaining to it surrounds, I should say, the conversation for the shape of the earth. We can go a little astray every now and again, but that's usually just because there's really nobody in here to talk to. And some people say, "Oh, I just want to hear what you have to say." Well, if you're not talking to me, I'm going to be talking about other things. So it's good for you to come in here and say, "Hey, I think the earth's a globe." And then we can have the conversation as to why it is or isn't a globe. But if we don't say anything, then we're not going to know anything. So come in here and let's talk about what you think the shape of the earth conversation is all about. Say anything.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I want the miles or kilometers before level of horizontal line becomes oblate spheroid or whatever sphere, whatever the heck they want to call it. How many miles? Give me a number. That's a target. Give me a number. Nobody can give that number. It never curves, no matter how high you go, and nobody can give a number for when it turns into sphere. We just want some data, man. Give some data points. Give us some facts. Tell us why. Because observably, measurably, it's flat.
Well, I think that's one thing. That's part of why they would agree. It's the math. And there's some things, and Ether, I know you're kind of, I don't want to say fairly new to this topic, but I would say that people that ask for certain things get given certain things. But the thing that we do need is to demonstrate how the numbers comport over to reality. So it doesn't matter what they show you. Data is not the case here. It's the fact that the data doesn't match reality. So they have that. They can, if they don't have what you are asking for, they'll scrounge around until they figure something out and then give you what you're asking for in the way of data. They don't have, however, the data comporting over to reality, which means when you go to the field and you say, okay, we got all this data. Like, what are we going to do with this? We're just going to sit here with it? No. We're going to see if this data matches what we see with drop over distance. That's the bit that they don't have, because they don't have the fact that it's curving at the set rate that they say it's curving at. So data, they can come plenty, right? They'll have, if they don't have what you're asking for, certainly they'll come up with something to give you what you want in that way. But that's not what we're looking for. We are looking for how that matches what we see. That's the bit that they don't have. So being new to the topic, you might demand certain things. So the one thing you might ask for is data, right? They got that. Well, what else will they ask for? Well, check it out. Let me go into what they can ask for, or what we might ask for. Like I would say, flat earthers will say, well, show me an uncut footage of something taking off from the ground, going all the way up to the sky, and coming back down again. You don't have that, Globers. Take that. Well, I'll tell you what. 3 days ago, well, now it's maybe 5 days ago, there was a rocket that launched from SpaceX. And I've seen uncut footage going straight up, coming straight back down. Now, that's not to say whatever they're doing gives a validity to it, but the thing people are asking for is not the thing that's going to solidify the Earth being a globe or not. It's just smoke and mirrors, and the things here's what I'm saying. You got to be careful what you ask for, because if that's your standard of evidence, then guess what? They're going to supply it to you, and you're going to be convinced. Well, yeah, you got me them data points. Oh, you got me that uncut footage. Here we go. Back to the globe. Good thing that you gave me the thing that I asked for. But it still doesn't turn the Earth into a globe.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you ask for something that they can fake and the public will believe, well, don't ask for that. You got to really, really think about the really is level. Can I prove it? Can you prove it? Most of the time that answer is going to be no, and then it's, well, I can't prove to you the Earth does or does not curve in a chat room. At least my point is, I want to give you the motivation to go out and check for yourself. That way you can actually know or not. But saying, hey, show me uncut. I used to say shit like that, right? I do. Yeah. I did, and I want to, link it up. Let me watch that. But then at the same time, it's like, well, wait a second. It's just footage of something I had nothing to do with. So, I go out to the world and observe and measure it to be flat against the globe map. Again, it's the only thing I can actually prove myself.
That's it. There isn't anything like to spice it up or to say, like, let's ask for another thing that we consider would be evidence. They got that. Smoke and mirrors all day long. Yeah. All day long. They don't have to go far. Oh, you weren't happy with what you got. 8 inches per mile squared doesn't satisfy you? No worries. We got you. What data do you need? We'll conjure it up. Hell, we got
there.
Yeah, so you know what I mean?
No, I'm agreeing. I get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. Like if they give a number that none of us can ever reach to even look, then it's a moot point. The number doesn't even matter because we're never going to be able to get up there to go check. Period. Because it's higher than a freaking weather balloon can go or whatever.
Yeah. So if you understand the what I'm presenting here is the reality of the situation. So you and maybe a lot of other new people to Flat Earth, like I would say, not new in the sense of like brand new. I'm saying the idea that the conversation in this forum curates a lot of people's critical thinking to be such that we don't ask for things that are able to be given that could be circumventing truth. That right there, what you would ask for, could circumvent the truth that you know about the shape of the Earth. So not to say that you would be convinced, but they could present anything that you ask for in the way of math or video or something where it's like, damn, he gave me what I asked for. That's crazy. And so I got to consider this. No, you don't. But the thing is, you ask for the specific thing that made you say that that's the standard of what, and that's not it. And like Glad, it's pretty simple, right? It's not complicated. So we got to get everybody in this forum back on track to where the standard and the thing that we're asking for is the thing that would verify the Earth being what it actually is, not the thing that's going to give us, well, you gave me all these data points. Well, that's great. I'm totally convinced Earth is a globe. Let's go back to it. No, because they didn't tell you how those numbers comport over to reality. How did you see that all these numbers equal globe drop over distance? Nope, not there. So that's what we need. Yeah. We need the thing that they present that's going to make the Earth actually understandably because here's the thing. You can't walk away from the fact that Earth has already said to be a set size of dimensions. So I don't know. There isn't any magic that can take place that's going to make drop over distance equal the radius, diameter, circumference that's already there. You can't. So no, I would call it. It's already settled. It's set in stone. You can't say, well, the Earth's bigger than what they were proposing. No. You can't do that because they've been using the data and the numbers that have been presented to us. thus far. So all of what they say the globe is has been already, that math has already been utilized. So you can't say, well, let me rethink how big the Earth can be, and then let's use that information to comport it over to reality. Nope, sorry, Bucko, you're not gonna get away from this. The thing is, it's already been stated to be a set size of dimensions. So somehow, some way, you're gonna have to make it work. It's gonna have to comport over to the 3959 radius value somehow. So pull a rabbit out of a hat, if you will, but that will be the thing that we're going to use to say that the Earth isn't too big or too small or anything like that. We know the set size of dimensions, and according to that, we're going to have to see how it drop over distance measures to that. And guess what? It does not. It does not.
I would let it say one of my reasons for it isn't. Yeah, one of my reasons for saying it isn't so much the number, but more the fact that it's not common knowledge and should be. And like you just said, all the numbers are there, right? To run the math to give what an alleged number should be. Like, okay, at this distance, you should see this. And that's not a common knowledge thing. And that's the peculiarity. Like, why don't middle schoolers and high schoolers just off the top of their head, yep, you go this mile from Earth and you'll know it's a whatever. It should be a normal thing that's just whatever. But it's not. It's unknown. And the fact that you can ask people that question, they don't know. It's like, that's weird. Why don't we know?
We're not getting to the root cause of the reason why people think the Earth is a globe. That's basically just another question. It's another question, and it's easily somebody looks it up, or somebody even look. It says right here, this is the data. This is what you're missing. No worries, got you. I got you. And then for you, it's like, dude, you gave me the data. Oh yeah. But like, no, we that's not. We're not asking for that. Now, when you start asking for that, they're going to give that to you. But so I've known these guys, these anti-flat earthers, these guys are grand masters at being able to circumvent ways they just are. So the thing that you think that would be the standard of evidence, they're going to give it to you. Oh, uncut footage? Got you. Don't worry about it. So that's not, and people would say, well, let's do these high altitude balloon footage, mine against yours. Let's see who comes out with flat Earth or globe Earth. That's still not what we need. Anecdotal evidence. My pilot friend, who's an American airline pilot, he came in here and he says the Earth's flat. Get that, globe Earthers. So freaking what? So what? You got a submarine guy who comes in here, he's like, hey man, Earth's pretty flat, we use sonar technology. Great. But the rest of the crew on it thinks the Earth's a globe, so it don't matter. Like, there's nothing you can do in the way of using any one of these forms of ways to solidify the Earth is not a globe presented to people. Like, well, man, if I could just get my airline pilot to come in here, friend, he'll convince you guys. You'll see. Sorry, that's not the standard of evidence. And it's just what Glad said. Like, going back, we always got to make sure that the way that people achieve this knowledge is something attainable to everyone. It isn't just trust me kind of a thing, or I've done this thing that we're taking pictures now. Like, that's not a standard at all, because you're looking through the lens of a camera. And also, there isn't any measurements. So if you're looking through the lens of something and you're not doing any measurements of any kind, then that's not evidence of anything. It just isn't. Even if it looks as flat as a pancake, like, you're not going to reach like, okay, look, it's all flat. See? We're like, X amount of feet up in the air. And they got evidence the same way. If that's what you call evidence, they got the same. All kinds of balloon footage they send up will look like a globe. And now what? It's like you're not going to win that. So getting everybody back on track. This forum is definitely able to be used in a way so that you can understand. Like, that's what we do here. That's exactly what we do. So let's root through the.
I get what you're saying, man. Like, unfalsifiable data is not scientific data.
No, it's not. Well, it's not just not that it's scientific data, but it's not even science, bro.
It's pseudoscience.
We're not integrating science in any of this. This isn't a natural phenomena that we're actually looking at, trying to figure out the cause of the effect. Has nothing to do with science whatsoever. So that term has been misused in the realm of what we're doing here. So we're getting people to the correct way of actually looking at this and not asking for things that we shouldn't be asking for, and actually telling people, like, the thing that we're doing here is not science. It has nothing to do with science. It has everything to do with what is questioned. What is the earth? Well, we need to measure that thing. Science is a cause and effect relationship. When are we implying or imploring the scientific method to figure anything out for the shape of the earth? This has probably been one of the things that people don't like. They try to mix in science with this because that's what Globers have been doing. They think we're doing science. Let's do a scientific experiment. Sorry, that don't work here. So you're barking up the wrong tree when you're thinking that that's the way we're going to achieve the knowledge of the nature of the shape of the earth conversation. That's not going to work. Ever.
I'd say I'm okay with experimentation, but not with invocation. Like, science doesn't mean, just using the word science doesn't automatically mean that, like, the one making an argument's correct. Like when they're like, oh yeah, well, trust science. Nah, it doesn't.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean also either. Like, you got to remember, bro. Like, you're okay with science. I'm okay with science, but what does that have to do with the shape of the earth conversation? Nothing. That doesn't mean that somebody's gonna come in and bring some science. Well, I got some science here. Wonderful. What does it have to do with the shape of the earth? Nothing. Nothing. You don't have nothing.
That's true.
Other than you saying that, well, we see the sun and moon and we the effects and all. Great. You cause and effect relationship for a natural phenomena that's going on. That's wonderful. But how are we measuring drop over distance? Like, great. All of that, what you're saying is fine. But still, doing science on Earth doesn't mean that you're going to be doing something with the shape of the Earth. That's the what is question. What is the Earth? Well, let's figure it out. Because obviously there needs to be drop over distance, and that needs to be self-evident to everyone. And it's not. And if there's any drop that people are saying, well, I see some drop over distance. There it is. Did you measure it? Did you get a measurement as to how much drop over distance there is? Or are you just looking through water levels and saying, look, there's some drop there. Oh, that's great. That's fine. Now, what is the measurement to that? You didn't do that, did you? Oh, we got a lot of crazy people running around with theodolites on the anti-flat earth side of things. Oh, I've looked through my theodolite and there's a drop. Yeah, but you didn't measure anything. You're just saying there's a drop. Did you actually get any drop over distance measurements? No. Did you measure from the ground level? No. I measure to the tops of things, says Jesse Gordon. And everybody licking his boots on the Globert side, because they're doing that, will say that he's doing something to provide evidence. And why aren't you guys looking at this? Because that numbskull, right, is not actually getting any drop over distance. He's looking through his stupid theodolite and saying, well, I see something, therefore Earth globe. Earth globe. That's all they say. Well done. You're a friggin' moron. So yeah, do I want to poke the bear? Absolutely. Because I want to wake people up and provoke them to think critically about this conversation and not just ask for things or say things that have nothing to do pertaining with the shape of the earth conversation. Because it's most important that we get down to the bits of what is real. Inquiring minds want to know. And so we are going to get to the heart of the situation. And it don't matter how we do it. We're going to take people dragging and screaming, kicking and screaming. We're going to get there somehow. And then we're going to expose everybody who's been a liar all this time. So, the invitation is there. The description is in the link. If you guys have enough evidence for the shape of the earth being a globe, I invite you in here. But welcome everybody who's on the panel. Sasha, we got Checkmate that just joined us. What's up, guys? Hello, is this thing on? All right.
Hello.
Hello.
What up, Kiwi? Sasha, you're usually talkative, man. Today is just the day that you're just.
Man, I'm rolling the stuff.
You're rolling the what? You're making breakfast? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, my breakfast. It's afternoon here, Miggy.
Afternoon? What are
Yeah.
you doing? What are you doing over there in the afternoon?
What do? I took my daughter from the school, and now I'm drinking my coffee and smoking my weed on balcony.
All right. Well, we're waiting for somebody to come in here and tell us how they think the Earth's a globe. So that's another thing.
Oh, I can tell you that.
And we got other people on the panel too. We got Checkmate on here. What's up, Checkmate? Checkmate. Nah, that's no bueno, dude. I didn't hear if you jumped on here and said something. Didn't hear you, bro. However, I did hear Kiwi. What's up, Kiwi?
Not too much, man. All is well. Happy Friday to the panel. I hope all is well. Anyone out there on YouTube land want to come on in, have a chat with us, put down the evidence on the table. Let's have a chat about it, shall we? I hope all is well. Miggy, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing lovely. It's been a lovely, lovely Friday.
I woke up to a white Friday. It was raining yesterday, yesterday throughout the afternoon, and it appears as though that rain transitioned to snow. So we've got a little bit of snow. It's looking mighty frosty, but it's definitely still flat. That's for sure.
Oh, we got a few people at the YouTube live stream text chat. We got Tassie Tiger saying something about Sydney and Perth. 2,400 miles apart, 35 degrees longitude separation, same latitude below the equator. Explain how it's not a globe. Tassie, we do like to have the conversation with people in here. So if something seems a bit daunting because we are a live stream and also on YouTube, but having asked the question in a voice chat makes things a lot easier for communication purposes, so that we don't have to kind of meander through a bunch of text. And I don't know. It's a bit cumbersome to wait till somebody says something and then type something back, and then maybe your sentence or paragraph that you're gonna say is a bit long. That's not as effective. I mean, we're working with voice here, so it's a bit easier, right? So we do want to have a lot of things to present to you, but at the same time, voice calls make it a little bit easier. And texting is for people that just want to stay in the shadows and not be heard. And I think it's good. We can ask questions. So if you have any questions about Sydney and Perth and that, we got some people from Australia that would chime in. But we have Wave Mixer in here as well. It's got a listening pass on Wave Mixer. And what I'll do is I'll unmute you. Wave Mixer, if you're there, you have control of your mic. I'll give you not just listening pass, but go ahead and VC verify you. How about that? So chime in if you'd like. We do want to have a talk with you. I give you VC verified. Wave Mixer, are you there? You have control of your mic, Wave Mixer. Please chime in. We do want to have a discussion with anybody that comes in here so that they can start talking about the shape of the Earth conversation. Most important. That's why we're here. That's why we have this live stream 24/7. All the time. Now, I guarantee you probably won't catch us having this conversation about the shape of the Earth content all the time. But needless to say, this is the place for that. So if you do think that's the conversation you want to have, all you got to do is pop in here and say, hey, I want to talk about the shape of the Earth. And whatever we're talking about, we should be able to stop that and come back to what you want to know. Anytime. This conversation, this YouTube live stream, this everything that we're doing on Discord is all about that. So we're going to drop what we're doing or conversation wise and go right back into this. So it's most important. So anybody else in here heard any good conversations about the shape of the Earth conversation? How about Kiwi? We got Kiwi. He's a head person from the Tartaria server. Oh, you're like the admin over there, right, Kiwi? You and
Yeah, host over the Tartarian
Different
server with Shane and a few other folks.
oh, somebody chimed in when you were speaking, Kiwi. Hang on. It looks like Ashley. Go ahead, Ashley.
Oh, my bad. I accidentally pressed the button. I was talking to my dog.
Okay. No worries. But you were saying, Kiwi?
Yeah, last night we had I did a little presentation on Noah's Ark, my third rendition. Actually, I have to share a picture with you. Did you ever come across the finger of Noah's wife, her bones?
I don't know what that is, Kiwi, to be honest. Do you have something in the way of...
No, I have a picture I'm going to share with you. I'll send it to you. I'll DM it to you afterwards. But it was just in the findings of something that Ron Wyatt had come across, and I had completely looked over it until I got to this video that I was looking through. But yeah, with respect to the Tartaria server, just before that presentation, Jesse Gordon came in, and he was a little bit upset that I had publicly shamed his stickman figure drawing that he presented. He's presented that publicly a few times, and he was attempting to, or he was asking me why I didn't like his drawing. And the main issue with his drawing, again, if anybody has seen this drawing, has anybody on the panel seen this drawing that I'm referring to? Or should I post it?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
All right, let me post it up. Bear with me, folks.
I think, Ashley, did you say something?
Yes, I've watched a lot of. I'm actually friends with Ron Wyatt on Facebook. And,
Sure.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of his stuff with the. Yes, the Ark of the Covenant. I actually met him. I got him through Stephen Pigeon, actually.
That's
yeah.
amazing.
So that image.
I've seen a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that image is. I don't know if that's what Ashley was talking about. I think that's a different topic, but
Yeah.
I do know. First of all, Jesse Gordon is a numbskull. Let me put that out before I even start talking about this. Yeah, he's a freaking moron, and I'll tell you why. But outside of what you're presenting here, because of the fact that guy will say things like, "I don't know the model to that theodolite. Let me look it up," and then after he does that, proceeds to tell you, such as an expert would, about the freaking way to use it. And I'm like, dude, just because you use one specific model of theodolite doesn't give you the all-encompassing knowledge of every single total station in theodolite that ever was. Like, that's stupid, dude. You have not used this equipment. And so with the conversation that we're having that day, I was proceeding to tell him, you're not going to sit here and tell us how you know how this thing works, bro. You're not going to do it. Yeah, he just kept on rolling through and reading off of what he just clicked on. Oh, look, it says here, and I was like, you don't know how it works, how it operates, because you've never used that equipment. You've only used the ones that you think, I got 6 of them. Who cares? You didn't use this one. Did you? Did you shoot for the miles and distance that we're looking for, and you said 6 miles is the maximum effective range that this one's used for, and you didn't use it, and yet you're proceeding to tell us this is how it works? Get out of here, man. Like, I don't want that. I want people who say, hey, I've done it, I've used it, I've applied this, and this is what we're using it for. And on top of that, we had God Rockin', who's a quote unquote professional in the field, and he has used this equipment and called you a liar, that there's nothing you're doing out there that you're like, well, it sees for 6 miles, the way his little annoying voice is. And God Rockin's like, yeah, and what are you shooting for? Are you? And he's like, well, the rangefinder is telling, and he talks with a little nasally kind of, and God Rockin's like, I know it's got a rangefinder, but that's just to see on the distance. Like, what are you aiming? You putting a flag there or something? Like, what is it we're trying to identify? He's like, you're full of shit, dude. You're not gonna come in here and tell me that you're actually trying to get this distance like to be something that you're going to use for this equipment. Like it's not meant for that. He kept saying that over and over, and Jesse didn't have rebuttal to that. So on top of him just Googling the information, he proceeded to tell us like what it was used for, and then God Rockin' called him out and said, "You're full of shit." Right, so, and there's nothing that he was gonna get him back from the fact that he's taking this equipment out of its working parameter, just so that he can say he's using equipment that will give us a more precise way of saying we can find drop over distance. And he's not even looking at the ground level. He said so himself. We're not looking at the ground level, just at the tops of stuff, which is this little image that Kiwi's posting about what he says. So no, he's full of crap. And he's an idiot because he thinks that we're all going to sit here and listen to how him Googling something and then proceeding to tell us how he's an expert on something. No, thank you. I'm going to actually get dead on your ass when you're coming in here saying stupid things, acting like you're an expert, and then proceeding to tell this panel of critical thinkers that you are some sort of expert on the knowledge when you have not been using this equipment. And we know people in the Flat Earth community who have been, who've made it their whole life to be working with this equipment. So you are a moron. So that's why we're not.
If I can throw in my little 2 cents on that image. So I've been drawing elevations for or studying elevations of like houses and things of that nature for like 25 years. Being able to draw this stuff for clients and show them, hey, this is what your house is going to look like when you have it built. Right now, these elevations that are drawn, they're created from floor plans. Right, and the floor plans, we take projecting lines, we project them out, we establish datum lines, which are the elevations at first, the ground floor, the second floor, the roof line, and then we start to develop how the building's going to look. Now, the issue, parking that observation on the side for a moment and looking at Jesse's picture, is Jesse has taken the elevation and he's cut it in section. Right. That means that all the pinpointed lines off that projection plane all project onto a flat plane, piece of paper. Right. It robs the viewer of perspective. You're only able to capture two perspectives in images like these, which is the up and down, which is the y-axis. And then in this image, because he's looking at the building, you could say that he's capturing the z-axis. The problem with this is when we look at things, we see things in three perspectives, X, Y, and Z. So you lose the functionality of how light manipulates things over distances. The bottom line is, and all this is, when we view things, the things don't change, but we have to be able to understand perspective so that we can further unpack what's happening with the picture itself. And again, an image like this robs the viewer of the ability to define perspective. Thank you. I withdraw.
Right. Thank you, Kiwi, for that. But in another way of what he just said, look at what I just posted underneath that image. Really quick. Because Jesse Gordon has a lot of issues with what he's doing, and he's a friggin' moron, first of all. I always like to, I'm going to keep stating that because all his bootlickers, I want them to come in here and talk to me. Why? They want to advocate for, oh, poor old little Jesse Gordon. Because he's a moron, right? So here's the way we can look at it. You see that little GIF that I just put in there? See what I just showed there? That's interesting, right? Now, imagine if you were Jesse Gordon taking a still of that in a moment in time. Well, guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to get anything that's conclusive because it's always in flux. Huh. Yeah, that's weird. How is that? Well, that's reality, right? But if you take a still image of this during any course of time of day that it's happening, you're not going to get an exact understanding as to what you're seeing in the distance with a measurement. You're not able to do so. I would further say that that's the reason why that they can't get a measurement, and Jesse Gordon won't stick to the ground level because he knows this is a problem. It's an issue. So he's like, we just look at the tops of stuff. He doesn't want to deal with the ground level. And that is the bit that we need for drop over distance. We don't need the tops of stuff. We need the bottoms of stuff. We need the stuff where you're actually standing on that's actually curving away from you on the globe. So all Jesse's little lemmings that are running around there, because I'm going to start calling them that advocate from like architecture, one of them. Well, you guys needed to do Jesse Gordon's test and what he's doing. I'm like, shut up, dude. You're a moron too, just along with him. And he, mind you, this guy had flat earth tags, dudes. This is the weird, the strange part about it. All right. So the mind virus isn't only susceptible to the globalists. No. This also is susceptible to the flat earther who wants to hear out these guys. And they're freaking morons. So they don't need to be heard. So like one of the things you need to do is expose them and expose them and expose them and expose them. There isn't any recourse for those guys other than that they're lying. So I just shown you a GIF, right? You can take a look at that because that is what is really happening. There is no two ways about it. There's no argument from the idea that any kind of measurement is going to be able to be done because it cannot be. For God's sakes, man, we've been talking about this for years now. This is the reason why optical and physical are a reason why we have that discussion. Is it optical? Is it physical? Is it optical? Is it physical? Is it refraction? Is it a real location? Is it horizon? And so we're talking about the things that matter pertaining to how we're going to achieve the knowledge of how we know drop over distance is reached. So Jesse's way of going about this is not the way we should be doing it because he wants to look at the tops of stuff all the time. The tops of stuff, the tops of buildings. So what? So freaking what? We're trying to measure the ground.
By the way, Miggy.
Yeah.
Matthew Learns posted this in Tartaria the other day as globe proof.
What Gizmo?
I'm not joking. The GIF he posted it in Tartaria as globe proof.
Are you serious? But
I'm not joking.
No, Matthew. I guess because Matthew's been in here a long time with us, that he doesn't know up or down from right to left. He doesn't know any. The guy's all kinds of confused, and he's an educator, mind you. So watch out, man.
He's a slippery character. This guy. I mean, he sounds so calm and so assured.
Yeah, I always, Andy, like every time he's in here, dude, like I always tend to get under his skin. Like if there's anybody that can do it, I can push his buttons. Like he rage quit on me once. Like when we're talking about the Jeff Bezos, Cody going up to space, dude, perfect. And I was like, dude, where's the Kármán line? Like that needs to be known. And like he's like, well, Kármán line is it's a gray area, and it's also space is not a place that's like known to. I think space, what I would consider space, is going in orbit around the Earth. And I was like, dude, is that how everybody considers it? And he's like, well, no, everybody has their own definition. I'm like, oh, lovely. So everybody can just make shit up. Is that what you're saying? And dude, he started getting all kinds of upset. He was just mad because I was like telling him, dude, it's not right. If you go at a specific height, right, where planes can't fly anymore because propulsion's not going to work, well, then you start to figure out what is working. What type of propulsion are we going to use here? Because if the jets can't fly to this kind of, where they're not getting the lift, drag, all that kind of stuff to move along, then what can we say? There should be a place where that can be said to be, they were saying that's 62 miles up, but that seems to be dropped down a little further, like to 50 now, and it sounds a bit ambiguous, right? But the way you're saying is that we don't know, and okay. So when somebody says he went to space and looked down and saw I saw the whole Earth, then we're just going to take their word for it because there is no way of knowing. So nobody knows. So in essence, when you tell children, they're astronauts. Well, you don't know that. Did they cross the boundary between Earth and space where they're going into that? Well, that's you're just making shit up. That's great. You're just lying to people now. You don't know. That's what you're saying. It's ambiguous. Well, it's 50 miles, 62 miles. We're just arbitrarily giving it whatever we think. Oh, he went up in the sky. Fine, he's an astronaut. Like the level of the depth, and so like Matthew, he got upset, and then he got mad and quit. And then also when Jesse Gordon was in here, that guy was like, he had a bee in his bonnet, dude. He was sandbagging my conversation with them. I was like, hey. I was like trying to have a conversation with Jesse here. Well, I don't like your teaching methods. I don't like where you're going. I don't care. This ain't your server, dude. Sit down and shut up. And he wouldn't. The guy was like, I was like, Matthew, and I've never really had a hard time with you, muting you and stuff, but you're getting to be, you're getting on my nerves, bro. And I have a good mind because I know some people like you here because of your smooth tones, but that don't matter to me. You could be Joe Blow that has smooth tones and says nice things, but all of a sudden you start to sandbag me, you're going to have the worst time here because I'm going to be on you all the time. So, yeah, I every now and again, I might chime in when he's in here. But he's got to be in his bonnet about me having a conversation with someone he's another bootlicker, Jesse Gordon bootlicker. So for some reason, Jesse Gordon has his boots nice and shined by these bootlickers because they will just be like, oh, dude, just let Jesse Gordon speak. He's a freaking moron. Why would I let him talk? I already told you why he's not gonna in here. But I don't think did I ban him? I might have. But I certainly told him to leave, and he didn't want to because he kept wanting to talk until I showed him the door. Anyway, Matthew was kind of advocating for him, but like you said, he comes in here, right, spinning everybody's wheels, saying that I just believe it.
Yeah, they were tag teaming with this new guy. I'd never heard of him. His name's Vile something. I mean, Kiwi might help me out with the name, Vile something or other. But yeah, he seemed quite knowledgeable. But he would sort of debating with Michael. His old school Michael Smith, is it? Michael something like that.
Yeah, Mike.
And yeah, and he was just bashing him from pillar to post. I mean, that guy underestimate that Michael at your bloody peril because he's forgot more about this topic than I know.
Yeah, for sure. He's a wealth of information. He knows every song lyric from every song ever. He's that kind of guy. He just you go up against him in an argument and you're fucked. It's just how it is.
He really knows his stuff.
Who who knows their stuff? Sorry, was it
Mike Battlemod? Michael Smith, Battlemod.
Oh, Battlemod, yeah, he's definitely that guy's a treasure trove of information. But you have to allow you got to give Mike the floor, when he's speaking because he wants to entirely take control of that conversation. Which I guess if you're on a roll, yeah, I could see how that's the case. Yeah, anybody would, and I'd say that's kind of the thing that gets away from us in this room because we're all working together at the same time. Let's just say you starting to be somebody who's up and coming at dealing with sophists and that, and if you're able to have the conversation, it just depends who you are too. If you like people chiming in when you're speaking, then that's different. But if I'm taking somebody through a point, I would like everybody to just allow me to do such a thing. Because it makes it extremely difficult when the person's showing someone these bait terms, what about gravity? And then I'm yeah, I'm not gonna talk about that. And then somebody who gets triggered are like, oh, can I just say this one thing? Just this one thing, please. And I'm like, fine, go ahead. Well, yeah, I'm gonna talk about gravity, and so they get into it, and then it's 10 other things. I'm like, dude, I thought you just said that one thing. Now I'm interrupting your conversation. You know what I'm saying? Now you're having it, and I've lost my point because you wanted to have yours. And it's not just one thing when you ask somebody. It's 12, 15 other things that are going to pop up from that one thing.
Well, this guy, he just kept... every time his point got smashed down, he just did the classic anti-flat earther thing. Didn't address it whatsoever and just tried to roll past it. and it was getting a bit frustrating or whatever. But I just every time I thought of something, Michael was just there, bang, and, you know, it was straight on it. It was really late. It was like 4 a.m. for me, so I wasn't interested in opening my mic anyway. But the point is, yeah, he got it covered, and it made me laugh that they were trying to show these images of you know those the Black Swan image, the technical rigs, and they got like plenty of pictures showing a different. This is why we call the horizon apparent, because it's different constantly. It can change any second, and does change.
That's to my point, man. That's what I always tell these guys. But go on.
Yeah, so it was explained. It's explained to him that's the reason for the Black Swan. The reason they named it the Black Swan is because if there's one, then that's it. If there's one, if you tell me that all swans are one color, and then I show you something else, then you're right. That's it. It's off. It's gone.
Yeah,
bye.
All swans are white, so they're not all white. They're actually there's a black swan.
Yeah. But the guy skipped over that point, and I wish they'd have just laboured on that for a second. But of course, the classic anti-flat earther move, they just skipped straight past it, and it did bother me a little bit that I was like, no, go back to that point because you seem to be missing it.
Yeah. So what it is like when here's the thing that it's I'm a steel trap when it comes to that. You're not getting away from me at all. I'll hear your little kind of like easy way to like. If we got them on something, a point, and they try to skirt around and try to make another non-point from what you're saying, like it's a weasel tactic. They're trying to say, like we're talking about they're really talking about bendy cranes, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's interesting because we're gonna see how you're talking about refraction being the case that you can't see, or the curvature is able to. It's like now it's optical, so you're not talking about a physical location anymore. But like the drop over distance doesn't make any sense, like for the 8 inches per mile square. And like wait a minute, like you just skirted over the fact that I was just mentioned something. So they do that. They want to, and the audience usually, I would say, is probably not aware as much if it's not pointed out. So it's a sleight of hand. So that's in the conversation. What happens is like an easy way to transition into something else, but it sounds like it's a point that they're making about the thing, but it's not really. So if you're not paying attention, you're not following the conversation. They could easily, if the person that's getting spoken to, like the flat earther, doesn't pay attention, then they won't call it out. They'll just easily follow with whatever they're saying in their conversation. So you have to be able to be somebody that here's the switch. There's a bait and switch. And if you don't hear it, then it's just they'll go into their next topic off of the one that they just leached for. They'll leach another topic into they're saying, so that you don't have to hold them to the point. So just like Andy is saying, and it's frustrating, isn't it? When you hear the flat earth.
Oh yeah. We got 100 pictures. We got 100 pictures here. Look, we got 100 pictures. I don't care about you. Get your 1,000 pictures. It doesn't matter because on any given day the atmospheric whatever, it's going to be different. It's going to change, but get a lovely clear day and you're going to see way too far. That's the point. You're going to see the horizon way too. This is when I first saw that Black Swan image, and this is typical of me. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawing. I admit that, but I need a thing telling a few times. That's why Nathan Oakley's show was so helpful to me, because they tend to go over the same housekeeping questions. And when I first saw that Black Swan image, I thought it was about the rigs. But no, it's about the horizon behind the rigs. The rigs are a good. Horizon. Yeah, the rigs are a good distance marker. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, that's all they're there for, though. They're not there for.
Yeah.
But so, and I posted it again, Andy, because the point, like, as you said, doesn't get drove home. And I've been talking about this for years, and I still hear flat earthers not making this and addressing this point as it should be. They're always talking about, no slight to anybody here, but like you guys are always talking about like the axis, like of what you're looking at. But we're forgetting the fact that when we're looking through the air and we're seeing things in the far distance, this is always happening all the time, the whole time. Always. Like, so you're not going to take a still of the thing in the background, like you're seeing, trying to, like that peninsula, right? That Skunk Bay image, atmospheric refraction. You're not going to see that thing, like in the still moment in time, be the thing that represents reality. Because what do we know, everyone? Everything's in flux. The air is not going to allow you to see it like naturally, like it's going to give you a definite range. So the thing that we're drop over distance is never going to be able to be measured ever, because you need line of sight. But the thing that we see, here's a little cool part about this, is that we do see something in the far distance at a specific miles away or kilometers, depending whatever system you use. We are going to see that thing in the far distance. We will see it, which means that if the Earth was curving at the set rate that they're claiming it is, we would not see that thing in the far distance. That is the point. Because it needs to be, the curvature of the Earth needs to comport over to reality. So we're talking about numbers here. So data, right? The data that they have given for the radius, diameter, circumference should comport over to that. If we start increasing the distance, right, from point A to point B using like a demarcation lines, like you can use like the oil rigs or whatever. But what we're talking about is it actually curving at the set rate, which means obstruction would occur, and then we would see physically nothing behind that. I mean, we couldn't see boats going behind that. It would be physical for sure. But we don't. We see sometimes, like, and there was with the Black Swan image, Andy. I don't know if you've seen. There was an image where you could see like the second oil rig that's like 10 miles away. It's cut off, like half. You can only see half of it.
Yeah, they love to show that one. Oh my god.
Yeah, but that actually is to our point, not theirs.
Yeah.
It's to ours. It makes our case. It's Steelman's our case. Like, it's just steel manning the fact that what we're saying is optical. It has not, and what I'm showing you here with the Skunk Bay, it's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. It's like, yeah, now you're agreeing with us. So that's great, wonderful. I'm glad you came to that conclusion that I've been saying for years. Well done. Like, now we're agreeing. So it's not something you can say that is tomorrow you're going to go there and, well, it's just like a mound of dirt, never going to move, never going to change. It's a physical obstruction that's going to block your view from seeing the thing on the other side, because now guess what? You can see the thing on the other side. So we got water hills that move. Like, come on, man. Like, what's going on here? There's no way you can know. So that's what you're basically saying by saying that that's to your point. You're like, that's great. You just disproved the globe. Welcome to flat Earth. Like that's that doesn't make your point stronger. It strengthens ours. Anyway.
Yeah, I saw like somebody made like a time lapse of the horizon. I think it was on Nathan's show actually. And I want to say it was Bev, but I'm not actually sure. It was definitely a northern lad. I can't remember his name.
Could be Bev.
Anyway, he made a. He's got a son, and he went to the seaside, and he literally just made this video. I think it was over about an hour. I'm not actually sure, but it was up obviously, and you could literally see the horizon breathing in and out almost, as And you're like, oh my god! You never even realized, Yeah,
of course. Well,
wow.
Here's the pieces and the bits that are missing from their magic trick. Is they're not showing you what is actually really real time happening. So we've never been shown time lapse footage, and I think that's a strong case for that. How we see in the far distance, why we see something so clearly some days we don't. We're not, okay, Andy, we don't think about this, right? When we're seeing things in the far distance. That stuff doesn't pop in our heads, right? Like, we're not like actively thinking like, well, we're seeing something undulating because you don't see that. And the only way that's really demonstrated is when it's really hot out, like hot. And you could see like the air is so like distorted from what you see in the far distance. Then you can start to realize hey, there's something weird about like what I see in the distance. It looks like it's all wavy and like it's just moving. And I know that thing in the distance isn't moving. It's just a distortion between the air that's like in front of me. And I would say this: if you've ever had like a fire or a hot stove, and you have the hot stove on, like just your burner, and it's gas stove, and you have your little gas stove on, and you have the gas stove between you, and then maybe look out into, it's kind of, if you have a window, like you can see out and outside. With a gas stove, it's on. When it heats the air, you can see the heat kind of like making the air between you and looking outside, looking really like wavy, like it's distorting the air with your vision, like what it does to air. We don't often think about this, what heat does into like how you see things in the air. So that changes things that you see in the distance. It's going to change that. They go hour to hour, minute to minute. Like it's always in flux. It's undulating. It's like you said, Andrew, it's breathing. It's like something that you witness when you're seeing a time-lapse footage that you don't think that in your mind is happening. And you don't ever take it into consideration in the conversation of the shape of the earth topic, because you don't think about it like in that way. So you've seen this, many flat earthers and globe earthers will take stills of things they see in a moment in time. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not going to get us to a place where we're actually discussing what's really going on, because a still is still like something in the far distance and you're trying to do measurements. And you see, what we're pointing out is the reason why that it's not able to be done, the drop over distance. It's not the fact that the measurement or the data is not there. It's the fact that you're looking over something that's optical, because it's continuously in flux. I could say this over and over and over and over again. I've been saying it for years. I've been pointing people to the like Skunk Bay footage. I'm like, check this out, guys. Because it's not the fact that they're not supporting the information with like numbers, because they got that. They got the data. But the data doesn't comport over to reality, because if you try to take measurements as you think you are trying to do, well, everything in the far distance is looking like it's moving. And if you're thinking about something in real time. So real time means that you're doing this drop over distance and so on and so forth. But you're always going to have a different view of something you see in the far distance because of such things. And that means that it goes for everything. So let me just show you another image, because I've had a little, I don't want to say compilation, but just a few of them in GIF format. So let me go scroll to the bottom. This is useful, very useful for anybody in this conversation. That when we start getting to this drop over distance, you don't realize this. They think that this is evidence for them. All right, go ahead and take a look at that. Let me bring another one out. There's one more. And it's great for discussion, because a lot of people are like, well, look, the boat's going over the curve, dude. It's not. And so because if that were the case, then in Skunk Bay, that means that peninsula is going into the water. Is that really happening, guys? No, of course not. But in this case, a boat is? Interesting. All right, so let me give you another image. Bam. Check that out. Ladies and gentlemen, for your consideration. This is what's really going on. Really, really. There's no sleight of hand. This is exactly what's being represented as, and I put the GIF up. Take a look, folks. The thing that you think is curvature is not actually what you think it is. So people have this idea in their head that they're looking at some earth curve. But can you see the street at the bottom of the image that I put in there? Now, can anyone tell me why it looks like there's water covering that street, or it looks like glass or mirror?
Well, there's gases, there's temperature difference, there's visual distortion due to perspective. There's all kinds of stuff happening. And the problem is, especially with the ocean, you have to get rid of three natural phenomena before you call it earth curve: swells, waves, and tides. Once you've demonstrated that the thing obstructing your view of the object in the distance is not those 3 items. Even still, you'd have to go to the location and demonstrate that it is Earth curvature. Thank you.
Well, I like Jedi's point on what he's saying here. Like, Jedi, I don't know if you're there, but can you chime in? Because we always talked about this. So,
Hello, mate. How are you? You good?
yeah, really well, bro. Yeah, welcome
Good
to the panel.
stuff, I'll just read what I wrote in the live stream voice text. Because with distance, the road at a lower angle is unresolvable. So you stand up with your eyes, as demonstrated in Miggy's image, and then you decrease your altitude above the surface. You go down. This decreases the angle of the road that you're looking at. Obviously, right? A smaller angle for the stuff in the distance. So it then becomes unresolvable. So it enters an angle that your eye can't resolve. The lower across a plain road you're looking across. Pretty much what's going on. You can add heat effects in if you want to, temperature effects, different types of surfaces. Yeah. But ultimately, as you decrease your angle, decrease your altitude above the surface, go down. With distance, your eye can't resolve the road anymore. Imagine that road was a chessboard, for example. You know that with a very narrow angle of view, low altitude, in a distance, you can't resolve the difference between the black and the white squares. Kind of what's going on here. Can't resolve that.
And not to mention, yeah, that does. Not to mention, look at I want to pay attention to the railings on the side. I'm going to post it up once again. Yeah, that's another one. Critical Inception posted another one. There's a lot of stuff going on that people don't talk about usually. I'll post it again because I think it got lost in the chat. But I'll wait till everybody's finished typing because I want to post it and just talk about it a little bit. So go ahead and finish, Ether, posting what you're going to post. I don't want to just scroll up in chat, so I'll wait till you're done. And Dave, also.
Yeah, I was just talking to Blot later about the, yeah, there's plenty of Globey artists out there, but I was just kind of pointing out. Oh yeah, nice.
Sorry, no, that's exactly Gizmo put. I was going to actually emphasize that point that Gizmo's showing. So please, like that. This is it, guys. If you don't get it from here on in. Okay, so the power lines that they were saying on the Soundly's image, that's exactly what I was going to talk about in comparison. So, I need to save that image. Thank you for that, Gizmo. I don't know if you made that or if somebody was like thinking about like what I've always been saying, like because this is the point that I always bring up.
It's incredible. Awesome. Thank you, Gizmo.
Yeah, I got it. I got it from here. I didn't make it. Somebody else made it, and I took that immediately. That's gold.
Guys, yeah, go ahead, Black. Go ahead.
I was just going to say thank you, whoever did it, and thank you for sharing it, Gizmo. I'm just going to blame you, partner.
Yeah, he's getting the credit now. It doesn't matter though, because like I think the point is very clear. And I've been talking about this now, like, and the reason. Okay, so save that image, you guys, everybody that's in here, because I'm going to show you something else, and it's about that. So we're speaking directly to what's been shown there. You have to give me just a moment so I can go down to the bottom of my GIFs. Save it at the bottom. All right, where is it at? Ah, yes, right here. All right, so hang on. If you're posting something, wait just a moment. Don't make the chat scroll up. Just hold on just for tidbit. All right, so I posted it back up again, and here it is. Right. So I want you to because it's kind of like happening whereas it's just footage that you see. So look at the railing on the side of the road as the camera angle gets lower to the ground. Look at the railing. It starts to curve. It's not really curving, but keep your eyes on the railing. Look how it bends. Whoa. People don't know this, dude. Check it out. Look how it looks like and then the image just emphasizes my point even farther. To the point where it actually looks bent. And we could say that it looks like it's bent, right? Look at the railing. Every single time the camera gets lower to the ground, the railing looks like it's being bent. And I mean, it might be that this road has some sort of like a bit of curvature to it. You know, we could even say that, but look at how it's exaggerated as it gets lower to the ground. Like extremely exaggerated. Can you guys see the point now? It's like when you see something in the far distance that they're saying is the actual curvature, and look, it's curvature. No, it's not. Look at what is like the demonstration here, because we're looking at a road that's, you know, it's not the curvature that we're seeing like from the idea that the earth is curving, but the railing sure does show you, like as it gets low to the ground, like how it's bent. Look how that, do you see the railing, how it looks like it's bent? Pay attention to the railing on the left-hand side, if not the right. Look how it bends at the bottom. Do you guys see now?
Yeah.
This is what I've been pointing out. It's like you don't get that from the railing when the camera's at its highest point at the beginning of the GIF, but as the camera lowers down to the furthest bottom of the road, it does look like that railing is curving downward.
Would you say then, Miggy, that what we're witnessing here is optical and not physical curvature? It's just optical,
Yeah,
right?
100%. I think that's been always the point that I've been trying to get people. So like even with the Soundly's image, and there could be an argument for swells and that, but there's no water here. This is my point. There is no water on here. There's no like that tides and swells and all that stuff happening. So what is happening? Because the same thing that's happening here is happening on Lake Pontchartrain. It's happening on the other image where the boat is. It's happening where, so that's what we're seeing. We're exactly seeing. It's not, I mean, well, that stuff can affect it, right? But the exaggeration of the curve isn't due to the fact that that stuff is present. I think it's due to this. And the evidence for it is right here. We're looking at it. It's happening in real time. Like we do see the camera angle at a certain position that lowers, and it looks like now it changes the way you see. So what does that mean? Let's raise up in elevation and see if that what we're seeing is not something bending, or if it's actually just the air distorted between us and the far distance. Which that's what we're getting to. We're getting to the place where we're starting to realize there's a lot to do with what's happening in the air and the temperature and everything. Everything's included in this. So how is it possible that we're going to say definitively that that's curvature if it looks to us like that the railing is being bent?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it, Miggy? I mean, it looks so. If we are to say that this is curvature of the Earth, for example, then because it's so stark and obvious, because here it is, so they would claim, then that should be, directly measurable, right?
Yeah,
we should have to account for that shit as well, because it's. I mean, look at it. Oh, wow, curvature. It's everywhere. See, this is the thing with these arguments. Sometimes when we see, say, for example, the pictures that you were posting earlier of different observations of boats and stuff disappearing behind the horizon, let's just say, whatever it is at any time, it's curvature of the Earth. That's what they have to say. They have to say it's curvature of the Earth and then apply some optical effect to it, some kind of refraction that's, now displaying the Earth to be bigger and flatter than what they claim that it is. It's really interesting you bring it up, mate.
Yeah, I've pointed it out before, but I guess as of late, there's been a lot of people mentioning this. So I think it's like high time I kind of just brought this point back up again, because of the fact that I've always been saying this, but it just really gets kind of not talked about because of the fact that people don't really know how to have the conversation about this. So what happens is they don't know, and I'm glad it's like, usually people think that there's different variables because we're doing some such things like the Lake Pontchartrain because it's over water. But this one here is kind of an observation over asphalt, which means like it's happening over a street where there isn't any water like that's present on anything. So, and you still have the same effect that's taking place in the far distance. So this is my point. It's been my point that it's not due to the fact that there's water can have an effect, but this is happening over land. So, asphalt. So here's the thing. You start to realize that because of how we see in the far distance and the air being distorted from us and the thing in the far distance, then we're starting to get a different picture of what we see. And it changes, right? The perspective of the viewer. You lower your angle, you change the perspective. So when you're seeing a boat quote unquote go over the curvature, you're at a very low angle, and what you're seeing is basically what is demonstrated to you here on the street when the camera lowers itself down to a very narrow angle. And that's it. It's just as simply put as that. As a matter of fact, I do have a video of a boat looked like it's just hovering over, you know how the street looks like invisible, as you lower it to the ground. It looks like there's a street that's actually doing the same thing. Water doing the same thing that a boat's going over. I'll find that video, but in the meantime, Atara just joined our server, so I'm going to mute Atara. Atara, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We talk about the shape of the Earth here, but welcome to this Discord, and I would like to welcome you.
Thank you.
For sure. And, with that, we also like to talk to new people to join, but with the welcome, we also like to say, we're curious to know what everybody thinks about the shape of the Earth conversation. So if you'd like to tell us why you think the shape of the Earth is what you think it is, and maybe some evidence for it. So it doesn't really matter what you think, and there's no right or wrong answer, but for you just to say right now, currently, what you think the Earth is, and then examples or evidence as to why.
I definitely think it's flat due to the stars, due to the rain, due to everything.
Okay, and when did you arrive to this understanding? Was it a while back? Did you just recently get here?
When I was a child.
Ever since a child?
Yes, I'm about 5-year-old.
Okay. Why did your parents raise you up in a household where you were homeschooled, or being exposed to the world, as most of us are, we go through a schooling system, and usually that takes us through the knowledge that the Earth is a globe, and we're taught that. So, or told that, I should say. But so that's why I always say it's unique to hear somebody that they've only known that it's been flat. So. I'm wondering, did you actually get exposed to the information of it being a globe, and you just rejected it, or how did that work out for you?
When I was a child, I remember just being outside and I was thinking, how can this be a globe? And then you get indoctrinated at school, and you sort of are things takes priority in your mind and you don't think about it. And then as you get older, you sort of realize you're being indoctrinated by television and media and all sorts of things. And you sort of tend to think it doesn't really matter. And then the shape of it.
Okay.
And then you think, how can planes fly upside down? How can boats go upside down? It's just not possible.
Sounds ludicrous when you think about it, right?
Yeah.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Before Nikki carries on. How old are you, may I ask?
I'm 51.
Okay. So when you say as a child, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Without being rude. I mean, I'm 46. But you've kind of known all of that time, yeah?
Yeah. But as you grow up, you sort of blank it out of your mind because you just don't focus on that. You don't think about
it. Okay. And what is it about, say, recent time, maybe why you've joined this Discord and what you've been doing over the recent months that have led you to join this Discord server? What's going on for you now? Why have you joined the server?
I'm on Rob Skiba's server. And includes cosmology as well.
So do you spend a lot of time, say, on YouTube doing research?
Not really. It's just a no-brainer, really. I don't need to do research because I know that it's flat.
Okay. Sorry, Mickey, to interrupt.
No, it's fine. What I'm doing is I'm just giving her tags at the moment. So I gave you the Flat Earther tag, unless you don't want that tag, because usually tags in this server, they mean that the people don't have to ask you over again, like, you know, what you are, and kind of go
Okay,
through the
no,
whole
that's fine.
process.
I can't stay on long because I have to leave. But
Yeah, no worries. But you're welcome to come back here and just listen if you want, or whatever, you know, but use this as a podcast. Come in here, ask some questions, or perhaps, you know, kind of get to know what the culture is about here, because we have a different vibe in here versus like other places you might go. So it is an open panel, but what we do have is there's a bit of structure here, so people don't just like freestyle it, I should say. This isn't just like a freestyle, so it's very organized, constructed. Like it's all, everybody has their like the roles and things that they do in here. So
yeah, okay. I know Gizbo actually, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been in a few Bible studies before this. Hi, Atara.
Yeah, wonderful.
Welcome.
Don't forget Ladies' Night tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern. Atara, if you are available tonight, we have Ladies' Night tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern.
I'm actually in the UK.
This is going to be late for you. My bad.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
yeah, so if you have any more questions about like topics that we talk about, just let us know. But like we want to also give another invitation to anybody that's listening on the YouTube live stream. We got 19 people watching at the moment. All you got to do, ladies and gentlemen, is click the link in the description and join us over here on the Discord. We'll go ahead and unmute you and you can have a conversation with us. If you think the earth is a globe, you're on the fence, or if you know the earth's flat, we love to talk about it with you. There's a lot of people running around these days thinking the earth's a globe, and they got evidence for the case. And if that is you, come on in here. Maybe we can challenge you and have you rethink your position, or at least look at the information, what we have to say. But Nightbot is also putting the link in the text chat. So just click on that link the Nightbot has for you. Join the live stream and I will unmute you and we'll talk about it. But you guys are very much welcome to come in here. Well, we do have a nice panel that's in here this morning. Andy, hold my beer. And we got Atara that just joined us. Jedi is here. Have no fear, Jedi's here. Batman has joined us. He's always listening, man. The guy's just diligent. What can I say? We got Chris, which is Flat Lloyd Wright, Gizbo, Glatflobe, Julius J, Kiwi, myself, Morvis, Sasha, Truth, Wave Mixer, Ashley, and Ether. Welcome, everybody.
Hope all is well with everyone and you guys are having a wonderful day. Or night if you're, you know, at that time in your little place of the world.
Yeah, so we're talking about, you know, the distortion that we see between us and things that we see in the far distance. And it's not really talked about too much, or we don't get into it as deeply as I think we should. And I'm always saying this because it's true. The air that's in front of us and things that we see in the far distance will always have a bit of distortion. And it just depends on the heat, the temperature variance, and like all kinds of stuff, variables that could interfere with that. Well, we'll give you the maximum sight distance for your line of sight tests. So if you're doing a line of sight test and seeing how far you can see, I know Jedi has done one over there where he lives, and he always talks about it too. He's been talking about it for years, ever since we've been having this conversation for the Shape of the Earth content. And yeah, like that being the case, he did see, what was that location you always bring up, Jedi?
Hello, buddy. So yeah, it's just short observation, 23 miles across the English Channel between Dover and Calais, from 6 foot above the surface of the water. Clearly being able to see on a good clear day, Calais with boats pulling in, decent pair of binoculars, there it is, Calais, 23 miles away. Now down at that level, 6 foot above the surface of the ocean, we were told the curvature of the Earth should physically interrupt my view between myself and those boats docking at Calais. But we can see it. I can see it. It's clearly visible from Dover. We can always see these locations of Europe from the southeast of England. It doesn't just have to be Dover, it could be Folkestone as well, which is another 10 miles up the coast, starting to add distance now. So there's always been observations from Kent, and it's kind of well known in this part of the country that, you know, you can see France. There it is. So underneath the ocean.
You're breaking up, Jedi.
Wait a minute, Jedi? This is Jedi? Like the Jedi?
Yeah, it's the Jedi. Julius.
Jedi, I thought you died, man.
Thousands of years.
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Wait till he comes back. He's roboting right now.
Oh, okay.
They turned him into
God, I was so worried he was gone.
I told him the same thing when he got back, but he said it was another person. Jedi, you're roboting hard, bro. So like, it sounds like we're talking through you, but it's you're roboting. So I don't know if you get your situation there.
I'll pick on him a little bit. I'll be like, you sound like R2D2. We all know what we sound like when we start roboting. Kinda.
I think he's trying to get it sorted.
Yeah, that's. I'm waiting for him to talk. I'm like, come on, bro.
He's sorting it out.
Sorry, guys. I got interrupted by a phone call. I just decided
there we go.
got disconnected whilst I was doing it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Julius was saying that he thought you were dead too. Like everybody was, kind of the rumor was that you were not alive anymore. So it's like,
no, different guy with Jedi is his kind of name. So a guy called GB Jedi. R.I.P.
Yeah, with a lot of other fellow flat earthers like Skiba, Subrats, and all them. Yeah, they also passed away. But here we are, and back to the conversation. So we're back to talking about things that we see in the far distance and how important it is for us to realize taking stills isn't going to be a great way for us to see that drop over distance. But needless to say, what happens with this conversation? We get stills. Well, let's try to remove atmospheric refraction and just use gray images. You're trying to remove the thing of how we actually see in the far distance. Like, you can't do that, man. That's just the thing that's going to happen. There's going to be distortion between you and the thing in the far distance. So, but you will see the thing in the far distance. So like Jedi was saying, like 20 miles away, you can actually see these on some days you can see it clearly. Some days you can't see us clearly. But that's like 20 miles away. There should be some curvature there, guys. I don't know if I lost everybody.
No, it's still with me.
Knowledge bomb.
Yeah, I know, right? Like there should be some hilly water.
It's the thing about long distance observations, isn't it? That long distance, that's all it is. Just a long distance across the surface of the Earth. It's not interrupted by physical Earth curvature. This has always been a limitation to how far you should see, right? If the curve of the Earth was in the way. But it's not. We even get a visibility standard when we've got like weather apps or notifications on our phone. You know, the visibility of the day, not where the Earth curve should, interrupt our visibility. We've done this for hundreds of years. We're surveying areas, looking as far as we can see, maybe getting up a little bit higher to see a little bit further. How we survey the world.
Yes, that's just how it is.
And it's going to be really devastating, in my personal opinion, when people start getting the balls to make their cameras infrared, and then they start doing even longer distance observations.
Dude, why hasn't one Glober come about and tried to do an infrared improve the globe? I mean, it's pathetic. Like, are you kidding?
Well, this is one of those, when we start talking about observations, this is where we start getting into the more interesting end of the argument, I think, because it's practical everyday use. We're talking about infrared. Who uses that technology? Well, that would be the militaries of the world. And that literally is just cutting out everything else, like the atmosphere, as far as they can bloody see, using this type of device, this optical device. Now, all it does is we can have other devices as optical devices as well, propagating signals. But ultimately, these technologies applying are useful, very useful for seeing long distances, cutting out the atmosphere and shit, seeing beyond what we should be able to see, you know, through the cloud.
So, like, I'm thankful for the observations we have, but I mean, like, I don't have the guts to tear apart my $1,500 camera just yet. So, who knows? Maybe one day.
We keep stepping up the technology, right? Maybe not as much as see, but as far as we can propagate a signal. Again, we look at military, and we look at radars, and we look at boats, and we look at navigation, because coast to coast and wanting to understand the waterways of the world. Some radar systems I know and can demonstrate go up to 600 miles outward and cover a span of 32,000 square miles. Now, these are not just radars for catching boats in the sky, aeroplanes in the sky. They're for getting pings off of boats at sea level, over 500-600 miles away. Now, that technology, if you think about it, that's a signal that's sent from a transmitter mast out across the curvature of the Earth. If you think the Earth is a ball once, that's one trip around a curve to hit a boat and then travel back second time around the curve and then hit that mast, that receiver this time. So you've got a accurate location to where this thing is beyond the curvature of the Earth. Doesn't make any sense. If the Earth was a flat surface, you'd understand that's a signal sent outwards, straight, and then received back to the receiver, straight. That's how radar works. Now you can get underneath radar. Of course you can, because ground sometimes causes disruption, and they like to put these things high up because they're looking for aeroplanes primarily. But boats don't go fly underneath the radar, right? They're at sea level. So this technology applies to boats that are at sea level and can clearly, demonstratively cover 32,000 square miles and have a radius of 600. So yeah, we can see far. We can send signals and propagate signals further. Are applied accurately when we are talking about every single boat that is at sea at any one fucking time. Sorry guys for my little rant.
No, you're good. Trying to adhere to the, when people have good things to say, give them the floor. It does suck when you get stepped over. And your information is very good, so thank you.
Yeah, that's appreciated. I didn't want to take it away from Mickey. He was talking about horizons and how far we could see. I just like it when we just keep going. You know, somebody brought up infrared. Yeah. Let's keep going. Let's get right down to the applicable ends. What we do every single day. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean as far as we can see. It depends on how far we can send signals. Go on, buddy.
If I get quiet, it's not because I'm not listening. I'm just kind of listening in. I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to slow down the momentum or anything. So I just kind of chill. So I'm still here, but there's a lot of us. We do the same thing. We just kind of relax and let the rest of the bros talk for a while and do the thing. But yeah, this is very interesting. I agree with you. I'm gonna go back to being muted. I'm working on something.
You go back to historical events and you look at like when the Titanic went down and some 14-year-old kid received a radio signal from like 3,000 miles away or something like that. Is it 3,000 or 300? Can't remember the exact numbers. But Yeah, he's like, what do you mean I'm hearing this? And this is before they even knew that they thought they knew the Earth was a ball. Direct satellite radio communication.
All right, we got P just joined our server. I'm gonna unmute him. P, are you there? Hello. Hello, P. Are you there? You just joined our server. I unmuted you. You have control of your mic. If you know how Discord works, you can undo your mic. Well, guess not. See ya. Sometimes people join here, they don't know what's going on. How did it get here? What's happening? Wait a minute. I had a guy that just muted his mic. He's like, I was like, hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So what brings you by? He's like, hello? I was like, hey, how's it going? Hi. How did I get here? I'm like, I don't know. You're here though. You just like stumbled or something. Like you actually, I always talk about it, man. They literally have to click a link to join.
Exactly. Dude, it's like they come in here and they just kind of fell out of the ceiling, right? A hole just bust through and you see somebody land in the middle of your living room. Like, how did I get here? Dude, I don't know. You tell me how you got here.
I love it. I love it. Oh, I don't know. I just kind of clicked a link a friend gave me. Like, you didn't know that you were clicking on something that said flat Earth. I don't think that you should be here. You're already lying to us.
It's just like the many different things that they say when they join the server. Well, I just want to hear what you guys have to say.
Okay. Hold on. Stick
All right.
around. Stick
About the
around
weather?
then. Stick around and listen. Ask me one question, and then I'll have something to say to you. It's not like we're just going to sit here going amongst ourselves. Earth is flat. Here is why.
Yeah. The whole point about the server is to talk to people new that don't know about the shape of the Earth conversation. So it's the whole reason. And I just want to hear what you guys have to say. Well, okay, what I have to say is, how are you doing? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Now, what do you think of the shape of the Earth and why? That's what I have to say. What do you have to say now? So it's like back and forth. That's crazy. Yeah, so if anybody's out there, is anybody out there? Can anybody hear me? You know, we want to talk to you. Come on in here. Have a chat with us about the shape of the Earth.
So I was asking the YouTube agents, right, our lovely anti-flat Earth folks, that how hard is it to click the Discord link? Or no, what did I ask? I said, do you not know how to use Discord, right? Was it Tassie or something in the YouTube chat? She was saying, he or she was saying something, and I said, I was like, well, hang on, do you not know how to use Discord? Like, do you know how much quicker the conversation could go? You could get so much more done if you came in and chatted with us. I'm not sure what the problem is there, but if you don't want to actually have a conversation, I would suggest just not even paying attention, because the YouTube chat is kind of a cesspool in the first place. You can get cool links every now and again, but I mean, the real conversation is definitely in here with us. So there you go.
Yeah, the YouTube chat's like the nosebleeds. Come on, come hang out close, man. You don't have to be that far away. Come chill.
Like, you ever seen, you guys know who Gallagher is? The guy who smashes watermelons with a big wooden hammer? It's like going to his show and not getting the full experience and sitting up front, right? You can bring your tarp. Just sit up front and enjoy it. Don't sit all the way back there. Don't be a...
Well, here's the thing. When he smashes that watermelon, the front row's not getting hit. It's the second and third row.
Yeah, the second and third. Yeah, the front row's watching it go right over their heads. They're like, ha ha!
Imagine going to SeaWorld and you're afraid of the splash zone. I would just stay way away from over there.
It's like, why are you there? It's like they want to be near the action. They're like, I want to see the effects of the action. I want to see the effects of the curvature. I don't want to actually see the curvature. I don't want to actually be with the dolphins.
So long, and thanks for all the fish. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
So I just posted 35 government documents that admit Flat Earth, NASA, Army, FAA, Air Force, etc.
Nice.
So this one's been a classic for quite some time. Yeah, just check that out, folks. Hoping to call out some anti-Flat Earth shills at this point, too, to come out and expose the fact that you still have no evidence for a globe Earth. And we could talk about these government documents.
It's only about 15 minutes, so...
Hold on. I just wonder I just wonder why the government, all these agencies, ever put flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth in any of their documents at all if we're living on a globe. Ever. Why would they do that? Okay, go ahead.
I was just saddened too, like, see, hey, it's only 15 minutes too. It's not like it's an hour-long documentary, just 15 minutes. Easy view.
Yeah, for sure. And if you don't have 15 minutes to give to this, you shouldn't be here, honestly. We know you're not taking it seriously. That's okay. Just come back when you want to learn something. Thank you.
I'm going to check it out later, but I'm just going to go ahead and download the video right now, because then I'll have it in case it disappears.
Yeah, everybody download this stuff. So that, because I think, this is my opinion, and again, this is just my opinion. If shit goes down, it'll be the internet that goes first and then the electricity. But I hope none of that happens. But anyway, you'll want to have this stuff stored somewhere.
I'll be back in a few. Y'all, you're good. Stay blessed.
You too, brother.
Yep.
It's a good time for a robot chick. I glow.
Hey, buddy, what's going on, Dave? You're not roboting.
I'm currently not Samuel J. Roboth. Cool.
Nope. How's it going?
Another day on the topographical plane of existence, however you say that.
I'll say it, the topographical plane of existence.
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
And I can only say that because I've had my coffee this morning.
It's been 2 hours since my coffee, so that's my excuse.
Well, I've had, it's 2 hours. I call my pre-workout shake coffee, but I have a lion's mane with it. I have all kinds of things with it. So it keeps me awake for about 4 hours. And then I try not to crash. I'll eat some food, get some tea in me. Take some supplements, whatever.
Well, while my mic's working, anybody see Witsit against the satellite guy last night?
No, I was going to watch that today. I'm at work all day. Is it good?
This guy, he didn't know how high the satellites were in the sky, but he knows it was coming. He's definitely on a globe because he was receiving data on his computer. So,
oh, of course he was. Of course, it's a globe because of computer data only. That's right. That's and you know what? That's how I confirm the Earth to measure and observe directly, physically flat. I just sit at a computer. No, wait, no, I don't.
And he asked for positive evidence from Witsit or whatever, and of course, Witsit gave him, I think, proof that land surveyors admit they up to 100 miles they treat everything as flat, topographical flat plane, right?
Yeah.
But he just walks right past stuff like that, Anyway, shout out to Witsit for grinding with those guys and hopefully getting the word out there. But whatever.
He goes after the big names, and I appreciate that because they need to be taken down a notch.
Well, I never heard of this guy before. Dale Coates or something last night, but evidently he's McToon's buddy, so it's enough said there, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, man. And what is it with these Globers? Like, they all look and sound the same. like they're just like vanilla boys. You know what I mean? Like anybody could beat them in arm wrestling. I mean, I don't mean to be mean, but like they all sound like it and look like it. You know what I mean? I don't like. There's no men among. Well, anyway, I digress. I don't want to get personal. That's just me, though. That said, I'm looking for that Witsit video. I was going to post it up in the live stream voice text.
It's on modern day debates from last night, but
Well, I'm at his videos, and it doesn't say. Yeah.
I don't think it's on his channel. That's what I'm saying. It's on modern day debate.
Oh, modern day debate. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm subscribed on this account.
Anyway, somebody else pipe in here. We got any new people who thinks that the Earth might be a spinning globe because you were taught that, but never proven that.
Yeah,
think about it. They just
I
told
don't see the evidence there. Sorry, go ahead.
They just told you it was a globe. They never provided evidence to you that it actually is a globe.
Hey, but thank God somebody else figured it out, so I don't have to, right? Guys, go ahead, Gizmo.
I was gonna say that's one thing I keep saying over and over again. Like we were. I remember reading one day like, oh, the Earth equator is 24,901 miles. I'm like, oh man, that's huge. And I'm like, well, that's kind of big. And then like once I found you guys, I'm like, whoever did the math on c equals 2 pi r was genius. And then whoever came up with the arc ratio was like it's all basic geometry, but I don't have the patience to sit down and actually do the actual number work. Whoever decided to look up that stuff and put that to the test, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yep. Everybody putting in work, man. That's the thing. We're growing. Y'all can't stop us. You can try to make fun of us. That's the best they can do. They do those bully tactics, man. And listen, I grew up with bullies. Like, y'all can't phase me.
And they can't say, NASA's not going to be able to come out and say, oh, well, we made a mistake. It's actually 20 miles bigger. Doesn't change anything, dude. Like, you're going to have to make it 100,000 miles bigger.
Oh, no, there's no way. Listen, the amount that measures flat, I heard someone do the calculations one day, and it was just, dare I say, astronomically impossible.
Right. No, somebody said
gotta be a big boy.
Off of the Black Swan, the radius should be like 250,000 miles or something like that. And so I did the math, c equals 2 pi r, and so the circumference at the equator should be like 1.05 million miles.
Yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, if they're lying to you massively.
They're lying to what?
That if they come out saying they're lying to you massively. Don't let them try to fool you with like, oh, we were just off by 150 miles. No. They base all of their flight patterns off of it. They base all of their geo-tracking off of it. Don't let them fool you for 1 second that they made a mistake.
Yeah, everything they tell you is deliberate. So if they say they made a mistake in space or this, that, and the other, and oops, that shit was written years ago.
Yeah. Well, they didn't want you finding out about it. That's why they go ahead and set up the narrative down. Oh, we made a mistake.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, CB. We do have to get to these new people who are in here. We got Kazuki.
Go ahead.
Kazuki, are you there?
Yes.
Oh, we can barely hear you. You might want to get closer to your microphone or possibly turn up your settings. But
yes, I do.
All right, so want to welcome you here to the panel, but also the topic of the Shape of the Earth conversation is most important. So we do want to introduce new people to this conversation in that we want to know what you think the shape of the Earth is and why, or what evidence do you have. So, Kazuki, can you please present us with what you think the shape of the Earth is and why?
I think the shape of the Earth is a globe. I'm thinking that because there's like lots of proof, like scientific proof, I strongly believe the science is true. Like science works out, pretty much does work out perfectly, proves that the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
Okay. So you believe the Earth is a globe because science? That was just
because of the theories like gravity, for example.
okay. Theories and things. Gizbo, you're hot micing, brother. You might want to mute
sorry.
it.
My hands are wet. I'm about to mute up.
Yeah. If you need me, I'll mute you. Okay. You got it. All right. So Kazuki, you'd be interested to know that new people that come in here and talk to me about what they think the shape of the Earth is, and there's assured that they think that the Earth is a globe, that they don't really know what they're talking about. And I'll just give you an example of that as throughout the conversation. If you want to go ahead and allow me to do an exercise with you, you'll see the reason why I say what I say. So, right now, what knowledge do you have of the globe that you're positive that it is definitely a globe? You said gravity, right? Is one of them.
For example, if you jump up, Earth accelerates you because of its mass to the center of mass of the Earth with like 9.81 meters per second. Per second times second.
Okay. So, would you say that you know the Earth's a globe, or do you just believe it's a globe, Kazuki?
I mean, of course, I never seen with my own eyes, but I can't really know it, but I believe in it.
Okay, and how sure are you that the reality in which you are in right now is made up of things that you know? Like, can you know your reality? And I'll say it this way: to be certain of something for 100%, absolute certain, objective reality, self-evident, empirically true.
Wait, can you repeat the question?
Can you know your reality, like the one you're speaking of with the globe, to be 100% sure or certain?
I mean, yeah, you feel it. That's probably the strongest evidence. You feel being pulled to Earth. If you jump up, for example, you feel being pulled to Earth, like literally.
I don't feel that. Just
for example, or you.
I'm saying that in a way, Kazuki, that you can be sure of something, and I'm putting it. I know it's a bit redundant. I'm putting it in a bit of way that you can see the percentage of level of certainty. So I'm not talking about just a little bit sure or a lot sure. I mean, just it is the way it is. That's the truth, and there isn't anything against that. Like 100%. Would you say that?
For example, you can see the Earth like curving if you're at the coast. For example, looking at the ocean, you see the Earth curving. If you see a boat.
Yeah. So, do you hear what I'm saying though? Like, I need to know from your perspective that we're talking about something with the level of certainty that is 100%. That there isn't anything that could rival it, because it's 100% sure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I need to hear you say that it's 100%, and I'll show you why.
It's 100%.
If you could say that you know it to be true that much, right? Not just the 99.999%, but 100%. Now we got something good.
100%.
Oh, excellent.
I'm 100% sure.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to take you through an exercise here that's going to show how much you don't know. All right. So we're gonna go through this, and what it is going to show you and everybody else listening, because there's now 30 people listening to us because somebody chimed in who thinks the Earth's a globe. So everybody's going to be waiting and listening to what you have to say. This is important because I've had many people come in here. They say they know 100%. So if I can do anything to challenge you in the way of how you think about things, maybe you can reconsider your position. But I'll allow you to think that for yourself. Now, in this conversation or this exercise that we're going to do, all I need is something very simple from you. It's your honesty. Do you think you can be honest with me in this conversation, Kazuki?
Yes, I'm being honest.
Okay, so if you don't know something well, can I hear the words "I don't know" from you? If you don't know something.
Sure.
Okay. So if you do know something, however, I'm going to need 3 things from you. Right? And I'll show you and I'll tell you what I need. I need primary source, where the information came from. I need a citation, like where does it say that on the internet, in a book? I need a citation. And I need a demonstration. Where can we do this in the field? Where can I go to see this actually being done? Or how can I do this? So primary source, citation, demonstration. Is that simple enough?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So 3 simple questions that I will ask everyone who's 100% sure. So now it's up to you. This is for you, your information, not me. This isn't Miggy's question time. This is examining what we think Kazuki either knows or does not know. Okay? So it's all about your knowledge. Everything. So the first question is really, it should be easy, right? Knockdown win for the globe. How do we know that the Earth, because of the measurements that we have right now, is measured to be the radius, diameter, and circumference? And any time in history have we measured this? So I need you to point to any time in history that somebody's measured the curvature of the Earth. So we need right now drop over distance. We need to know radius, diameter, circumference, how that was derived, because the Earth is curving at a set rate. There's drop over distance. So from you, Kazuki, to know that the Earth is a globe and it's curving, right? We need to know how they've done this. Who has done this? And by what method have they done this with? So primary source, citation, demonstration. Now, the floor is yours, Kazuki. Please present that information.
So like a few thousand years ago, there was a guy. I don't know his name right now. I can Google
Okay, stop.
if you want me to.
Stop. And the reason I'm stopping you, it's for a reason, Kazuki. It's not to be mean or anything like that. Okay. So the first question that I asked you was either you know or you don't know. And those are the 2 baskets. Well, that's not the point is, right? It's either you know or you don't know. And it's simply put, when you know, then you're going to go into full detail exactly who, when, where, why, what, how, all that good stuff. Everything. And if you don't know, and, be honest with me like you said you were, and say, I don't know. And then we can go to the next question, which is intellectual honesty on your part. But if you don't, then there will be a gauntlet of things that I will ask for. And it will be tedious and it will never end. I will continue to go until I dig and I dig and I find everything I need to find out about this, because it's that important. Okay, so it's no slight to you. It's just it's the nature of the beast. We have to know. So once again, either you know or you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Either you just tell me I know and then proceed to tell me how you know, or I don't know. And that you can't just know something to a little bit. I don't want a little bit. I need everything in detail. So either you know or you don't know. Go ahead, Kazuki. You know or you don't know?
Just give me a second.
Go ahead. And also, quitting is another option. That just shows us that you don't know. So if you just automatically disappear, then we know the answer to that. So, however, this is your moment. Please take it. You can get help from the audience. You can phone a friend. You can, whatever. If somebody wants to help you in the DMs, I'm with that. I want to give the globe the best possible chance that everybody can hear that the globe has every advantage to come in here and present itself to me in this forum.
Okay, so if you're on the globe and you
you didn't answer the question, and I'm sorry that I have to restate it. Either you know or you don't know, and then proceed to tell me how the information that I need is going to be given. So do you know or do you don't know?
I know.
Okay, you know. So now we're going to go down the whole exposition of this whole process. So now let's do this slowly, right? Because we want to make sure we don't miss a step. So you know, as you stated, your intellectual honesty now is that you know. Now let's go into full detail as to how we know the Earth drop over distance has been measured. So drop over distance, and I don't know if you know this or not, but the Earth is said to be, over a distance, said to be measured to have curvature, right? So we need to know the bit of how we understand that this information was derived. Any time in history. So we're looking for anybody who's ever done this, and you started to say something that was very vague. So I'm going to allow you the floor once again, but we're not going to go into another topic. We're going to stay right here with this one until we figure this out. So I'm going to allow you the floor once again, Kazuki. The floor is yours. Please start over with how we know drop over distance was measured, and go ahead. Kazuki, go ahead. Everybody's listening. We're waiting. Kazuki, can you still hear me? Hello, Kazuki? Are you now refusing to speak? Everything that you do, listen, and I would say from this point forward, a rage quit, a quit, a not able to speak, a don't speak is all taken as you don't know. It's better to be intellectually honest. So it's either you know.
I don't.
What? Wait, say it again, please. I was interrupting you, Kazuki.
I don't know.
Yes, sir. Okay, so off to the next question. Question number 2. There's only 3, Kazuki. I promise this is painless, man. And really, we get to the bottom of like the idea of why people would say they know they don't know. Question number 2. Axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. They're claiming that the Earth is spinning around and at the equator, of course, at about 1,000 miles per hour, right? So, how have we measured that the Earth is spinning on its axis by, I'll say it to you this way. I'm going to give you every benefit of the doubt that you can come up with this. So either by an apparatus or by how it was done, the method. So 3 things once again, 3 things for axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. I need 3 things. Primary source, citation, and demonstration. How can you tell me this information that I'm requesting can be done by anybody who's ever done this, and you can present that information to us, and then we'll go ahead and take it from there. I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor now, Kazuki, and you can say, I know, go into full detail, or I don't know, and we'll go to the last question.
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you very much. That is the second question. We'll go on to the third question. The third one is, it's a bit bigger. The topic is huge. And the fact being is that we're dealing with the vacuum of space. So the vacuum of space is said to be the medium in which the Earth, the globe actually, resides in. So the globe Earth resides in the medium of the vacuum of space. So we have to know certain things about the vacuum is that the energy transfer and the matter transfer can happen in an open system. Well, the globe is said to be an open system. Rockets and energy can leave the system and travel to another place like the moon, or you can have rovers on Mars. So we have an open system by all intents and purposes on the globe. So we're able to deal with things like, matter and energy transferring throughout this open system. But how is it possible? This is going to be the question, Kazuki. How is it possible that we can have gas pressure without a container? Because we are breathing air, the gas that you and I are breathing, right? And before you answer, just let me finish. So the air that you and I are breathing right now is gas, right? Mm-hmm. So the gas pressure that you and I breathe, we know that as you go higher in elevation, it starts to kind of get thinner and thinner. So the air is not as thick as it is down here, so it's not the same type of gas. It thins out. But the idea that the vacuum of space is said to be a low pressure And when we have low pressure and high pressure next to each other, what usually happens is that the high pressure rushes into the lower pressure, equalizing itself. So we always have an equalization of the high pressure into the low pressure. That's the same thing as entropy also dictates. Hot moves to cold, high pressure to low pressure. Always happens. It's a law of nature. We always see this happening. There isn't anything that's going to tell us that's going to change. So we understand this to be true. So that's the question once again. How can we have gas pressure without a container if they say that the Earth is an open system where rockets can leave and such? So Kazuki,
it's because you don't need an enclosed system or a container to keep gas on Earth. It's because there's
I'm sorry. The answer that you were going to give is either I know or I don't know, and then we'll go into your explanations.
I know for a fact.
Okay, you know for a fact. So let's get into the bit of how we know we can have gas pressure with an open system.
Well, gravity keeps the gas on Earth. Gas has a mass, of course, because it's made out of atoms, and atoms have mass, and they're being pulled. Like mass attracts to each other, as you know, probably. Gravity theory. And yeah, Earth just has such a big gravity that just keeps the gas on the Earth. Yeah.
Okay. Was that the reach your end point so that I know when you stop, so I don't want to interrupt you, Kazuki. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So you're saying gravity, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the three things that I asked for, remember, primary source, citation, demonstration. Primary source, who said it first? Kazuki.
Einstein. He made up the theory of gravity.
Okay, Einstein was the first guy. Okay, and citation? Where can I go see this information?
You can take an apple and drop it. Yeah.
No, not demonstrate. You're going. I'm talking about a citation. Like, where does it say what you just said? He says that's what gravity is. Citation is like you have to show me where it says that. You talked about primary source. Primary source would be Einstein. Citation would be where? Where can I find this information?
Let me just search it up. There's a document of Einstein on the internet somewhere that proves.
There's a document from Einstein somewhere on the internet. Sir, does this sound logical to you for you to present something to someone and then you say, well, there's a document somewhere on the internet? Is that something specific?
Personally, I'm not buying it as a layman in the public.
So if you're telling somebody, okay, so the primary source is Einstein, but the document is somewhere on the internet. Is that you knowing what you're saying, or is it just you talking out your butt?
I mean, if you read the document, there's like, what? Wait, what do you mean by that?
I mean that if I want to point to somebody of my knowledge of something that I know very well, I will give them full instructions of how they're going to retain the information that I'm telling them. I can't just say, well, the primary source is Einstein and the citation is somewhere on the internet. Look it up.
Wait, I couldn't understand because some video was playing and I didn't know why.
Okay, I'll say it again. If somebody asks me how I know the Earth is the air that you and I breathe is held down by gravity, well, the primary source is Einstein, and the citation is somewhere on the internet. It's somewhere on the internet. Is that me knowing or is that me guessing?
It's not guessing, not knowing. It's the document of Einstein. His proof.
Okay, so now
his mathematical proof has been uploaded.
You can talk about that.
Many other.
Yeah, that's great. That's great, Kazuki. That's wonderful. But you haven't pointed me to the citation that I need for your claim. Where is the citation you claim? It's not just somewhere on the internet. Point me directly to where it says what you are saying that supports your claim. And I'll wait so you can sort it out, find it. Because this is the second thing that I asked for. So first is the primary source, second is citation, and the third one, we'll get to that. Go ahead, Kazuki. Do you have this information readily available, or are you searching for it?
Search.
Okay, so might I ask this question? Why, sir, are you searching for something that you should already know where it is?
Because I don't know.
I'm asking you, Kazuki. It's the most important that you chime in and tell the audience why you're just searching for something right now that you should already have readily available as somebody who knows the Earth's a globe. Why do you have to now search for it?
To be fair, I had to search too when I first started out because I thought I knew about the globe and then I really didn't know anything. And then
Kazuki, I'm asking you a question, sir. Please respond.
Go ahead, Kazuki. Let's hear
So
it.
the question is why I'm searching for it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's because I normally in school, for example, I don't talk with people. I don't discuss with people the Earth being flat or being a globe, and I just don't need that information being like.
Okay, so you don't need the information, but you don't know where it is either. So
I'm looking for it.
Well, he needs it now, maybe.
The thing about this is that what I'm showing everyone is that everybody thinks they know what they're talking about, but when it comes down to brass tacks, it's time to let's discuss why you know the thing that you don't know. And not only that, but you're starting to look for where the information is, as in right now it's like, oh man, I know it's on the internet somewhere. It said it's someplace, but you're not letting people hear you say how you don't know, Kazuki. And it's easier for us to be intellectually honest with each other and you say you don't know. But since you want to take this road where you're telling everybody that you know, what's happening is it's becoming more difficult as we proceed. And it shouldn't be, Kazuki. It should be as easier as you to tell us that you don't know. Because it's just going to get worse from this point forward. When you're trying to search for something, it's just showing me that you don't know. But not allowing for people to understand that you don't know is going to make this difficult for you. The worse that it gets, it's just going to make it look like you don't know what you're saying. Because now we don't have a citation, just you saying someone somewhere said something. And so Einstein is your primary source, but we don't even have a citation where it says what you're claiming he's saying.
Not only that, it's secondhand information at best.
Kazuki, can you hear me?
Well, that is even.
Yeah.
Fair.
Okay, I don't know.
So yeah, thanks for the chime in, guys. But what I want to do is with Kazuki, I want to present to the world that he hasn't given us the citation as of yet. And if there's any Globe Earther that's listening and wants to help him out desperately, you can come into this Discord and give him a DM, show him where the citation is, if it says exactly what he's saying. If not, he's all alone in this, guys, and he doesn't know where to go or where the information is. And so this is the issue. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you Link's permission, Kazuki. So once you do find that, and I'm only going to give you a certain amount of time, actually. You got a few more minutes. And if you haven't found it, then we're just going to go ahead and move you to the default position that you don't know. So
Okay,
you do.
I just don't want to look it up now. Don't know. I don't know.
So thank you very much. You don't know. So the 3 questions are now going to be wrapped up for you, Kazuki, because you were intellectually honest. So the thing that you thought you knew, see, coming into this, people usually say this with all assurance. And I have to take the level of assurance as in what they're telling me. Hey, I know the Earth to be a globe 100%. Without a shadow of a doubt. Gravity, dude. Duh. Yeah, I know. But here's the thing. Going through this very slowly, allowing you to go wherever you need to go to make sure we're getting all the information, will show you that this whole time you thought that the number one question that I asked was if the Earth is curving at what set rate due to radius, diameter, circumference. Their drop over distance was not able to be given. So the Earth curving, axial rotation being the second, the spin of the Earth, and the vacuum of space being the third, are all just a belief that you have, Kazuki. They're not founded in any real knowledge. It's not easily attainable. It's not able to be demonstrated. And definitely just a religious belief that you have with faith in that the earth is a globe via presentation of videos, whatever that they want to show the information about it, but it has nothing to do with you telling us how you know what you know. So at this moment in time, you just believe that the earth is a globe. You don't know that it is, Kazuki. And that is the truth. Does that make sense, Kazuki?
Yeah.
Right. So now we're in a better place where we can start talking about what you do know. Because obviously you thought maybe this would have been a knockdown win. Pretty easy. It can just come in here, breathe easily. What are these guys talking about, flat earth? It's funny, right? But it's not so funny now when you're just like looking at it from a standpoint of ignorance, where you don't know anything. Well, what do you know anyway from all of this? But if anybody wants to chime in, I'm going to go ahead and open up the floor back up again. You guys can come in and maybe speak with Kazuki. And here's the thing, guys. When we do have conversations with Kazuki, he does not know the earth is a globe. So proceeding to ask him any more questions about what he knows about the earth, as if he knows what he's talking about, it's not going to benefit anyone. So what we can do is kind of help him to realize, now that we've reached a point of his like non-understanding, possibly there's other things that could help him along. So just saying.
Thank you, Miggy. I have one quick thing to say to the young man. Please try not to let anybody convince you of anything. In my opinion, it's best to take the information as is, absorb all of it, and keep what resonates. And I suggest finding things that are falsifiable. For instance, gravity is not falsifiable. We don't even need to talk about it. You can look into that if you'd like. What we can do is falsify the globe mathematics with geometry. There is 0 drop over distance each mile we observe as we go up, as we go left, as we go right. Anywhere we go, we can't find the horizon drop over distance or the curvature. That is a falsifiable thing about the globe. Right?
What do you...
Go ahead.
Okay. What do you mean with like drop over distance? I mean, do you think if you stand on a point right now and you look like on a horizon and you say, okay, it drops, I don't know, a few meters per, I don't know, 4,000 meters? Or what do you mean with that?
Okay, so if I'm on a ball of any kind, eventually I'll see drop out in front of me. There'll be a downward slope of a hill. Okay, because it's because if you're on a ball, you've got that hemisphere to work with. So there should be left, right, everywhere. There should be some kind of drop and tilted everything. But go ahead, guys. Got to get this.
Yeah, and not such a drop. It's particularly one kind of drop with particularly math of the radius, and that's drop. And then go with the distance, and you measure that drop. What children learning every day in the school. That's drop. And you calculate and measure that in the nature, because if you're on a ball, it must be that drop. Every ball has a drop.
Yeah,
also,
that's correct. But
and this one has a rate, 8 inch per mile square, and it's going squared, 32 inch, and I don't know the math, but it's going with distance is more drop, But in reality, there is no drop. When people making videos there, and then they're zooming the objects, they're coming back. We can see more. 10 times more, 20 times more. Not 1.2 times more, no. 10 times more, 20 times more.
Let's take the famous example of the boat driving off an ocean, and you are standing at the coast watching it. Wouldn't you be seeing it like go behind the horizon, and you won't see it at some point because it's too far down the drop?
Yeah, and why is that happening?
Yeah, that's happening
because of
the
curvature.
Earth is a globe. Yes.
Not because of. Okay.
I mean, why would
Guys,
the Earth
sorry.
randomly drop if the Earth
Sorry.
is flat?
Right, so you believe that the reason why you can't see an object or the bottom of a boat at distance is because the physical Earth curve is in the way. All right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that if we know the size of the ball, we should be able to determine how far away that rate should be, given your altitude above the surface of the water, where the horizon would be? Right, good. That calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You understand geometry, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, you've got a circle drawn on a bit of paper, and on the top of that circle, you've drawn you. From your eye level down to the curvature of the Earth, that's what I'm talking about. That calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if I was to make this observation from 1 foot, that would mean the horizon would be at 1.2 miles away. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you say the boat is disappearing over the physical curvature of the Earth, that's where the math dictates it should be. However, us as flat earthers can demonstrate to you that from a observation height of 10 to 15 miles away, beyond objects of no distance. So oil rigs out at sea, we see the horizon beyond oil rigs that are about 10 miles away. So we can safely say that beyond 10 miles away at an observation height of 1 foot. If the Earth was a curved surface, the obstruction for the oil rigs will be at 1.2 miles away. Do you understand this premise and idea?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're observing the horizon, what we could demonstrate to you is it's not physical for boats to hide behind. It's optical, literally the limitation of your view across a flat surface. Are you looking in the live stream? Voice text. The text channel just above this live stream. Are you able to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can scroll up to 4 minutes past the hour, you can see a picture posted by Sasha of 2 oil rigs. Can you tell me when you can see it, please?
Wait, 2 oil rigs.
Yeah. There's some writing on the top in white, and then underneath there's a picture of 2 oil rigs on the sea. Can you see it?
Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, just above that, there's the math of the Earth. If the Earth ball of said radius, the horizon would be at this distance. So for the 1 foot observer, the horizon must be at 1.2 miles away. If we're looking for physical obstruction for stuff to hide behind, like your boat, but at this 1 foot observation height, we can clearly see the horizon past the second oil rig at over 10 miles in distance, demonstrating the horizon's moved. If the horizon was physical, it wouldn't move. We could show you other images on other days from the same altitude above the surface of the water at the same oil rigs, where the horizon appears in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, all over the place, demonstrating the horizon isn't physical for stuff to hide behind, but optical, the limitation of your view across a flat surface, and now dependent on the atmosphere that you're looking through. You know, fog and shit.
Mm.
You understand that, right?
Wait, so you mean the problem of Earth being a globe is that the horizon is between the oil rigs?
It's past the oil rigs. Beyond to the oil rig.
Oh, I see. Didn't understand.
So you see the 2 oil rigs, I've got distances underneath them. The one on the right-hand side is at 6.2 miles away. The one on the left-hand side is at 9.4 miles away. The horizon is past the second oil rig
on the left-hand side at 9.4 miles away. So let's just say it's no nearer than 10 miles. Could be 15 miles, could be 20 miles, but it's definitely around about 10 or further than 10 miles because of where the oil rig. If the Earth was a ball, that horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles away in front of the oil rigs. Dramatically so, we wouldn't be able to see the oil rigs. Definitely not the bottom of. So when you say ships go over the curve of the Earth and we can't see the bottom of them anymore, do you now understand how that might be a false statement?
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll be right back.
No problem. A little bit of music there.
I just realised who I thought you sounded like, Jedi. You sound like Terry Tibbs. Little phone jacker reference there for some bit older people.
Wonder what this gentleman's gone to go and do. He's deafened himself as well. Hopefully we'll be back soon. Nice little chat. He thought things were disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth, guys. My.
He gave himself away, unfortunately, in the first 30 seconds. Not even that. These people give themselves away. Anyway, I'm not going to tell you why, because I know you listen. I know you modify. So, but you give yourselves away. One way or another.
Yep, what was that U2 line? And you give yourself away.
Yeah, they expose themselves eventually, one way or another.
No big deal. It's like I say, it's our bread and butter because we're here years and years later still asking for the curvature. So if it existed, we wouldn't be here talking, better or worse.
Yeah, if anyone's going to find it, it's us.
Exactly. We're the ones looking hardest for it, and we just can't find it, guys.
Hey, we know it's not there, but keep looking, guys.
That's kind of where I'm starting to get to, Gemsy. I'm like, let's just rip the Band-Aid off and just start telling them it's not there.
I'll put it to you this way. The greatest thing and things to ever happen to me are because of people denying reality, i.e. people believing the globe narrative, right? This server specifically, my life has improved 110,000%, but that's just my experience. But so I can't come against, that. At the same time, I don't like to see my fellow man struggle. Hold on.
Yeah, who like less than part you can and there's something really well with it. And he didn't have a lot of fight in him,
Anyways, whoever was trying to speak, I think you are in a different room.
Miggy sounds like he's actually calling from the moon. It's that same sound you get that the astronauts have in the background.
That was Miggy talking?
Oh, how do I sound now? Is it different?
Oh, now you sound okay. I was server muted you for a minute. I thought you were moon talking.
Now you sound
good. I was trying to use my my little speaker that I have here, but I guess it's not working. It's a Bluetooth speaker, you know. Turn it
Powering off.
Let me turn it off.
It's like that dollar store Bluetooth speaker.
Yes, Altec Lansing even. So I don't know. It's those little speakers you get at Walmart, like to kind of listen to music and that. No, I was
Miggy, real quick.
What?
Miggy, if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
So that Altec Lansing speaker, if it's a speaker like the waterproof speakers, they don't take out, like, there's no mic on them. So when you turn them on, it like takes your mic volume way down. I've tried to make phone calls on it. It don't work.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
It's a great speaker though, so don't get rid of it.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. No, I was just getting to the guy that was coming in here. I said, bless his heart. He comes in here thinking that he knows 100% that he can provide evidence for the Earth being a globe. And that's why I always make sure before we start the conversation, are you sure the Earth's 100%? And he's like, yep, 100%. For sure. Okay. Taking him down after each question is like, yeah, I don't know. Okay. How about this one? I don't know. Okay, next one. I don't know. Okay. But you said you were sure 100%, and now we're at a place where you don't know. So. Oh, he's back. So Kazuki.
Yeah.
And Kazuki's the guy.
Sorry. Hopefully.
Go ahead, Jedi.
I was just saying, if he's back, hopefully he understood what I was saying. When he after your 3 points came in and said that, boats disappear over the curvature of the Earth. Knowing this to be true after your 3 points. Hello, mate. Are you back?
Hello. So I looked it up for a bit, and I came to the conclusion that you use the wrong formula. You're saying 8 inches per mile squared, right? No.
7.98 if you want.
Yeah, here's the thing. Sorry, the reason why I'm interrupting. Dave Farina, aka Professor Dave, will say that anybody who uses 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. So here's something I'd like to point out. Since when in time did any flat earther come up with 8 inches per mile squared? Can you tell me that, Kazuki?
I don't know, but I'm asking. I asked him. Wait, I asked him what he said as a measure.
Yes, and so what I'm saying though, when he used that, it was just something that has already been discovered from the idea that the Earth has to be curving at the set rate that it should be to equal the radius, diameter, and circumference. You can use this simple geometry to figure it out. So it has nothing to do with him actually presenting as in your evidence for the drop rate distance. It's not Jedi's evidence. He didn't come up with this. He's simply relaying to you that this is how it's being shown to be actually looked over from the distance that is being used to calculate the drop rate. So if it's not that, then what replaces that, what he just said? And you have to come up with that. What replaces so that we can equal the geometric shape of the Earth?
And also, I wasn't necessarily talking about 8 inches per mile squared. I was more specifically talking about the physical obstruction of the horizon, which is at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which isn't my claim. That's just what the math says.
Wait, 1.2 over the square root of?
The observer's height in feet. So, for example, if I'm 1 foot above the surface, if I'm 1 foot above the curved surface, square root of 1 is 1 times 1.225 is 1.225, which means the horizon for a 1 foot observer is at 1.225 miles away.
Oh,
it's just mathematics. You understand now.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
just a mathematics attributed to a curved surface or a ball, in this instance the Earth. And if I'm above it, where the physical obstruction would come in, like you claimed about the boats hiding behind. Sorry, Miggy.
And the reason I bring it up is because a lot of people will say, well, inches per mile squared isn't what can be used. And it's like, okay, then what are you going to use? Because that wasn't even our claim, because we're not claiming any drop rate over distance. We're just simply telling you this is the math that is used to extrapolate this drop over distance from the metrics that we have currently. If you say they're different, then please, by all means, come on in here and demonstrate to us whatever math you want so that it can equal to whatever the set metrics are right now. Because that's what we need. That's still, the onus is still on you who claim that Earth's a globe. You're still going to have to give us, if it's not 8 inches per mile squared, then what is it? And then we'll go from that point. But because we're telling you this is what they've told us, that how to get the drop rate distance, if you're not going to use 8 inches per mile squared, then you're going to have to come up with the math that equals the metrics that the globe are saying they're at right now. So that's the part that needs to get done. So it's, so far as we know, that's the claim been 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, right? It's not really 8, but it's really close to it. But just using that information, we can say that's what the baseline is. If there's another baseline, then tell us about it with the math, and then have it support the claim of the metrics.
Right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean, as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am, about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon.
Yeah, pretty simple enough. Hopefully all of this is actually getting to you somehow, Kazuki.
What do you think, Kazuki? There's a lot, huh?
There's a lot of energy going into this so that you can grapple with the information. Other than that, we're talking to the audience and not you.
The idea is for you to start advocating for yourself and what you know and what you can know. I always knew I had a lot more to learn, and a lot more than I was being told. I just had the hunger, so I went out and looked. And here I am.
So, Katsuki, can you understand how no boat disappeared over any physical curvature of the Earth? Good.
I mean, wait, if you see a boat like traveling to the horizon, it gets smaller and smaller, doesn't it?
Of course, all things with distance appear to look smaller. They haven't actually got smaller, but,
Yeah, but
you, the observer, yeah.
It will like go down, down, down until it disappears.
Not a hill of water.
But you said that it was physical curvature of the Earth that made the bottom of the boat disappear. We've demonstrated that that physical obstruction, the horizon, isn't physical. It's not physically hiding behind anything.
It's not a real border. That's correct. It's not a border. Not directly, no.
Not a hill of water.
When have you seen something that's hidden by something? It's hidden by something, isn't it? You can't see it. When have you seen it loom back so you can see it?
You what?
When have you seen it projected back so you can see it? It was hidden behind the hill in one instance, so you couldn't see it, but now you can see it. How does that happen?
What do you mean you can't see it?
Well, if you're... Well, let's put it like this. If at distance you can't see a boat, and you say the physical Earth curve is in the way, and we keep getting telescopes out and we can project the boat back, how many times does a boat have to project back before you realise that we're seeing too far, and you have to admit that curving light that's helping? Or more predominantly, physical Earth curves isn't getting in the way of your boat. The horizon moves.
The horizon moves with the weather, Kazuki. You understand? Hmm. Din, 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 din.
Kazuki, do you want me to tell you why things appear to disappear from the bottom up?
Tell me.
Okay. Imagine you and I, you stood in one location, I was next to you, and I had a brick. And I went for a walk along a flat surface away from you. And I put that brick down. Would you eventually agree that if I kept moving that brick away, the brick would be too small to see?
Yeah.
Awesome. What would happen if I started to build a wall? Would you eventually start to see the top of the wall?
What do you mean? The top of the wall? Like the
Yeah.
literal-
If I started to build upwards from that brick that you can't see because it's too small, do you think if I continually built upwards and say built a wall, that you would eventually, with height, see a wall?
So if you like get distance from it.
Now, if you stay where you are, I've moved a brick away from you, so you can't see it anymore, and it's on the floor. You can't see this brick; it's too far away to see. Then I start building a wall upwards, maybe a house. Would you agree that you could possibly see the house?
I mean, it takes more distance to not see it.
You haven't moved. I've only built a house. Same distance. You can't see the small brick. All I've done is built a house. I'm just asking you now, where you couldn't see the brick and now I've built a house, can you see the house I've just built?
Probably.
Probably. What I'm demonstrating to you is with distance, things get smaller, right? They appear to do so, yes?
Yes.
But if they are bigger, we can see them. Yeah?
Yes.
Awesome. So when we put something on the floor, a surface, and move it away, because the angle that we see the world in starts on the floor and is up to our eyes, that's a very narrow angle of view. The further I move the brick away, the narrower the angle, so you can't resolve it. If I increase your ability to have a wider angle, as in build a wall or a house or a cathedral, because you've got a wider angle of view, you can see the wall, the house, or the cathedral. But in that narrow angle of view where the angle starts right at the surface, you can't resolve that. Do you understand? Awesome. Now, when we're also making long-distance observations, we're also looking through a lot of gas. You know, the humidity in the air, those types of things, moisture and so on. So also, apart from how we observe the world in angular form, as I've just demonstrated, we're also looking through a medium that bends light. So yeah, things in the distance are very much optical. The horizon isn't physical, and things will disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface because on the bottom, it's a very narrow angle of view. But more to the point, if we know the size of the Earth, yeah, we should be able to map where the physical obstruction should be for an observer standing on that curved surface. The physical thing that you need boats to hide behind, as your first example. If that physical horizon, Earth curve, isn't where it should be physically, and we can demonstrate the horizon is optical as it moves around, then you have to admit that the boat wasn't going behind the physical obstruction. If it was going behind physical obstruction, it wouldn't move.
Nobody's got much to say. I'm going to leave you all with this. I'll be back in a bit. I'm going to take a shower, go for a drive, all that good stuff. But I'm enjoying piecing history together at the minute. I'm loving it. It's I don't know. We're drawn to certain things, aren't we? We're all different in that respect. But I'm going to promote this guy's channel, Asher Logos. I always push this guy's content because he's so good. So his latest couple of videos are about the French Revolution. Definitely worth a look. So I can pretty much paint you a picture all the way back to the Persian Magi. And Magi, I've got a lovely little thing from one of his videos, actually. I'll post that too. Etymology of words is always interesting too. Like Alan Wilson says, the Welsh language, which was Colbran, it's like a living fossil. The etymology of mag, right here it says reign, power, over. It's also where we get words like magic, magistrate, magnificent. I just love stuff like that. It's brilliant.
Well,
so yeah, this is a couple of
sad that you have
screenshots.
to leave us so soon, but we appreciate the links and stuff. We'll check it out.
Yeah, Asher Logos is great. His content's awesome. But yeah. Not the topic at hand, but I do love looking into history, and I realise, I'm never going to piece it together perfectly. I get that. It's such a mess. But the history, the winners write the history. I get that. But the truth's always somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, collect whatever breadcrumbs you can find and try to piece it together.
Yeah.
Because something is better than nothing, right?
Yeah, the human nature's not changed all that much.
Probably true.
But anyway, I'll be back in a bit.
You can't have something out of nothing, bro.
All right, we'll take care, Andy, man. Have a good one.
Have a good go, sir.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe I could do a presentation or something like that. I don't know. Do something on it because I find it fascinating. It's interesting to sort of see where we came from, or where it all went so wrong.
Sign me up.
And right for the bloody megalomaniacs. But yeah, these people plan in centuries. They don't plan in decades. So, anyway, interesting stuff. Ding, ding, ding.
Awesome. Take care.
I just want to say that segment because he was super awesome.
It looks like he's left us. Yeah, I felt a little bad because Seiya and I checked him in, and as soon as Seiya mentioned that there's a live stream, there's a bunch of people here, he was like, "Yeah, I don't want to do that. Can I just talk to like one or two of you?" And so I was like, well, let's, why don't I just move you in and you can listen. And if you don't like the vibe, you can just end the call. And he stayed. So it was shout out to all you guys. Shout out to Miggy for keeping it cool. And, he kept his emotions in check. So that was a good conversation in my book. That went way better than I expected, honestly.
Oh, yeah. Little excitement in the background. A few people wanted to say things. I'm like, no. Miggy's doing a good job. He's made a great connection with this guy. He was honest from the very beginning. He's like, he even said before Miggy even walked him down the exercise, said, I don't know with my own personal view for a fact, I believe because of this. So, I mean, he was starting to be honest from the get-go. But good job, Miggy, on the complete demonstration. I think that was a very good session.
Yeah, once again, this is an example of what it looks like when somebody actually considers the information. That's not usually the case. So he's kind of like one of the people that probably wouldn't be like the rest of them. The majority of people are going to fight you every step of the way. That they'll say they'll know something, and then you show them that they don't know, and they'll still double down. So you'll have a lot of trouble even with the first one. But he didn't seem to be too invested in like wanting to be right. So because when you actually kind of ask, how do you know this? And if you don't know it, just say, hey, I don't know. That's usually the most intellectual, honest position to take when you don't know something. But when you have to feel like a need to say something just to defend a position because you have pride and ego, like that's different. That's why you find it going in a different way. But he didn't have that too much. I mean, he's a little bit, you could see it coming up, but it wasn't something like he really adamantly wanted to defend a position on. He was just like, well, I don't know. And I'm always like, if you guys are coming in here with this information and you want help from another globalist guy, that wants to help you with informations in the DM, go ahead. Like, I want all the opportunity for you to have the most successful outcome that you can possible. But it has to be the things that we require, like who said it first, where does it say it, and show us a real world demonstration of how this can be done. That's it. Pretty simple from all three of those points. That's all you really need, but you don't have that. It's always void, 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 void. Anyway.
Yes, I enjoyed it. And I liked how he was actually really honest. It was just, it took a minute to get there because, you think you know something because you've heard it from everywhere a million times, but you never actually, open the book yourself. And so you don't know the name firsthand. You don't know the who, what, where, when, why.
Looks like when he landed to the server, his first few messages were back and forth with myself, and I think Martov maybe and I were in the chat. And he had some really goofy messages. I posted them in the chat. He said, if we don't go, because I said that he said something about things orbiting or whatever. I told him that I've never seen anything go around the sun. I said, well, if we don't go around the sun, why don't we randomly see other stars passing by, getting very big and visible? And I said, when do you see that? And he said, well, I never see other stars than the sun. And so I asked him, well, is that because where you live, or why wouldn't you see the stars? He said, well, this is the goofiest message. No, because of the sun that keeps us glued to it by gravity. Else the sun would just randomly disappear because we fly away from it. So I'm just like, hold on, wait a minute. He completely lost that one. And fortunately, he's like, all right, well, let's just jump in VC. We checked him in, and then, conversation took off from there.
So you got a new friend here is by I don't know. Yeah, and he came with the guy with the K, Kazuki. He's here to prove gravity for us.
Oh, okay. Do you just want to say hello by Zootrix, or maybe you could just tell us how we say your name?
He was able to speak in the check-in, so.
What? I just want to listen, so. Yeah.
That's not true. Your friend Kazuku said you were here. He was waiting for you to get verified because you're here to prove gravity.
No.
Oh, then Kazuki is wrong then. He wasn't his champion then. Should we look for another? We'll be happy to, if you want us to just say that you don't have that information. We'll look for the next person who wants to chime in and actually present to us that information. I think what's important, though, is that we allow people to come in here, and if there's a claim that you want to support, you go ahead and make the claim and then support it with evidence. But so far as we know, there hasn't been anybody that actually stands up for that, except for Kazuki. Bless his heart, he tried his best. But at the end of it all, he doesn't know. Which pretty much that's the route everybody usually takes. Because if they're being honest, they really don't know. So it's nice to listen. It's also even better to chime in and say, hey, look, this is what my position is. Because we don't know your position. I think we're just maybe assuming that Kazuki was saying something according to Radwin, what he's saying. But since you're here already and you're on the mic, by Udrix, I think is what your name is. What do you think the shape of the Earth is by Udrix, and why?
I think it's round because of like education and stuff.
Okay.
Also, there's like way more proofs to a round Earth than it is to like a flat Earth. I never seen a picture of a flat Earth, so.
Okay, so you think that the Earth is a globe. Now, I'll ask you like I did Kazuki. How sure are you that the Earth is a globe by Udrix? Are you 100% certain that it's a globe?
I have seen way more proof for that it is a round shape.
Yeah, that's not answering. That's not answering my question. I'm sorry, Biodrix. It's kind of a slimy way to answer what I said. I think the easier way to say, because the direct way to answer me would be, yes, it's 100% certain that the Earth is a globe. No, I'm not 100% certain that the Earth is a globe. Either one of those two.
So you're 100% sure it's not round and it's flat?
No. That's not me. That's not me. I'm asking you, sir. So the question was to you. It was to you. So for you to answer back to me, whether you're 100% certain that the Earth is a globe or you're not certain 100% that it is a globe. Which one of those two is it, by Udrix?
Yeah, I am sure. Why not?
100%. You have to. Is this
99%? But it's
That's all I need. Thank you very much. And the reason why I asked this question, it's important, by Udrix, because the audience doesn't know when somebody says, I know the Earth's a globe, and we're like, do you really? And so when I ask this follow-up question, how sure are you that the Earth is a globe? 100%? 80%? And you said 99%. Well, that's fine. But I would say that because you said that, well, sir, you don't know. Because it's either 100% certain that it is exactly self-evident, empirical, a globe, or you don't know.
Nah, you got it wrong, because you never know everything by you are not sure. Like,
why not? I didn't get it wrong. I didn't get it wrong because I could tell you like this: there is a sliver of a doubt that you're wrong. Is this correct?
Not really, because
you said 9%. Everybody heard you say it. You said 99%. You said it. I didn't say it. You said it. So,
yeah, but why should it be wrong that it is 99%?
No, sir. You have to admit that you, without a shadow of a doubt, don't know the Earth's a globe. You, however, have a tiny little sliver that you could be wrong. Is this correct?
Okay, so
is this correct? Answer my question. Is this correct?
Okay, again, I didn't.
Correct. Yes.
I didn't listen.
Be honest. Yes or no? Yes or no?
What?
Answer my question. Inquiry.
What question?
Let me repeat again. Don't overthink this. Just speak naturally. Okay, I'll say it once again. You said that you know 99%. Okay, so there is a small shadow. You just add a little sliver. You could be wrong. You could be wrong by your Drix. Is this true?
Just by your argumentation, I would say now I'm 100% sure it's around because.
Stop by your Drix. It's not my argumentation. It's what you said. Based on what you said, I know the Earth to be 99.9%, whatever. That's how much you know the Earth to be.
Yeah, no, it's 100.
No, you.
I changed my opinion.
Oh, you jumped from 99 to 100? That's wonderful. I'm glad you said that.
Love that, Miggy. Have fun with that.
I'm glad you said 100%. I've been waiting, but actually, I the other guy before you, and he was 100% sure, and then at the end of it, he didn't know. But now that you were unsure, I was just going to say, well, you don't know. But now that you said you're 100% sure, well, guess what? Now we're going to figure out everything you know about the globe. And you're going to tell us because you're 100% certain. Right? You said it. I did.
Why don't you tell? What do you think?
Me?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, you.
I'm asking you the question. You're the guy with all the answers. You're the guy with the 100% knowledge that the Earth is definitely a globe. So guess what? You get the free option to tell everybody here who's been waiting. I mean, we're talking about over 10 years, sir. We've been waiting for the demonstration, citation, primary source. We're waiting for that. And so if you're the guy,
can you prove something?
You're the guy. No. This isn't my proofs of anything. See, when you come in here and you're 100% sure the Earth is a globe, sir, everybody's waiting for this. We're all bated breath, kind of.
You don't know anything. You can't say if it's.
Why me? Why are you questioning me? No, the idea is that you come in here thinking that you know the Earth's a globe, and we're like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about, and you're like, yeah, I was 99% sure, but you know what? I switched my mind. I know I'm 100%. Okay, so that's important. So now we're gonna get to the bits of why you think the Earth's a globe, right? So first question.
I need to explain myself. I just think that.
Huh? You just think? You just think that?
Yeah.
You don't know.
I have enough proof. I have no proof for it being wrong.
You just think and you don't know. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so you do know the Earth's a globe, right? I want to make sure.
Huh?
You do know the Earth is a globe. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just need to speak clearly,
All right, I'm speaking clearly, sir. I don't know what language you think I'm speaking. I'm talking to you directly and clearly. I don't. What else can we do? All right.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Thanks for that, CB. All right, so let's get to it. Right. The first question. It's pretty simple, man. You're gonna get this. You're 100% sure. I'm guessing you wouldn't have any problem with this. All right. So So I'm not even gonna get to the part where you say you don't know or you do know. You 100% sure that you know what's going on. All right. So we need primary source, citation. I'll tell you what it's about. Primary source is who said it, right? Who said it? Primary source, citation, as in where it was said. Please direct us to exactly where it was said, who said it, and where it was said, and demonstration. Well, what's a demonstration? Basically, you go into the field and you go demonstrate to everybody. Look, guys, this is the method by which you can know this particular thing is done. Okay, that's pretty much it. Primary source, citation, demonstration.
Let me have time because it's not a question I get all the day.
But I told what's his name who's in here right now, Credux, or this is the guy that was in here. Anyway, I told him, yeah, you can take a little bit of time, but just don't meander there forever, because I will, however, say, guys, it's getting late. I mean, we're waiting and waiting. We're not going to get anywhere if you're just going to be scrounging around and trying to figure things out. I need to know that you know what's going on, right? We all do. So either get with the program or kick rocks with the idea that you think you know what's going on. So I'll tell you this. I'll give you a few minutes. Yeah, if you want to search something up or if you want to pull a rabbit out of a hat, I don't care. But just so long as you come with the information, I'm good. All right. So that being said, let's get right down to it, man. So the first question that I'm going to ask, there's only 3. Pretty painless, right? For somebody who knows everything. So the first question is drop over radius, diameter, and circumference, right? We're talking about the Earth curvature. Most important, right? This is foundation for everything that we're talking about in here. So the Earth's curvature, which is we have the radius, the diameter, and the circumference of the Earth. So it's not a too big of a ball or too small. We know exactly the size of this Earth. Well, it's public information, by the way. So we already know the metrics of the Earth. So that's a given. But we want to know how it was measured to have drop over distance anytime in history. Anytime in history. You can point us to the primary source. You can give us the citation and also follow it up with a demonstration. So now I'm going to give you the floor, sir. The floor is yours. Please demonstrate to us how we know the Earth has been measured to have curvature. Go ahead.
Wait, how it's been measured or what?
Yes, sir. I'll repeat once again if you want me to. It's pretty simple, though. Simple geometry would state that we can understand the drop over distance rate between point A to point B over distance. And we'll be able to find that out by way of, like I said, primary source, who said it first, citation, where is it said that it's this way, and demonstration, how is it done, the method. So go ahead, I'll give you the floor once again.
Actually, I don't want to prove anything because I'm pretty sure it's round and I don't have to prove something. That's
wrong answer. Sorry, thanks again for playing.
Was that an I don't know?
Actually, you could prove to me something but why should I prove something?
You know what's important is that everybody inquiring about this topic, Bardukes. I'm just gonna call you Bardukes because I don't know. Do it. So we'll talk about why it's important that I don't have to prove anything to you coming in here, sir. This is what this whole conversation is about. Evidence, please.
Why can't you prove something?
No. This isn't about you prove something.
Why can't you?
Listen, you try to get in here and you just want to say, well, why don't you do this? Well, why don't you do that? No.
You can prove something. You can prove the Earth is flat. You can't.
You come into this conversation thinking you know 100%. Well, actually, you know what? You came in knowing 99% that it was some way. And then you switch your mind and say, I know it's 100%. I'm like, go ahead. Tell everybody.
I want to have proof for it's being flat.
You don't have any proof. And that's interesting. Because that's the thing that we need to get to the part where
but you just...
You are going to get
yourself.
your proof. You're going to get your proof after you get done with Miggy.
Well, I mean, he could do it while he's talking to me too. But that's the thing, though, Bardukes. You come in here thinking that, well, let me ask you guys a question. No, sir. That's not how this works. We're asking for anyone out there in the world to come forward with the evidence that the Earth is a globe. And then so you came forward and say, hey, Earth is a globe. And we're like, okay, go ahead and just demonstrate that to us. Go ahead and give us the primary source citation demonstration. Well, I don't have to prove anything to you guys. Well, then what do we got then? Your belief in the globe? Why do we want to hear that? We don't want to hear that. We've heard it many, many times. We've been actually told that it's a globe without any demonstrations or anything that can be done. So now we ask the regular people out there listening, which you're probably one of them, and it's like, hey, guy, go ahead and tell us how the Earth's a globe. Well, wait, I want to know how you know. No. We're asking everybody coming in to hear how they know the Earth is a globe. And you don't know. You're just like, well, I don't have to prove it to you. Well, that's an easy way out. But we're not letting people get away with that, Purdue. We're not. We have to get down to the bit where they're actually providing evidence. Do you understand where the issue comes here? Is that when we ask you guys for the evidence, you're just like, don't know, man. I just believe it.
You can't prove anything yourself, so...
Me? Why do you keep pointing your finger at me? I'm telling you, Purdue.
Yeah,
you're trying to point your fingers at me and get everybody's attention off of you. It's not going to happen in this room. we're all looking at you still, being like, dude, why are you pointing at me for it? Like, I'm not the one here with the claim. I'm not saying the Earth is a globe. It's not. It's not a globe. But that's the thing.
You know.
Yeah, I know. You're agreeing with me.
You just know.
That I just know? What did you say? I don't know. You're mumbling, sir. So what are you saying? What are you trying to say?
How do you know it's not a globe?
Because
is there any proof?
Oh, yeah. Can you allow me to? I will tell you. Because the globe has made a claim, sir. The claim is that the Earth is of a set size of dimensions, right? You can look this up if you don't believe me. You don't have to. It just takes for your little fingers to type on your keyboard and find out what is the radius, what is the diameter, and what is the circumference. And with simple geometry, you can go out into the field and go test to see if this actually adheres to or comports over to not just the math, but actual drop over distance from point A to point B over a line of sight test on the Earth. And you will find out that information does not go into the field as in that's what it actually is. So do you understand what I'm saying, or did I lose you in what I just said?
Yeah, you did lose me.
I know.
Because it doesn't make sense.
I know, it's difficult because when you first come into this, you're all over the place. You're just like, globe. And I'm like, no, dude, check it out. Line of sight. When you see something in the far distance, 15, 20 miles, well, that thing that you see out there is something that you see that's not obstructed by the Earth's curvature. And you're trying to scratch your head as to why that's the case. And you come up with all kinds of crazy ideas or listen to some talking head somewhere tell you that it's because of like this weird refraction that's happening. That's why you see something behind a curve. But in no time in reality do you ever see somebody walk over a mound of dirt and then say, well, tomorrow I can see them with refraction. That's never going to happen. Ever. So when you come to this place where we're at with reality, you'll know that. You'll be like, somebody's trying to go over a curvature or a hump of an obstruction of the Earth. I'm not going to see them over that hump of Earth at any time. However, the guys from the globalist side will say that you can. And we're just like, okay, that's not reality what you're speaking of. Because in reality, somebody walking over a physical obstruction will not be able to be seen the next day with quote unquote refraction. Or are you still lost like a babe in the woods? Or can you follow what I'm saying?
Not really. No.
I know. See, this is the thing, Puddin'. You're getting lost.
You're talking like so much nonsense. I don't even understand it.
Because you've been lied to for such a long time.
Lied to.
Yeah, you have been.
Okay.
And the thing is, you bought into it because you're just like, yeah, Earth's a globe, guys. Guess what? My friends think Earth is a globe, and it's just a globe because it's so globish. That's all. Globe. You don't think about what can be. I even gave it to you, man. I'm like, look, drop
You don't have like source for it. You just say it.
Source. The source.
All kinds of sources for it.
Take the bass out of your tone. I'm not sure you know who you're talking to here, but I've never backed down from anything, so check your facts.
I'm going to speak up close so you can hear me. Can you hear me now? The claim is the globe, the measurements and everything that the globe is said to be. We've tested those not to be the case. Okay, did I speak?
How are these tests legit?
I just told you. Do you want me to say it again? You're not paying attention. Why would okay, I'll do it once more for the audience sake, for posterity even, right? But let me just go through it once again. Line of sight test. Did I say that clearly?
Line of sight test. At what distance?
Huh? Say again?
At what distance?
I just told you, 15, 20 miles.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. No, what? No, what? Uh-huh, no, what? What are you saying no to?
You can't really because there are hills and so on.
What?
On water?
What?
So you tested it on water?
No, you can test. Listen. Okay. So anywhere you can see line of sight from that far away and something you see in the distance, then you got to be scratching your noggin as to why it's possible you can see that far. Hello?
Why? Why should I?
Because
it's not so round that I can't see in the distance.
Purdue, you're not following. You're not following, Cupcake. You're not. Because of the curvature. You understand now? The Earth is in the way of you seeing the thing in the far distance. Earth curvature, the hump of Earth that's blocking your view. That's the thing. Do you understand why you can't see?
But it's not that curvy.
What do you mean it's not that curvy?
And you know that Earth is pretty big.
Wait. You're getting lost.
Big enough so you don't like.
No, you're getting lost in the sauce.
You don't feel the curve. You can see it.
You don't feel it, dude. We're talking about ships. Okay, when boats go over the curve, are they not going behind physical obstruction because you can't see them?
What?
Boats going over the curve.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You just finished saying that's never the case.
You just said the Earth is too big, but ships go over the curve, dude. You're contradicting yourself.
What?
Oh,
yeah, you're contradicting yourself.
Do you understand what's going on here, Purdue? You understand?
No, I don't.
Man, just par for the course, dude. I know you're
so
lost.
dense, man.
Like, what's going on? Why am I here?
No, it's I can't tell if it's an actor. Like he's actually just this dumb.
No,
he's really. I think you're just LARPing and just trying to play like the contrarian, not R. That's what I think.
His friends listening, and there's other people listening, so he cannot go along with this.
Yeah, he gets lost like with the simplest things.
Let's go let's be real specific. How big do you think the Earth is?
It's just because English is not my main language. I can't follow something that doesn't.
So we're gonna be really specific.
Bullshit on that, dude. Because
it's not bullshit.
Miggy, let's be real specific with him.
That's dumb, dude. I'm not gonna fall for your like no habla inglés. No, we're gonna do that. Because you speak English pretty good, dude.
Yeah, I do, but if you talk about Earth curvature or something...
That's when the language barrier happens. When you speak of Earth curvature, I'm just like, oh, no sable inglés. Yeah. Like,
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Yeah, for real, dude. You know what we're saying, dude. Don't no so habla inglés to me. Don't do that, dude, because you know what we're saying.
Okay, you said the Earth is too big. So if you're standing at the edge of the ocean, how far away is the horizon supposed to be?
How should I know?
Because they claim that the Earth has a certain radius that Miggy just brought up, right? 3,959 miles. That way you can make a prediction on where the horizon should be. Because you just said the Earth is too big. That's actually a prediction. Do you know that? You're making a prediction. You're saying if I go to the ocean and I see a boat that's too far away, the Earth is not curvy enough, so that's okay.
Then you can
that's
see
a prediction.
If it's too far away, you can see it.
Hold on, Beta Bell.
If it's too far away, you can see it.
Yeah.
Let's say that again. Maybe you don't understand.
I just say
it. You can or can't see it if it's too far away?
Can't.
You can't. Okay, so you can't see it. How far is too far?
How should I know? I didn't test it, but I'm sure.
No, what does the globe say? The globe Earth model. What does that say? How far is too far?
I don't know what you're saying. My English is not working.
You said the Earth is too big, so you have to know.
My English.
Say it's too big. You must know what size it is, right?
Measured. Like
no.
Boat
then why did you say it's too big?
Look for another boat.
Then why did you say it's too big? If you don't know what the particulars are, why are you saying it's too big when you don't know?
Because
why
it
didn't
is.
you just say I don't
Look
know?
at pictures.
Because it is.
Look at pictures, man.
Because it is. What?
Do you have pictures?
Pictures of
no.
what?
You get
Darren.
nothing.
Pictures of what?
No pictures of flat Earth. Sad.
Like from outer space?
What, you want a cartoon?
Have you been to outer space?
No.
Okay, so I got pictures from Narnia. Have you been to Narnia?
No.
Have you been to Mordor? There's pictures from there. There's pictures from the Fortress of Solitude. We got Superman and Crypto Dog freaking hanging out. So what do pictures tell us? Nothing, because we can't test them, repeat them, verify them, prove them wrong, prove them right, or do anything. You just trust the person that says, oh, I took a picture from XYZ location, and this is an authentic representation of what I saw. Right? That's all you can do. I trust you, yada, yada, yada. Well, fuck that.
Yeah, hell yeah. Dude,
nothing would really work if it's not round.
Okay, give us an example of something that won't work.
Okay, if it's flat, there must be an edge, right?
Now, if it's dude, we're talking about the Earth flat. We're talking about Earth globe. And next time you do a trigger like that, that's your little trigger. Oh,
if it's not round, what is it then?
Wait, dude. It's like, who else is going to be out here that's going to talk to me about the Earth being flat? Oh, that's what I want to talk about. No, we're going to talk about how the Earth is not a globe and how you're not coming to terms with that because you're obviously having a cognitive dissonance spiral that you don't understand. Oh, what do you mean? I don't speak.
What is it then?
Well,
if it's not round,
why does it have to be what's the shape of a rock?
A rock is not the Earth, but
the rock is what?
A rock has different shapes.
Exactly. It doesn't have. It's not a platonic solid, right? So it doesn't have any particular shape. Sitting here going, what shape is the Earth? Do you think the Earth is a platonic solid? Oh, that's that. See, that reveals the whole thing right there.
Look. The thing
is that you think the Earth is some idealized geometric form in your mind because some freaking Plato, fucking 2,000 years ago, came up with this concocted idea.
Yeah.
So and you don't even realize that you've undertaken a philosophical stance.
Earth
you don't
is
even
bigger
understand
than a rock, my friend, and it has.
How do you know? How do you know?
Okay, I can take a rock in my hand, and I can't take the Earth in my hand, bro. The fuck are you saying?
How big are you?
How do you know? How do you know? Well,
you're trying to tell us what shape the Earth is, dummy. That's the problem. You can't even say what shape the rock is, but you want to try and tell us what shape the entire Earth is.
You also said that the Earth is too big, right?
The Earth is made out of many different rocks, my friend, and they all have mass, and this mass tells space.
Oh, mass! Define mass for us.
Space curves and space tells mass how to move, and it tells mass to move in a ball.
You saw a Neil deGrasse Tyson documentary once, and you're just parroting it.
It's so annoying. You
define mass for us.
Fucking Earth.
So why don't you define mass for us? Nobody here knows what it is because we're dumb flat earthers. Define it for us.
Wait, you define mass?
Yeah, define it. Give us the definition.
Define it.
And you?
Mass tells an object how.
That's not a definition, dude.
I don't know the fucking way. Wait.
And how do you know any of what you said is true when you don't even know what the words you're using mean?
I know what it. Just give me a second.
Don't.
Just give me a second. I need Google to tell me what I already believe.
No,
good.
It's because
anyway, listen. I want to go back to the Earth.
It tells objects how.
Yeah, we heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say that too.
Can you let me speak, bro? Can you let me speak?
No, you don't know what you're saying.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You won't let me speak. That's the problem.
Because you don't know what you're saying.
You guys can't even prove anything yourself. You just come with something up.
Look, we're trying to prove it to you, but you said the Earth is too big, so you don't want to accept the evidence. So I'm trying to nail you down into how big the Earth actually is, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to nail you down. You said it's too big. That's a prediction. That our observations conform within the globe model because the Earth is too big. How big is it? How far do we have to see to falsify the ball? How far?
Can we get back to mass?
No, answer his question.
No, you don't know what it even fucking means.
Yeah, I know, but you won't let me speak.
So why are we going to debate with somebody that's ignorant about something that, like,
I'm ignorant.
You started asking me about what Barbie fucking dolls look like. I don't know. Like, why are we going to debate that? It's stupid.
You can't prove anything yourself.
All right, boys, you're
yeah. Okay. So how big? Yeah, we can prove it. But we're trying to nail you down. Hold on, I'm not muting them.
Just muting.
Listen, Bayat Zendrix, nuh-uh is not a refutation. That's muting basically what you're doing. You're just saying nuh-uh. That's not a refutation of anything that's being said. That's a little child throwing a fit. Now, let's get back to the point. How big is the Earth supposed to be if it's too big to see?
Again?
Yeah.
How big is it
We're
when?
gonna
What?
Listen, because our evidence are long
Your
distance
evidence.
observations.
Where
laser
is
tests.
your evidence?
I'll post it in the live stream voice text.
That's what we're asking you, by Zudrix. You understand? Let's not have double standards.
Yeah. Well, first of all, yeah, the burden of proof isn't on us. Our evidence, go to the ocean, right? Is the ocean flat or curving?
It's curving.
So
Like,
where?
it's
where
not.
what, listen, when you look at the ocean, where do you see the curve in the ocean?
You can't because how?
But
How
how
would
do you know it's curving then?
Thing is, light.
It's so far away. You can't.
I can tell you why you see
Listen,
an
you
horizon.
just said there's no evidence.
If
so
you-
the
if you,
observation that the Earth appears like it's not curving is not evidence that it's flat.
If
That's
there
actually
wouldn't
evidence
be
it's
a
ball.
curve, you just
So
could see America from Italy, like, or
That's idiotic.
from
That's
from
not
France.
possible. Listen,
Why?
that's idiotic, dude.
Why? Why can't you see America from France?
Can you see the atoms in your freaking hand?
No, because they're too small, my friend.
Well, really? How big is Italy from? How big is
America's pretty fucking
6,000
big.
miles away? Hey, genius, how big is
If you-
Italy from
with
6,000
with
miles away?
equipment, okay, with equipment, not with your bare eye. Why can't you
Okay,
see
so
America
what
from
equipment?
France?
So tell us. Let's be specific. What equipment?
There is
How
enough.
big of
I
a
don't know.
telescope do we need?
There is
How
telescope. Yeah.
big of a telescope do we need? We can calculate this.
Okay,
we can
take
calculate
telescope, you can look
exactly
to
how
the
big
sun.
of a telescope we need. Let's do this. Should we see Italy from America? How far is it? How big of a telescope we need?
Let's take France and America. France and America.
Whatever, dude. Pick
Better.
any country. It doesn't matter because the farthest you can see, because of the air is not completely transparent. Like if you go on your local meteorology, why does it say visibility distance?
Wait.
Like when
Can
you
I-
type in the weather, right? If you go on Google, like look up the weather for your local area, and there'll be a little entry that says visibility. What do you think that means?
Can I?
What do you think
Mine says
that
11
means?
miles today. 11 miles here.
Yeah, 11 miles. Is it because of the curvature of the Earth, or is it because of the clarity of the air? So typically it'll say 20 miles, 10 miles. I live in Boston, so it's like 10 miles usually.
Okay.
So why can't I see France when the visibility is only 10 miles?
Okay,
You're a
why
real
can't
If your
genius,
visibility
dude.
Why can't
is
you-
bad, you just can use lasers, for example. Like
Oh, really?
there is
We've done that.
lasers that can measure
Distance.
distance. Yeah.
But I have another question. If
Yeah,
you
we
can't
know there's
see,
lasers that can
if you
measure
can't
distance.
see from France to America because of air visibility, whatever shit, why can you see stars then in the night?
How far away are stars?
A few million light years, probably.
Okay, so what's your evidence for that?
Bro. The light, maybe? Light coming from the stars.
The light,
maybe. They have an energy and they lose a specific
The
amount of energy
Suzuki,
over
hang on
time.
a second. No, your answer was the light maybe. You don't even know.
No, the light. The
even
light.
know.
It's because of the light. It's because of the light color distortion, my friend.
You don't
can
know.
calculate
He doesn't have any clue.
Of course, because the universe is expanding and light is traveling through the universe.
Oh,
and it
nice
loses
story.
Energy. And if
Nice
it
story.
loses the energy, let me fucking speak out. If it loses energy, it shifts to red, and you can calculate that and calculate the distance because we know how fast the universe is actually expanding.
What?
First of all, no, we don't. Okay, they don't even believe that anymore in mainstream science.
Check these guys out, man. You guys are like the epitome of what a zealot is. Like, you are so in this thing, man. You're in it to win it, man. You don't care at what cost. With your own self-respect and your own dignity is going drug to the mud.
So right now there's a crisis. There's a crisis in cosmology where the so-called James Webb Telescope, the Cepheid variables, what is it? What's the other one? Supernova illumination and the cosmic microwave background all are giving different values for expansion of the universe. So you knew this, of course, right?
Wait, what did you say? I didn't.
So these four different. This has been going on for like the last 20 years.
No, I believe.
So they use different methods to measure the expansion of the universe.
Uh-huh.
And these four methods are not matching. They're off. They're not even close to
20
each
years
other.
from now, the James Webb Telescope.
But you
isn't
just
even
said we
existent.
know how fast the universe is expanding.
Yeah, you did say. You did say that. I was here. I heard you. You said that.
So you're just parroting some nonsense you saw in a freaking Discovery Channel documentary. That's all you're doing. Like, we've all heard it too. Like, we've watched the same shit. We went to the same schools as you. We didn't learn anything different than you learned.
Freaking clowns don't
The difference
even.
between us and you is that we've gone out into the world and tested yourself and applied actual logic to the situation. This guy's sitting there saying, "Oh, I see the Earth is flat, therefore it must be curving."
Can someone explain this picture? I didn't get it.
Explain what? Why are you asking for a flat earther to explain stuff to a glober? Like,
Yeah, because you can't. You can't explain stuff.
What do you mean?
I haven't been able to explain
Which
anything,
picture?
friend, so
I don't
relax.
see any
Yeah,
picture.
he pinked it in live stream, voice chat. Voice text.
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't see
Last
any.
one.
You want us to explain a bunch of stuff that you
Wait, copy image here. Wait, I can't. What the fuck?
It's just
Okay, I take it.
the
Screenshot.
geometry is the globe geometry that you guys don't understand. He asked you how big the globe is, and you guys don't know. So
They're running away
really
from
easy,
that.
really easy to
Listen,
measure
they're
the
going to
globe.
run away from anything that's actually like
notice you haven't said
rigorous or
I
verifiable.
can't send pictures. Yeah, you must go.
For good reason,
for a
because we don't want to
second.
see your nonsense. For good reason, we don't want to.
What
see
is
your
it a picture of? Describe it to us.
it's just the
Bro,
I just
how
want to
much-
repost your shit.
Yeah, describe it to us. Describe us the picture and maybe
No,
I'll
just
post
describe
it.
it. We don't need to see it. We've already seen all the garbage you guys.
No, bro, it's a picture
This
sent
picture.
by flat earthers.
It's a
I
picture
want
of
to
what?
explain this. What do you want? You just.
Yeah, is it the
mark it.
dinosaur meme, dude? We're not stupid.
What?
The dinosaur meme. Explain
No,
this.
what
I
I
don't
just
even-
pinged. What I just pinged with a dot. Can
I
look
just
at it.
posted it.
If you keep
it's
spamming
the globe
messages-
size that you guys don't understand.
We're not even talking about that, bro.
I know you're not.
picture
That's because
I
you don't
pinged.
understand it. That's
Why don't you just describe
Why did
what?
you send the image? What's
Because you guys
is
don't understand
the
your own
point?
model. People are trying to teach it to you.
Yeah, it's round there, isn't it?
Yeah, we're trying to educate you on your own worldview currently here. So they asked you how big the globe is over and over and over. And
Yeah, I asked you how
I
far the
can't
horizon
measure it
is.
myself. Can you?
They post the answer for you.
Listen, listen. So they already claimed they measured it. You already believe it, right? So we're going off what they say it is.
So you have measured
Radius-
something else.
Oh my god, dude.
No, you don't.
See,
you
listen,
don't-
no. Stop. Just stop. I'm not playing. Look, I'm not playing your game, dude. I'm really not.
You
Real
have-
simple.
You
Real
don't
simple.
have
They
any
claim.
proof.
told
You
you
don't.
Stop
I've
interrupting.
already posted it. Scroll up.
Where? You keep spamming shit.
At 2:11 p.m. I posted it. So in that link are over 100 observations and measurements, ranging from 4.3 miles out to 10,000 miles. No curvature in 10,000 miles, dude. No curvature in 300 miles. No curvature in 10 miles. No curvature in all these distances.
Wait, what? There is a curvature, of course there is. If you would walk there, you wouldn't.
I guess you just keep telling yourself that enough times.
You didn't.
then
You
it
don't let
becomes
me explain
true.
it. You don't let me explain it. You're just ignorant, bro.
Kazuki,
Let me
remember I
explain it.
told you in
Because
the VC
claims are
check-in,
not
you don't
evidence.
need
Just
to
saying, of
explain-
course it's
explain
curvature.
anything.
That's not evidence. This little bitch just complained we haven't posted any evidence. Then you, on his back, make a claim without any evidence.
No, we don't have to be so toxic about it. I think we should just calm down a little. But do you have? Some
I don't think
evidence
so.
for
You can just shut the fuck up.
All right.
Calm down, dude. Calm down. If you don't like the tone of what we're saying, then kick rocks. And this is a place where truth gets spoken. So there's two options.
Look, it's
Stay in the
obvious.
game.
It's obvious to anybody listening to this. The games they're playing. I've asked him a bunch of times, "Well, how big is the Earth?" He says, "I don't measure." I said, "Hey, there's already measurements." And I give him what they say the measurements already are.
so-
what does
so
he
how
say?
do you know-
What does he say? What does he say? Oh, you haven't provided any evidence. So you're trying to filibuster me. We've done this before. We know the games you kids play. You are not going to win.
What?
Yeah, what? Now the playing's
Still
stupid
trying to
again.
interrupt.
Bro, you just
Now the
muted
playing's
another-
stupid
you just
again,
muted
over and
another-
over. You guys are like doing the same thing over and over. They claim the Earth is 3,959-mile radius. If you're on the shore of the ocean, that means the horizon is 3.25 miles away. After that, ships
How do you
go.
get that?
How do I get that math, dude?
Yeah, can you send me the math?
Now the formula? Yeah.
Can
hold
you
on,
send
dude.
me the math?
Yeah, I'll send you the math. I'll send you the math.
Hey, hold on,
Yeah,
hold on,
please,
real quick. I'm posting it right now because I actually have it in a meme, so I'm posting it right now.
Nice, Mike.
So you can find the horizon. He actually already posted it in the chat.
Yeah, I
Jason
can see
Bear
it
did.
when
225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet is the distance of the horizon.
Did you just make that up though, Indio? Like, where do we get that idea from, man?
Oh, I don't know, man. I think I got it from them.
From NASA?
Here's the
So you
formula.
believe NASA in
No.
calculating
Like,
the
we don't
Earth
have to
size,
believe
but
the
you
math.
don't believe it?
Listen, we don't have to believe the math. We're testing what they say. We're not believing anything. We're testing it. They say the Earth is this big. Okay, we can make a prediction where the horizon is. Do boats start disappearing after 3.25 miles?
So,
go out to the ocean and test it. Take a laser beam,
did you
test
test
it.
it? Did you test it?
Yes, I've tested
On a
it
boat.
personally. I've tested it personally.
On a boat?
No, not on the boat, from the shore, dude. I've watched a boat go from 6 miles away to 30 miles away.
So how did you know
need-
it was 6 miles?
It's called marinetraffic.com has a website which will tell you the position of a boat.
Okay. So can you back it up that you have tried it?
Yeah, I'll post all the shit if you want. That's no problem.
Okay. Let's see.
Hold on, just give me a second. You can do it yourself. We don't even want. Listen.
No,
straight up.
you did the measuring.
I did. I did
You
the
watched the
measuring.
boat.
They measured it. They measured it.
You watched the boat.
Yeah.
Show it.
And I'm gonna. Hold on.
You see the problem here, bud? You walk in here and you tell us you know you're standing on a ball, but you don't know anything about this ball.
That
You
is
don't know how
Yeah,
to
don't nobody post anything in the freaking chat. So right there. So there's the first image, right? That's the calculation of how far the boat should be on the
How
horizon.
far is it away? How many miles?
30 miles.
30 miles.
30
Okay.
miles.
Wait, 30 miles a kilometer. 50. Okay, it's you can see it. It's not 50 kilometers away, far away.
It is.
It isn't.
Nuh-uh is not a refutation. So right there, under the second image I posted, there's the coordinates right there. Latitude, longitude.
What camera did you use?
That's an iPhone 6S.
Your iPhone 6S
Yes.
wouldn't even see the boat.
That is an
at that
iPhone
distance.
6S.
At 30 miles, it wouldn't
At
see
30
the boat.
miles. I know it's hard to cope, dude. I watched this
Okay.
boat go from 6 miles away from me out to 30 miles
With an iPhone 6S.
with my naked eye, and I took
I
pictures
photographed
with my
the moon
iPhone
with my-
6S. It was a container ship, right? So it has a bunch of containers. It's a giant boat.
Yeah. Yeah, can't you photograph the moon? That's a quarter million miles away.
Yeah, this guy was just saying, how can we see stars, which are trillions and trillions of miles away? But we could see those, right?
But this boat,
The ship, right? I have the position of the ship. I have the coordinates of the ship. This ship's coordinates are picked
how
up
do you
by
know
radar
it's this ship and not some like the
because I
blue one?
watched it. Because I watched it the entire time. I didn't just look out into the ocean and go, "Oh, that's the ship I want." I watched it for 3.5 hours. Pull out of Boston Harbor and sail out to sea. Plus, it's the only ship of that size in that area, as you can obviously see.
Why would I?
What?
The green one, Indio, on the
Yeah, the green one.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's a container ship. It's probably
And
about
it's the white thing on the picture.
the thing that the arrow was pointing at
No.
on the horizon. See the bump on the horizon? There's a zoomed in one and there's a not zoomed in one.
How do you know it's this?
I just told you.
There isn't enough proof.
There isn't enough.
Everybody could say, "Yeah, I watched the boat. I watched the boat go."
Okay.
Yeah. And now?
Go do it yourself.
Yeah, that's the best thing. Go get your own proof.
I don't need to.
Yeah, I don't need to.
Okay. Wait.
Okay, we'll just mute you since you're just a useless.
Have you ever seen a rocket fly into space?
Have you?
You haven't.
No, but have you seen live streams though?
No. I've seen live streams of people claiming they have rockets go to space. Yeah, I've seen that.
So you don't believe that?
Why should I? Why should I believe it?
Do you
Give me
believe that
one good
people
fucking reason I should believe it. One reason. Give me one good reason I should believe the people that say they send rockets to space. Give me a good reason. Maybe I'll change my mind. Give me a good reason.
Why would they lie?
That's not a reason. That's another question. You're answering my question with a question.
How would they fake it?
That's answering my question with a question. And that's what you're trying to do is called a argument from personal incredulity. You can't imagine why they would lie or why they would fake it, so they must have done it because you can't conceive of a reason.
Maybe he's never seen a space movie. He's asking how would they fake it.
Okay, how does GPS work? Satellites have to get up into space somehow.
Oh
I mean, satellites have to get up into space somehow, don't they?
Kazuki, answer the question. We're not going to shuffle around, tap dance around the questions. Answer the question.
Why would I answer the question?
Why would we answer your questions then? Ding dong.
Oh, just for the record, I muted your buddy because he doesn't have to do any tests. He's a religious zealotard, so there's no point in talking to him anymore.
He isn't even religious, my friend.
He has a religion. There just doesn't happen to be a deity involved in it.
Okay.
I gotta say this real quick. If there is no curvature of the Earth, there is no orbit of the Earth.
There is no what?
Orbit. O-R-B-I. No orbit of the
But how do satellites work then?
So which satellites?
Take any GPS satellites.
Okay,
for example.
GPS is not a satellite.
GPS works over satellites.
No, it does not. How do you think GPS works? Describe it to us how GPS functions. How
satellites get information from high above the Earth, and then send it down to GPS.
That is not how GPS works.
Okay, my friend, then explain to me, educate me.
Okay, so GPS, what they call GPS, right? You have a location that sends out a GPS beacon, a signal, right? And in that signal is a timestamp. And when your receiver picks it up, it measures it compares its time to the sender's time. Now it knows how long it took to travel there. Now it takes 4 different locations, and based upon the time of each one of those locations, it can only be in one spot for the times all to match up, right? It's called trilateration. This is how it works. And it doesn't work off of satellites in space. It works off of towers on the ground. And it's existed before any satellite was even ever thought of. Before the concept of satellites was thought of.
Okay,
they had something called LORAN, which they used at sea ships, called a hyperbolic radio location system.
Okay, take Starlink, for example. That works with satellites.
Yeah, sure it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that too, sure.
Why does this guy say take Starlink, for example? Dude, you don't know
Starlink.
You don't
doesn't have a religion, though, Miggy. Miggy, he doesn't have a religion at all.
You guys are something else, man. Coming in here saying things.
He saw on TV that they Vulcan mind meld from outer space, and he saw that, and he does not have a religion.
No, you guys are way off the charts, man.
So you're saying outer space doesn't exist?
What do you mean it doesn't exist? You're the one coming in here making all these claims, and then you have no idea of what you're saying whatsoever.
What's your evidence that outer space exists?
I mean, how do you define outer space?
Okay, let's say outer space vacuum.
A vacuum.
That means at some point when you're away from the Earth, I guess, it's your freaking claim, dude. It's not my claim.
Okay, so, yeah.
What do you think it is? You're the one who believes it. dude, you're asking me to define what you believe.
Away from the Earth, I guess.
How far away?
Because
what defines outer space?
When the gravity of Earth doesn't have a very big effect, if you escape the Earth's gravitational field, that is outer space. That doesn't.
You don't even know. You don't. Is that what it said? Who said that? Are you just making shit up?
Yes, he's
making. You're making shit up, huh? Who said that?
You're making flat Earth shit up, bro. What am I gonna say?
So,
who said that? Who said that? And
bro,
where?
You're saying vacuum is outer space, but we have vacuums on Earth. So stuff on Earth is outer space, or what?
You just made a claim. Who said that and
There's
where?
No vacuums on Earth, dude, unless we make them.
Who said that?
Yeah, exactly. We make them, and then we made outer space on Earth. That doesn't make sense, does it?
We made outer space on Earth.
He's getting distracted.
I mean, that's what you're saying. You're saying
what are you
a
talking
vacuum.
about, man?
That's
Calm
outer
down.
space is a vacuum.
Kazuki, calm down. Who said that and where? What you said?
The gravity thing.
Yeah, who said
There's
that?
less gravity when you're away from the Earth.
My definition of outer space.
Your definition. Also,
I mean, your definition is just vacuum, and vacuum. We have vacuums on Earth, and that is
No,
in
we
outer
don't.
space. Of course, we have.
Not in nature.
We tested gravity, for example, with a vacuum. A feather falls the same speed as a rock. For example,
you're defining what reality
That's
is.
not true either, but
of course it is true, bro.
okay. So when I post, listen, I'm gonna post
Can
an
you unmute my friend,
experiment.
please?
Listen, I'm gonna post an experiment that was done at. It's called Bremen Drop Tower. It's in Germany. It's a
Okay, send it,
4-story vacuum chamber.
Okay, send it please in the live stream voice text.
I'm gonna.
And can you unmute my friend, please?
Just to hear
No,
your.
we don't have a perfect. No, look, Saya. Well, I don't know how to pronounce her name. We don't have a perfect vacuum on Earth, but there's also no perfect vacuum in the entire universe.
You have no
That's
idea
why.
what you're talking about. You're just making shit up.
Of course I have an idea, because I know what science is.
You don't know what science is, bro.
You're saying there's a perfect vacuum on Earth, but there isn't a perfect vacuum at all.
No idea what you're saying.
There is no perfect vacuum in the universe. There can't be. It's impossible.
You don't know what you are saying.
Yeah,
How do
you're
you
not
know?
listening. That's
No. How do you know that? How do you know that?
Quantum physics. Quantum physics.
Okay.
Quantum physics. You're just saying shit, dude. You're saying shit. You have no idea what you're saying. Quantum physics. What about quantum physics?
Quantum physics has been proven with the one experiment there with a slit where you said atoms.
Relax. How does that tell you that the space is what you're claiming it is? Tell me.
No, I'm just saying the perfect.
No,
vacuum
I'm just
can't exist.
saying.
I'm just saying perfect.
shit.
You just
How you
bring up
doing?
anything, bro. You're just saying bullshit. I'm saying a perfect vacuum can't exist. It's impossible, and it's because of quantum
That's
physics.
not the point. That's not the point. The point is you're making a claim to what up is in the sky, past the sky limit. You're saying there's spaces, I don't know what, and it's like, how do you know? Well, quantum physics, dude. Yeah, what about quantum physics? Well, it's real. So you're not saying anything useful. You're just saying things.
Bro, I related to a message in the live stream voice text. A perfect vacuum. There is no perfect vacuum. That was my statement, and you just didn't listen. Just brought up anything.
Who cares?
So how does quantum physics? What experiment in quantum physics proved there's no perfect vacuum?
There's one experiment. Wait, let me just. I don't know what
you
it's called.
mentioned the double slit, but that has nothing to do with vacuum.
Yeah, no, exactly. That experiment. It tells us that particles can be at multiple. They can be at multiple locations at once. They can be in different impulses. They can have different impulses at once, as long as we don't observe them. And we can't observe every particle in the universe. That's why every particle is everywhere.
Dude, seriously. Let me give you some advice. Go back to school. Go back to class, dude, because you're butchering your own fucking belief system. You're absolutely butchering it.
You're telling me to go back to school?
Yeah,
bro?
I am.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna learn about
the double
physics.
slit experiment shows wave particle duality, and it depends on how you measure it, right? So if you measure after the slit, you'll get particles. But if you make no measure, you'll get waves, right? You'll get interference patterns But it appears that the particles going through both slits simultaneously. But there isn't. It's not in two places at once. That is a probability function. It's not the actual particle. Okay, so the particle isn't in two places at once. Mathematically, it's in what's called a superposition.
Yes.
It can be in one of two states, right? But it's not in both places at the same time, dude. That's science fiction nonsense.
Okay, how do quantum computers work then? For example,
there's no such thing as a quantum computer, and they work by qubits. No, there's no such thing as a quantum computer. No one's ever been. No,
denial. I see.
None have ever been made because of something called the degeneracy problem.
Degeneracy problem.
Degeneracy because it's hard to hold a particle in a quantum state before it degenerates into a random state. So you have to hold it there in a particular state. Otherwise, you can't save the information. So if you take a qubit, right, and you have a spin up, after some period of time, that state is going to degenerate and it's no longer going to be a spin up. So how do you read out when you don't even know what the hell it was originally, right? Because it can't save the state. So quantum computers is marketing bullshit. No quantum computer has ever been actually made.
Now, do you have an argument against that?
They've emulated what a quantum computer would do on regular silicon, right? So they made qubit analogs in regular binary silicon.
Kazuki, you have an argument against
that's what D-Wave is.
Can you send me a link to what the fuck you're referring right now?
Yeah,
like
see,
in the website or some.
Dude, like that's an issue with you. You're saying shit you don't know, and I've been saying that all along. You came in this chat. You don't know what you're talking about. Neither does your friend. Where is he at? Tell him to come back in here.
He's
in here. He's just muted. No way.
He's muted because he said he doesn't care. Like, why are we going to deal with that? He don't care. So, like, what's the point, right?
He's not in here.
Oh, he left.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. Like, listen. Oh, we asked him.
No, wait. He didn't even leave. He got banned.
That's shocking.
Yeah, I didn't ban him though. But anyway,
let's get back on topic though. The shape of the Earth, right? What kind of question is that? A scientific question or is that a geometric question?
It's an elementary school question.
Yeah, but is the claim like a claim of geometry? The shape of the Earth, is that a geometry claim?
Yeah. Yes. My friend.
I guess, right? So it can be measured, right?
My friend is saying that he can't join in the thing. He didn't get banned from the server, but like he can't join in here again. I don't know why.
He quit the server and then came back again.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to work Discord, perhaps. Anyways, back to you.
Yeah, so it's a geometry claim. And how do we prove the geometry of something like a table or a floor or a house or a swimming pool or anything? We measure it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's real simple. The globe claim is that there's a specific radius with a specific circumference. That way you can make specific predictions. And we can just go out and test them. It's really simple. You guys all think that there's some convoluted nonsense in your head. That I don't know how you simultaneously believe some freaking caveman Greek 2,000 years ago with a couple sticks figured out the Earth was a ball, but we're too stupid to do it, 2,000 years later. And that somehow it's some super complicated question.
Yeah, Kazuki didn't even know that when I was taking him through the three questions. He's like, some Greek, sometime, I don't know. Like, dude, do you know or not? I don't know, he said, to all three questions. So he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have lasers and laser transits, and we do engineering projects. Like, we can measure to a pretty good precision. We could just measure if the surface of the Earth is curving. And since they claim that the ball is 72% water at the surface, we just have to measure a section of water. That's all we have to do. That section of water has to curve.
That's pretty easy.
And we can just measure that. And if it's not curving, then it's not a ball. It's fucking super simple. You guys try to make it complicated, like, oh, look about the stars and galaxies and nebula and black holes and fucking Stephen Hawking and Neil deGrasse Tyson and yada, 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 have my tang. Like, it's ridiculous. It's a super simple question. Doesn't need to be complicated. No. It's their claim. Because the default position is that the Earth is flat. That's the default position because that's what we all experience. We don't go to the ocean and go, man, that's a fucking giant ball I'm looking at. We all say, man, the ocean's flat, horizon's flat, the water's flat. That's our default position.
What do you mean horizon's flat? Horizon's a line, a theoretical line. How can it be flat?
It's not curving, is it?
Numbnuts, what does it appear
line.
to you as? What does it appear to
A horizon is with the line that appears to divide the sky
What
from
does
the
it
ground,
appear
right?
to you as, Numbnuts? It appears as a flat level line, doesn't it?
Yes, but what's...
All right, then.
Why is the horizon there? Why is the horizon there? Why can't I just look straight over the ocean to another continent? Because the Earth is curving. And you can't just look over there.
Now imagine, look, Kazuki. Now imagine instead of the ocean, the water, the ocean being water, it's an infinite checkerboard instead. A giant checkerboard. Right? Covered with squares. Black and white squares. You with me?
Yes. Yes.
Do you think you're going to see every square? Or at some point the squares are going to end? And then you're going to see a line?
Infinity is not ending, bro.
Dude, you didn't answer the question. I'll help you. I'll help you out with a visual because you seem. Oh,
what's the question?
Jerry's posted. So look in the live stream voice text.
So
that's a 3D render of a giant checkerboard. Why can't I see the squares forever? Why do they seem to blend into to be in the horizon? Do you think that this is a curved plane in the 3D world that this was generated in?
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Well, this is the way the real world looks like. Right? So there's a horizon. The horizon is created optically by the limits of our eye. They're caused by the angular resolution of our eye. We can only see so small of an angle. And once part of the ground is past that angle, smaller than that angle, we can't see the surface of the ground, and it just all appears as a line to us. That's what the horizon is. It's not the edge of a ball. Okay? And that's what we're saying. Go test it. They say it's a ball. They say the horizon is the edge of that ball. They say ships sail over it. You guys said, oh, it's too big. Well, they said how big it is. Let's go see if it really is too big. We'll go out into the real world and test it. We'll go to the ocean. We'll see if we can see past where they say we can't see. And we can. Every fucking time.
How is there a horizon on Minecraft, bro? Do you just compare Minecraft to the real world?
You're co-parter, dude.
Okay, my friends.
Yeah, I know this is tough, dude. We don't, but let me just say this, is that I don't want you to believe me. I want you to not believe me. But I also want you to not believe them. This is a simple test you can just go do. You can just go out and test it yourself. And like you brought up satellites. See, you have this idea that you can only communicate a long distance because the Earth is a ball and you need satellites to go around the ball. Well, guess what? Before satellites, before the idea of satellites was invented by Arthur C. Clarke in the 1930s. But before that, in 1918, they were sending radio signals from the United Kingdom all the way to Sydney, Australia. How did they do that?
Because there's a signal traveling around the Earth.
Why would it travel around the Earth?
Because it's a wave and not a particle that's traveling in a straight line. A wave curves around objects. And if it's a radio wave, it's big enough to curve around the Earth.
Since when do radio waves curve?
Because they're waves.
That's logical, man.
Radio waves are shorter than infrared, dude. Like, it's a straight line.
What? Radio waves can be big enough, like bigger than the Earth. Or as big. In the same proportion.
Bro. Infrared.
Radio waves do not have more energy than infrared.
Sine wave, infrared.
So why do we have satellites then, Kazuki? So why do we have satellites? If we can send radio waves around the Earth, why do we have satellites?
He's just making it up as he goes along now.
Well, we wouldn't need satellites, right? Because the radio waves just curve around the Earth. Right? I could just stick an antenna in the North Pole and just talk to everybody.
Probably.
Probably. Listen to this guy.
Hey, don't worry. You don't have a religion. Not at all. It's not a religion. You just don't have a God to pray to, but you have a religion.
No.
Oh yeah. You bet your bottom dollar. Mm-hmm.
No.
No.
You're very religious.
Yes, I'm religious.
Look, think about it. Let's just analyze this rationally. Whether you have a religion, you believe a whole bunch of things about your world, about your existence, about your reality, not based upon what you've experienced, but based upon what some strangers told you. You can't verify anything they said, because if you go to the ocean and say, "Well, I can't see the curve," they say, "Oh, it's too big to see the curve." The same thing you said. And if you say, "Well, I can't feel the spin," they say, "Well, it's too slow to detect the spin. Just trust us." And you say, "Well, I've never seen it look like a ball." And they say, "Well, we have. We have personally talked to God. I mean, our rocket, and then we saw it. Trust us." Right? Over and over again, it's trust us, trust us, trust us, trust us, trust us, of complete strangers. And then you live your whole life believing this shit, coming on this Discord and spewing this shit like, dude, like a Christian that never read the Bible. It's that bad. Like, that's how bad you butchered it. You have all the hallmarks of religion. The only thing you don't have is the deity, but you have everything else. Or the moral code, I guess.
Yep.
I mean, Big Bang. What's the evidence for that? Evolution. What's the evidence for that? But what's the evidence for any of this shit?
What's an evidence of anything?
Experimentation, demonstration.
Okay.
Okay, what, dude? Did you agree with him, or are you just saying okay just to say okay?
See, that's how science actually works. You don't.
Yes.
You actually just go do the experiment, right? You don't look into the sky and make up a story. And that's what we have. People looked up into the sky, said, "Oh, everything looks round. Maybe we're round too." Oh, derp. Oh, of course we're round because spheres are the most perfect shape, right, Plato? This is literally what Plato says. It's what Copernicus says. We're not making it up. You can just go look it up, dude. You can go look it up. The people that created this shit weren't scientists. They practiced astrology. They had metaphysical ideas about reality, right? That you would think today are unscientific. But that's the foundation of this idea. It wasn't, no one discovered the earth was a ball. So they had an idea that the earth was a ball because of their metaphysical idea that the universe is perfect, the earth is perfect, and the only perfect shape is a sphere. So we're going to go out into the world and look for the evidence to support our preconceived bias. And then anything that contradicts that, we're going to explain it away, pretend it doesn't exist, make it up an ad hoc hypothesis why this can't be true. And this has been happening for hundreds of years. And they tell people like you, "Oh, you're stupid if you don't believe this shit. You don't want to be a dumbass. Don't be a dumbass. Believe what we say." They start telling you this when you're 4 years old. And this is the situation. Now, you can not like it, whatever. Everything I just said is 100% factually true. And you know it.
That guy got eviscerated. Hard body.
Dude, I heard him I heard them fuck with you in YouTube, man. I couldn't take it.
I'm glad you came in. I was like, it's been a while, man. You know. But every now and again, it's good to flex on these guys who are so egotistical. You know, coming in here.
I'm not trying to flex. Just when they say things like, "Oh, the earth is too big," that shit really pisses me off when I know they have no idea, like, what the globe claim even is. It's like a cope, man. Oh, it's just too big. Or it's too small. It's whatever it has to be. Whatever I need to think to support my idea it's a globe, I'll think it. Just show me the way.
Funny.
Yeah.
Where'd he go? He left? Oh, yeah. He's probably
here.
Here. Dude, I'm getting eviscerated, dude. Where are you? He's like, I can't come into Discord. I don't know how this works.
Come back in here and pick up my guts.
Yeah, exactly. My entrails are everywhere.
I see the other guy's back in here. Proctus. Maybe he has some evidence for the globe.
What up, Marta?
He was lecturing me on stability, so I muted him, but he's unmuted now.
Maybe. What's up?
It's the weird thing is like I get uncivil when people are being dishonest or rude or ignoring you or whatever. Like, but they don't care that that's uncivil, right? That they're not having an honest conversation or even answering questions honestly or even making honest statements. They don't care about that incivility. But when someone snaps on them for being uncivil, all of a sudden they care about the quorum of the forum.
They play status. Oh man, you guys are just dogpiling on me. You guys are mean. And the shit you did wasn't that way? You weren't mean when you were acting like an ass when I was asking you questions? Double standards, perhaps.
I literally had to ask 7 times to get like, okay, so how big is the Earth? You said it's too big. How big is it? It took 7 tries, and I still never got an answer.
Yep.
How is that not being rude? He's not even attempting to answer. It's not even like, oh, I don't know, or maybe the answer's wrong. He kept saying, I never measured it. That's not what I asked you. They measured it.
Can we unban my friend, actually?
Could we? What's his name again?
I don't even know. Was it me?
He's in cog this. I think he's in cog this.
By the way, Indio, I didn't scold you on anything. I just mentioned that this discussion should be civil.
Proctize? Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, should be, but it wasn't because they weren't being civil.
No, you insulted the other one as a bitch.
Excuse me.
Because he was.
Proctize.
Because he wasn't being honest, right? He wasn't like being a man, like just going, I have my position. I'm going to state it honestly. I'm going to engage you honestly. He wanted to skirt around, dance around, weave, use fucking weasel words.
Yeah, were you paying attention to the conversation?
Just like a bitch.
I don't think you were. That's the thing, you guys. Well, you weren't being nice to him. Well, the dude was acting like an ass. Why do you think you want to be nice to somebody like that?
So have you ever interacted with a woman and like you say something to them, but they hear something completely different and respond to like what they thought you said in their head? That's what he was doing. He was answering questions I didn't ask. Which is being a bitch. Sorry.
So, yeah. We don't need a third party coming in here. Just be nice to him. Dude, if you don't like the forum, there's a door. You know?
He deafened himself too.
Saying, like,
and now he left. Yeah, whatever.
good. Yeah.
Bitch.
He was being a bitch. Sorry. If he was standing here, I'd just call him a bitch here too. Like it didn't. If I act like that, call me a bitch. Like don't let nobody act like. I mean, except for a female. I mean, that's acceptable for females to act that way because you know they are what they are. But like, men and women have different communication styles. That's obvious, right? So like, men are more direct than women are, and so. This isn't like news to anybody. I hope not. So when someone that should be, you know, acting like a man is going to come in here and challenge us, they should just be direct. Just say what you want to say. Don't freaking try to like, you know, soy boy it.
Nice.
Yeah, right, Trace. Hold people accountable. I mean, what's so bad about that? I know it's like almost like a dirty 4-letter word nowadays.
He's still going in debate text for some reason. He's done chiming in here, but he thinks, he's just going to keep going in debate.
Who?
Kazuki.
Oh, God. Have him come back in here.
Yeah, come on, step up to the plate if you think you got what it takes. I don't think you do, but go ahead, try. Just try.
It's so funny, dude. The Glober's cope is crazy, dude. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! I went to the ocean. I saw it's flat, but it's a ball. I know it is. I just know it. I can feel it. What does the Earth feel like? It feels like a ball to me. Jesus Christ.
What he was saying about the horizon. Then I turned around like, dude, what does it look like to you? Oh, there you go. Pretty flat, huh?
I can't imagine I would ever make a statement where I'm like, yeah, I see this, which proves it's that. Like, what the hell? Like, that to me is just so, like, gear grinding.
Yep.
It's for dolls? Yeah.
I could tell it was a girl by how big its penis was. Like, what the heck? Like, what? That's how bizarre it is to me.
Bizarre. Yeah.
Like the Elon Musk, you know it's real because it looks so fake. Like, this is how they're, like, living through reality.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how you know it's a spinning globe, because it's not.
Yeah. the less of a spin you feel, and the flatter it looks, the more round and spinning it is.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
they tell you. Yeah, the ball makes sense. It's curving, spinning, ball makes sense. Even though they have to throw out all of their immediate experience, all of their senses, what their senses are indicating, claim the opposite, and the opposite makes sense. Nonsensical. It's nonsense.
Yeah, that Zendrix guy is in the chat. He just posted that crosstalk link. 7 ways to prove the Earth is round. Number 3 is climb a tree, dude. The climb a tree one. These guys just got Google whatever, and they post like the first thing that comes up.
What's funny is I asked him for the best of the 7, and he doesn't have any clue what to say because he didn't read it.
Or snap. Look, I read the URL. That's enough. It says proof the Earth is round, man. See? It's in the URL. That proves it.
Earth round. If Earth ball, therefore Earth round. There you go.
The climate tree is just so bad. That's worse than Eratosthenes. Like, I think that's got to be like the worst one that's ever been put up.
Well, climate tree?
Yeah, the climate tree globe proof.
I thought it was. Oh, it's actually a proof for them.
Yeah, yeah, Mickey.
Climate tree.
What are the proofs?
Climate tree, dude.
I don't even.
Oh yeah. One of the proofs is you go like up and climb a tree, and that proves it's curving.
No, obviously that article must tell you what their reasoning behind that it would be you.
The reasoning is you climbed a tree and now you can see farther, so it's a ball.
Yeah, if it was flat, you wouldn't be able to see farther.
Because if you climb a tree and to see farther on something that's flat, you can't see farther. It's just still. It's just like a wall that's there. And like, no, it doesn't matter what you climb. You can't see any farther.
I heard this one in 2016. Some Globers saying that.
Dude,
long time ago.
I know. That's how old it is, man. They've been posting it. I mean, they stopped posting it here. That's the first time I've seen it in a while. But
I don't think I've ever heard of that argument being brought up. Climbing a tree?
Yeah.
So what they're telling me, if I rise up in elevation and I can see further, or the angle from my eyes to the ground suddenly opens up because I'm rising, and now the information is no longer compressed into as small a zone, and so it's no longer indistinguishable, and I can see it. How does that equate to the globe being real. That just
because globe.
No, I mean I've heard the rising in elevation argument that they have, but not the climbing a tree one.
Yeah, but that's with sunsets. Like that's they're go from the bottom of the Burj Khalifa and then go to the top and watch the sunset twice. But this is even worse than that. This is just you can see farther, and just because you can see farther, it's round. Apparently, there's
the horizon is geometric. Sorry. All they're saying is that the horizon's geometric when they go up in elevation, so it's another black swan moment.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb it hurts. They actually have a video of it too. And it used to be one of the most popular so-called flat Earth debunk videos too. What is it? What's the name of it? It's called Life Noggin or something like that. It's like a little animated cartoon. And that's one of them. It's basically 7 proofs that the Earth is round, and that's a video of all the same 7. Someone just happened to make a video of it with animations, but it's the same dumb climatry.
Damn, they're resorting to those kind of tactics, huh?
Yeah, it's old though. It's old from like Gemsy was saying. It's like from 2016, 2017.
Did you ever debate somebody on that? I'm kind of curious now. Was there ever a debate on climbing a tree?
I mean, yeah, in the old server. When they first came out, that's why they stopped posting it, because that's why they stopped posting that particular link. At least the anti-flat earthers, because it's so bad.
Yeah, it sounds like to me the Coriolis version of drains circle one particular way going down to your whatever drain is because the Earth's spin of the Earth. Of Coriolis. And that's been debunked even on the globe side. The globe is like, guys, stop saying that. Because that wasn't evidence of Coriolis, the drains in your house. So.
Yeah, I mean, the Coriolis, you ever seen a movie called A Scanner Darkly? It's like an animated dystopian future movie. They're all messed up on this thing called Substance D. So it's like a drug that kind of makes everybody go to kooky. So they're all high riding in this car, and the throttle gets stuck. So anyway, they pull over and they look, and it's like, it came unscrewed. And they're like, it came unscrewed because of the Coriolis effect. If we were driving east, it would have screwed in tighter. It's just so it's just so funny. And the other dude's like, no, man, we're not in Australia.
Crazy.
Yeah, man. It screws, depending on what way you, depending on what hemisphere you in, it screw in easier, right? If you're facing north versus south. Technically, it should, right? You should have the inertia.
So what you're saying is that being a mechanic in Australia is difficult than being one in US?
Yeah, it could be. They should thread them all the other way, so it's just the same amount of difficulty. Not righty-tighty anymore. Lefty-tighty, righty-loosey.
The mental gymnastics in here would make any Olympian kind of blush.
Yeah, it's dude, that guy. I don't know. Did he leave? Who I was just talking to. He's like, I asked him to define mass. And he doesn't. He makes the statement. Mass tells gravity how to, space how to bend, and space tells mass, or whatever the hell he was saying, right? Whatever he was parroting from Neil deGrasse Tyson. I asked him what the definition of mass is. He has no clue. Look, what are you talking about, bro? What the hell are you talking about? Look, listen, for real. I don't care if people don't know jack shit. But when you start saying esoteric nonsense, about mass spending space and space spending time, and then I ask you for the definition, and you don't even know what those terms mean. You're just spewing gobbledygook. You have no comprehension of the words you're saying, or at least what they mean to like the people you're parroting.
Did you hear his friend before you came in? Well, I believe that 99% to be true, and then he proceeded to say, "Well, I changed my mind. It's 100%." I like that.
I think he thought he was helping his argument, Miggy. I'm pretty sure he thought he was doing a good thing.
I don't know what he was doing, dude, but I do know this: that he didn't have an answer, just like Kazuki didn't have an answer.
It was funny because I'm pretty sure the entire forum knew he stepped in it the second that it happened. Oh my gosh, this is going to be good.
Yeah, get your popcorn out, because now we're going to hear a decent Spyro for today. And there usually is like people that get provoked when they're listening to us, like when we're on live stream. So it's kind of good that every now and again you get to hear somebody come in here and try to present evidence, and then given the floor, go ahead, just tell us primary source, citation, demonstration. And they don't even know that stuff. They're like, huh? What? My language, I don't know English too much. It's like, bullshit, dude. You were in here talking to me all kinds of things, and up until the point where we started talking about the shape of the earth, and you're just all like, no hablo inglés, like no entiendo. Like, they always do that, dude, thinking that that's gonna save them, because then they come back with other things that they want to say, and they're speaking English too. So it's like, only this one instance where you don't want to be held accountable, you don't understand the language, huh? That's very interesting.
Yeah, and it speaks more fluent to me as well. So, and I understood it completely.
Yeah, it's like, don't come in here and try to bullshit me about your language barrier. And if there is a language barrier, then you wouldn't be able to understand half the things that I'm saying, which makes it a language barrier. Then it would be like, oh, no, I don't understand. So you couldn't even have a conversation with somebody that has a language barrier. Other than that, there's terms that can be understood to have like super grand meanings, and that would probably be something. What do you mean by that? Then we'll get into that. But that's not what he was saying. He was basically saying that the language barrier is keeping him from understanding. And I'm like, I don't think so, because you're in this forum with intent to talk about this content. So you can't give me what you're saying as in that's evidence for you not being able to respond. You can't bullshit me, dude. Like, that's the thing. You come in here, you're going to have a conversation. You more or less know what's happening. You know what's being said. So all this stuff about you having this language barriers, that's not going to fly at all. I can see right past all of it. And if there was a language barrier, then you would have trouble even understanding what I'm saying now. So.
My mic on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, and one of the things that I just noticed about that guy, and I've noticed in a couple of my friends, is the audacity of claiming that you live on a globe with certainty and then not knowing a single thing about it. Not knowing a radius, how fast it supposedly moves. You don't know anything. How far away is the moon? How far away is the sun? You are certain of a lot of things without knowing anything about it. I don't even know. Is that arrogance? Is it stupidity? Is it ego? Is it a combination of just a whole bunch of things? How can somebody? Mm-hmm. I can't perceive of being that dumb.
No, I know they're not, and I think all it is all of what you just mentioned, but it has more to do with like they think it's a foregone conclusion, and the thing that we're talking about now, that the server and why it exists, is just a meme on the internet. And they want to come in here and like say, dude, all of science is behind me. And you have a bunch of group of people who probably don't know what they're saying. So let me hear and just educate. Let me come in here and educate you guys on what needs to be said. And it's like, dude, science, bro. Do you science? Science, bro. And it's like, yeah, your one word answer to all the things that we're saying, it's not going to get you out of the fact that we're going to hold you accountable to the things that you say. So one word, well, dude, how do we know the stars are what they are? Well, science. How do we know the earth is a globe? Well, science. It's like, that's easy enough. You don't want to be held accountable for anything you say.
So you just defer to whoever talking head gave you that information, or book or whatever you read.
It's indoctrination and also blind trust.
What's up? What's up?
Actually, it's education. That's where we learned it.
Hey, what's up, Godric? Hey, somebody said what's up? Who's that?
Kyle. It's been a minute, man. It's good to chat again. I was kind of on vacation for a while.
What up, Kyle? What's going on, bro?
Just chilling, man. I missed the argument or whatever just happened, but I caught the summary. So it sounds like it was fun.
Yeah, it always is, man. Well, it's fun because I mean, obviously we don't like people to think that way, it's like you hate to see it, but it is what it is. And each person that comes in here gets a dose of like what they need at the time they need it. So sometimes it takes a swift kick in the pants, and other times it needs a soft kid glove, So it just depends.
Well, and I think that's where you bring a lot more life into the channel, because you just get people who have different points of view. They got questions. Sometimes it's constructive and productive, and other times it kind of turns into the Jerry Springer show. But either way, it's a good time.
We aim to please, but at the same time, it's like you guys know what's coming up when somebody says what they say, and if I'm in the chat, you know what's coming up, man. You don't you're like, oh, this is gonna be good, especially if they're puffed up. If they got their ego and their pride about them, and they come in here saying that, oh, I know. Come on, I know the Earth's a globe. I'm like, oh, do you? Well, let's have a conversation, shall we?
Yeah, I particularly enjoy the highly educated that come into debate, because at least they try a little bit, versus like a troll or someone who just starts, ad hominem attacking everybody.
There's a few people I like that chime in when they're in here, like Gemsy. I like when he chimes in. I like when Lou chimes in. I like when Indio chimes in. There's a few people that like, because we've been doing this a while. When they come in to talk to these guys, that it kind of makes the this forum robust, So I like the different perspectives.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a friend of mine to download Discord. He's an ex helicopter pilot veteran, and he's on the fence. He sees a lot of the points that I make, and how a lot of things don't make sense. But he's also kind of still tethered to the tradition. But I want him to download Discord, because honestly, he could ask every single question he had, but sometimes it's hard to get people to make that first step to even something as simple as downloading the app and creating a username, and then sometimes people I try and talk to about it, they just don't even, there's just a brick wall. They don't even want to talk about it, So.
Have you asked the helicopter pilot friend of yours if he thinks the Earth is spinning underneath his helicopter when he hovers?
Oh yeah, I mean that's one of the questions I've asked him before. I've told him all of that. I mean, so it's he's very intrigued by it. I don't know. It's.
Well, what does he say? Yay or nay?
Right. Yeah. It's. I'll have to bring him on here because I agree. If it's spinning, then you could stay in one place and the Earth would move underneath you, and then you get into the whole debate about if the atmosphere is moving with the spinning, then it would be moving way faster at higher altitudes. So You know what? I think I'm just gonna get them while I'm on Discord one day and just get them to talk on my username. Just to introduce them or something.
Sounds great, man. We can't wait.
You know, as an example, he sent me a link one time about, you know, the constellations spinning around the North Star one direction and the Southern Hemisphere the other. And I've heard the argument, you know, on here about it. You know, obviously we can't determine the shape of the floor looking at the ceiling, and you know, anything is possible when you're looking up at lights in the sky. And and then he also asked me about, I think something as simple as Eratosthenes. And I mentioned to him how it can work either way with, you know, I forget the word, crepuscular rays, you know, and so he was intrigued by that and realized, yeah, it can work either way, you know, so that's a mute point. It doesn't really contribute to either side.
Is he aware of the Eratosthenes assumed sphere?
I'm sure so. I'm sure he does, but I can remind him. I mean, yeah, it's all based on assumptions.
Does he think Airwolf is realistic? That was a joke. I'm dating myself with 80s helicopter sitcoms, or I guess that was in the sitcom.
Yeah, and then he got into the thing that, you know, what if it's all a simulation? And Miggy, you and I have chatted about that, or you've chatted about that before. You know, it's like, well, you got, in order to have any discussion, you got to have the 100% reality check. You know, is it one way or the? And I used to be on board with the, you know, is this a video game or simulation thing? But the more I realize that it's, you know, we live in a real world where certain things 100%, you know, other things are in the realm of psychological and non-physical, but then you have physical things.
Correct. And there's ways that we determine how we have a conversation with someone about those physical things, and because of such things, we've already have definitions that define things in our known reality. So it's hard to get around that when you're having communication with somebody if you don't know what reality is, which that becomes something malleable. Well, that's a cat crossing the street. Oh, hell, I don't know. It could be a hot dog, or for all that matters, I could be swimming right now when I'm driving. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much within our known reality that if you say that you don't know would make everything up for just, you know, like it's all up in the air. Then what can you say you can know? You know, it just becomes, reality becomes not a thing to be looked at anymore.
It's the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord YouTube stream. Is it easy to find, or should someone send me a link? Because you know what, I think I might start off by sending him a link to that. That way he can hear the live stream, and yeah, go from there.
Can somebody read the climbing a tree proof out loud? I don't know how that works to prove a globe.
Yeah, because I feel like the higher you get, like people have mentioned here, on a geometrical sphere, the higher you get, you would actually see less because the horizon should start to drop. So I'm confused by that.
That's correct. For example, the record distance is 275 miles. And there's a picture of a mountain, 275 miles. At that distance on the globe with the measurements given, that would be way behind the curve of the Earth. So yes, you'd see less in a lot of long distance cases.
285 south toward ATL Airport, Macon.
Guys, I'm gonna be heading out to work, so Kyle, I'll catch up with you later, bro. But for everybody else, I'll see you guys later. Have a nice day. I'll be popping in and out from my breaks at work, so
take care, make you be safe.
Later, bros.
Stay blessed, man.
Continue 3/4 of a mile.
Well.
Well.
In a world where no one can measure the curvature of the Earth.
I just find the majority of the time I ask people about it, they're not even either not interested or they're just like so entrenched in the conditioning that it's real, that just a crazy conspiracy theorist.
When you say things that kind of they conflict with everything that anybody's been taught from school and whatever, they're going to tend to think you must be the crazy one. Surely all of these people they can't be wrong. That appeal to authority and the bandwagon type thing where everybody wants to fit in, it makes it really weird, like where they don't want to question. It's like they're afraid to question.
Oh yeah. It's almost it's like the fear of being rejected by the tribe. You know, if you say something against the group, then you'll be outcast. And I think channels like this are great because then you realize, well, you just kind of moving into another group, a group of critical thinkers and people asking questions, and that they exist.
Yeah. being able to have the discussion to begin with is a huge step.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be homeschooling my kids because it's just any public school, even a majority of private schools. I mean, there's going to be no flat Earth curriculum in any kind of institution. Not at this point. Maybe online, it'd be nice to find some online
You're
stuff.
kind of roboting a little bit, man.
Oh, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good now. I heard most of it, but then right at the end, it started to. Yeah.
It's just like it's going to be hard to find any physical building, school, institution that's going to offer flat Earth curriculum and holistic health and things like that. And
yeah,
so I'm probably going to have to homeschool my kids with my own private tailored curriculum.
Yeah. Most of the way the system's designed is it just crushes the spirits and dreams of children anyway. So a lot better to stick with the truth, teach them what they need to know, and then kind of encourage them to be the best version of themselves that they can be. That's my opinion, belief,
And see something.
I don't know if it's on my end or it's to me. It sounds like you're roboting, but I might just be lagging.
No, dude, it's not you, bro. You're roboting, brother.
All right, man. I'm gonna sit back. Maybe my signal will get better.
Maybe the satellite will get realigned. But yeah, if we're just talking about schooling, I was just thinking about that before, and you could easily just tell them, look, this is what they want to know, and this is what's happening. You could do that.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, homeschooling is the way, but not everyone can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if both parents are working, it could be a challenge.
Yeah, and in certain places, there's enough people homeschooling where they kind of do a co-op thing where different people in the community, like they can teach different things. They work together, but then not everybody can do that either. So, like, we don't have that. My wife and I just work together to teach the children. Well, my mom's here, grandma and granddad are here. Like, there's other people around. Obviously, everybody has something they can teach them, but if the primary role falls on the parents. And that's even if you send them to the primary role of education actually falls on the parents. School is just a supplement. It's kind of like an obvious thing. I mean, who taught you how to walk? And all the other stuff that comes with it. I've been watching you, Dad. Ain't that cool? I won't sing country, though. I'm gonna quit. I'm not gonna do that. I won't put you through that.
Thank you, Ethergrass. Thank you, brother.
Oh man, I'm collecting information for something because I want to do a project where it's high-level graphic design but free. Kind of like digital trading cards that have info on them. That'd be cool. Just more cartoons and memes, but at least they'll be educational. I was just thinking right now of doing one based off of the stuff we were just talking about before. And it's funny that it kind of lines up with the school subject because this is something that I personally use when teaching my children things. They put like etymology on a card and they can actually like read it and have the definition until it's actively learned. And it's, to me, more interesting than just black and white. Like, look at book. Like, why can't education be fun? And why does it have to be boring and then the fun stuff's all fantasy? It's not just because people want fantasy, because they literally make the fantasy stuff look cooler and then the educational stuff look boring.
That might be a good point, bro. That might be a really good point.
There's plenty of awesome stuff about the world we live in that if you actually portray it for what it is, it's fascinating. Like science and magic almost become indistinguishable.
Yeah, you start to understand that language. Language is a trick in itself, isn't it?
Yeah.
Perhaps that's why it's called spelling.
You break down all of the tricks, though. Take them away, and they can't be tricked.
It's just a framework so we can have some kind of understanding and communication.
Yeah.
Maths is the same. You know, it makes so much sense to me that why they use X, because they're not going to argue about the etymology of that word. Nobody's going to be falling out over X.
Yeah.
But you know, a lot of these things we've put in place that describe a thing, does that mean that's what's happening? No, not at all. Maybe not even close.
Like when they invoke the word gravity, and it's like it's a magic word for them. Now that I've said the word gravity, I win. Like, come on, that's not evidence of anything. It's just a word, and it doesn't even mean what you think it means. Like, they imagine like magical powers associated with the invocation of a word. It's bizarre, honestly. Like, how many times does people answer that? You guys will ask that question, and then what's the first thing they say? Oh, well, the gravity. It's the script has been played so many times. It's predictable. We already know what's coming.
Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly popular going to be in this server anyway, but because we tend to be, we want to get on the side, the Socratic method, so we can all understand each other, and I totally get that. But you can really have a sort of spiritual awakening, in my opinion, anyway, by realizing the words aren't the world. I remember when I first started learning about this stuff, it was like 10 years ago, maybe more. I was still drinking every hour God sends. And I remember having this conversation with this young lad. We're outside, but English pubs tend to have like a beer garden. So we're out in the beer garden. And I'm saying to him, see that tree? That's not a tree. It's just a label that we've put on it. And he was like 19. True. He was like 19 and now like 30, maybe 30. And he's going, I think you'll find that's a tree. Oh man!
I get what both of you were saying though. Like the sound effect we associate with something isn't actually the object; it's just a descriptive that we've applied to the object. But but he's also kind of right. Yeah, technically it's a tree, but why is the tree?
No, you can if you focus on that and really go into it, you can have like a shift. You can really have a shift on. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've been thinking about because people like Jay Krishnamurti influenced me a lot, and I realise he's got ties to the Theosophical Society. You can actually paint a line from Eckhart Tolle back through Krishnamurti and Alice Bailey, Madame Blavatsky, and that's tied to Lucifer's Trust, as it was once known. Now Lucius Trust.
That's very bizarre. Oh, but that's just a coincidence, right?
But either way, Eckhart Tolle's book helped me so much. It really did.
Yeah.
So what does Nathan always say? You chew the meat out the bones.
Yeah, eat the meat, spit out the bones. There's truth in all these things because, all right, if you gave a lie that had absolutely no truth in it, anybody with half a brain cell could be like, dude, come on. All of these lies have to have bits of truth in them or they wouldn't hold up at all. There's no believability to it where it's tethered to the real world in any way. Like that's how they end up, because all these explanations, you get a pile and pile of explanations. And people just, I'll just trust the sources. I trust the science. That explanation is too big for me to study all of it, but they seem to know what they're talking about. They got it all together. And that's why they think they live on a ball.
Yeah, I mean, look, God gave me the reasoning faculties to try and figure this shit out on my own. And I'm going to do that.
And that's all we want people to do. It's like, don't take our word for it. Just go look. Just get off the computer and go outside and take a peek. Like, the sun won't hurt you. It's okay. You can be out in the air. It's all right. It won't make you, like the raindrops that may fall, they won't melt your skin. It's okay. You can go outside.
I realize some people.
How many people? Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, some people aren't comfortable with that word, and that's fine. If you're not, I'm perfectly comfortable with it. I realize it comes with a lot of baggage. So
yeah,
say the universe if that makes you happier. Whatever gets you there.
Words. I mean, there is points to things where there's actual connections for certain intentions, and words actually do. Like, it all does matter, but also the way that people use their words, because they usually don't even know what the words that they're saying mean. It's so frivolous. They're just throwing them out there. They don't hold themselves accountable for what the words that they're saying actually mean.
Yeah, no, I mean, at the deepest level, they don't mean jack shit. You throw the Socratic method out the window. But for the sake of the server, I completely agree with Miggy. We need to form some understanding. Yeah, so that's why I keep coming back, because I love it.
Well, yeah, and that's one reason why I do a lot of things where I'll post the etymology of stuff, because if you go to meanings and definitions, there's a whole stack, and anybody can cherry pick whatever they want. But it's like, okay, all of those are true, yes, but why? And you go back to the roots. All right, now you got a foundation. Now we see where you're coming from and why you picked that definition, instead of just being randomized whatevers, you know?
I saw an interesting one the other day, paradise. Paradise, the etymology, the para means close to, near, adjacent, and dice is the original is dios, which means God. So paradise literally means close to God. So I thought that was great. I love stuff like that.
I hear what you guys are saying, and I agree with you in etymology and the history of words and understanding like how roots fit together and where they come from. That is important. Would you guys agree, though, that language does evolve and words can come to mean different meanings in different cultures over times, and that at a certain point, arguing about what a word used to mean when nobody thinks that's what it means anymore, kind of, if that's where you're going to plant your flag, it really causes communication to break down in my estimation and my experience. You guys see what I'm saying?
That's why, yeah. Well, that's why I said like tracing the roots, but then you got to accept the modern definitions and then find out, okay, what do you mean and why specifically, so that we're not guessing like which definition did you pick, like what you going by? Like, let us know specifically what you're saying, kind of thing. That's all I mean.
Yeah, like, a while back, a couple people were arguing that communism means just living together and working together. And it's like, well, that's all fine and good if that's at one time what it did mean, but nobody now thinks that's what that means. So if you go around using that word as though that definition is what it means, no one's going to understand what you're saying, and you're causing unnecessary strife.
Okay, because usually when people are using that word, they're talking in the context of politics. They're not talking about some kind of monastery, of a commune of people doing some whatever working together. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about political communism.
I do think that there's value in etymology and looking at all those things, but to a certain point, in my experience, a lot of people who are super into it will tend to use words in a very specific way, almost so as to start arguments, because they know what they're saying. It's a deceptive. It's very deceptive. It's very strange. It's a very strange way to interact with people.
Got a couple people. Ahmed, you've been unmuted. Ahmed, you can open your mic. And the other one is Mike.
This is interesting. So I was looking up because I'm trying to find the what he said about the Paradios thing.
Yeah.
But instead I found, well, I'll take a screenshot of it. But I'm still going to look for what you're talking about because it may be in another document. This is just from Oxford. So the Oxford definition says something interesting that ties into the theme of the server and conversation in general.
Yeah, I think Jemsy wanted to talk. I think he wanted to talk to some new guys.
Yeah. Well, this was just something I just already loaded. I wanted to hit enter, but I'm done saying I can mute myself.
No, you keep going. They haven't replied, so whenever they reply, I mean.
Okay.
So Ahmed, if you can open your mic, you can say hi. The other one is Mike. Michael.
Welcome to the server, guys. Come chat.
Did everybody got banned from the last conversation or what?
Spiraled.
Did they get banned?
Yeah. Well, no, they're all spiraling in Cogdis at the moment.
Let me scroll down here and see what we're talking.
Funny.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, this is like I was talking about with history. It's just fun for me. I'm not going to make it the be all and end all. It doesn't. Do you know what I mean? It's that's the same for me with language. I love language, so it's pretty difficult for me to then just say to throw it under the bus and say, well, there's deeper level than that, and something you just can't describe with language. It falls short, and you need to recognize the limitations of language and thought specifically, because once you realize all thought itself is limited, clearly, and then there'll always be conflict, because through that limitation there'll always be conflict.
Yeah,
and that's also a big
context, right? Like the context, like the context of the author, like his perspective, time period, everything. Like we can't force our modern perspective onto how they were seeing things. That you have to get into the right context of what they were actually talking about, or we're just cherry picking.
Definitely.
I get what you're saying, though. I can see how people can use the etymology thing as they're dishonestly using it. A form of intellectual dishonesty to use words against people like that. But my goal is more so just kind of sharing, hey, it exists. Maybe we can discuss that this exists kind of thing.
Yeah, it's no coincidence that words keep sort of end up meaning the opposite of what they originally meant.
Hey, that is weird.
Like today, the kids are saying sick and insane as a positive connotation.
Yeah.
These were bad words when I was a kid.
Yeah, I also like to use the word fantastic and incredible as what they literally mean, but the way we use them isn't even the way that the dictionary actually defines them. If something is incredible, it's without credit. And something, if it's fantastic, is literally fantasy. So when we have people over or whatever, if I use those words, my kids look at me and laugh because they know what I'm actually saying. That's actually kind of the opposite of what you guys are talking about. I'm just using the words the way the dictionary says they're supposed to be used, and we're using them in the opposite fashion. So,
yeah, but that's the thing, though. There's just so many words where things have been changed in meaning over time, type thing, and then now you have, like you said, the opposite meaning. It's weird. It's very peculiar. Even the word weird. The word weird has a weird definition. Like its etymological definition's very
What is it?
connected to destiny. Okay, I'll take a screenshot of it. It's one of my favorite ones to look up anyway. Should have all these saved. Take a screenshot every time I bring it up. Having the power to control destiny. All right. Oh, I was about to toss that into CogDis. Let me get in the right channel. Here we go. And sometimes I'll come across stuff like this and I'm like, that is interesting. Like, why? Wait, what? Because nobody would use that word that way. And yet, very weird. And right here, as Kimmy just said, there's legalese. Yeah, they speak kind of like have like serpent tongue about it, where they'll mean two things at the same time, and they'll just say it to you deadpan cold, and they know what they mean, and they know what you're going to think that they mean, and they know what the law, the actual system, is going to do with that, those words they used. Play their court games. Like people get bound under these terms, these words. Here's some legalese. Most people don't know what a person is. Well, at least traditionally, etymologically, what a person was considered or legally speaking is. It's not you. You're not these words. You're you. You're not this persona that you portray. You're you.
Well, I could be one. I could be a word. I've been called an asshole a few times.
Okay. No, that's the song that like the a-hole anthem started playing through my head right when you said that. But the funny part is this is the way my brain works. Like the theme song from Word World, like it's like a kids show where they teach kids words. That was playing first, so it goes Word World and then transitions into the a-hole theme song.
Oh, geez, that's appropriate for kids.
It's I hate it and love it how my brain works because it merges together like videographic things and audio all the time, and I'm like, those don't go together. Stop.
Oh, that zealot that was on here earlier, man. I don't know if you heard it, any of it. That guy was
maybe I don't know.
Sure, so positive.
Spiral.
Yeah. I mean, he was just so sure we lived on a globe, but wasn't willing to present any evidence. He said he didn't need to because it's a
We have
globe. It's been a globe.
somebody in the VC.
You know?
VC check-in. Yeah, servant. There's
Say what?
somebody in the VC check-in. Oh, there's just somebody in the VC check-in. I think they're trying to get verified so they can come in here.
Yeah.
One's Yah's servant, and
I can do that if I can remember the
cocoballing it. I don't.
I just can't remember what to type in exactly.
And Gemsy and Heretic, and
I don't think I can remember.
all the boys are over here in the Cogdis VC handling business. So.
Oh.
Okay, Flatter Day's got them.
Oh, all right.
I need somebody to tell me exactly what the command is and where do I post that so that I can verify people. Because I can do it too. I think I'm silver. I just haven't done it yet. Is all. Yeah, I'm lame. I need to.
I've done it. I've done it a dozen times, but it's been like I've been here for so long. I've been here for 4 years almost, and yeah, I can't remember. It's been quite a while since I've done it, but it's I'm not real sure. There's an exclamation mark, then the name, and then at, like the circle with an A in it, and then their name. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. It's real simple. I mean, it's not very much you have to put in. But generally, you have to talk to them first. You know what I mean? Kind of interview them a little bit.
Yeah.
And
Give them a general intro for the server and see where they're coming from. So, make sure they're not a troll.
Make sure they've read the rules. Make sure that they understand. You know that they're supposed to behave themselves and whatever else. And make them read
the welcoming tour.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that that's how things are done here, though. It helps. It's not really gatekeeping. It's more like, this is how things are done. We're going to let you know so that you don't have any trouble and you can have a good time.
Well, it definitely helps out. When they understand that you're going to police certain things. I mean, they're not allowed to come in here and just be, complete dickheads, and they're not going to come in and want to have a normal conversation and blah blah blah, and just more or less go along with the program. Then basically, we don't want them. To kind of fill them out. Because some people are just
I like the metaphor, like the living room. Like, this is everybody who hangs out here all the time. This is the living room. And you can have clowns come in here clowning up the living room. You got the bros at the door checking, making sure clowns don't get in here messing up the floor. Speaking of the floor, when do floors bend? When does the floor bend? Like, when does the curvy floor happen? The curvature floor. We've been waiting for that number. If anybody who has a globe-oriented heliocentric belief, let us know. Where is it at? We're just kind of chilling here. You're welcome to come to the living room. I don't like when that happens. Like, we'll talk about, hey, if anybody was, and then just crickets. And there's probably people on the YouTube thing running their mouths. Maybe. Let me go check that too. It's civilized. Cool. To me, that's what it seems like the primary objective here is besides talking about the shape of the world, but civilized discussion without the interference of things that are literally uncivilized. Like people insulting each other or breaking down conversations in ways that have nothing to do with what's being talked about. Like actually maintaining structure and order. Most people don't want that though. Like not like the average person is just worldly and whatever. They like this rebellion mentality where they kind of do whatever, they trust the authorities, but do what they want. You go in here and they have rules of how they have to talk and interact. Now you got to treat people right. You can't just be a jerk. You got to actually be cool. Because there's consequences.
Yeah, there's quite a large group of people that like to handle them, the newbies, I guess. I don't enjoy it that much anymore. That part of it. I'd rather have a more detailed conversation with someone.
Yeah,
that's been around a little bit, you know.
Yeah, usually with the really new people, you got to kind of hold their hand and walk them down the path of all the different reasons why everything they know is wrong, until they'll come to a revelation. Or if people already have kind of studied on their own, a lot easier to talk to those people. The ones who the indoctrination didn't corrupt.
Yeah, they're hard to find. I think we all got corrupted.
I have to close my door. The dogs are barking. Yeah, and as time goes on, it becomes more and more rare. Like, because there's more and more indoctrinated people who just trust the science, trust the system, trust the government, trust the people at the top. What does the word trust mean? We'll look at the etymology of that real quick. I already know, but let's get a screenshot.
For me, Ethergrass, the only time this is really super helpful is when you're reading old documentation, when you're reading old documents where the words actually did mean something different. You know, for just normal communication, a lot of the etymology stuff, it kind of rings hollow to most people because it's not how they're using the term anyways. Yeah. Words are meant to they're meant to communicate ideas and abstract concepts from one person to another. So as long, it doesn't really matter what two people agree that a word means, as long as there's agreement, communication can be had.
My personal studies, like the way that I do things, and like I understand what you mean, like perfectly. I get what you're saying. My question is like, how do we get one meaning from another? And then the answers to that question is always interesting to me. Like the word trust, right? So it comes from this word that means strong. And you would put your trust in like obviously you put your trust in strength kind of thing. Like that's kind of the idea that it's going with here. Like, oh, that makes sense. Okay, so that's why we have the word trust as it's I don't know how to explain it any other way. Like it just is interesting to me, is all. I don't want to like force people to try and speak a certain way or anything. It's more like, hey, let's look at the roots. They're pretty cool. I wonder why. Oh, okay, that's awesome too. Not you must speak this way or you're whatever. But I know what you're talking about. There's people out there who they will literally try and they're overbearing with it, like they're gatekeeping using words and stuff, and that's not what I'm trying to do.
Do that and they play games with you, and then you have to go, wait a minute, and you have to figure out how they're defining a term, and then you realize they're just doing it to be provocative and annoying, just to cause argumentation. It's like, dude, if we can agree that this word means this, we can move forward. If you're going to use this word and mean this, okay, in the future, I'll know that when you say this word communism, you mean people living together and not totalitarian dictatorship. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Whatever. But
because that's how they get it, though. Like
a lot
they're
of times, though,
twisting
people
things.
who are into the etymology, that's what they do, and that's why it's annoying to me, bro. It's really helpful when you're like reading the scriptures or something in like ancient document to understand that this word 300 years ago or 500 years ago, it meant something different. So when the readers read it, they weren't reading it the way that we're reading it. That is very helpful. For normal, just normal vernacular and normal human communication, etymology sometimes is a hindrance.
Yeah. Like I can see that, especially when people so they're being like sticklers for things they're trying to control. They're trying to frame the narrative specifically to their agenda, like in a more egotistical way. Like I want this word to mean this, so I'm going to use it this way. And it's much more broad than that. Like this right here, right? Just this Old Norse, right? The Old Norse are the ones who use that word. So I can't say the entire world at one point believe, trust me, strength, but this particular group utilized that word in that fashion. It's like just a data point. It's not something you can use to control a conversation. It's functional if we're talking about Norse lore and stuff and things related to the mythology and the mythos of it or whatever. Like as far as connected to the epi, then okay, maybe this word can be used like in that context. Like it's basically what you're saying, like proper context. We can't change how things mean now to people, but we can be aware of how they're changing it. That's just my
More
point.
so than anything, like in this conversation, particularly like in the arena of FE, defining words is super important because they want words to mean different things at the same time. Like they want science to mean testable and not testable. And for me, what I'm starting to see is when you use a certain word, gravity. Wait a minute, how are you defining that word? What does that mean? You only get one meaning. You get one meaning. It doesn't get multiple meanings. So what meaning would you like? And then the conversation can proceed.
Exactly. Without definitions, we're just speaking babble. We have to know what we mean and mean what we say. Say what we mean and mean what we say.
I've really started hammering people on the definition of science once I realized that they actually teach that there's two different kinds of science, testable and observable. And what they mean by observable is not testable. So they literally have a contradictory definition of science so that at the end of the day, any claim they make is to them in their mind, in their delusion, it is science. Anything they claim is science. Because it can be something that can be testable, and it's something that is not necessarily testable. So if you give them that definition, you could say that the atmosphere is unicorn farts. It's not testable. Yeah, that's just my claim. There you go. No problem. So and that would be scientific. Under that definition, that would be scientific.
Yeah. But see, this again is why I really do love etymology, but only when you use it proper context. Scientific, if it doesn't produce knowledge, it's not scientific. Scientific, producing knowledge. All the way through all the roots, producing knowledge. But then they want to make something that doesn't produce knowledge and be like, oh, this is scientific too. No, it isn't. That's a fairy tale. That's a fantasy. That's a pseudoscientific. Because it produces like the opposite of knowledge. Produces fantasy.
But what they do is in school they teach us that science means a method that follows. It's a method of inquiry that has a certain that follows a certain parameter, that follows a certain sequence. There you go. Observation, prediction. What is it? Observation, hypothesis, prediction, experiment. That's what it is. So if it's not following that method, we were taught in school that that's not science. And then you leave school and find out that's not what they meant at all. Because they also have a whole nother science definition of science that does not follow that method that they still call science. It kind of starts hurting my brain after a while of thinking about it. But this is how they arrive at all these wild claims while calling them science, is because they literally mean, this kind of science can be tested and demonstrated, and this kind of science does not need to be tested and cannot be demonstrated.
The by the seat of your pants method, or whatever.
What's that guy? Ichiro Kaku or whatever his name is? Yeah. Flying by the seat of your pants. Yeah. That's it right there.
Yeah, I just imagine somebody like kind of floating around, like flying around on their farts or something. I don't know, whatever. And they think that that's like real, but they can do that. Like, yeah, I'm about to go do this, dude. You're living in imagination land. And then these big brains will sit in a room together talking about stuff that's all far out there, man. And you can't bring it here and prove it. There's no evidence to it. There's just like a bunch of numbers and guesses. They tell each other fairy tales and pat each other on the back. Who's got the best story? I'm looking for that meme now, where it says by the seat of your pants method. Huh. This is the definition from Cambridge for what that actually means. If you do something by the seat of your pants, you do it using only your own experience and trusting your own judgment. It would have been a lot easier to read if I just clicked it. Put my face in the screen. I'm basically just guessing. Only what you know, and then making a bunch of educated guesses about whatever. It's like, that's some Asian decay. That's like science isn't about why, it's about why not. You just do things. Like, what didn't they give drugs to various animals or something and do tests on them? Like, somebody had to be like, why would you do that? And then the scientist is like, why not? And then they just, experimentation extends from that to people as well. I'm just talking about the Tuskegee experiment. I'm not talking about any other weird conspiracy theories or anything. Just something that the president talked about. You know, Bill. Old Billy Clinton. They apologized for it and everything. Yeah, because they really meant it. They're truly sorry. He didn't say they'd stop. He just apologized. In a world where no one can find the curvature of the Earth, nor can it be measured by any form of current technology. That question's interesting to me. The show me your model question when they ask, like, they want a flat Earth model. And I'm like, there's no globe model. Like a scientific model of the globe. Scientific model of the globe doesn't exist. Like, there's nothing that produces knowledge utilizing real world measurements. Like, that doesn't exist. They're like a bunch of educated by the seat of your pants method guesses that they can put on a ball, but they don't have a scientific model. So to request a scientific model or any model at all of a flat world is a bit hypocritical. And it's coming from a group of people who do not have a scientific model. They have guesses and they have a neat ball. That's cool. I mean, you can get a beach ball shaped like that and bounce it around. That's awesome. But you don't see when you. Yep.
Not only do they not have a model, bro, they come in here pretending like they know all the answers, and they do have a model, but they don't want to provide any of the answers or calculations from that model. A lot of times that's pretty crazy.
You query them and they don't know anything about radius, circumference, nothing. Just
Well, if they
deer in the
calculate the
headlights.
numbers, you're going to see a lot of sixes.
That's right. Okay.
Where's CV with that sound effect?
Good, man. Dude, did you guys hear AI the other day with the sexmagestinal number system used for the coordinate system is literally 60, 60, 60. Calculate 60 degrees with in our time, minutes and seconds. 60, 60, 60. It comes from Babylon. It's called a sexmagestinal number system. It's just another 666 on the globe, which I didn't even realize was there. It was pretty. It was Indio. It was Indio who was talking about that. It was really cool.
That's interesting and bizarre.
Yeah, isn't it? You're right, Kim. 6 is everywhere. And I just found a few more the other day when India was talking. It was like, you got to be kidding me. It's literally, I think it's called the sexmagestinal numbering system. And that's literally how you do coordinates like out on the ocean.
Mariner's Law. Will the seas give up their dead? I read it one. That's interesting that that gets into the legalese of everything. Like, legalese actually is directly connected to Mariner's Law type stuff. I don't want to rant about that. Let's go back to the shape of the world. What's your favorite reason? What, like, your favorite thing related to like a fact is just to you as an awesome proof or evidence?
What?
Aside from the okay, we all know that you can't measure. There's no curvature. You can't find.
I like this
something else. Because like something such in that one.
I like this one. It's neither here nor there necessarily, but it's interesting. Like, in order to make a rainbow indoors, you need 3 things. You need glass or a mirror. You need glass, light, and water. Okay, so if you're going to make a rainbow in your living room, you need glass, light, and water. You have to have those 3 things. We don't know how else to make a rainbow without those 3 things, right? Well, when you go outside, there's only water and light. We've all done that with a sprinkler when we were kids making rainbows, right? Where's the glass?
Yeah.
Why do you need glass out? Why do you need glass inside, but you don't need glass inside? And then the Bible talks about over and over a glass firmament. It mentions a crystal firmament, a glass firmament, multiple times. I think that's pretty interesting. That's one of my favorites anyway.
Yeah, there's definitely something different above than what they're trying to tell us, and there's a lot of reasons why they haven't went back to the moon. It's easy to say you destroyed technology if you never made it to begin with.
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Yes.
When I get stopped because I'm driving, I'm gonna post something for you guys. You probably already seen it, but I'm gonna do it anyways.
I want to collect a bunch of documentaries like that and get a projector and just go to places and set it up, start playing it. Public showing. There's no copyright, but I'd get in trouble if I did like an ordinary Hollywood, but I could take these documentaries like that, like a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, or that other one that's about to come out about the curve, or the lack thereof. Just do a public showing. Just see who shows up and decides to sit down and watch. There's parks and places you can go.
There's a Bible bot in here, isn't there?
I don't think it's in the live stream. I think that it's in one of the other rooms, but I do think there is one.
I'm not going to write out the verse. I'm going to put the verse in there after I post it.
What kind of a bot are you looking for?
Oh, it's not in the Bible room.
Oh.
It's all good. Not a big deal. I'm not going to put the whole verse or anything, just where you can go find it yourself. If you want to.
Well, I'm a big believer in biblical cosmology. I mean, I think it gives a very detailed description of where we live.
Well, Revelation 13:18, and then you see that meme I posted. It goes along with, if you start doing the calculations in front of everybody, you'll start seeing a bunch of sixes.
That's their symbols. It's part of their worship. And none of it really matters, though, because what they do is they try and orchestrate negative faith by creating fear. So the more people put like credence into their, it's creating a boogeyman. Like imagine if like there's a lore about science is an ordinary person, but everybody thinks that person's like
creating lawlessness.
I'm saying like they lie, right? And they act like this person's almost indestructible. Now you got this thing where he just strikes fear into people's hearts just by showing up because everybody thinks this big boogeyman can do all these magical. No, they can't. They
Creates lawlessness. Not the laws in what you think, the laws of nature.
Yeah,
Lawlessness in nature. Like having gas pressure without a container.
Oh yeah. Yeah. What is it? Dang. It should be off the top of my head. The law of non-contradiction. Like they'll create a whole bunch of contradictions, though, and then act like it's all realistic.
22.
It's not how reality functions. Like the real reality doesn't contradict itself.
Yeah, bro. It's not even that they create. It's not that they create contradictions necessarily, but their worldview necessitates contradictions in order to arrive at it. In order to maintain the deception, it is necessarily contradictory. That's why they have to say gravity is a force and gravity is not a force. That level is flat and level bends or level curves. That's why they say that the horizon is geometric and it's optical. That's why they say science is testable and not testable. Oh, it's parallel. Oh, it's not parallel. Oh, dark matter is substantive, but it's not substantive. Their entire, it's a house of cards that's built with logical contradictions and falsehoods. And it isn't that they like to use it. It's that they have no other tool. It's deception. And so their worldview and their methods and their methodologies and their philosophies require a violation at the law of non-contradiction at every single turn to maintain the delusion. You know, if I could convince my wife that I am her husband and I am not her husband, and when I want to claim all of the benefits of being her husband, I can demand those things from her. And if I want to say I'm not your husband, I can go out and reap the benefits of being single, and both of them are simultaneously true. Look, I'm not your husband. You have no right to say that anything about what I'm doing. Oh, I am your husband. You owe me these things. You are my wife. And so when you live in that land, you can literally prove anything to anybody at any time. That's why it's so important to maintain cogency in your premise, in the premises that you're offering. If you're saying science is testable, well, then please maintain the idea that science is testable. If you're saying science is not testable, what the hell are you doing in here saying flat Earth is not scientific? Get the hell out of here.
And I think it's to the point where it's like,
can you hear me? Like that?
No, you're good.
And you asked the question, like, what's your favorite fact or what's the most impressive one? And to be honest with you, I like the question, but in all reality, it's too obvious. Like, there's so many different evidences that we don't live on a ball, right? Like, it's obviously flat. What we are up against is people who are literally living in a was that Gizmo talking before? Like, everything is upside down and everything is contradictory and nobody really sees it. Like, they're literally in a hypnotized state.
They're going through circular reasonings and not realizing that they are. Yeah, you're right.
Like, it's too obvious. The Earth is obviously flat. It's obviously not spinning, and it's obviously contained. It would have to be. There's a ton of, oh, duh, like, of course it is. And we are trying to tell people to stop being under the hypnotic state, and they can't do it. They don't even want to do it. They freak out if you challenge the idea that they're living under a delusion. It's really a bizarre time to be alive.
And it's an awesome time to be alive because we've stumbled upon the skeleton key, guys. Feel blessed.
I agree, and I do feel blessed. It's a blessing and a curse all at once, right? Because now, in your particular circle of influence, you're the weird guy, right? You're the one that's crazy. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm telling you what reality is. I'm showing you what reality is, and you're denying it. It's crazy.
I love all
I'm
of them.
convinced that yeah, I love being here. I'm convinced there's some keys, and one of them is, for me at least, the revelation of the law of non-contradiction, and that's what Miggy's getting at when he's in here and he asks, "Are you talking on Discord?" And because if a person can maintain the idea in and call it reality that I am talking on Discord, I am not talking on Discord, it's actually not a 99%. It's actually 100%, 100%. Because what you're saying is there is a 100% possibility that I am talking on Discord and also a 100% possibility that I am not talking on Discord simultaneously. And if that's your worldview, nothing can ever be demonstrated to actually be true.
That why would they lie question is an interesting one because it don't have to be actual, intentional lie. If somebody's deceived themselves into believing what they believe, then from their perspective, they're not lying. They think they're telling the truth. So you don't need this grand conspiracy of a bunch of people lying in order to make anything happen. Just people who believe what they believe, and then they just speak what they believe. Like, yes, it's a lie, but they don't even know what they're doing. Most of them. We all prove that every day when you ask people for information related to their own model, and they have no answers. Most of them. Like, wait, what? And they can't tell you any of it. They become Google Earthers really fast.
Yeah, that guy that wits it, he debated last night. I put in the live stream chat that he's a Google Earther. His opponent was a Dell. Yeah, he was a Google Earther. He wasn't a round Earther.
They openly say, "Hold on, let me look that up," like multiple times in the conversation.
Doesn't that also just attest to the brainwashing that people are actually under? For them to have the audacity to come into a forum like this and not even know the radius of the earth and feel that their position is built upon a rock, and they literally can't even answer a single question about their model that they are 100% certain of. That doesn't, I don't even know if that pertains to arrogance or ego. I mean, it almost mental illness, retardation, stupidity, spiritual blindness. Like, is it really just arrogance going on, or what how can you do that?
I think I'd say it's immaturity. So once you reach a certain level of maturity, you start trying to take consequences seriously and truth seriously instead of just trying to, get your way and do what you want type thing. I'm gonna do what I want.
Yeah, before I woke up, like before I was awake, and I still had that mindset. Like, how is it that we have the information like at our fingertips these days, but people are still ignorant? I remember asking that question a lot.
Instead of studying anything, they just watch entertainment in their magic little
Great
rectangle.
question. Why would they lie, and why would they be so dumb? That's a great question, Tim.
That's the $1 million question right there.
That's a good retort. Somebody asked, why would they lie? Say, why are you so dumb? Oh, my word.
Just straight up asking, have you ever, well, wait a minute, have you ever been lied to? Like, yeah. Okay, well, why did they lie?
Shh, go back to sleep, little slave.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody brought up a good point in here a few weeks ago, and they said, if someone stole your wallet, and the police brought it back to you and said, here's your wallet, and would you demand an interview with that person? Say, I demand to know why they stole my wallet. It was just a good point. And he goes, no, yeah, of course you wouldn't. Nobody does that. So nobody really cares about the motive of a criminal if the crime has been demonstrated. So if you can prove the crime has been committed, well, who cares why the psychopath, ran around and cut people with a knife? Who cares? He's a criminal. And so it really is just a bogus question. Thinking about it for much time at all, it's not a very good question. It really isn't.
Well, it's a question you have to seek the answer to yourself. You can't just ask everybody to give you that answer.
Yeah, that's a good point. And especially, I love the rebuttal that it's not us that's lying. Like, why are you asking me? I'm not the one lying here.
One thing I used to tell people back in the day is, why does it matter? Like, they'd ask me what my worldview is and what I believe, like all these different things. Like, why does that matter? Like, you're the one who has to have your beliefs. So this conversation is about what you believe and what you understand about the world. So why would my perspective and opinion matter at all?
So they can debunk you with laughter and mockery.
And I caught on to that, and then I just started, I tried to keep it objective, and my primary thing that wasn't really so much about that. I just wanted people to be civil, because I was like some Wild West stuff. Like, everybody just had each other's throats. It's like, okay, logical fallacies exist. Let's frame the conversation so that we're not being complete barbarians, complete savages.
Well, the whole system set up is to make the people, the subjects, fallacious.
Yeah.
They're breeding the fallacies in people without them even knowing.
Yeah, they're raised into the fallacy. they're born into them. The thing came to mind with Bane, and never mind, a meme.
Yeah, that's the only repentance that I'm seeking from people. Is change your mind about your mindset. Think differently.
Yeah. Well, there's reactionary thinking and responses is kind of just, NPC mode. And then there's actions. Those are choices. You can choose to think. You can choose to study whatever you want to. You can go dig and start learning. You don't have to be told to, hey, go pick up this book and go read things. You could tell yourself to do that.
Yeah, you can stop being fallacious and start talking to people without fallacies, and you can start being a good person just by default.
Yeah. You don't have to use ad hominems and just call people names when you don't understand what they're talking about. It's okay. You can figure it out. There's so many people, even now, not much has changed at all. It's the same. If people just come in. And their instant thing is, you guys are stupid. Okay, prove it. Here we go.
I'm not going to say that I'm that smart.
Yeah. Hey,
I don't put myself
but that's the
above
thing,
or
though.
below anyone. Though.
Their assumption, though. Just make an assumption by somebody. Just because of where you find them to be. And you're smart enough to be here.
Good point. That's a good way to look at it.
Hey, you're asking the right questions. Yeah, like Sasha said, fallacy. These people are it's like this praise and worship of logical fallacies or something. It's weird.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hey, oh my goodness. That made me think of something. Where does that word come? Fellatio, fallacy, and oblix. What is that? Oblix or whatever? Those phallic symbols that they worship. Is there a connection there? Go figure that one out. That's interesting. Fallacy,
yeah.
Phallic symbol and all of that stuff. And these people are they're basically phallic symbol worshipers is what they are. They're sun worshipers.
Dude. Yeah.
There's something there, bro. There's something there. I think you guys
steeples on churches too. Those are part of that worship. It's not what people think it's. It's not
stumbled into something.
Now I'm looking at what you just said.
When they're lying to you using fallacious logic, basically giving you the big dick.
I'm looking. Oh God, you guys are wild. You're feral.
You're obsessed with penises, my friend.
I know. I'm picking. I'm joking. You're distracting me. I'm searching. Let me look.
I think there's something there. There's you guys said that it's like the praise and worship of fallacies.
But yeah, I'm sure that sounded a lot worse.
I'll probably get on here in a little bit. But till then, you guys have a good one.
Bye, Kim.
Yeah, you kind of made me realize what I actually said. And I started thinking about okay, yeah, I could see how that sounded kind of bad. It had me freeze for a second. Had to reset the blue screen.
Did you say something? I thought I heard it. I don't remember.
No, I'm talking about when I said that, and then it triggered you to say that, and I'm like, wow. And then I thought about the way I said that probably sounded really bad too. It's just.
Well, no, I think you're right. Fallacies, as far as I can tell, is the foundation of their entire philosophy. That's how you arrive at the globe. You have to use fallacies.
Yeah.
These people are phallic worshipers, these sun worshipers who want the sun to be the center of everything. They literally are. So are those two words connected, fallacy and phallic worship? That's what I'm saying. I think there's something there.
Got to check the actual. Well, wait.
Once again, we have Lou chiming in and just kind of boiling it down to basic principles for us. Thank you, Lou.
Yeah, just doing some going through some shit to throw out because I'm going to be moving in spring. Thought I'd chime in for that because that was a good one. Just kidding. I could have probably held it.
Oh, that's a good. Were you referring to your own? Oh, Lou. Lou grades his own tests here.
Yeah, he's the arbiter of all tests and truth. Did you say you were moving, Lou? Or did I mishear you?
Yeah, not anytime too soon, but I've got a house that I've been in for about 12 years, so I got a lot of shit that I can just throw out. I'm kind of going through some of it.
Why are you moving? Employment or what? Just because you want to, or what?
Yeah, a combination of those things. Like the place that I'm in, I actually rent from, and from my uncle, who's also my boss. He's retiring, selling the company, and also wanting to sell the house. So I'm changing jobs and location.
Why don't you just take the business from him?
I don't want it.
Oh, I see. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Are you thinking about a big relocation or just somewhere close by?
No, just I'll probably want to move basically to the other side of town because most of our work's going to be over there.
Oh, I see. Well, if he's selling his business, there might not be any more work.
No. There's plenty of work. That's all. My sister and brother-in-law are the ones actually buying it. So, and then I'm going to be joining the Carpenters Union, which there's good things and bad things about. Not crazy about unions, but
they're all right.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be on full journeyman pay starting out the moment I get in there. So all the max benefits and all that stuff.
Well, that's cool. Did you have to fill out some hours, years of experience and log in out how many hours and all that kind of stuff to get the
I haven't had to do anything. No, it's my brother-in-law has been in the Carpenters Union for quite a while, and he's got connections in there. So he's starting his own company though, and going to be getting employees all through the union. Whatever, he's being the owner of the company. I'm not exactly sure how it works. Yeah, he's part of his buying the company I currently work for. Kind of entails like he's buying me essentially. He's buying me to be his foreman on all the stuff. So
right on.
Louisiana.
God rocking.
Yes, sir.
That's the, I don't know, third or fourth time you've claimed that I'm the arbiter of shit. Why do you always say that?
I'm just messing with you, bro.
You must have somewhere feel it.
No, come on. I'm just messing with you, bro. That's not what I think.
Well, Lou, you call me ball licker all the time.
Yeah.
So since we're on the subject, there must be something to that, Lou.
I call Gizbo Jizbo all the time.
So you think he's actually licking balls? Is that what you're getting at? I call the people that follow QA. I call them QE ball lickers. There's a bunch of those. Oh my God!
You're going to insist that God rocking must mean something by that. Then wouldn't that not apply to you?
Yeah, let's dog pile on Lou. That sounds fun.
Look, calling you ball licker is just like objectively funny.
Yeah, so calling you the arbiter of all truth is objectively funny too.
I'll be the arbiter of that one.
Lou,
that was a good one.
We've been friends for a long fucking time, dude. I'm not that kind of person. I was really genuinely curious about your work and why you were changing and all that kind of stuff because
no, I know you are, but that was after the whole Lou's the arbiter.
Well,
Hey, I got a question for you guys.
What?
calm the
This is
fuck
Diesel
down.
Boy.
That's all I can tell you, Luz. Calm the fuck down, will you? For hell's
So
sake.
I've seen videos before of people doing time lapses of the supposed horizon, and you can see it going up and down, right?
Yeah, like Skunk Bay is a good example. Yeah.
So like that in itself, that debunks a geometric horizon, doesn't it? That the fact that the
it goes
apparent
up-
horizon moves up and down.
That's pretty much atmospheric conditions causing that, though.
Right, but the fact that, well, does it really debunk? Well, you can debunk the. You don't have to use that example to debunk the geometric horizon.
You're
point.
right. The thing is that they're so
Use curvature.
The horizon cannot be the leading edge of a sphere if it's changing depending on weather conditions. That you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
But go ahead and tell a glober that. Most of them will freak out and be like, but who was it that first? Aristotle, or something.
Well, I tried telling my dad that. I tried telling my dad to watch this video about that, and he like brushed it off like it was nothing.
Yeah, well, it cannot be the leading edge of a sphere if you're continually seeing way beyond where the leading edge should be geometrically. I mean, you never see that ever.
I don't get why people can't wrap their mind around the radius. Like, if you have the radius of the supposed ball all by itself, and you can see further than that, that's it. Done.
Yeah, bingo. But they're refraction brainwashed or something. And refraction is a complete lie, by the way. It does not shed light in the atmosphere.
All the stories of their religion, even if they're contradictory to each other. So that's why that's one of those things where you can get them to argue both ways. You can trap them on that. You can say, it is the horizon the leading edge of a sphere, and most people, they'll say yes, it is, and they'll tell you ships disappearing bottom up and so on and so forth. But then you bring them Black Swan or the Skunk Bay or any of these examples where we see too far, and all of a sudden, they change their definition of what the horizon is, and they'll argue all day and night that they have not contradicted themselves in any way. It's mind-boggling. It's sickness.
Yeah,
I think it's funny how my father is an engineer, and he's a really smart engineer. He's a tooling engineer, and so he's good with numbers and shit, right? And especially geometry. And he thinks flat Earth is stupid, but it's like I don't get how he thinks it's stupid when he's like he's a pretty smart dude when it comes to geometry, but not when it comes to talking about the Earth.
Because he hasn't critiqued it. He hasn't actually gone out and critiqued it himself and looked at it. That's why. If he did,
my dad's never questioned it. That's why. And my brother too. My brother is like allergic to talk. When he hears me, I put flat Earth stuff on TV because I like to watch it, right? And my brother, he's like totally allergic to it. He'll just like, you can tell he walks away like it's so funny.
That's if he were to actually critique the information and the measurements and actually use his own eyes to go out and look at it and observe it, a guy with that much knowledge and understanding of geometry, they would have to just like go, it's flat. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
I'm trying to get him there, But I've been listening in here enough to where I can almost try to convince or try to get people to see what they need to see about it, to make them go, oh shit.
Well, they just need to be willing to take a look at it. Just willing to actually take a serious look at it without a biased opinion until they have the information that they derive from looking at it. Just go out and test it yourself, take some measurements, without some preconceived notion about what's going on. Just go with the evidence as it comes in and gather it yourself, so you don't have to question it. And I think he could get him that way, but whether he'd be willing to do that, who knows?
He's of the opinion of like, what's the point? Who cares? And it's like, I see it a lot different than he does. He's 70 years old though, so it can be a little harder to convince him. My brother, on the other hand, he said he looked into flat Earth, and then he thinks it's stupid. So I don't think he really looked into it. You know what I mean? I don't know how you could look into it, because after I looked into it at first, I was like, oh, interesting, and then I was like, oh, there's no way, and then I can't fucking stop thinking about it now, and I'm in here like every once in a while now.
People that look at it and come back and say it's stupid is because they probably looked at it through Professor Dave or some shit, and they think,
yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, you never know where to get their information from. And even if they did find like a real flat earther, not everybody presents it very well, or at least maybe not in the way like that your brother would have been looking for. Some people, they're looking for more of a scientific, others more of like a faith-based. Some others are looking for I don't know. It's just there's different methods, different delivery, different and different points that hit home with different people. So you just never really know how much, if he even really gave it a fair shake.
Right. You need to be able to recognize what angle to hit it at. Yeah, you're right, Luke. Again, the arbiter of all truth. You are right a lot of times, Luke, for hell's sake. You've been around a long time. Fuck, you know what's going on.
Yeah, but no, I take offense to that, because I do try to leave people their own.
I never meant to offend you. Trust me.
I try not to shut people down necessarily just because, I have the truth, and like, no, I don't act that way, or I try not to anyway. So
you don't. I'll stop saying it. You're a friend. I don't want to offend you.
It's kind of an important thing to me, like being a truther. I'm here. I want to take in new information and stuff too. And I know there's a lot of people out there with it, things that I don't know, things that I don't have.
Same here.
I definitely get when people say, like, I heard a lot of people say that they don't want to be flat earthers, right? But it's like, I fucking agree with that, because it's like, who wants to believe something? It seems crazy, but it's like, I totally get it. It's like, I don't really want to believe this, but it's hard to. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
That's one of the first things that I said when I found Flat Earth Discords. Like, I'd been watching some YouTube videos and things like that, and I'd been watching some Jeranism and Globebusters, and I decided to join their Discord. And I got into an argument with somebody just because it might as well have been a Justin. Like, just if you didn't automatically already know everything Flat Earth has to offer, you must be a troll. Was one of those. But I finally got him to shut the fuck up and talk to somebody a little bit more level-headed about it. And yeah, I forget exactly what I presented, but I was just like, I remember I said, I don't want to live in a fishbowl. Like, at that time, yeah, it was kind of scary. Like, what is the ramifications of this? Like, we're in a container and there's no getting out, and if it's, what is this? Some kind of an aquarium or terrarium or a petri dish? Like, what the fuck is this?
A prison, so to speak. Yeah, I get it. But it is awfully large, and so it would take an entire lifetime to explore all the extremity. I'm having a hard time talking. My teeth are not in my mouth. I'm gonna go put my teeth in. Yeah, I understand what you're saying for sure. when I realized that we were in containment, I kind of had the same feeling too, a little bit. You know, what is this? You know, no one gets in, no one gets out. Kind of a weird concept.
Hey, Dieselboy, are you a flat earther now?
Yeah, I was flat Earth as soon as I was flat Earth when I came in here at first, right?
Or I don't
I
know,
had
maybe
questions, but
haven't you been on a different Discord where you like defended the globe once? I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
If I what?
Haven't you been on another Discord defending a globe? Maybe
No, I've never been on. This is the only Discord server that I've been on ever. So.
Ah, okay.
But I've seen enough debates to where almost every. It's rare to see the person debating globe Earth. It's rare to see them be like a good I don't know. Just a lot of Globers that do the debates. They just seem very like they're very toxic. Like they're just. They don't seem pure. You can just tell they're just not fucking intellectually honest. And I like it here because it's like if you make a claim, you got to prove it, right? Which keeps everyone in check. So
exactly.
But
Yeah,
I would
it's
never
nice to
try
hear,
and
man.
defend the globe because I don't believe that shit anymore.
We have a lot of people recently saying the same thing, coming to Flat Earth, realizing how pathetic most of the Globers debate against it. You know.
What my big thing about this whole thing is that we can disprove the globe, but then I start thinking it's like if it's not a globe, then the default position is yes, it's flat. But it's like it's hard for the flat Earth crew to actually like prove that it's entirely flat. Like it's weird. It's a weird thing because we can prove that it's not round, right? But it's like, can we actually prove that it is flat? Even though I believe, you believe it is based on your what we've learned.
We don't need to believe. We know the surface that we have measured the surface many times. Many different people have measured the surface, and it does not align with the given mathematics by the globe model.
Right.
The only thing that's really flat is the water. I mean, the rest of if you took all the water off the Earth, it would be anything but flat. Wouldn't even be close. So the only thing that's flat.
Topographical flat plane. Yeah, it has Mount Willis.
Yeah, I mean, and the Mariana Trench, and the deep ocean. I mean, if you stood on the shore, you took all the water off, it certainly wouldn't look flat. There'd be some flat plains here and there, but no, it wouldn't look flat at all. So the water is basically the only thing that's flat, in my opinion. Because the mountains, like you said, and continents are all over the place. So, but the water, it settles. We know how water acts. When you put it in a container that we live in, and the water's contained, and then it settles flat. For the most part.
I like asking people about the water because, in my opinion, you can literally just using water, you can demonstrate how it's pretty impossible for us to be on a globe. And it's I love asking people about the water though, because like for me, that was like a big thing. I went like, oh shit, like that is fucking impossible, right? And it's like,
yep.
But now when I ask people, I usually expect them to say gravity, right? And I always laugh when I hear gravity now. I think it's fucking funny now. Now that I've looked into it a little more.
Do you know how heavy water is? Obviously you do. And you got all these just trillions of pounds of water. And then it's supposedly on a globe that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. The genetic force of that water being spun at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. There's no way this could even look like a globe if that were true. It would be like this weird pancake-looking thing with some at the bottom. It would it just couldn't be a globe. Not spinning.
And simultaneously, and Godric. Oh, sorry, I thought you finished. Sorry.
So anyway, yeah, the water it makes it impossible to be a globe for sure. I mean, there's just no way.
Just
Gravity's
that too.
not
It's
that
just
strong.
it's just weird how you can just use water to show people.
Yeah, and this at the same time, they also claim that not only water is doing that on their spinning, wobbling tilted space testicle. At the same time, they claim that the moon is causing, because of the gravitational force of the moon, is causing tides. That's what you also need to believe. So not only is the water being stick to the ball by the gravitational force of the spherical Earth in their paradigm, now simultaneously rotating at 1,000 speed an hour, 1,000 miles per hour. The gravitational force of the moon is interacting with these billions of tons of water, making them creating a tide. You know, just think about the absurdity of all that.
Yeah, you're right. It is totally absurd. Totally.
No.
If water were spinning that fast on a ball, it would be flung right off. No way it could stay. Gravity would have to be so strong to hold something being spun that fast and that heavy. I mean, it would just, it would have to be super, super, super strong to hold the water in place like that. There's just no way. And they say gravity's not a force, it's not this, not that. I mean, very little power to it, or whatever they want to describe it. That the whole thing just doesn't make any sense at all. You can't have water being spun at 1,000 miles an hour, trillions of pounds of it, and expect something like the weak force of gravity to hold it in place. That's stupid. I mean, it's just so fucking stupid.
See, if gravity was what they said it was, wouldn't if you dropped, let's say you held a spring in the air, not a spring, well yeah, a spring, a slinky, is that what it is? Yeah, you hold a slinky up in the air and then you drop it, and then if you watch a video of it being done, obviously the spring moves from the top, it pushes down, right? It doesn't, if gravity was like they said it was, wouldn't the slinky drop from the bottom, and then it would pull the slinky down from the bottom, not push it down from the top?
I talked to an astrophysicist about this actually, and yeah, it's quite retarded. The astrophysicist basically thinks gravity is like a river going down towards the ground. And if you hold the slinky in a river sideways, this is what he told me, the slinky would extend until the tension within the slinky can make it extend no more. And then he believes if you released the slinky in the river, the slinky would remain in place, just like in the GIF I just showed you, and just compress in the river and not move downriver. But then again, he's an astrophysicist, and therefore he's a little bit retarded.
That's funny. They are retarded. They all are. To believe in the science of today is just, it's so bizarre. Oh my gosh. I mean, there's some of it, obviously.
Do they even teach?
Real, but
Do they even teach? Do they even? Okay, so when I was in middle school, like 6th or 7th grade, I think I remember learning briefly about heliocentrism, right? Just like generally that we spin around the sun, yada yada yada, right? But I wonder if they're even teaching that to kids now. I'm sure they are, because they need to. They need to teach the lie to keep it going. But I wonder what they are teaching the middle schoolers now, if they even learn about it in middle school anymore.
I don't really know what they teach the kids these days, but yeah, I don't know. That's a weird concept. I mean, how do you teach them something that's just impossible? I mean, the entire model makes no sense at all. None of it makes any sense. So why would they teach it? Who knows?
Above my little GIF, I have 3 little pictures which are from Taylor columns. Taylor columns are when you take a fluid and you rotate it, and then you drop some kind of object into there, and then when you drop food coloring into it, there's this column that remains attached to the obstacles in the container that's being rotated. You don't see this when it's not being rotated. You only see this when it's being rotated. And so the thing is, there's only one claim of anybody ever seeing this in reality, and it's a diver who's claimed to have seen it underwater somewhere. But the problem is, this would be everywhere. This would be in all fluids. And this basically, back when I was in school a long time ago, they wheeled out this giant tub, filled it with water, and then dropped food coloring into it, and then it would form into like these circular, spherical, tornado-like structures, which they said, oh, this is proof that rotation of the Earth causes weather systems to form into hurricanes and that kind of stuff. But later, when I was looking into this back in 2015, I was looking into rotation and that kind of stuff because I wanted to find them claiming that as evidence because I got taught that in school. Apparently, when I found it back then, they had stopped using that because a student had discovered this effect by dropping a quarter into the tank. And so they realized, oops, this would be visible everywhere, so we can't really use that as a proof. So let's just throw it under the rug. And the wiki pages, everything you looked for when you looked for Taylor columns back in 2015 brought up this young kid who discovered this. And now, when I look at this, all of that is gone. All of that is gone. And now it's like some Freemasons in the 1800s discovered it.
That's funny.
I think there's a lot of things, like when you look online, the internet is dying. And like if you look at the dead internet theory, you know what I'm talking about, but there's a big problems with how our information is being controlled and limited. Like there's only like 3% of the total value of books in the world online, so you don't have access to all of human knowledge, especially not with Google and all of these tech companies limiting what you see.
It sounds like a huge book burning.
Yeah, it essentially is. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. What better way than to change the history, change the narrative, burn all the books and put out a new set, It's only the people that are going to be around for a little while that are going to remember the older stuff. And, once they're gone, then now you have a new history, a new narrative.
And you just got to say in the history books that it's always been like this, and then they have nothing to say that it wasn't. Like they look online, has it always been like this? Google says, yes, it's always been like this.
Right.
Well, that must be then.
Yep. That just kind of gives you a good idea of how easy it is to change history or to write a narrative into the history line or even the educational, paradigm that this is the way it is and this is the way it's always been, like you just said. It just shows you how easy it really is to do that. I mean, these people that have all this power, to take this information and then make it not available, and then make available only what they want you to have available. I mean, wow, they just changed it all up. And, once you're dead and gone and nobody there to, argue against it or say there was something different, it doesn't take very long for that to go away.
Yeah, Flat Earth is a really good example because they keep telling us, oh, we have known it was a globe since 2,000 years ago. But the vast majority of the public didn't believe that shit. That was a cultist, secret organization belief in the time of Pythagoras, and then was spread down as a secret society, a secret knowledge that you got inducted to when you joined the secret society, and they wrote their books that got passed along within the elites that were within the secret societies. And then all of our actual history is now erased, and we just have these books from these few select individuals that happen to belong to the same secret societies. Oopsie. Like, where's the rest of our history? You look at the white people, like, we don't have access to all of our history. It's mostly obscured. You look at the black people, they also have a lot of their history obscured, and then we have these so-called scientific institutions with their own perspective of billions of years, evolutionary planets, and all this stuff, which like contradicts the history of the people. All of the myths are just thrown out. All of the religions that just happen to have the same view of the world is just thrown out. And all of them were just idiots who didn't know anything. And you now are the modern man who is the most advanced evolutionary pinnacle of creation. You've never been more virtuous or a better being. Like, they've never been stronger than today. Have they? Look at the men today. Are they as strong as they used to be? Are they Spartans?
Fuck no.
No,
Weaker.
yeah. Exactly. That's evolution, when things go backwards, according to Globers and evolutionists. So when you lose the ability to do something, that's evolution. Like when the platypus changes into a man, that's evolution. But the platypus not changing and staying a platypus, that's still evolution.
Yeah, that's a good way to poison the well right there.
The thing is, it's a lot of philosophical, religious views that I think even a lot of scientists aren't aware that it hinges upon that. It's not based in objective reality, and that's what the globe is. It's a philosophical view that's based in this occult beliefs that have nothing to do with reality. It's kind of like if you believe in Santa Claus and you hear some noise out on the night of Christmas, you're like, oh, it could be Santa. And so because of the preconceived ideas, they're painting everything in those colors. It's not like there's hundreds of thousands, even millions of people who are intelligent but still believe in the globe. It's not because they're dumb. It's because they have these preconceived ideas that were programmed into them as children. Like, we all went through this. Like, this is why we have mandatory schooling. And if you really look into who gave us mandatory schooling, it all becomes interesting. The more you dig into the history of things beyond what you were force-fed by the creators of that system, the more interesting it gets. Like, it looks super boring when you're in school because they're just feeding you boring bullshit to make you dumb. But when you actually look into the history of it, it becomes super exciting, and you're like, "What the fuck? Why is everything? Why are all these conspiracies just the norm for the creation of all of this stuff? And now they're like acting like conspiracies never happen? Like, but that's the history. Our history is riddled with conspiracies and groups working together to undermine and destroy regimes. It's riddled with it."
Right. Real conspiracies too. Real conspiracies.
Yeah, verified. They have all it's admitted now, and like what the fuck? It's known, and like that's why it's so funny when like a lot of people are coming to realize now that like a lot of conspiracy theorists a few years ago just turned out to be completely right about everything, and everything they warned everybody about was just like happening right now. It's because it's not like these people don't talk about their agendas and what they like to do. If you look at Bill Gates' TED Talk, he talks about what he likes to do. He talks about what he wants for the world, but not everybody watches it. And so when someone watches that and he's like, "Oh, that kind of 1 + 1 = 2. Guys, watch out, 2. He's gonna do 2. He said he's gonna do 2. Watch out." And people say, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe you." And they're like, "But he did it. I have evidence." And they don't want to watch. They don't want to see it. And because they never saw it, it's willful ignorance. And I think that the powers that be, or governments, play into that willful ignorance. They push shit in the media. Like, you see it everywhere. Like, don't go to Twitter to get your V information. All of the stations said that. And like, it's just identical from a script. Anyway, we just gotta keep going, keep talking. Only thing to break lies is truth, information. You gotta just show the truth, show the evidence. Like, until even though we're tired of showing the same thing over and over again, people we don't have the reach because of throttling down on stations or channels like this, and all this misinformation. Anti-misinformation techniques used by these big tech platforms. So it's kind of like we're rowing like upstream, and so for every inch we go forward, we go a little bit backwards. So we just got to keep rowing, and the more of us that row, the faster we go forward.
See what I realized after listening in here for a while, not even that long, but like you have to hone your debate skills in, and you have to understand logical fallacies, because if you don't understand logical fallacies, then you'll just get destroyed by somebody who thinks they know what they're talking about, even though they have no fucking clue.
Yeah, they're going to trap you with the fallacies and then mock you through the fallacies, and then ridicule your position and turn the conversation away from the actual evidence and the points that actually matter onto you or something unrelated, just to obfuscate it. it can be hard to keep them on point, but especially if you're used to being like, you're an attentive listener. You listen closely to what other people say and you respond to what they're actually saying. And so when you're dealing with a sophist, that's not a good mix. You need to kind of step back and be like, hold in your hand your point. So regardless of what he's going to say, you can be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. We'll address your obfuscation without saying obfuscation because that will trigger him. We will address your point after we finish discussing what we were already discussing. Let's get to the conclusion. Here's the issue that you didn't address. And it's really hard to remember to hold on to that idea and not get pulled into it if you're the type of person who just, you wear your heart on your sleeve and you just want to talk to honest people. But it can be learned. That's why I recommend everybody try to learn about logic and fallacies. So I really agree with that earlier statement. So have there been any interesting Globers in here recently? Have there been any good discussions?
Yeah, Miggy had a guy earlier who said he was 100% sure on one of the questions. I think they're talking about gas pressure. But he got the guy to say he was 100% sure. And then later in the conversation, the guy said he wasn't sure, which I thought was awesome. I was like, at least he was honest about not knowing.
Yeah, it's to me, like, being 100% sure of that is like being 100% sure of cows flying every day. But then I understand a lot of the fundamentals of that, so I know how impossible that is.
I'm waiting for Witsit to have Bryant Myers back on. A physics professor. I think that's... Apparently Bryant was supposed to pay Witsit like $5,000 to debate, and then he backed out of it right before Witsit had his kid. That was fucked up.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I actually learned, out of my short time researching this, I've actually learned a lot from Witsit. I've learned a ton from Witsit. He seems like a pretty smart dude for a college dropout.
Yeah, he really is. He takes the time to read the things, and oftentimes more than once, which is why he has such a good grasp on it.
And a lot of times I don't even understand what he's saying, right? Because like I just can't comprehend what he's talking about because I just don't know what it. I just don't know. But you know when you hear somebody talk, like Witsit's the kind of guy where you're like, you kind of just like, you feel like you can trust what he's. I don't know. You feel like he's just being honest. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like there's other people that talk, and it's like you can kind of like tell that.
Yeah, he's very sincere. He's very sincere, but my policy is trust no one. And I think Witsit shares that kind of where, like, even if Indio, for instance, drops a paper or something, and he says, this is what the paper says, me and Witsit both read through the paper, because that's where you see if he's correct. That's how you know, and you can actually use the paper yourself as something. If you just hear that the paper is something, and then you keep using it, and you never read it, it can really backfire. And so just by reading it, you enrich your understanding, and so it becomes a lot easier to follow when Witsit is flowing really fast because you already read the same stuff.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I blindly believe everything Witsit says, but like from all the places you go to find this stuff out, he seems to be one of the, in my opinion, he seems to be one of the most informed people about it. That's all I was saying.
He puts in a lot of work, I agree.
But so do a lot of other people on this chat too, so it's not just him.
And I'm not saying like everything he says is correct, because I can't guarantee that, but I know that a lot of what he's saying is based in a solid foundation because I looked into the same things, and so that's my opinion. But like, I would still recommend everybody try to look into it for themselves and not just trust people blindly.
I'm still waiting for the I'm sure Glober's coming here all the time, and I know when people bring up gravity, it doesn't really have to do with the shape of the Earth. So I understand that. But like, is there a video that claims to show proof of gravity? Because I think about gravity a lot, right? I don't know if you guys do or not, but gravity is one of those things where that's kind of what got me into flat Earth. Actually, it's like, what actually is gravity, or is the cause?
Yeah, I wanted evidence. Yeah, I get you, because similar to when I was first going into this, I was like, I need evidence to show the Globers that the Earth is flat and that gravity exists, and so I got my astrophysicist friend to try to help me get the evidence. The problem is they don't actually have any evidence for the cause, not scientific evidence. They just have theories. So what they generally do is they drop something and say, look, gravity. But that's the effect. That's not the cause. That's not what they're conflating things and making it confusing and fooling the layman.
Because I've heard before that gravity is the glue that holds the whole heliocentric model together, and it kind of sort of appears that way, but I haven't wrapped my mind around it well enough to have an opinion about it.
If you listen to Witsit, you'd understand that if you at least understood what he often talks about when he talks about everything is electrostatic, all of the matter is held together through the strong and weak forces, so there's this charge that holds it together, and certainly not gravity. So their claim that gravity is holding it all together is just baseless. They don't have any evidence for that again, because there's no evidence for their hypothesis of bendy space-time. Like, they need to start somewhere, and that's in evidence. It's not in imagination land.
And then the current definition, or the current cause of gravity, they say, is like the space and time warping, right? But in my opinion, is it correct to say that there's literally no way to quantify gravity, which basically, it just means show it through some type of math?
Well, they can quantify the effect, but there's no way for them to pinpoint the cause, because it's kind of like It's kind of like they're looking for the keys they lost in their house outside under the streetlight because there's no electricity in his house, so he can't look for the keys there, even though he dropped them there. So then they're not looking in reality for reality. They're looking for their imaginations in reality, and then anything that seems to fit with it, they attribute to it, even though those things conflict with each other. And so when they find that conflict, they're like, oh, we have a problem. They don't realize this problem, though, says the whole thing is fundamentally flawed. So they just try to patch on it and say, now we have all these problems with our things, but like, and some of these problems are like 6 iterations later of them patching patches on top of it. So it's like, it's nothing but patchwork at this moment. There's no substance, no reality.
And it's not that, it's not that, I'm going to stop talking about gravity after this, but it's not the effect that that we question. Well, it's not the effect that we question. It's the cause that's been given to the effect that is being questioned, right? So it's not like, oh, like, because a lot of Globers they like to be like, oh, you don't think gravity exists? It's like no, it's not that we don't think it doesn't exist. It's just that it's the cause of it that we don't agree with. Right now, it's a presumed clause.
It's even admitted within the highest levels of science that, like, they don't know what gravity is. They want to find some kind of quantum gravity that works with quantum mechanics, because if you take Einstein's view of the world and you look at galaxies and you imagine those galaxies are made of little balls of matter and held together by all this imaginary gravity, then it doesn't work. Because the galaxies are spinning faster at the edge than at the core, so that would mean that somehow, like, there's something speeding them up as they reach the edge, which doesn't work with gravity. So they imagine there's this dark energy and dark energy that's helping speeding it up, and dark matter that's helping create the mass required, so it all holds together. So, like, over 95% of their world is just bullshit patchwork because the ideas don't work. And so they need to prove any of it. And so, like, that's what they're like. All of our greatest minds are just stuck in this theoretical land, trying to prove theoretical unicorns to be real with imaginations and math.
So it's almost a straw man when Globers are like, oh, you don't believe in gravity. It's pretty much a fucking straw man.
Yeah. Yeah, if, like Karma just told me, like, if it's real, why would I need to believe in it? You would just be able to demonstrate and prove it.
Right.
And that's basically what we can do. We can just say, go out, measure it, prove it. But they can't do that. They have to say, believe us, believe the space agencies, believe. That's the only thing you can do with the globe. You cannot know it because you're not a Freemason that works for the space agencies.
Did anyone see? I saw this. I don't know. It was a couple months back. It was a Facebook post or something, and apparently this guy died, and he wrote something on his deathbed letter that he was a security guard in 1969 in this hangar, apparently where they staged the moon landing. Did anyone see that or read the letter? It's actually his son that reads the letter off, so you can't. It's actually not even. You can't even prove it's real, so it's actually not even worth talking about.
It's an interesting anecdotal hearsay. Like that's basically the entirety of the globe evidence, by the way. So like,
Yeah, I know, but you know, it's like you can't even like know if it's like I can't prove it for myself. You know, usually if I'm gonna stand behind something, I want some source material for it at least. You know, well, you need that.
it's interesting. Like, there's a lot of interesting tidbits that you can start taking on board once you know by looking at the thing in question. It's kind of like you know that you got a pizza and not a basketball once you've seen the shape of the thing, once you've tested the thing in question. If you've never seen the package, you don't know what the shape of the thing is. And like, that's kind of how they act. They act like, I can't see the globe. I'm not far enough. I'm too close to it. It's so big. It's not that big. It's not so big that we cannot measure it. We can measure an arc segment that would show us the convexity of the Earth. They just don't know how big the Earth is, and they've been told it's so imaginably big. But it has numbers, and those numbers were given to us as supposed fact, and they don't match with what we see in reality. If there's some globe believer out there who thinks differently, he's welcome to come in here and teach me where the evidence for the globe is, because I've certainly been looking and speaking to people in many different walks of life. So please bring some good globe evidence. I'm looking forward to it.
It's late as night. Oh.
It is ladies, man. I forgot about that. What time does that usually start? Is it 5 or 6? Anybody know?
It usually starts 1/2 hour ago.
Oh, it starts at 4? Oh, my time 4. Okay.
Indeed. But, you know, we're just kind of playing her by ear.
Yeah, it kind of depends on...
I gotta do some shit anyway.
That's all good. It kind of depends on the ladies. The ladies rule the show.
I'm making tuna salad at the moment, so I do apologize.
Exciting.
All good.
Not for everyone, right?
Actually, no. It's so sad though. Like, I'm just doing this, right? And so I'm like draining the tuna out, and then all of its juice just goes down both of my arms into my sleeves. So I'm having a good time over here.
Oh yeah, that's bad. Sympathies over here.
Oh, I shouldn't say anything. I don't even want to. No, I was gonna pick on her. You could, for a woman, you could do a lot better in the kitchen than not knowing how to drain some tuna out of a can.
Oh my god. Hey, I usually do it pretty well, but today's just not my day. It's Friday the 13th, you know.
Vlad's gonna have a happy life of tuna sandwiches. I tell you. You know what you need to make him? Liver sausage on raisin bread with mayonnaise. He'll love it.
Oh, I do that for him every morning. Yeah. What was funny was yesterday or last night, yeah. He was making oatmeal and I always mess with him. I'm like, you should put this in that. You should do this. You should do that. I'm like, that could use some salsa. So he actually put salsa in his oatmeal last night and it was just so funny.
How was it?
He said that it was actually decent.
See, you never know. You never know unless you try. I wouldn't be surprised if nobody's ever tried salsa on their oatmeal. That might have been a first.
That's a weird combo.
Yeah.
But then again, I like ketchup on my scrambled eggs, so.
That's more understandable, I would say.
It's Mexican oatmeal.
Yeah.
Just a spoonful of salsa makes the oatmeal go down. Nah, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I didn't put enough. I put like one shake, right? One little bloop in there. Wasn't that bad. What was the other thing I put in there?
Oh yeah, onion powder.
And mayonnaise.
The onion powder almost ruined it. I almost didn't eat it, but I cooked most of it out.
Yeah, next time add mayonnaise. Gotta do it.
I'll bet that'd be fine. I'm not kidding.
I'm not either.
Oh, I thought you guys were anti-mayo. Never mind. I got the wrong people.
No.
You're on my side. You're on my side, it turns out.
Yeah, dude. Mayonnaise on everything is fine.
It's what's that other stuff?
Food. You could put mayonnaise on all food.
Horseradish?
No, Miracle Whip. I hate it with all my life.
Oh yeah. You could degrease an engine with that shit.
See, yeah, okay. For the mayo fans, like, how many people are accepting of Miracle Whip? Because I'm a anti-Miracle Whip person, except for one thing.
Thank you.
Me too.
Except for one thing. Bologna sandwiches, for some reason, I hate bologna too, but bologna sandwiches, for some reason, are better with Miracle Whip than mayonnaise.
Huh.
Hellman's is the gold standard for mayo.
Oh, it's the best.
Does anybody fry their grilled cheese sandwiches or quesadillas in mayonnaise instead of using butter?
I tried it. I didn't like it.
Only way I'll eat that stuff now.
I would imagine it would be pretty much the same. I mean, like, not too much different. What separates it? What makes I don't know if you can describe it. Like, what is the mayo?
What it does to at least what it does to the flour tortillas and stuff that we buy is it makes it like a golden brown crispy that the butter doesn't offer. It makes it literally like different. It makes the flour tortillas like golden brown and crispy, flaky. It's just a great texture. It's not
okay,
so much
but what about with the bread? Because you said grilled cheese too, and I don't really do a lot of like tortilla frying or anything. So
it just offers a different texture to, and it's just as me. My whole family is in agreement. I switched everybody over to mayonnaise. I like it. It's really good. I didn't tell them they had to. They tried it and they said, "Oh, this is better." So.
I thought most people fried their tortillas in oil, not butter or mayo.
Well, if you're making like a quesadilla or something, or I fry all my burrito. Like if I make a burrito, I fry it. And when I say fry it, like pan fry it in like a quarter teaspoon of butter or like maybe a teaspoon of mayonnaise on the tortilla, and then pan fry it for like 2 or 3 minutes per side.
Just put the ingredient.
I don't like raw tortillas.
Yeah, for sure, they're way better fried. But I'm just saying, like, butter does a really good job of getting that golden color and all that on, say, bread, grilled cheese or something like that. I'm just curious. I'll have to try it. I'll have to try it in mayo.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you.
I agree. Butter does a great job. It did a great job for me for 40 years.
Just seems like every time I'm at the store, I have to buy more mayo. So I'm not trying. I'm like, I don't need to put more mayo in shit. Like, let's go to the. You're just coming up with more ideas.
So do you dip your fries in mayonnaise too?
I have done it. Like, not typically, no, but I'm not against it.
I love it.
For some reason, there's like a custard place that has really good food that sometimes we go to lunch at, and their Kringle fries. For some reason, I usually just take mayo when I'm there and do dip those fries in it. But otherwise, no, I usually don't.
Gotcha.
I like mayonnaise. This might be weird, but mayonnaise with ranch the powdered ranch dressing in it with a little bit of barbecue sauce. I really like that for French fries.
That actually sounds really good.
Like McDonald's fries, I'll go with barbecue every time. But those Kringle fries, mayo is better, I think. Now we know it's ladies' night. We're talking how to prepare food, you know.
Wow.
Oh.
I don't mind talking about it. I could talk about food all day.
I started doing more actual like at home cooking and stuff. I've been really liking my chicken. I made my own rub. It's pretty fucking good.
What's it comprised of?
Onion powder, garlic powder, thyme, paprika, salt and pepper.
No garlic?
I said garlic powder.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh, brown sugar. Brown sugar, too.
Oh, man, that's probably really good.
It is really good. The brown sugar kind of caramelizes on top. Like, it helps to get it extra crispy and caramelized. Yum, yum.
What do you just dry rub and bake it?
Oh yeah, you mix it with olive oil, and so after you wash the chicken, rinse it, whatever, then you pat it down good with paper towel, make sure that the skin's real dry, and then just I use a brush or whatever, and just kind of brush the stuff on. Otherwise, it's real greasy. Get it all over, get it nice and thick, and then that rub too. It's all stuff even mixed in with the olive oil, like I can put it in an airtight container and just throw it in the cabinet, and it's good for a few uses before I have to make more.
That sounds good. Yeah, we try not to use as a family. We try not to use all those spices. When it starts having all of those, words that you can't pronounce.
Yeah, like the pre-made chicken seasonings and stuff that are filled with MSGs and all that. Yeah,
that's
they're pretty. MSGs are tasty, but they're not good for you.
They are delicious. Yeah, all right. The Weber brand I found has basically it's all of its ingredients you can read. There's no anti-caking crap and sodium, bitheronide or whatever they're putting in it. So the Weber brand's pretty good, but that's the only one I've really found that I'll buy. We do mostly mixing, like you were talking about.
That egg right there, eggs just get me all pissed off now. Like, you guys heard me bitching. Like, a couple months ago, 79, 89 cents a dozen. Now it's $6 a dozen for some shitty-ass eggs. Not even like the organic ones. Oh, so mad. Thanks, Biden.
Yeah, I think I pay just under $6 for 18, so a dozen and a half.
Costco, they got them for $6 to dozen, $5.99.
Yeah, it's just getting ridiculous.
You guys need some chickens.
For sure.
My brother-in-law a year ago was raising quail in his garage for the eggs, tiny little eggs, but you get a whole bunch of them. And I guess like one of those tiny little eggs is like 10 times the amount of protein as one large chicken egg. And it's about the volume of like 4 to 1, like 4 quail eggs is like 1 chicken egg. But just one of those little eggs is way more protein. But yeah, for some reason he went and he was done raising those quails and he just killed them all like a year ago. And now the egg prices are going through the roof.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah,
I've heard
now he's talking about needing to get some quail again. He also does beekeeping. They got a good bit of honey this last year. Some local honey.
This kind of random and off topic, but what bothers me the most about my public school experience, and I'm not talking about college, I'm talking about elementary, middle, high school. They don't teach you how to farm. And it's like, if you think about 100 years ago, like probably like everybody knew how to farm, right? And it's like now they barely even teach it.
A good point.
Not that it's difficult, but like if you have like if somebody's never farmed before, they're not just gonna like get property and like know what to do.
Here in Alabama, where I'm from, there is an agriculture program, but there's a lot of pushback from the superintendent to have it taken out. There's a lot of farmers around here too, so I think that's why it's lasted as long as it has. Clover's scared of the girls now.
I think it's always been that way.
Dang.
That may or may not help out in the future for those boys.
Well, it looks like Kazuki is the celebrity of the day.
Yeah, that was a good interaction earlier. Enjoyed that.
Is he still in here?
No.
He's in cognitive dissonance.
I didn't hear the last of the conversation. Did he concede really, or I know he said that he didn't know, but I don't know what else Miggy got him on.
I don't remember. My boss came in and I started doing stuff. But all I remember was he was getting whooped.
He seemed pretty humble about it though, which is not always the case.
Yeah, he seemed honest. I think I caught him conceding a few times to a few things.
I like hearing when people are like that. It gives me a little hope.
Yeah.
I hate that I missed it.